Chapter 1. Transformed into a true young master of a wealthy family. Do you wish to heal Yangwei? Do you desire to possess more women? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life, retaliating against your adversaries? Do you long for this world to bow before your feet? By binding to the most powerful ace system 077, you shall receive all rewards. As Shen Qingling read the novel, he couldn't help but scoff. Boring. What era is this, still bombarding us with such advertisement pop-ups? Yet, this infernal ad was as stubborn as a pop-up on a questionable website. Trying to dismiss it proved futile. In a fit of frustration, he inadvertently pressed the confirm button. Thus, Shen Qingling found himself transmigrated into a book. Before him stood a woman, gazing into his eyes, her ample bosom nearly brushing against his. Shen Qingling felt an impending sense of dread. What kind of absurdity was this? In front of him knelt a fully unclad maiden, her arms and legs bound with ropes, her mouth sealed with tape, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as they fixated on him. And in his hand was a pair of scissors. What a beast! What was he to do with this? The world did not revolve around him, but why was he being toyed with? A system voice echoed in his mind. You are Shen Qingling, born into poverty, yet possessing an unparalleled visage as a cold academic genius. The number of girls who have harbored secret affections for you could stretch across France. In a classroom, girls often engage in fierce battles just to catch a glimpse of you. The love letters you have received surpass the number of exam papers you have written, while the boys who mention you wear expressions of envy and jealousy. At this moment, you remain unaware of your extraordinary lineage, which your family is soon to uncover. Regrettably, in an hour, you will face disgrace. Please, host, alter Shen Qingling's fate and complete the task of reclaiming your life. Listening to the system's voice, Shen Qingling furrowed his brow. This plot, why does it seem so familiar? A sudden realization struck him. Was this not the reverse harem novel he read before his demise? The true young master of a wealthy family must have a perfect life. He had transmigrated into the world of the novel, becoming the character who shared his name and faced a tragic downfall. His childhood sweetheart regarded him as a backup option. His fiancée was resolute in breaking off the engagement for the fake young master. His sister viewed him as the family disgrace. His father was fixated solely on wealth and power. His mother, weak and powerless, held no status. A heartless father, an inept mother, a biased sister, a duplicitous younger brother, and he, with nothing to his name. Shen Qingling felt darkness closing in. Take me home. Let me return home, child. Apologies, host. The system is only responsible for transmigration, not for returning. Please hurry. You have but an hour before your disgrace. Shen Qingling quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was in the abandoned restroom of the original character's university. Restroom. This segment of the narrative still lingers in his memory. As the Gu family was on the verge of discovering the original owner's true identity, the male protagonist Gu Yijin sought to tarnish her reputation by framing her. Gu Yijin dispatched individuals to lure the original owner to the restroom, where she was subsequently rendered unconscious. A young woman, entirely unclothed, found herself bound within a stall, her body bearing the marks of brutal mistreatment. According to the original plot's progression, an hour hence, police and reporters would arrive at this very location. The original owner was falsely accused of attempted kidnapping and assault lacking tangible evidence. She evaded imprisonment, yet her reputation lay in ruins. Result Gu Yijin had meticulously orchestrated. The once revered male idol fell from grace, becoming a pariah, reviled by all. This incident led the Gu family to harbor disdain for the male lead, marking the tragic inception of Shen Qingling's life. Thus, this event must not transpire under any circumstances. Shen Qingling gazed at the terrified, innocent girl before him, and a digital screen materialized in his mind. Before the bound girl, your choices are A. Smirk and threaten her. Miss Song, you wouldn't want this appearance to be seen by others, would you? Comply with me. B. Display a domineering grin while gripping her chin. Woman, you have piqued my interest. C. Extend a wicked hand to the girl, showing no mercy to this delicate flower, fully embracing the role of the villain. D. Emanate the essence of a Sigma male, disregarding the beauty before him, and leave without hesitation. Shen Qingling mused that I choose E. He sensed that this was certainly no ordinary system. By chance, he was no ordinary individual either. The options A, B, C, and D felt rather mundane. He preferred something more substantial. Thus, he selected E. Shen Qingling reached out toward her. Her eyes, wide with terror, brimmed with tears, and as he extended his hand, she fearfully shut her eyes. However, the anticipated slap never landed instead. The tape over her mouth was torn away, and a coat fell over her exposed body, concealing her myriad wounds. She regarded Shen Qingling in astonishment, her expression of fear transforming into confusion. Shen Qingling calmly stated, "There is but an hour remaining. I shall be succinct. The injuries upon you are not my doing. I too was lured here and rendered unconscious. The intent of the puppet master behind this is singular, to frame me for kidnapping you. If I truly wished to harm you, I would not have done so in a school setting. I'm not that foolish. Miss Song, you would not desire for your current state to be witnessed by others, would you? You know my identity?" Shen Qingling was indeed aware the girl before him was the heiress of the Song group. Had it not been for the subsequent media exposure, her peers would remain oblivious to her status. Song Qingling, in her innocence, had encountered a girl who deceitfully claimed to need assistance due to menstruation, and without suspicion, she accompanied her to the restroom. By the time she regained consciousness, that woman had vanished, leaving her bound at in the original narrative. Song Qingling was aware that Shen Qingling was not her captor, yet no one believed her explanations. Instead, a journalist bribed by Gu Yijin exposed fabricated photographs, which depicted Shen Qingling alongside a digitally altered image of her. The unscrupulous journalist's revelations led to the widespread circulation of these photos, resulting in Song Qingling being the subject of gossip and scrutiny at school. Even after the Song family endeavored to suppress those posts and images, she remained ensnared in her despair. She secluded herself within her home, ceasing to attend school, ultimately succumbing to depression and taking a fatal leap from a high building, thus concluding her life. "I understand, therefore you should too. I have no motive to kidnap you unless I have exhausted my days," Shen Qingling stated. Song Qingling's gaze flickered, her mind racing with thoughts. The person before her was none other than the renowned, aloof academic star. Shen Qingling. Nearly every girl at the university was familiar with him. They bore no enmity towards each other, and indeed, he had no reason to commit such an act, as it would only lead to his own downfall. Though she was uncertain how he had deciphered her identity, there was no time for further contemplation. She needed to address the immediate predicament at hand. Noticing her silence, Shen Qingling continued, "If you still doubt my words, police and journalists will soon arrive, aiming to tarnish my reputation, and in turn, yours will be compromised. Should my claims be validated, you must follow my lead. How does that sound?" Song Qingling nodded. "All right, I believe you. What do you need me to do?" An hour later, the sound of police sirens echoed through the campus, and a throng of reporters armed with cameras scattered throughout, igniting discussions among the students. "What is happening? Why are there so many police and journalists? I heard a girl was kidnapped, so someone called the police." "What? There's a kidnapping case at our school? This is serious. This is Jiangshan University who would dare to kidnap someone here? How foolish must one be to gain admission to such a prestigious institution? It seems they've located her, reportedly in the restroom of Building 3. Let's go see." A crowd had already gathered outside the restroom, as news had spread throughout the school before the police and journalists arrived, clearly aimed at inciting student curiosity. Upon arriving, the police's primary objective was to disperse the crowd, but before they could take action, the restroom door swung open on its own. At that moment, the journalists had their cameras trained on the entrance, eager to capture the first-hand news. A kidnapping incident at Jiangshan University was undeniably sensational. Then, a tall, striking young man clad in a white shirt emerged, cradling a girl in his arms. Chapter 2. The unprecedented numbers. A young girl clad in a complete black coat leaned against Shen Qingling, her pallid complexion betraying her vulnerability as she wrapped her arms trustingly around his neck. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, seemingly favoring him even more than others. The boy's strikingly deep and handsome features bore an air of solemnity that accentuated his cold, ascetic demeanor. His exceptionally long legs drew attention, while his hands, which held the girl, were as refined as bamboo stalks. The camera, capable of magnifying flaws, found the boy to be nothing short of exquisite perfection. Journalists incessantly clicked their shutters, unaware that they were not at a red carpet event. The police rushed in immediately, but Song Jining refused to detach herself from Shen Qingling. Looking up at him, she softly said, "I want him to stay with me. I am scared." The officers exchanged glances before inquiring, "Did he save you?" Song Jining nodded, tightening her embrace around Shen Qingling. Although she was the center of attention, she bore no visible injuries, her attire intact, thus avoiding the tragic fate often depicted in novels. The gathering students, witnessing the scene, found themselves discussing not Song Jining, but rather the striking visage of Shen Qingling. He was breathtakingly handsome. Men were rendered speechless, while women felt a pang of envy, as if he were the antidote to despair and the alarm clock for the comatose, a savior for the delicate souls. Shen Qingling had already garnered a reputation, professing a fondness for animals, yet neglecting those who admired him. Goodness, Shen Qingling is so handsome. He is indistinguishable from the male protagonists in novels. If I were that girl, I would never forget him, a voice echoed. His allure had captivated me, transforming my previous indifference into infatuation. Not only was Shen Qingling extraordinarily attractive and academically gifted, but he also exhibited kindness, leaving one to wonder how he came to save this girl. I can assure you, this photograph will undoubtedly trend online. Shen Qingling is destined for fame. Outside the police station, a sigh escaped my lips. Why didn't I finish that book back then? Now, I'm left ignorant of the ending. What misfortune! After providing his statement, Shen Qingling emerged early, taking a seat on a bench outside to contemplate his next steps. His greatest regret was not completing that book. The plot was exceedingly fantastical, and he found the protagonist's character unappealing, which led him to abandon it halfway through. Little did he know he would become intertwined with this unfortunate system and traverse into the narrative. The male lead, Gu Yijin, epitomized a villainous persona, selfish and unscrupulous, having harmed countless individuals in his relentless pursuit of power. Shen Qingling was merely one of many unfortunate souls ensnared by fate. Though he had altered the fallen reputation of the original character, Gu Yijin would undoubtedly seek retribution. Upon returning to the Gu family, he would likely encounter even more treacherous traps. The storyline might shift due to his presence, diverging from the original narrative, rendering everything uncertain for him. Presently, aside from his handsome visage, he felt he possessed nothing. Do not worry, host. You have successfully taken the first step and altered the original character's fate. You are awarded 3,000 points. At this juncture, I have yet to inquire about the nature of your system and the purpose of the points. I am the goddess system 077, and you may refer to me as Chi-Chi, as long as you, the host, can elicit the heart-fluttering values from the opposite sex. The system will grant corresponding points. These points can be exchanged in the marketplace for various advantageous items to assist you in fulfilling your tasks. The selection of 077 has been deliberately made for Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling possesses extraordinary beauty, a meticulous mind, and can effortlessly embody both aloofness and innocence, making him a quintessential siren of unparalleled charm. In his previous life, Shen Qingling was an actor, blessed with striking looks and remarkable talent, having wooed countless goddesses, enough to fill an entire room with an innumerable number of women enchanted by him. He is truly the perfect host, seemingly born for the goddess system. Hence, it is no surprise that 077 has chosen him. Before Shen Qingling appeared a panel displaying his information. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Attractiveness, 94. Heart-fluttering value, 25. Life value, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 20. Heart-fluttering value, 50. Points, 3,805. Golden finger, none. Conquered goddesses, 0. Reversal progress, 10. Main quest progress, 1. Side quests, not activated. Shen Qingling was immediately captivated by the score of 25. Chi-Chi, could this 25 be what I suspect? Indeed, host, it is precisely as you imagine. This revelation was astonishing. Furthermore, the host possesses the ability for an extraordinary night of passion. Thus, this narrative must cater to a female audience. It takes an exceptional talent to craft a tale of such fervor. With Chi-Chi, the host can even surpass the number 18. Let us cease this frivolity and return to serious matters. Please elucidate the other aspects for me. Certainly. The main quest for the host is to alter the original owner's destiny, enabling them to achieve a remarkable reversal in life. Side quests will activate randomly, and each completed side quest will yield corresponding rewards. To conquer a goddess entails the host obtaining heart-fluttering values from the opposite sex. The values provided by ordinary individuals can be disregarded, as they will directly convert into points. However, the designated goddesses must be courted, ensuring their heart-fluttering values reach a maximum. What if I neglect to pursue them? The system will be unable to harness energy and will ultimately perish, leading to your demise. Is it truly that grave? Indeed. As these goddesses are intricately tied to the narrative's plot, conquering them will also alter their destinies. With this clarification, Shen Qingling began to comprehend that these goddesses likely faced tragic fates, perhaps intertwined with the male lead, Gu Yijing. Thus, by courting them, he could change their outcomes. But I have yet to pursue any of them. Where did this heart-fluttering value of 50 originate? And what are the surplus points? The points are derived from the heart-fluttering values of the observing maidens. They are ordinary individuals, categorized as level 1, and do not require pursuit. Their heart-fluttering values will convert into points, which are beneficial to you as the host. As for those 50 affection points, they were provided by Song Jining. Although she is not the designated goddess of the system, she is a character of significant caliber. The higher the relevance to the plot, the greater the character's level, and consequently, the more affection points she offers. Characters at this level can either be pursued or not. Progressing further, there are even higher levels, including tier, and tiers above, all of which must be pursued. Shen Qingling finally grasped the operational principles of the system and understood what he needed to do next. Gaining the affection of the opposite sex is something Shen Qingling excels at. After all, he made a living doing just that in his previous life. Moreover, the original host possesses such extraordinary looks. He has experienced firsthand how appealing superior beauty is to women. This face surpasses even his previous appearance, which can only be described as a considerable advantage. With such remarkable attributes, no woman can resist your allure. I can't shake the feeling that you're not a legitimate system. I merely state the facts. Even without these, your striking 93 in attractiveness would leave women utterly enchanted. Speaking of which, I find it curious that the original hostess beauty is only rated at 93. I wonder how astonishing it would be if it reached 100. The host can work diligently to earn points. 100,000 points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point, which can be allocated to various attributes, including attractiveness and martial prowess. At this juncture, 077 added. Also, length can be increased. In that case, I must strive to earn points for maximum attractiveness. Go for it, Shen Xiaokue. Shen Qingling chose to disregard the latter comment from the system, as it felt rather unseemly and not at all like a proper system. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder, and he looked up to see a girl standing there, smiling brightly at him. Thank you, Shen Qingling. Chapter 3. The girl who self-navigates her own pursuit through imagination. Upon seeing Shen Qingling's handsome face, the girl's cheeks flushed instantly. His visage seemed to be imprinted in her mind. She couldn't help but recall the image of the young man embracing her. This must be what it's like when a novel's male lead steps into reality. Rumors suggest that Shen Qingling is an aloof and proud idol, always maintaining a distance from girls, akin to a flower on a high peak, with countless goddesses failing in their attempts to reach him. Consequently, Shen Qingling has yet to experience romance, remaining an unattainable white moonlight in the eyes of many, with no one daring to approach him. Yet, this very idol's name appeared alongside hers in the news, and there were even discussions about her and Shen Qingling, which made her heart flutter with a hint of delight. After all, this is Shen Qingling. Who could possibly understand her feelings? 077 reminded her. Song Jining has added another 5 points to your affection value. Shen Qingling was unaware of what the girl before him was imagining, but his already flushed face grew even redder, and his long eyelashes fluttered adorably. Reflecting on Song Jining's fate and gazing at the bright, cheerful girl before him, Shen Qingling offered a faint smile, feeling as though he had done a good deed. I'm glad you're okay. Song Jining dared not meet Shen Qingling's gaze. Her heart raced at the sight of his face. Carefully, she pointed to the seat beside him. See, can I sit next to you? The individual before her always exuded an air of untouchable sanctity, prompting her to tread carefully even in proximity to him. Shen Qingling offered a faint smile. Please, have a seat. You need not thank me. It is likely that I have caused you trouble, and it is only right that I assist you. Song Jining felt her heart flutter, gaining an additional 5 points of affection. Despite being aware of his status, he did not seek to exploit her gratitude, instead offering her comfort and shouldering the responsibility himself. How remarkably kind of him. Truly, Shen Qingling is deserving of his reputation as a male deity. The young woman settled beside him, her voice barely above a whisper, that thank you is indeed warranted. As it was you who saved me and preserved my reputation. Shen Qingling, with a serious demeanor, inquired, have you clarified the situation? Do you know who abducted you? Song Jining rested her chin on her hand and shook her head. Alas, the investigation remains inconclusive. All we know is that the perpetrator is a female, and the location was an abandoned restroom devoid of surveillance. It is seldom frequented, making it challenging to uncover the truth quickly. We must await the police's findings. Had she known better than to trust her deceiving words so readily, she would not have felt such trepidation. She now found it difficult to trust anyone. Nevertheless, she was grateful for his assistance. Thank you for your clothing. Suddenly, she paused, realizing the awkwardness of her statement. Oh dear, how had she veered into that topic? She turned her face to gauge Shen Qingling's reaction, noticing a faint blush on his ears, which made her stifle a laugh. He responded, somewhat awkwardly, let us forget about that incident. I did not witness much, and you need not dwell on it. The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he seemed. And Song Jining found him endearingly charming, her eyes curving into crescents. She had not anticipated Shen Qingling's innocence. He must be feeling shy. The previously hidden side of the aloof academic was now revealed to her, and it was delightful. The voice of 077 chimed in once more. Affection points for Song Jining have increased by 5. This young woman appears to be quite the daydreamer. I suspect she is on the verge of falling for you. This was not surprising, as the original persona projected an image of an aloof male deity. Encountering such a contrasting aspect would naturally pique her interest. A man of my striking looks and purity is simply irresistible to women, is he not? Especially to a wealthy heiress accustomed to the frivolities of high society. Host, you should express gratitude to the original for establishing such a flawless persona for you. Fear not. Even if the original was a fickle rogue, I could still win them over. I can embody whatever they desire. At that moment, Song Jining's phone rang, and she excused herself to answer it nearby. Her father, who had been abroad for business, immediately booked a flight home upon learning of her predicament. A few minutes later, she returned to Shen Qingling. My father wishes to invite you to dinner at our home this weekend to express his gratitude for your assistance. Are you available? Song Jining gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, wishing for Shen Qingling to visit, yet fearing his refusal. Apologies, Miss Song, but I cannot confirm whether I will be free this weekend. The aloof male deity must maintain an air of detachment. If he were too easily approachable, it would lead women to believe he is easily attainable. The more unattainable he seems, the more he lingers in one's thoughts. The reason the white moonlight remains an ideal is precisely due to its elusiveness. Today, the tenderness he exhibited towards Song Jining was already ample. Any more would render it trivial. After all, Song Jining is a young lady of considerable standing, and refusals are a rarity in her life. Initially surprised, she soon found her heart racing with intrigue. How many aspire to connect with the Song family, yet lack the opportunity? Now, the chance lies before her. Yet Shen Qingling still declined. Truly a remarkable distinction. Puzzled, Song Jining inquired, do you have plans for the weekend? With a serene expression, Shen Qingling replied, I will be working part-time. Alongside his extraordinary looks and exceptional academic achievements, his poverty is also well known. Yet, while many are aware of his humble background, few realize he is an orphan. Upon hearing that Shen Qingling intends to earn money through part-time work, Song Jining felt her heart flutter anew. The 077 system was nearly in disarray. What is going on with this girl? Did you put something in her drink? Is she really that easy to win over? She must perceive me as independent and resilient. After all, she is a sheltered flower, unaware of the hardships of the world. Naturally, she would admire someone who relies on their own efforts to earn a living and can express it with such poise. In essence, she now views me through a flattering lens, thus her admiration naturally swells. This also reveals that Song Jining possesses a commendable moral compass. She does not belittle Shen Qingling for his humble beginnings, nor does she mock his need to work for a living. Slightly disheartened, she tentatively suggested, would it be possible to add each other on WeChat? If you have time, please let me know, alright? She blinked and continued, rest assured, I won't bother you. Shen Qingling did not refuse the request to add each other on WeChat. Under the anticipation in her gaze, he took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Song Jining added Shen Qingling's WeChat. Shortly after, he found an excuse to leave. Song Jining stood still, gazing at his retreating figure, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Once he had vanished from sight, she leapt in place, exclaiming, "I added the male deity on with chat." In a flurry, she changed her chat background to that captivating image of Shen Qingling carrying her out, which had gone viral on social media. Shen Qingling had truly become a sensation. His visage eclipsed even the most popular stars. The comments were overwhelming, filled with praise and adoration. Upon seeing Shen Qingling's handsome face on her phone, she couldn't help but marvel. How can a man be so extraordinarily handsome? Especially one who has held me? Just thinking about it is overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the bus, Shen Qingling heard the system announcement. Song Jining's heart flutter value increased by 5. Chapter 4. The Betrayal of Childhood Friends. Shen Qingling chuckled softly. Song Jining was rather amusing, not at all the lofty young lady he had imagined. The young man settled into a window seat, taking in the scenery as he journeyed back to school. With some time to spare, he donned his headphones and listened to music, isolating himself from the clamor of the outside world. Host, Song Jining's affection for you has reached an impressive 85. One cannot deny that you possess a certain charm. This young lady is quite remarkable. It seems she could be won over with mere imagination. After all, she is a person of high caliber, untouched by the male lead's influence. Thus the prospects for conquest remain promising. Such a Navi girl is easily swayed, while those with more intricate thoughts are another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling and 077 were engaged in casual conversation, unaware that someone had recognized him and discreetly captured a photograph, which was subsequently shared online. Jiang City is the second largest city in Huagua after the capital, boasting a thriving economy and an abundance of universities, making it a common sight to encounter university students everywhere. Jiang City hosts a forum specifically for students called Accidental Encounters. Initially, the platform was frequented solely by local university students, but it has since evolved into a nationwide hub for college students to socialize, share gossip, and occasionally discuss entertainment news and paranormal events. This app resembles a fusion of Shen Qingling's world Tieba and Tianya. Original poster. Guess who I just encountered? That Shen Qingling from today's trending topic is right beside me. 1. No way, it really is him. He looks even more handsome in person. Are you sure you didn't use a beauty filter? 2. As we all know, cameras can be unflattering. This shot must be from a regular camera. Shen Qingling's looks are indisputable. 3. Strange, why haven't I heard of this person before? He is so handsome. He shouldn't be just gaining fame now. 4. John University students are here, raise his hand. Actually, many have posted about him before, but each time they were met with skepticism. 5. If I hadn't seen his photo on the trending list today, I would find it hard to believe someone could look like this. Suddenly, Shen Qingling's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from someone named Chu Jiao. He remembered her well. In the original narrative, she was Shen Qingling's childhood sweetheart. Both were once residents of an orphanage, and one day a couple arrived to adopt a child. Shen Qingling selflessly offered this opportunity to Chu Jiao. After being adopted, Chu Jiao began a normal life, yet their connection remained unbroken. Her new home was not far from the orphanage, and Shen Qingling would wait for her each day to walk to school together. Chu Jiao's adoptive parents were aware of Shen Qingling, and thus they grew up side by side. Shen Qingling treated her with utmost kindness, bestowing upon her the scant tenderness he possessed, yet she failed to cherish it. In the original story, she accepted bribes from Gu Yijin and, after Shen Qingling was wronged, publicly accused him of having committed acts of sexual assault against her, claiming it was not an isolated incident. She portrayed herself as timid and weak, asserting that she feared no one would believe her due to Shen Qingling's academic prowess. In her narrative, Shen Qingling was depicted as a hypocritical, selfish, and morally twisted rapist. Chu Jiao, in tears before the camera, garnered immense sympathy from the public. Deepening the contempt for Shen Qingling, Chu Jiao and Shen Qingling attended the same elementary and middle schools and continued together through high school, only parting ways in university. Former classmates were well aware of the relationship between the two. They were once inseparable. Many girls envied Chu Jiao for receiving the care and affection of Shen Qingling. Thus, when Chu Jiao spoke, everyone believed her without hesitation, as there was no reason for her to slander Shen Qingling. Who would doubt the words of childhood sweethearts? It was precisely due to Chu Jiao's reckless rumors that this gossip transformed into what many perceived as fact. The public skepticism regarding the original protagonist's alleged kidnapping of Song Jining and attempted assault swiftly turned into belief. Shen Qingling was oblivious to Chu Jiao's true sentiments towards the original protagonist and had no desire to uncover them. Regardless, her actions in the original narrative rendered her beyond forgiveness. This time, it was merely his presence that prevented the original events from unfolding. Yet that did not imply she had not conspired with Gu Yijin in secret. Given the opportunity, she would still choose to betray the original protagonist. In Shen Qingling's eyes, Chu Jiao had already been sentenced, leaving no room for redemption. As he opened her message, he noticed that she was still pinned at the top of his WeChat. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly removed her from the top of his contacts. She was undeserving. Jiao, Qingling, you topped the trending post. My university classmates spotted you on the bus. Haha, everyone is saying how handsome you are. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. If one were unaware of the events from the original narrative, Chu Jiao concealed herself remarkably well, making it difficult to discern her true nature. Outwardly, she appeared as a lively and adorable innocent girl, filled with admiration and reliance on Shen Qingling. Yet in reality, her affections could be bought for a mere 100,000, leading to Shen Qingling's utter ruin. Such childhood bonds were indeed cheap. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, detected potential target, Chu Jiao. A character panel for Chu Jiao appeared before Shen Qingling. Name, Chu Jiao, goddess level. Grade, identity. Childhood sweetheart of Shen Qingling. Personality, selfish, vain. Duplicitous, plot relevance, 30. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock, ding. Side quest triggered, acquire Chu Jiao's regret value. Reward 100,000 points. Will the host initiate the side quest? Chu Jiao's regret value equated to 100,000 points? Shen Qingling frowned. The idea of pursuing a woman like Chu Jiao was already quite displeasing, and now there was an associated side quest. Indeed, Chu Jiao's relationship with the original protagonist was undeniably intricate. She was one of the pivotal figures responsible for the protagonist's tragic life, making her regret value significant. Thus, he decided to embark on the side quest. After all, one should not refuse 100,000 points. She would undoubtedly continue to create her own misfortunes. And should Gu Yijin wish to undermine him, he would inevitably seek to win her over. Therefore, the host needed to acquire both her affection points and her regret value, bending her to his will. However, obtaining her affection points from such a self-serving woman would not be a simple task. Not simple? In truth, it was not particularly difficult. To him, the original protagonist had been excessively kind to this woman. It was time to cool her down, to strike her once, and then offer a sweet treat. Allowing her to comprehend how her life would unfold without Shen Qingling replied with a mere acknowledgement, leaving no room for embellishment. Chu Jiao furrowed her brows at Shen Qingling's indifferent response, not out of anger, but rather out of perplexity. Although Shen Qingling had always maintained a cool demeanor towards women, he had never spoken to her in such a detached manner. What could be troubling him today? Shouldn't he be in high spirits after saving someone? Once more, Chu Jiao sent a message. Qingling, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? No, came Shen Qingling's terse reply. Then why did you only respond with 3 words? You've never been this way before. How about visiting me at my school this weekend? Upon sending this message, Chu Jiao displayed a disdainful expression. She understood Shen Qingling too well, regardless of the circumstances. He would always treat her with unwavering kindness upon their meetings. A devoted admirer, indeed. Countless unattainable male deities had reduced themselves to mere shadows of affection for her, while she perceived Shen Qingling as a backup option, merely a plaything for her whims. Could she not feel irked by this? In Chapter 5, it is revealed that girls can be quite lustful. Both Chu Jiao and Shen Qingling attended universities in Jiang City, albeit at a considerable distance from each other, approximately an hour and a half apart. Every time Chu Jiao expressed a desire to see Shen Qingling, he would make the journey. Shen Qingling harbored no romantic feelings for her. He regarded her as a younger sister in need of protection. Before a particular incident came to light, their relationship was not particularly close, yet she provided ample emotional support. She encouraged him to apply to Jiang University, showed concern for his studies and well-being, and treated him with a blend of admiration and reliance, which led the family-less Shen Qingling to view her as kin. Regrettably, Chu Jiao perceived Shen Qingling as merely an admirer, a fallback option at best, a trivial matter easily manipulated. Had it not been for his generous offer of adoption and his gullibility, she would have paid him no mind. Chu Jiao garnered considerable attention and prestige through her childhood friendship with Shen Qingling, who was not only handsome but also an academic star at Jiang University. His visits to her school drew envious glances from her classmates, greatly satisfying her vanity. At that moment, a roommate passed by and teasingly remarked, "Jiao Jiao. Chatting with that academic star from Jiang University again? Yes, he mentioned wanting to see me this weekend. Wow, I envy you. Having such a wonderful brother. If I had such a handsome friend, I wouldn't be able to help but pursue him." Other roommates, overhearing the conversation, joined in. Indeed, Shen Qingling even trended today. Many praised his looks. You must seize this opportunity and not let him slip away. Jiao Jiao, he treats you so well. Isn't he your boyfriend? Chu Jiao Jiao's face flushed crimson. Whenever asked if Shen Qingling was her boyfriend, she would merely lower her head, shyly silent. She wished to keep other girls at bay from Shen Qingling, neither acknowledging nor denying their relationship, thus leading others to believe in an ambiguous connection between them, which would deter any pursuits towards Shen Qingling. If a boy inquired, she would promptly deny any romantic involvement, asserting they were merely friends. In the presence of males, she felt compelled to maintain her single status. After all, how could she attract a suitable partner otherwise? Chu Jiao Jiao had never contemplated a romantic relationship with Shen Qingling. In her eyes, despite his handsome visage, he lacked wealth and possessed a rather dull personality. Serving as a backup was sufficient. The notion of romance held little appeal to her. She merely wished to relish his affection and the attention he bestowed upon her. Jiao Jiao, have you ever considered being a bit more proactive? A handsome guy like him will undoubtedly be pursued by others if you don't seize the opportunity, Man remarked wisely. I advise you to shed that shyness. Someone as academically gifted as Shen Qingling is bound to achieve great success. Marrying him would mean a worry-free future. With a smile, Chu Jiao Jiao replied, I understand. You need not fret about me. I am well aware of my own desires. She certainly had no intention of dating Shen Qingling. Looks alone could not sustain her. Such women were indeed shallow, lacking depth in their aspirations. While she recognized that Shen Qingling, as a top student from Jiang University, would likely earn well post-graduation, she dismissed that prospect as trivial. Her sights were set on marrying into a wealthy family. Could Shen Qingling, no matter how accomplished, truly compare to the affluent heirs? Blessed with beauty, Chu Jiao Jiao believed she ought not to lead an ordinary life. She harbored dreams of marrying into opulence, desiring nothing less than a life filled with abundance and envy. To this end, she allocated nearly all her living expenses to clothing and beauty products, relying on Shen Qingling for a meager allowance to sustain her lifestyle. When Chu Jiao Jiao waited long for a reply from Shen Qingling, she dismissed it without concern, ignoring him altogether. She found it hard to believe that he would maintain such indifference towards her indefinitely. Eventually, wouldn't he be the one seeking her out for conversation? This time, she resolved not to acquiesce easily. He would need to genuinely coax her before she pretended to sulk, testing whether he would dare to remain so aloof. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingling was entirely indifferent to her sentiments. He had downloaded an app, intending to see what discussions revolved around him. The system informed him that he had garnered numerous points due to a recent photo. These girls resembled the fans from his past life, becoming enamored with him over an appealing image. Such infatuations could translate into points, a mutually beneficial endeavor for him, an effortless profit. However, his elation lasted only 3 minutes until the system added a cautionary note. The host must be aware that if these individuals' affections turn to disdain due to negative news, those points will be deducted. Understood, Shen Qingling replied. He comprehended this well. Fans could be a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, they served as a sharp weapon, but mishandled, they could inflict wounds upon oneself. After completing the download, he registered a secondary account on the app. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a trending post discussing him, currently the most prominent thread, with over 1,000 responses about him. Shen Qingling is a person of great humility, dedicating his time predominantly to studying and working. His elusive demeanor renders him difficult to approach, leading others to hesitate in their attempts to engage with him. Consequently, aside from his striking good looks, there is little else to discuss, as few truly know him. It is indeed the approachable handsome men who are more appealing. This particular type incites a timid admiration within me, where even a single word exchanged would leave me blushing. Should he respond to me with indifference, I would undoubtedly find myself in an awkward predicament. You simply cannot comprehend this. It is precisely the unattainable handsome men who captivate our interest. Just imagine, possessing such a rare gem that no one else can attain. It is a testament to your prowess. This is the type I am drawn to indeed. It is true. The allure lies in the fact that he remains aloof to everyone else while displaying a unique warmth towards you. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. He perfectly embodies the quintessential romantic hero. I wonder what Shen Qingling's expression was like before he became acquainted with this persona. Was it still that of a reserved, indifferent demeanor? Or did he ever furrow his brows and emit soft sighs in restraint? My goodness, just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Who possesses his contact information? I wish to flirt with him, to challenge the impossible. As I scrolled further down the comments, the discussions grew increasingly absurd. Some praised his handsomeness. Others expressed a desire to see his physique, while some sought to acquire his contact details, sharing his photographs alongside some rather shocking remarks. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Not particularly surprised. His past admirers had often made similar comments, and he had grown accustomed to it. In truth, women can be quite bold, having had numerous girlfriends. He has long since recognized this. Female admiration can be overt or subtle, with some being openly flirtatious yet timid in person, merely engaging in playful banter online. Most of Shen Qingling's admirers belong to the latter category, expressing their fervor through words, but finding themselves speechless in his presence. The women who dare to voice such sentiments in front of him are few and far between, often either immensely self-assured or intoxicated to the point of losing their composure. Yet, soon he would encounter a woman of that very ilk. Chapter 6. The abstract, sharp-tongued young lady Shen Qingling. Your eyelashes are incredibly long. Oh, do they grow like that naturally? Shen Qingling found himself cornered against the wall, unable to escape the advances of this woman, an embodiment of those who, under the influence, become infatuated with him. I wonder if she will feel a pang of regret upon regaining her clarity of mind. To understand the situation, we must go back a few hours. Shen Qingling's part-time job is at a CAF near Jiangxing University. Initially, he only worked weekends. But with plans to accept Song Jining's invitation for dinner at her family home this weekend, he arranged to switch shifts with a colleague. To avoid drawing attention, he typically wears a mask while working, and today was no exception. The CAF is not overly crowded during the weekdays, allowing him some time to rest after a brief period of busyness. At that moment, a voice from the system chimed in, detected a character available for interaction, Wan Mingyi. Name, Wan Mingyi, goddess level, class, identity, the eldest daughter of the Wan family. Personality, abstract, sharp-tongued, lacking affection, plot relevance, 30, ending, insufficient points. Unable to unlock, Shen Qingling lifted her gaze toward the entrance, where she beheld a woman supporting another as they entered. Their attire and demeanor unmistakably revealed their affluent status, clearly indicating that they were young ladies of wealth. The woman being supported was none other than Wan Mingyi, the target of Shen Qingling's affections. Perplexed, Shen Qingling mused. I do not recall this name. Does she play a role in the original narrative? 077 responded, Indeed, she does. Perhaps you overlooked it. She is a fierce rival of your future fiancée, Shengxia. At a banquet, the two engaged in a heated argument, during which Wan Mingyi splashed red wine all over Shengxia. Gu Yijin intervened to defend Shengxia, only to be fiercely berated by Wan Mingyi. Consequently, Gu Yijin harbored a grudge against Wan Mingyi, and after orchestrating the destruction of her visage, the ensuing events are for you to unlock. Having divulged sufficient information, 077 seemed to suggest that Shen Qingling was now aware of the impending developments. Wan Mingyi had publicly humiliated Gu Yijin, and given Gu Yijin's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. Thus, Wan Mingyi's fate was unlikely to diverge favorably from that of the original character. Shen Qingling discreetly observed the interaction between Wan Mingyi and her companion. Yi Qiao guided Wan Mingyi to a window-side seat, and their entrance captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Wan Mingyi possessed an exquisite beauty, not of the demure maiden variety, but rather a strikingly radiant woman of bold allure. Her features were finely sculpted, and her deep blue eyes hinted at a mixed heritage. Her captivating crimson lips only enhanced her charm, and her tousled waves cascaded down her shoulders, with a slightly dazed expression indicative of inebriation. Seizing the opportunity as Yi Qiao perused the menu, Shen Qingling leaned closer, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. As she approached, she overheard Wan Mingyi exclaim with indignation, What can I possibly contest with her? Her bosom is larger than my head. Yi Qiao, taking the menu from Shen Qingling, replied while glancing at it, Your figure is not lacking either. Besides, what are you comparing? She is merely a big-breasted fool. Wan Mingyi sighed, yet he is drawn to such foolish women. If happiness were a fleeting moment, I would forever be the husband lost in slumber and the traveler unheard within a silent vehicle. Yi Qiao quickly interjected. We are in a CAF. Let us refrain from such talk. She pointed to a coffee selection on the menu. 2 of these, please, thank you. As Yi Qiao lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Shen Qingling, momentarily enchanted by the beauty of her gaze. Shen Qingling acknowledged her with a brief nod before stepping away. Yi Qiao nudged Ruan Mingyi's hand. Did you notice that server just now? The server? What of it? My instincts tell me he is quite the handsome fellow. Cease your chatter, Qiao Qiao. I have completely lost faith in men. I, Ruan Mingyi, shall never again find my heart stirred by any man. Yi Qiao scoffed, well aware of her friend's tendencies, often enamored with one man after another. However, Ruan Mingyi's acerbic tongue had proven too much for any suitor, leaving her without a genuine romantic relationship to date. Which man has captured your affection for more than a month? That is not my fault. They failed to maintain my interest. Indeed, you are always right. At that moment, Yi Qiao's phone illuminated. It was a call from her boyfriend, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Mingyi, my boyfriend is calling me. I'll step outside to take this call. You stay here and sober up. Understood, love-struck fool, Mingyi replied, with a playful smile. Yi Qiao picked up her phone and exited. However, Mingyi paid no heed to her suggestion to sober up. Instead, she retrieved the unfinished bottle of red wine from her bag and resumed drinking. Nearby, 2 men had been observing Mingyi for quite some time and unable to resist. They approached her to strike up a conversation. Beautiful lady, why are you drinking alone? Are you feeling down? Would you like us to join you? Mingyi, with a dazed gaze, glanced at the 2 men, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her mood had already soured for the day, and the sight of these unattractive men attempting to flirt only aggravated her further. Did you not look in the mirror before stepping out? How dare you approach me? The man's smile faltered momentarily, but his companion interjected. Miss, your words are a bit harsh. My friend is not unattractive. Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Attractive? I find you slightly more appealing. The man's delight lasted no more than 3 seconds before Mingyi languidly sipped her wine and continued. I perceive a certain rogue charm about you, especially in your eyes. They resemble those of a scoundrel. The second man, undeterred, persisted. It's precisely this fiery personality that makes a beautiful woman intriguing. We merely wish to befriend you. Mingyi frowned. Her stance had been abundantly clear. Why was he still pestering her? You wish to befriend someone like me? Your salary might as well have been spent on refunds for items purchased on Pinduoduo. There's no need for jest. I drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. You resemble a Rolls-Royce Phantom that has endured a night of rain and has corroded into an Emma electric vehicle. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean I haven't. Enough. Don't pretend to be impressive before me. The only thing that could allow you to pretend is your underwear. Rolls-Royce Phantom? You are merely a mirage. Shen Qingling finally understood why the system had labeled Mingyi's personality as abstract and sharp-tongued. While the 2 men continued their attempts to converse with Mingyi, Shen Qingling approached, intending to persuade them to leave. However, Mingyi suddenly splashed her wine, which was meant for the 2 men, onto Shen Qingling instead. Realizing her mistake, Mingyi staggered to her feet, preparing to speak to Shen Qingling, but as she raised her hand, she accidentally knocked over another glass of wine, dousing herself in the process. Anger surged within her. Why am I so unfortunate today? She looked up, ready to berate the 2 men, only to catch a glimpse of Shen Qingling removing his mask. Chapter 7. Do you have growth there? The red wine trickled from the boy's tousled hair, cascading down his prominent nose, while his sensual lips pressed together slightly, revealing his displeasure. Mingyi, however, was indifferent to his feelings. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, she could not help but swallow hard, her dazed eyes momentarily transfixed. 077. Mingyi's affection value increased by 30. Shen Qingling. To think she is such a superficial admirer of beauty. In the original text, she was the one who scorned Gu Yijin as a mere effeminate. Her standards are exceptionally high. It is entirely normal for her to be captivated by your visage. Nevertheless, her infatuation with men tends to be fleeting, often extinguished within a few days. Your task is to cultivate a lasting interest in her, one that endures over time. Upon hearing 077's description, Shen Qingling gleaned a strategy to win over Ruan Mingyi. With a girl like her, one cannot afford to be overly passionate nor excessively aloof. Rather, one must maintain an elusive proximity, akin to flying a kite, reeling in and letting out, so that she becomes ensnared. Outside, Yi Qiao sensed the discord within and hurriedly ended her phone call to enter. Upon seeing the red wine staining Shen Qingling's face, she realized Ruan Mingyi had caused another debacle. I apologize, handsome. My friend is in a foul mood today and has had too much to drink. I am truly sorry. Whatever compensation you seek, we will. No need. Shen Qingling interjected coldly. Ruan Mingyi would not be attracted to a man lacking in self-respect. Hence he could not afford to demean himself before her. The cafe's waitress, familiar with Ruan Mingyi, leaned in and whispered to Shen Qingling. This cafe belongs to the Ruan family. She is the young lady of the house. It is said that she has a rather foul temper. Another girl, enamored with Shen Qingling, advised, indeed, Shen Qingling, it would be wise not to engage with her, lest you invite trouble. The waitress, fearing a confrontation between Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi, approached with a smile, saying, Miss Ruan, allow me to assist you in changing your attire. Yet, Ruan Mingyi pointed at Shen Qingling and declared, no need for you. I want him to accompany me. Shen Qingling turned to the waitress and said, it's fine. You need not concern yourselves with me to avoid putting you in a difficult position. I shall go instead, as I would feel remorseful if my presence adversely affected the establishment's performance. The waitress gazed at Shen Qingling with astonishment, her cheeks flushing. Previously, she had perceived him as excessively cold and aloof, too intimidating to approach. However, she now realized he was quite gentle and considerate. A captivating blend of external chill and internal warmth. Yi Qiao tugged at Ruan Mingyi's sleeve. What are you doing, Mingyi? You've drenched him in red wine and have yet to apologize. Ruan Mingyi, swaying, grasped Shen Qingling's arm. Shen Qingling, right? I apologize. I'll go to the restroom to offer you my apologies. She nearly lost her balance and fell into Shen Qingling's embrace. He furrowed his brow. Yi Qiao stepped forward to support Ruan Mingyi, addressing Shen Qingling. I'll help her inside. Would you join us? Shen Qingling nodded and followed the two into the restroom. Fortunately, the restroom had separate stalls. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. Yi Qiao guided Ruan Mingyi into a stall to change her clothes. Shen Qingling stood at the sink, washing the red wine from his face, though the stains on his clothing would take longer to remove. He raised his eyes to the mirror, finding that the dampness enhanced his appearance. Then, he heard Ruan Mingyi's voice, whose chest is larger, mine or that woman's. You are the greatest. She is merely a transient affair. But why is he with that woman instead of being with me? Your mockery of him must have infuriated him. What did I say? You expressed a longing for a lasting relationship, yet the duration was fleeting, and what should have endured did not. Did I truly say that? Yet, I have never shared a bed with him. I haven't even touched his hand. You inquired with his ex-girlfriend, who lamented to him about their quarrel, resulting in him blocking you. Ah yes, I wondered why I craved a drink today. Yi Qiao sighed in exasperation at the sight of this inebriated individual, and after changing her clothes, she assisted Ruan Mingyi out. Ruan Mingyi, upon spotting Shen Qingling, beamed and pushed Yi Qiao's hand away, leaning closer to him, exclaiming, You are so handsome, far more so than the men I used to admire. Noticing Shen Qingling's silence, she pouted in dissatisfaction and poked his chest. Why are you not speaking? Oh, I forgot to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to splash you. I intended to douse those two unattractive individuals. You're handsome, so I wouldn't splash you, hee. Miss Ruan, you've had too much to drink. I must return to work, Shen Qingling stated, attempting to leave, but Ruan Mingyi grasped his hand and leaned into his embrace. Fearing she might fall, he instinctively supported her waist with one hand. The delightful scent of her perfume intertwined with the aroma of red wine, enveloping Shen Qingling. The woman was as supple as water, and a slight inclination revealed her alluring curves. No, this can't be. Are you new here? How have I never seen you before? If I had, who would still fancy that idle man? Ruan Mingyi was evidently intoxicated, unable to maintain her balance, relying entirely on Shen Qingling's support. As he gazed down at her, he had to admit, Ruan Mingyi was indeed stunning. The flush of her cheeks from drink added an irresistible allure to her femininity. Miss Ruan, I must attend to my duties, Shen Qingling stated calmly. Ruan Mingyi, in her drunken state, absorbed none of his words. She looked up at him, her youthful lashes adorned with droplets of moisture, softening the coldness in his expression, revealing a hint of innocent charm. Shen Qingling, your lashes are so long. Do they grow there? Yi Qiao's eyes widened in shock, swiftly pulling Ruan Mingyi away from Shen Qingling. I apologize, my friend is intoxicated. She doesn't usually behave this way. Her personality can be a bit eccentric. The term eccentric has become a refuge for many foolish individuals. Shen Qingling's words were as unyielding as ever. As a drunken Ruan Mingyi, Yi Qiao, the sober one, felt even more embarrassed. Typically, Ruan Mingyi would not act this way. Had she been sober, her interaction with such a handsome man as Shen Qingling would have merely involved requesting contact details, followed by attempts to woo him with her wealth, inviting him for dinner. If she liked him, she would engage further. If not, she would simply move on. Yet, in her current state of inebriation, she boldly expressed herself to Shen Qingling, and upon regaining her senses, she would undoubtedly wish to retreat into a hole. Ruan Mingyi is a person who values her pride above all else. In her eyes, face is of paramount importance. If someone displeases her, no matter how much she may have once liked them, her affections will swiftly dissipate. Shen Qingling glanced at the red wine stain on her clothing, frowning as she said, "Miss, I must return to work now. It would be wise for you to take your friend home. Otherwise, one cannot predict what might transpire." Yi Qiao replied, "I apologize for the inconvenience. We shall take our leave now. I will ensure the establishment compensates you for today's incident." Shen Qingling responded, "There's no need for that. It is merely part of the job." She was not interested in their compensation, which only served to make Yi Qiao feel more indebted. Yi Qiao escorted Ruan Mingyi back to the Ruan residence. As Ruan Mingyi lay on the sofa, she groggily answered a call from her father. "Hello, Dad. If you miss me, just call. It's still the same number from the bank." After uttering these words, she hung up, leaving Yi Qiao to sigh in exasperation. Ruan Mingyi's parents had divorced when she was very young, and her father had since been preoccupied with his business, rarely showing concern for her. Consequently, their relationship remained strained. Aside from financial matters, they had little communication. After a long day, Yi Qiao also felt fatigued and dozed off beside her. When Ruan Mingyi awoke, darkness had fallen. Rubbing her head, she frowned. "Ugh, why does my head hurt so much? What happened?" She recalled being blocked by that leech of a man. Having a few drinks with Yi Qiao, then visiting a CAF, and drinking some more. Suddenly, she sat up with realization. She had flirted with a handsome man. Chapter 8. How tall is Shen Qingling really? A shrill scream filled the 500-square-foot living room as Ruan Mingyi frantically exclaimed, "Yi Qiao, wake up!" Yi Qiao groggily opened her eyes. Mingyi, you're awake. Are you hungry? Should I call the kitchen for something to eat?" At that moment, Ruan Mingyi had no appetite. Her expression was one of shock as she stared blankly ahead. Did I today commit an unforgivable act towards a handsome man? Yi Qiao stretched lazily. "Oh, you remember. I thought you might forget. You were rather bold with him, making outrageous remarks, hugging and touching him. Thankfully, he was in good spirits and did not take offense." Ruan Mingyi buried her face into an expensive pillow worth 80,000, her muffled voice tinged with embarrassment. "Oh my heavens, how could I have said such things? I actually asked him how tall he is. But how tall is Shen Qingling, really? Given his height? He likely isn't lacking in stature." She hadn't intended to probe. She merely dared to tease verbally, but when it came to action, she faltered. Ruan Mingyi was inherently reserved, and her behavior towards Shen Qingling could only be described as reckless. The thought of her infatuated demeanor earlier made her wish she could travel back in time and reprimand her former self. Yi Qiao reassured her. "Don't dwell on it too much. Just apologize when you have the chance. After all, he works at the CAF in your family's establishment, so it shouldn't be a significant issue." No, it is a very significant issue. Upon recalling Shen Qingling's handsome visage, her heart raced once more. Even the way the youth frowned and coldly rejected her was strikingly appealing. "Qiao Qiao, I genuinely admire that face. Had it not been for the awkward circumstances, I could have maintained the demeanor of a poised and aloof young lady before him. Now, in his eyes, I must seem like a fervent and indiscreet admirer. Indeed, your previous demeanor was hard to behold. What should I do? With your beauty and wealth, which man could possibly resist you? As long as you temper your sharp tongue. I believe there is still a glimmer of hope. After all, you were inebriated at the time, which is somewhat understandable. But just what? I perceive that Shen Qingling possesses an air of aloofness. Unlike men who would easily be swayed by money, he likely differs greatly from the type you previously favored." Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "What of it? Isn't that even better? I would hardly be enamored with a man who could be easily influenced by wealth." Ruan Mingyi soon managed to acquire Shen Qingling's WeChat, intending to employ her old methods to approach him. However, although she obtained his WeChat, Shen Qingling did not accept her request. Ruan Mingyi furrowed her brow. Was he busy, or had he simply forgotten? Thus, she added a note stating her name and that she was there to apologize, sending another friend request to Shen Qingling, but regrettably, he still did not agree. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling's phone lit up. A glance confirmed it was a friend request from Ruan Mingyi. 077. Are you not inclined to accept Ruan Mingyi's request? Shen Qingling. I never said I couldn't agree. It's just not the right time. I cannot allow Ruan Mingyi to approach you too easily. Otherwise, if she gains access too readily, she will find it uninteresting, fail to cherish it, and certainly will not invest genuine emotion. Ruan Mingyi's character is defined by a lack of love. She falls for every person she encounters, and such affections are superficial, devoid of sincerity. She seeks emotional release from someone because of her need for affection. It matters little to her who that person is, which is not true fondness. Shen Qingling does not wish to become just another inconsequential conquest for Ruan Mingyi. He desires her genuine heart. One can infer from this that Ruan Mingyi's upbringing was likely adverse, not in terms of finances, but emotionally. Otherwise, how could someone of her background lack love? It is the absence of complete and sufficient affection within her family that has fostered her transient affections, leading her to easily swap her affections for others. Individuals like her struggle to learn how to truly love someone. The love Ruan Mingyi offers is not authentic. She merely hopes to receive the affection she craves through this misguided approach. However, it is evident that her distorted romantic persona makes it exceedingly challenging for her to discover true love, thus leaving her in a perpetual quest, forever unfulfilled. Families marked by perfection, with loving parents who dote on their children, are more likely to nurture well-adjusted individuals. Children endowed with the capacity to love tend to possess a brighter and more vibrant inner world. They do not seek extreme affection from others, but are more inclined to offer love freely. Why would they yearn for what they already possess? Shen Qingling has encountered many individuals like Ruan Mingyi, regardless of gender, who ultimately leave their beloveds emotionally scarred. Shen Qingling harbors the hope of transforming her, provided that there is still hope for redemption. He glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearly midnight. He must retire promptly, as he has an early class the following morning. As a diligent student, punctuality is paramount. The original owner rented an apartment off campus for the convenience of work, situated a mere 10-minute walk from the school. The next morning, Shen Qingling arose and opened his wardrobe, only to fall silent at the sight of an array of identical shirts. Fortunately, it is spring, and he has jackets and coats to wear. Otherwise, one might mistake him for donning the same white shirt daily. He donned a mask and a trench coat before stepping outside. The original owner had a penchant for masks, a preference Shen Qingling shares. The former wore one for modesty, wishing to avoid drawing excessive attention, while Shen Qingling, accustomed to being a star in a previous life, does so to conceal his identity and evade paparazzi and obsessive fans. Arriving early at the classroom, he immediately commanded the attention of his peers. In his past life, Shen Qingling was a top-tier actor, possessing both star power and acting prowess, and was a staple in high-fashion publications. While it is often said that female celebrities steal the spotlight on the red carpet, Shen Qingling consistently outshone them. He seems to possess an innate charm, particularly evident in his gait and gestures, inexplicably more appealing than the average individual. To put it poetically, he exudes starlight. More plainly, he has an exceptionally attractive physique. In truth, Shen Qingling's allure is the result of rigorous training. As an accomplished actor, every movement and expression has been practiced countless times before the mirror. He knows precisely how to smile most captivatingly and how to cry most movingly. Placed among ordinary people, such a man would undoubtedly create a striking disparity, leaving few women able to resist his charm. Removing his mask, Shen Qingling casually selected a seat. As usual, few dared to sit beside him, for his notorious aloofness naturally kept others at bay. Otherwise, even those who sat nearby would only sense an aura of coldness, evoking a feeling of humiliation. No one wishes to approach and face such an icy demeanor. However, today the discussions surrounding him were more abundant than ever. Have you noticed that Shen Qingling seems to have become even more handsome? One student remarked. I feel the same. He seems different somehow, yet his face remains unchanged. And he is still the same person, quite peculiar. Could it be that the recent viral photo has cast a fan filter over him? Does Shen Qingling's face even need a fan filter? His handsomeness is quite evident. Even as a man, I find him undeniably attractive. It is an objective truth that cannot be denied. He is handsome, no one disputes that, but it seems he possesses an even greater charm today than before. The same trench coat, yet it exudes an entirely different aura on him. When he entered wearing a mask, it was as if he were strutting down a runway. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity. Chapter 9. The Stoic Brother. Shen Qingling was inundated with the incessant notifications of his heartthrob points echoing in his mind, which had seamlessly transformed into credits. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Charm, 25. Beauty, 93. Health, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 21. Heartthrob points, 117. Credits, 29. 799. Golden finger, none. Progress with goddess, 0. Expand. Song Jining progress, 85. Chu Jiao progress, 30. Ruan Mingyee progress, 32. Counterattack progress, 10. Mainline progress, 3. Side quests. Activated. Expand. Side quest 1. Acquire Chu Jiao's regret points. Progress, 0. Shen Qingling had originally possessed just over 3,000 credits. But thanks to yesterday's trending topic and the heartthrob points provided by the girls at school today, his credits had surged to over 20,000. Such a significant increase in merely a day indicates the importance of maintaining consistent exposure. Heartthrob points are indeed valuable. As long as I can sustain my visibility, I should amass 100,000 credits in no time. Yes, once the host accumulates sufficient credits, they can unlock various storylines and character endings. The system store offers a plethora of items. Would the host care to take a look? Are the items you speak of legitimate? Of course, they are genuine items. Although, there are also some less reputable ones. As long as the host has credits, nothing is out of reach. Upon perusing the system store, Shen Qingling found it to be a veritable cornucopia of wares, including some rather risky items. Clearly, this is not a conventional system. However, with his current credits, he could afford nothing, merely a spectator in this marketplace. Before long, the teacher entered, prompting Shen Qingling to set aside his thoughts and pay attention to the lesson. Despite inheriting the original owner's memories and knowledge, neglecting his studies could lead to regression. He could not afford to transition from an academic prodigy to a lackluster student. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyee had risen early to meticulously apply her makeup before heading to the CAF. Upon learning that Shen Qingling only worked part-time here on weekends, a look of disappointment crossed her face. Xiao, he is not here. I told you, today is Thursday. Shen Qingling is a student at Jiang University. He must be in class right now. I heard he is quite the academic star. I saw him trending on Weibo this morning. It's really him. I saw that post too. The photo was indeed striking. No wonder you fell for him at first sight. Alas, he hasn't even accepted my friend request on WeChat. Otherwise, we could go to his school to find him. Aren't you afraid he might ignore you? I simply intend to apologize to him and accompany him to purchase a new outfit, presenting it as compensation. After all, I have a valid excuse. Ruan Mingyee believed her plan was flawless. The justification was indeed reasonable. Now it depended on whether Shen Qingling could bear to refuse her. Ruan Mingyee was quite familiar with Jiang University, as the Ruan family had donated a building to the institution, and she had dined with the school as board members, making her entry into Jiang University a trivial matter. Upon seeing the youthful faces on campus, she suddenly felt a twinge of age, devoid of that vibrant aura of youth. Ruan Mingyee let out a sigh. So young. Yi Qiao chuckled. Why the sudden nostalgia? You've only graduated 2 years ago. You speak as if you're middle-aged. It's different. 2 years post-graduation makes one a seasoned veteran. The clarity and naivety perceived by college students are qualities we, who have entered the workforce, can no longer possess. Come on, what do you call a job? Sitting for a couple of hours, pretending to work while sipping coffee. And you haven't even turned on your computer. Does that count as a job? How annoying. You won't even allow me a moment of reflection. If I had to live such a life, I might as well leap from a building. As Ruan Mingyee and Yi Qiao conversed, they approached the exterior of Shen Qingling's classroom. Ruan Mingyee instantly spotted the poised young man seated within. Yi Qiao remarked, how is it that he is even handsome in class? It's like a scene from a drama. Ruan Mingyee replied, those pretty boys cannot compare to his charm. It's still Cold-Faced Brother who captivates. Cold-Faced Brother was the nickname Ruan Mingyee had given to Shen Qingling. Although Ruan Mingyee was somewhat abstract in nature, she recognized that interrupting someone's class was inappropriate. So she and Yi Qiao leaned against the corridor railing to chat. Even so, they attracted the attention of several students inside the classroom, including a boy and a girl seated in front of Shen Qingling. Wow. There are 2 stunning beauties outside. Their figures are exquisite, their skin flawless, and their legs long. How enviable. Which department are they from? Such beauty shouldn't be so obscure. They might not even be from our school. Just look at their attire. They clearly come from wealth, unlikely to be students. I'm just a simpleton. unable to discern the luxury brands they wear. I recall that bag costs over $1 million, right? Shen Qingling did not spare them a glance, remaining absorbed in his studies. On the surface, it appeared so, yet he was already aware of who had arrived outside. He remained unperturbed, deaf to the outside chatter, earning admiration from the girls in his class. Look at the few boys in our class. Their jaws are nearly on the floor. Yet Shen Qingling hasn't even lifted his gaze. It seems beauty holds no allure for him. Perhaps the allure of knowledge is more enticing. My idol doesn't even regard the campus flower. To him, even the most beautiful woman is merely a facade. At that moment, another boy retorted, isn't it that he knows he possesses no merits beyond his looks? Which woman would wish to gaze upon his lifeless face daily? Exactly. He probably lacks the funds to even buy his girlfriend a dress. He must work to earn his tuition. Does he dare to pursue such beauties? They surely wouldn't be interested in a penniless fellow like him. Ha ha ha. Those two beautiful women combined are worth his entire lifetime. I believe his reluctance to engage in romance stems solely from a fear of embarrassment. If you ladies were to discover how miserly he is in private, who would still idolize him as a male deity, daydreaming about him? His fleeting sense of superiority would be utterly diminished. You see, Shen Qingling is merely financially constrained at present. That does not imply he will always remain so. You few should just stew in your jealousy. A group of boys chuckled, their faces flushed from earlier discussions about Shen Qingling's youthful demeanor. How infuriating. They only know how to attack him for being poor. A truly pitiful bunch. Before long, the bell rang, and students began to filter out of the classroom, some engaging in conversation with Ruan Mingyi, yet she maintained an icy demeanor. Whispers circulated among the students regarding whom Ruan Mingyi and her companion had come to find. Might they be searching for Qingchuan, Xie or perhaps Shen Qingling? Surely it cannot be Shen Qingling, who would dare approach him so boldly, fearing his disdain. Thus, it must be Xie, as he has quite a number of admirers. Could Xie truly attract someone of such beauty? I find that hard to believe. Then it must be Qingchuan. He is rather handsome as well. As Shen Qingling stepped out of the classroom, he immediately spotted Ruan Mingyi. Their eyes met for a moment before he attempted to turn away. But Ruan Mingyi blocked his path. Hello, Shen Qingling. Do you remember me? Chapter 10. The alleged poor deity loses dignity for money. Shen Qingling's expression remained stoic as he lowered his gaze to Ruan Mingyi, maintaining his characteristic coldness. The slight pursing of his lips betrayed a hint of impatience. Miss Ruan, is there something you need? Ruan Mingyi, unfazed by his frosty demeanor, beamed at him. I'm glad to see you remember me. Shen Qingling replied with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Ruan has left a profound impression on me. I am here to apologize for yesterday's incident. I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of goodwill. Would that be acceptable? That won't be necessary. It suffices that you do not disrupt my life, Miss Ruan. It's merely dinner. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your position at the CAF, would you? Shen Qingling frowned. Are you threatening me? Ruan Mingyi blinked innocently. How could that be considered a threat? It's merely a small tactic to forge a friendship. Shen Qingling replied coolly. Then feel free to terminate my employment. Ruan Mingyi perceived his indifference. For him, this job was merely a side gig, easily replaceable, and he had no inclination to entertain her. However, Ruan Mingyi was undeterred. With a raised eyebrow, she remarked, surely you wouldn't want everyone at that establishment to lose their jobs over your single choice. Ruan Mingyi noted that Shen Qingling had been quite protective of those girls just yesterday. It appeared he was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. He likely possessed a warm core beneath his frosty exterior. A man like that, if allowed into her heart, would surely reveal his full tenderness and affection. What Ruan Mingyi desired most was an intense, unwavering love. If it were to be the same as everyone else's, she would prefer to forego it entirely. Sure enough, Shen Qingling wavered at her words. He parted his lips but ultimately refrained from uttering a refusal. Just this once. Excellent. I trust Miss Ruan will keep her word. I cannot deceive men. Yu Chao cast a glance at Ruan Mingyi, finding it hard to believe her words. Shen Qingling glanced at her phone to check the time, remarking, however, I still have a class. Miss Ruan, perhaps you could find a place to pass the time. Ruan Mingyi's eyes, as alluring as a fox's, curved with amusement. Though she detested Shen Qingling, she still addressed her politely as Miss Ruan. In truth, Shen Qingling was rather easy to tease. As long as one was unafraid of her frosty demeanor and persisted, she would not retaliate. May I accompany you to class? Ruan inquired casually. The classroom is not my domain. All right, then let us go together. Thus, the two stunningly beautiful women followed Shen Qingling as they departed. Those who had previously mocked Shen Qingling fell silent. Are they truly seeking Shen Qingling? Would they come looking for you instead? Do the wealthy really judge by appearances? Shen Qingling's demeanor is so aloof, yet they approach her. Don't be bitter. It's simply that Shen Qingling possesses an undeniable charm. The girl conversing with Shen Qingling was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even the campus flower. It was as if handsome men and lovely women were walking together in a scene from a campus drama. Shen Qingling stood at 188 centimeters, the quintessential male lead height. Unlike some who, if deceived into traveling to Myanmar, might end up discovering they had been misled regarding their footwear. As Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi, along with Yi Qiao, traversed the academic building, they were photographed and the image was shared online, garnering significant attention from onlookers. Shen Qingling had become a sensation, with admirers capturing his image wherever he went. Some boys, aware of Ruan Mingyi's identity, took to the forum to spread rumors, claiming Shen Qingling was being kept by a wealthy young lady. Shock. Jiang University's heartthrob Shen Qingling is allegedly a kept man. Has the impoverished male deity sacrificed his dignity for money? This individual boldly revealed Ruan Mingyi's identity within the post. Ruan Mingyi's reputation in high society was not particularly favorable. She often dined with various handsome men, many of whom were known to be living off the wealth of others. Thus, a conclusion was drawn that Shen Qingling, too, was a man who traded his dignity for financial gain. Numerous envious boys flocked to ridicule Shen Qingling, speaking as if they had witnessed him compromising himself firsthand. Most girls adopted a spectator's attitude, while some directly condemned the poster for spreading falsehoods, igniting a fierce debate among fans. In a certain classroom, Song Jining's friend tapped her shoulder. Ning Ning, Shen Qingling is with two beautiful women. What is going on? The post claims he is being supported by a rich young lady. Song Jining frowned as she glanced at the post, scoffing. That's impossible. Though Shen Qingling may not be financially well off, he would never stoop to such a level. How can you be so certain? Is it merely because he once rescued you? You wouldn't understand. I just know he is not that kind of person. But Shen Qingling has never been this close to any girl before. Perhaps those two ladies are the ones pursuing him. This isn't the first time such a scenario has unfolded. Considering this, Song Jining rose and walked out. She had decided to skip class. She arrived at the classroom where Shen Qingling was, only to find Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao seated on either side of him. And the students around were whispering amongst themselves. Shen Qingling remained unfazed, his expression composed. Song Jining furrowed her brows, realizing that Shen Qingling seemed unaware of the rumors circulating about him. She took a seat behind him and gently poked his back with her index finger. Turning around, Shen Qingling saw it was Song Jining, and his stern demeanor softened instantly. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Oh, it's you. Song Jining's face flushed immediately. What was happening to her? Just the sight of Shen Qingling's smile quickened her heartbeat. How pathetic. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi squinted at the scene. She had never witnessed Shen Qingling smile like that before. What was going on? Ruan Mingyi scrutinized Song Jining more closely and recognized her as the girl Shen Qingling had saved, who had recently trended on social media. A mix of irritation and envy stirred within her. It seemed Shen Qingling was not cold towards everyone. He had never smiled at her in such a manner. Ruan Mingyi's heart stirred with a score of 5. Song Jining's presence evidently provoked Ruan Mingyi, who narrowed her eyes at the two. Shen Qingling inquired, "Is there something you need from me?" Song Jining nearly forgot her original intent. She collected her thoughts and stated seriously, "There are rumors circulating about you and this young lady beside you." She glanced at Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. What rumors are they spreading about me and him? They say Shen Qingling is a kept man, supported by you, Song Jining replied. Ruan Mingyi burst into laughter. I wouldn't mind that, but he seems unwilling. Shen Qingling, maintaining his calm demeanor, remarked, "Those are merely baseless rumors." Song Jining pouted, "But I do not wish for you to be misunderstood." A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Qingling's eyes, and Song Jining then realized the ambiguity of her words. Her face turned crimson as she stammered an explanation. "No, what I mean is, things you haven't done shouldn't be misconstrued. In any case, I believe your relationship with this young lady is entirely innocent." Ruan Mingyi, being a few years older than Song Jining, could read the girl's emotions like an open book. A dangerous smile crept across her face. "Little sister, this is not a misunderstanding. I genuinely wish to support him." Song Jining frowned. "Miss, regardless of your intentions, you should know that this will cast a negative light on Shen Qingling, who is clearly not that kind of person." Ruan Mingyi acknowledged the impropriety of her words and extended her hand. "Let me see the post." Song Jining opened the thread and handed her phone to Ruan Mingyi. The woman's crimson nails glided across the screen as her amusement deepened with each line she read. Her interest peaked. She read aloud, Shen Qingling submits to the tyranny of the young lady for money. It seems the young lady has thoroughly indulged in him. The fact that Shen Qingling has been absent all weekend suggests he may have been engaged in less than honorable activities. How much has the young lady offered him? If only you had said you were willing to do this. I could have provided the same. Must it be Ruan Mingyi? Is it not acceptable to yield under my intimidating presence? My family is no poorer than hers. Shen Qingling appears to possess considerable stamina. Can a young lady manage on her own? Perhaps you should include me. Do you all consider Shen Qingling to be white or pink? Originally intended as a post condemning Shen Qingling, the comments below have taken a rather unexpected turn, with few criticizing her. While many seem preoccupied with when it might be their turn, Shen Qingling could no longer tolerate it. He snatched the phone away and turned off the screen. Enough. Ruan Mingyi glanced at him, noticing a flush on Shen Qingling's ears. The usually aloof youth was now brimming with shyness, a delicate blush gracing his fair skin. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered, is Shen Qingling white or pink? Shen Qingling, are you white or? He swiftly covered her lips with his hand, his flustered expression appearing both contrasting and endearing to Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, gaining her 10 points of affection. Shen Qingling's understanding of Ruan Mingyi's preferences deepened. She evidently favored this type. Ruan Mingyi chuckled as she pushed his hand away. Are you embarrassed? No, he retorted, his stubbornness particularly amusing. The comments discussing the positions of her and Shen Qingling were equally entertaining. Ruan Mingyi sighed, I too am quite unfortunate, though I have gained nothing. It sounds as if I've received everything. Shen Qingling replied, enough, let us not dwell on this topic. Such posts will soon fade away. Ruan Mingyi countered, but you'll still be dining with me later, won't you? Won't the rumors only escalate? If you're aware, then perhaps we should not dine together. That won't do. How can you go back on your word? Song Jining did not expect Ruan Mingyi to be so audacious, every word seemingly teasing Shen Qingling. Summoning her courage, she proposed, then let me join you. What is there to discuss with 4 of us? Shen Qingling replied, but I do not wish to involve you. This matter does not concern you. You saved me. You are my savior. Besides, I've already been the subject of gossip these past few days. It's fine. Let me accompany you. Ruan Mingyi felt somewhat displeased. Yet since Shen Qingling had indeed been slandered because of her, she found it difficult to refuse. Very well. Let us include her. It's merely one more person at dinner, after all. All right. In the time that followed, Shen Qingling ceased to engage with Ruan Mingyi, focusing earnestly on his class. Ruan Mingyi rested her head on her hand, tilting her face to observe him, her captivating fox-like eyes ensnaring attention. That fervent gaze was utterly impossible to ignore. Shen Qingling sighed. Must you look at me like that? Ruan Mingyi replied, I am here to see you. Why else would I be sitting here? Shen Qingling found himself at a loss for words. After a while, Ruan Mingyi grew drowsy, primarily due to the teacher's monotonous lecture, and soon dozed off on her desk. It seemed that any insomnia vanished the moment one entered the classroom. Sleeping peacefully, Ruan Mingyi appeared quite obedient, smiling in her dreams. Shen Qingling listened intently and realized it was indeed pink. Shen Qingling harbors little animosity towards Ruan Mingyi, this rather abstract older sister figure. In fact, he finds her quite intriguing. Regrettably, in order to uphold his aloof male deity persona and strategically engage with her, he must maintain his cool demeanor in the early stages, leaving Ruan Mingyi destined to be deprived of his smile for the time being. Gujia, Cheng Wang. When do you plan to bring that child back? With a single statement, when Sulan instantly brought the previously jovial dining gathering to a chilling halt. The mere thought of her child suffering outside tugged at her heartstrings. Gu Chengwang replied, I only received news this afternoon, and it remains uncertain. There is no need for haste. Let us wait until we can ensure absolute certainty before bringing him back. I shall not allow the flesh and blood of the Gu family to be lost. When Sulan, agitated, retorted, there can be no mistake. Just look at the photograph. It is undeniably him. This child is the very image of his grandfather. Why invoke the memory of someone who has been dead for so many years? Gu Qingwang's expression darkened at the mention of his father-in-law. When Sulan, feeling disheartened, lowered her head, refraining from further speech. Gu Yutong scoffed, Aunt Wen, you have nurtured your child for so many years. Yet you sit here consumed with thoughts of the one who is yet to return. As Gu Qingwang's second wife, when Sulan had long endured the disdain of Gu Yutong, who spoke with unfiltered candor. Gu Yijuan sighed, Sister, please refrain from speaking to our mother in such a manner. Ultimately, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, our younger brother would not have been left to wander outside and suffer so greatly. When he returns, I shall leave. As long as the family remains harmonious, I shall find peace. Gu Yutong, however, cherished her considerate and obedient younger brother and naturally opposed his departure. What are you saying, Eugene? The Gu family is more than capable of supporting you. After so many years of shared life, even without blood ties, we share bonds of affection. Rest assured. Even upon his return, you will always be my brother. There will always be a room for you here. Aunt Wen, would you not agree? Gu Yutong turned to Wen Sulan, who offered a strained smile, her gaze towards Gu Yijuan laden with complexity. Wen Sulan recognized that Gu Yijuan was indeed a good child. The fault lay with her mother and grandmother. Gu Yijuan was innocent, yet it was their family that had led to her child's misfortune, and thus, she found her bond with Gu Yijuan not as close as it once was. Gu Yijuan's grandmother, Feign, served as the Gu family's housekeeper. When Wen Sulan was pregnant, the Gu family had invited her to care for Wen during her confinement. In the Gu household, Wen Sulan was seldom favored and held little standing. However, Feign was exceptionally kind to her, and she trusted her implicitly. Who could have foreseen that Feign, driven by greed upon witnessing the Gu family's affluence, would conspire to switch the children after Wen Sulan gave birth? Furthermore, with her daughter's premarital pregnancy being a scandal in their village, Feign sought to eliminate any trace of their transgression by having her daughter drown Wen Sulan's son. Yet, upon witnessing Shen Qingling's tender visage, her daughter could not bring herself to commit such an act and ultimately abandoned him at an orphanage, where Shen Qingling endured countless hardships. While Gu Yijuan basked in the affection of the Gu family, especially Feign, who devoted herself wholeheartedly to Gu Yijin, caring for him even more than Wen Sulan did. Everyone believed her attentiveness stemmed from gratitude towards Wen Sulan, but in truth, it was because Gu Yijin was her biological grandson. This year, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Feign suddenly went mad and revealed everything that had transpired in the past, making Wen Sulan wish she could strangle her. Gu Yijin repeatedly admitted his faults before Wen Sulan, pleading for her to spare Feign. In a fit of desperation, Wen Sulan slapped him, which led to a fierce argument between Gu Chewang and Wen Sulan. The situation left Gu Yijin feeling quite awkward in front of Wen Sulan. Gu Yijin was originally seen as the heir that Gu Chewang had high hopes for, yet no one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Gu Chewang still placed great importance on blood relations, as long as his own son was not a complete failure. He would never hand over the Gu family to an outsider like Gu Yijin. After all, years of father-son bond meant Gu Chewang held some affection for Gu Yijin, so it would not be in his nature to heartlessly cast him out. Allowing him to manage a small company for a living would not pose a significant issue. The Gu family had envisioned everything perfectly, yet they underestimated Gu Yijin's ambition and resentment, as well as his cold-blooded nature. Gu Yijin had known since childhood that he was not a true member of the Gu family. Feig's excessive kindness towards him felt abnormal, and her private endearments calling him precious grandson had raised his suspicions long ago, leading him to investigate and ultimately confirm his origins. He had thought the secret could be concealed for a lifetime, but that old woman's sudden madness brought everything to light. Gu Yijin looked at Wen Sulan with hopeful anticipation and asked, "Mother, are you like my sister as well?" Wen Sulan forced a smile and replied, "Yes, your sister is correct. Even if he returns, the Gu family will always be your home." Could Gu Yijin not perceive Wen Sulan's reluctance? His urgent desire to eliminate Shen Qingling stemmed from his awareness that the Gu family would no longer regard him as they once did. Moreover, Shen Qingling was exceedingly talented, and Gu Chewang would undoubtedly bequeath the family fortune to his biological child, not to this pretender. Unless Shen Qingling vanished, hope would remain elusive. Therefore, it was imperative that Shen Qingling did not win the affection and acknowledgement of the Gu family. Chapter 12. The underlying currents among women. Gu Yijin displayed a gentle yet feigned smile, saying, "That is good. When my brother returns home, I will treat him as my own, compensating him for all the love you have withheld these years. Whatever it is, I shall offer it to him." Lin Qingdai, who had been silently listening for a long time, softly smiled and remarked, "What do you mean by offering? Isn't that already his by right? Brother Jean, you truly have a sense of humor." Lin Qingdai was the daughter of a close friend of Gu Chewang, and after the Lin family encountered misfortune, she was left as the sole daughter. Before his passing, Lin's father entrusted her to Gu Chewang, and thus she grew up within the Gu household. Gu Yijin cast a glance at Lin Qingdai, his expression shifting to one of disappointment as he sighed bitterly. Is it that Qingdai despises me because she knows I am not a child of the Gu family? Yet, I wish for none of this to occur. If it were possible, I would rather endure the suffering outside than let my brother face it. At this point, Gu Yijin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, embodying a visage of guilt and torment. Gu Yutong gently stroked his head and remarked, "Ah Jin, you are so understanding. Where else could one find such a wonderful brother? Rest assured, sister will always stand by your side." As for the newcomer, a cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. What can a child raised in an orphanage possibly be worth? Likely no better than a wild child from the countryside. It is fortunate enough if he doesn't bring shame to the Gu family. Lin Qingdai furrowed her brow and coughed lightly. Sister, I shall head to school first. I will return to meet our true brother once he is home. The phrase true brother pierced Gu Yijin's heart deeply. He could not fathom why Lin Qingdai had been so antagonistic towards him lately, when he had previously been nothing more than a quiet, inconspicuous presence. Gu Qingwang had little desire to discuss the matter. If the child was his, he would take him in. Otherwise, he would not concern himself further. There was no point in extensive conversation. Only when Sulan was preoccupied with this issue, knowing that Shen Qingling was studying at Jiang University, she hastily left her meal unfinished to rush there. At the cafeteria, Shen Qingling was dining with Ruan Mingyi and a few others. Indeed, the cafeteria. Although Ruan Mingyi had suggested dining off campus, Shen Qingling was resolute in avoiding such expensive establishments. Thus, Ruan Mingyi acquiesced and accompanied him to the cafeteria. It was the first time in Ruan Mingyi's life that he partook of such simple and unassuming fare. Observing the unappetizing 2 dishes and a soup before him, he frowned. Is this what you typically consume? He received a brief, nonchalant, in response. Ruan Mingyi had intended to flirt with Shen Qingling in an upscale restaurant, not in a bustling cafeteria over a meal favored by vegetarians. It was utterly devoid of romance. Song Jining, witnessing this scene, stifled a laugh. How do you intend to flirt with Shen Qingling in the cafeteria? Though she too was a daughter of a wealthy family, the Song family had always encouraged her to be strong and independent. She shared the same meals and accommodations as her classmates, thus never developing the spoiled habits common among the affluent. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I simply believe the food at Jiang University is delightful. Shen Qingling and I have always dined this way. Perhaps you, as an off-campus student, are unaccustomed to our food. Song Jining's words were quite intriguing. She first emphasized the bond between herself and Shen Qingling, then pointed out Ruan Mingyi's status as an outsider, subtly implying her age superiority over them, which was a blatant mockery. The undercurrents between women often elude men's understanding, but Shen Qingling grasped it clearly. Miss Ruan, if you find it difficult to enjoy the fare of us common folk, there is no need to force yourself, he replied. 077. Song Jining's interest level has increased by 5. Host, your strategy is quite astute. You're using Song Jining to provoke Ruan Mingyi, and in turn, Ruan Mingyi to provoke Song Jining. Truly a masterstroke. Shen Qingling continued. In the eyes of the world, anything that is contested must be of value. Women are often more competitive in this regard than men, though their subtle rivalries are typically imperceptible to the male gaze. Upon closer inspection, however, they bear a hidden sharpness. Ruan Mingyi, apprehensive that Shen Qingling might be displeased and eager to avoid the pitfalls of Song Jining's words, smiled and said, "Not at all. Indulging in an occasional unconventional delicacy can be quite delightful. If you all can partake, why should I refrain? Right, Xiao Qiao? In fact, I used to dine at the cafeteria as well." Yi Qiao, less delicate than Ruan Mingyi, viewed the cafeteria as an opportunity for weight loss. She nodded. Indeed. Mingyi has dined with us at the cafeteria before and even remarked that the dishes are quite healthful. Haha, after 3 days, she lost several pounds. Ruan Mingyi interjected. Isn't it merely a meal at the cafeteria? Song Jining nearly burst into laughter, observing, it seems Miss Ruan and we inhabit entirely different realms. Ruan Mingyi frowned. It's just cafeteria food. I intend to finish every dish today. With that, she began to shove food into her mouth. The scene was somewhat comical. 2 opulent young ladies, dressed in extravagant luxury, sitting at a humble table, consuming cabbage and tofu served on metal trays. Wasn't it said that Shen Qingling had surrendered her dignity for money? Yet here was a young lady, seemingly abandoning her pride to dine in such a manner. Goodness. A bag worth over $1 million casually placed on a greasy table, truly the mark of nobility. Shen Qingling hardly glanced at her, nor uttered many words. Was this what it meant to sacrifice dignity for love? It seemed the true sacrifice of dignity belonged to the young lady. Moreover, with Song Jining nearby, wasn't she the heiress of the Song group as revealed in trending discussions? If Shen Qingling were indeed being kept, could Song Jining still sit there, engaging in light-hearted banter? It appeared that Post was nothing but a fabrication. Alas, there are countless who envy the male lead. Anyone who believes such tales must be a fool. Nonetheless, Shen Qingling is quite impressive. Wan Mingyi's family background is far from ordinary. And for her to bring a young lady to this level is indeed remarkable. Wan Mingyi had encountered aloof men before, but none quite like Shen Qingling. To claim he was impervious to emotions seemed inaccurate, especially when he agreed to dine with a colleague with whom he had little in common. To assert he was easy to pursue would be misleading, as he regarded dining merely as a literal act of eating. Nothing more, nothing less. Shen Qingling, I believe this meal cannot be counted as the one you agreed to. Isn't this dining together? Wan Mingyi questioned. Are you saying my words hold no weight? No. You clearly understand that my notion of dining extends beyond this mere act of eating. Apologies, I was unaware. I thought you merely wished to experience our university's cafeteria. Very well. Even if I wanted to experience the cafeteria, would you accompany me for a meal elsewhere? Dining won't cause you any harm. Song Jining blinked. That may not be certain. Today we merely walked past the academic building and were already the subject of rumors. If we were seen dining at a high-end restaurant, Shen Qingling would find herself in an untenable position. Yi Qiao, dissatisfied, interjected, Miss, may I inquire about your relationship with Shen Qingling? Implying that Song Jining was meddling. Song Jining blinked innocently. We're classmates. Is that not acceptable? Wan Mingyi smiled slyly. Since you are neither his girlfriend nor a suitor, it seems you lack the authority to refuse on his behalf. Song Jining's breath caught. She turned to Shen Qingling, who gazed at her with curiosity. Seemingly intrigued by her persistent demeanor, Song Jining fidgeted with her fingers, feeling a surge of anxiety within. Chapter 13. Chu Jiaojiao's dramatic performance. Aye. Just as Song Jining was about to voice her thoughts, another woman unexpectedly entered the fray. Qingling, is your indifference towards me because of them? Shen Qingling lifted her gaze towards the newcomer. It was Chu Jiaojiao, accompanied by her two roommates, evidently there to confront Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi and Song Jining looked on in confusion at the trio, while Yi Qiao wore an expression of curious anticipation. Another stunning beauty. Shen Qingling's romantic fortunes were indeed flourishing. Chu Jiaojiao epitomized the quintessential campus beauty, pure and enchanting, with flowing hair and long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her white dress. At that moment, she gazed at Shen Qingling with a look of profound disappointment, tears brimming in her eyes, seemingly on the verge of spilling over. Anyone unaware of the circumstances would surely feel empathy for her, mistakenly believing that Shen Qingling had abandoned her. Yet, Shen Qingling remained composed, calmly asking, Is there something you need? Chu Jiaojiao, in disbelief, retorted, Qingling, after all these years of friendship, you can only coldly ask if I need something? Could it be true what they say, that you have been taken under the wing of a wealthy heiress, and thus no longer care for your childhood companion? So, all those promises you made, to always treat me well, putting me first above all, have simply evaporated? You truly have disappointed me. In an instant, Chu Jiaojiao's acting prowess erupted, tears cascading down her cheeks as she portrayed a heartbroken figure. Her roommates, visibly distressed, supported the wavering girl and admonished Shen Qingling, saying, Shen Qingling, how can you treat Jiaojiao this way? She cares for you so deeply. Why inflict such pain upon her? I wondered why you hadn't visited Jiaojiao for so long. It appears you have found a new love. 3 beautiful women. Indeed, you are quite fortunate, O campus deity. We were led to believe you genuinely cared for Jiaojiao, encouraging her to be more proactive, but it seems we were mistaken. A person like you is unworthy of Jiaojiao's sincerity. Enough. Jiaojiao has given her heart, yet someone fails to cherish it. Over a decade of friendship pales in comparison to the allure of wealth. Observing the girl's pitiful demeanor, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What? Is this her childhood friend here to hold him accountable? Even his childhood companion suspects he is being kept. Could it really be true? She is so beautiful, yet so pitiful, to be toyed with by Shen Qingling's affections. What a tale of abandonment. Shen Qingling hardly seems the type. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Shen Qingling appears so aloof and reserved, yet privately he reveals such a side truly eye-opening. Indeed, even the most handsome of men can stray. I wager that girl is likely his girlfriend. My idol could never be that kind of person. I refuse to believe it. with his childhood friend confronting him. All eyes were on Shen Qingling, eager to see how he would respond. Surprisingly, Shen Qingling smiled. Rather than panicking, he walked up to Chu Jiaojiao with a grin. The youthful glint in his eyes did not reach the depths of his soul, tinged with a hint of mockery. Jiaojiao. It seems your acting has improved during our brief separation. Chu Jiaojiao lifted her gaze in disbelief. Qingling, what do you mean? Shouldn't Shen Qingling be flustered and come to comfort her? After all, he was the one most afraid of shedding tears whenever she cried. He would go to great lengths to fulfill even her most whimsical desires. Yet, these past few days, Shen Qingling not only ignored her, but also became embroiled in scandalous rumors with other women. Wasn't he supposed to clarify things with her? Naturally. She dismissed the content of those posts as utter fabrications. She knew Shen Qingling all too well. Regrettably, in her pursuit of financial gain, she felt compelled to tarnish his reputation. I am sorry, Shen Qingling. In the end, as long as I apologize to him later, he will surely forgive me. Such was the audacity of being favored. Upon hearing Chu Jiaojiao's embellished narrative and witnessing Shen Qingling in the company of several women, her roommates readily believed her account, convinced that Shen Qingling had subjected Chu Jiaojiao to emotional neglect and abandoned her. Shen Qingling, how could you speak to Jiaojiao in such a manner? They protested. You three have come together to defame my integrity. What do you expect me to say? Defame you? Which of our words has belittled you? Is it not you who has betrayed Jiaojiao and mingled with those other women? Shen Qingling chuckled. But the mirth in his smile struck terror into Chu Jiaojiao's heart. This was not the Shen Qingling she knew. Had he truly changed? Or had she never genuinely comprehended his true self? Every reaction from Shen Qingling, from the beginning to this moment, was beyond her expectations. Had this situation befallen the original character, he would have undoubtedly rushed to explain himself to Chu Jiaojiao. But he was a man of few words, and thus, she might have successfully slandered him. It seemed that Chu Jiaojiao had indeed received some benefit from Gu Yijing. Otherwise, she would not have staged this performance. Nervously, Chu Jiaojiao inquired, "What is so amusing?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to clarify our relationship," he replied. "We are childhood friends. Stop reading so many novels. Perhaps you should uninstall that app. Speak plainly, do you understand? We are good friends who grew up together. Do good friends resort to betrayal and abandonment?" Chu Jiaojiao gasped, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, "But isn't our mutual affection and unspoken understanding? Indeed. You often visit our school to see Jiaojiao, showering her with gifts and spending lavishly on her. Do you show such attentiveness to other women? If this is not affection, what is?" Shen Qingling nodded. "I have treated her well. I give her whatever she desires and provide her with a monthly allowance." "So you admit it. And so what? Does that mean we are in a romantic relationship? I have always regarded her as a sister. Everything I do for her stems from familial affection, devoid of any romantic feelings. Otherwise, she would not consistently describe me to you as merely her brother. She has never acknowledged any deeper connection between us in your presence, nor am I unaware of her feelings towards me. In her heart, I was merely an ornament to be flaunted, a machine from which she could withdraw at will." Chu Jiaojiao, did you ever hold a shred of genuine affection for me? Shen Qingling lowered his gaze toward Chu Jiaojiao. The sorrow and disappointment in his eyes rendered her utterly speechless. 077. Chu Jiaojiao's emotional value increased by 10, regret value increased by 10. Shen Qingling's eyes were captivating. While Chu Jiaojiao could act, he was a professional actor whose skills surpassed hers, making his performance even more compelling. No one could behold those eyes without feeling moved. Even the onlookers could perceive his sadness, let alone Chu Jiaojiao, who faced those eyes directly. If she had possessed even a modicum of affection for the original owner, she would not have remained indifferent. Chu Jiaojiao was foolish, she was wicked. Yet her heart was not made of stone. Her eyelashes fluttered. Why did the sight of Shen Qingling's eyes evoke such sorrow within her? This should not be the case. She did not harbor feelings for him. She found him dull and uninteresting, resented his concern, and regarded him solely as a means to an end, devoid of any genuine affection. The words she had prepared became lodged in her throat. Chu Jiaojiao felt a pang of guilt. He knew everything. He was aware of her vanity, of her exploitation of him, yet he still foolishly treated her with kindness. Why was he so naive, Shen Qingling? Suddenly, tears streamed down Chu Jiaojiao's face. She was unwilling to answer that question. She should have professed her true feelings, claimed she liked him, asserted their mutual affection, that they were childhood friends, innocent, and untainted. Yet, in that moment, she found herself utterly voiceless. Shen Qingling took out his phone and opened their chat history for her two roommates to see. Do you see? This is the truth you sought. Chapter 14. Shen Qingling, the top of the Jiang University must-eat list. Shen Qingling scrolled through the records meticulously. There was never any suggestive content, only his familial concern and various chat logs of money transfers. In contrast, Chu Jiao frequently devised ways to solicit money from Shen Qingling or insisted he visit her at school with gifts, all to satisfy her vanity and garner the envy of other women. Her roommates were taken aback to realize they had been manipulated by Chu Jiao. In a fit of rage, they slapped her. This woman spoke not a single word of truth. She presented one facade before Shen Qingling and another entirely different one in front of them. Previously, they had jokingly expressed a desire to add Shen Qingling on WeChat, to which Chu Jiao had claimed he was aloof and disinterested. Yet, the records revealed that she had complained to Shen Qingling about them being too clingy, prompting his cold demeanor towards them. You claim we bullied you in the dorm? After all the kindness we've shown you, you dare to slander us like this? I always wondered why you hesitated whenever we asked if you and Shen Qingling were together. Turns out he has no feelings for you at all. You were merely deluding yourself. I have finally seen through you. Wangko had mentioned that you denied your relationship with Shen Qingling in front of the boys, but acted ambiguously with us, fearing it would affect your chances with rich heirs while simultaneously wanting to keep other women away from Shen Qingling. What a scheming woman you are. Every time Shen Qingling encounters a new male acquaintance, you invariably become irate, employing a myriad of justifications to keep him distanced from other women, apprehensive that he might be snatched away. How adept you are. After overhearing the gossips circulating among the onlookers, it seems they too have grasped the situation. Chu Jiao harbors a complete and utter intention to exploit Shen Qingling, treating him as a token for her own display and a mere source of financial gain. Fearing that Shen Qingling could be taken by another woman, she continually seeks to sever his ties with the opposite sex. With a pallid complexion, Chu Jiao was taken aback when Shen Qingling ruthlessly unveiled the facade she had maintained for years. Shen Qingling, retracting his phone, coldly declared, Jiao, this is the last time I shall address you thus. From this moment forth, we are no longer friends. This is the price of your betrayal. Consider your actions wisely. Chu Jiao's heart fluttered with regret, her emotional value increasing by 10. From beginning to end, Shen Qingling remained acutely aware, leaving Chu Jiao utterly defenseless. As Shen Qingling turned to leave, she grasped his hand, pleading, Qingling, let me explain. I did not intend to treat you this way. He methodically pried her fingers apart. You need not explain. I have no desire to comprehend your motives. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. With that, Shen Qingling shook her off and departed without a backward glance. Ruan Mingyi exclaimed in admiration, so handsome, utterly breathtaking. Song Jining nodded foolishly, not just handsome. It feels as though I've witnessed a grand male lead performance. That icy gaze, that enigmatic smile, it has me utterly entranced. Yu Qiao interjected, what are you daydreaming about? He's already left, why not pursue him? Wang Mingyi stood to chase after him, but paused as she passed by Chu Jiao. I was wondering why the floor appeared so pristine. It seems someone has lost face. Chu Jiao, her expression ashen, lifted her gaze to Ruan Mingyi. What is there for you to be smug about? Even without me, he would not fancy you. No one understands him better than I do. His heart is a sealed glacier, and no one has ever ventured within, save for me. Ruan Mingyi retorted, a glacier, you say? How intriguing. I intend to thaw that ice and penetrate his heart. Not only shall I enter, but I will also revel in it, perhaps even live stream it. No need for thanks. Farewell. Yi Qiao raised an eyebrow. Why waste words on someone like her? Let us go? Song Jining shot Chu Jiao a fierce glare, wretched woman. Preying on Shen Qingling's innocence will bring you retribution, mark my words. The trio, each delivering a parting shot, left Chu Jiao fuming as she turned away, her expression dark. This dramatic scene was broadcasted live, trending as the top post. Every movement of Shen Qingling, even the slightest expression, was captured and preserved. How can one's visage be flawless from every conceivable angle? This perspective resembles something from a female-centric narrative, but alas, the actress opposite possesses such beauty that I cannot immerse myself in the story. I would crown Shen Qingling as the pinnacle of the Jiang University must-try list. Shen Qingling is so breathtaking. He eclipses even the finest idol dramas. That line about the price of betrayal sounds like something out of a romance novel. Were it anyone else, I might dismiss it as pretentious, but since it is Shen Qingling, such sentiments cannot be disregarded. Desiring to cohabit with Shen Qingling. Even in the guise of a cockroach, Chu Jiao emerged from her reverie, noticing the additional 10 messages on her phone, yet feeling little joy. Was betraying Shen Qingling for a mere 10 worth it? In that moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. The phone rang, and she answered. Hello. The money has been transferred to you. Keep your mouth shut. If a whisper escapes, beware for your life. I wish to know why you are targeting Shen Qingling. That is not your concern, the voice retorted before abruptly terminating the call. Dazed, Chu Jiao departed. At that moment, when Su Lan stepped out from behind a tree, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Why had someone suddenly begun to target Shen Qingling, who harbored such animosity toward him? Despite her reluctance to entertain the notion, she could not help but suspect Gu Yijin. Could it be him? For now, it was merely suspicion, devoid of evidence. With a sigh, she hoped her fears were unfounded. The thought of Shen Qingling, once exploited and betrayed by Chu Jiao, filled her with a profound sense of guilt and sorrow. A child raised in an orphanage, his only childhood companion had betrayed him for a bribe. How devastating that must have been for him. The boy appeared composed, yet the sorrow in his eyes tugged at her heartstrings. Much like his grandfather, he was a child who seemed cold outwardly but burned with warmth within. When Su Lan's gaze softened, having accepted that Shen Qingling was indeed her child, regardless of the circumstances, she vowed to protect him fiercely, ensuring that no one could harm him again. She made a phone call, seeking 2 individuals to safeguard Shen Qingling, fearing that someone might strike unexpectedly. She yearned for her child to return to the Gu family soon, wishing to compensate him for the love that had been absent from his life. Meanwhile, Gu Yijin was at a private club, drinking with friends. After watching a live stream of an encounter, he could not help but smash his phone in frustration. Useless. One word from Shen Qingling threw her off balance. How could she lack the composure to commit wrongdoing after having him as her devoted admirer for so many years? I simply cannot fathom it. Zhang Jing patted his shoulder. It's just one woman. Failure is part of life. Once he returns to the Gu family, there will be ample opportunity to deal with her. Gu Yijin gulped down another drink. Once he returns to the Gu family, it will be troublesome. When Su Lan harbors guilt towards Shen Qingling and will undoubtedly cast me aside. How can I compete with her own son? Isn't when Su Lan of little consequence within the Gu family? That woman is timid, and your father and sister are the ones in charge. Her words hold little weight. That may be true, but at least Gu Yutang is on my side. Yet, I fear she may also be swayed by Shen Qingling. Your sister is one who responds better to kindness than to force. Over the years, you've earned her approval. Shen Qingling is proud. Your sister is unlikely to take a liking to him. Even with Zhang Jing's reassurances, Gu Yijin remained restless. His 2 failed attempts to undermine Shen Qingling indicated that the boy was no fool, nor merely a bookish scholar, as many believed. No, I must devise a plan to utterly ruin Shen Qingling, ensuring he can never again hold his head high. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gu Yijin's eyes. If push came to shove, he would resort to having Shen Qingling eliminated. Zhang Jing, with a crafty gleam in his eyes, clapped his hands and said, Young Master Gu, I have a plan. What plan? Gu Yijin inquired. Recently, a variety show has approached your sister. Why not persuade her to participate? You could arrange for Shen Qingling to appear on camera, allowing you to amass followers. The moment Shen Qingling makes even a minor misstep, she will be mercilessly criticized, and the Gu family would never accept a scandal-ridden heir. Gu Yijin squinted and smiled. That is indeed an astute suggestion. Originally, Gu Yutang intended to decline the show. It seems I must convince her to partake. The variety show, titled Walking with Family, involves the production team selecting several families from the entertainment industry for live broadcasts. Gu Yutang, a prominent star, seldom participates in such programs, rendering her private life shrouded in mystery. Which is precisely why the director wishes to feature her, to unveil her lesser-known persona. The show thrives on drama, consistently trending on social media, having propelled numerous stars to fame, albeit often through controversial means. In an era where traffic reigns supreme, profit is the sole concern. However, the show is notorious for its outrageous tactics, prompting Gu Yutang to initially consider declining. Gu Yijin envisioned using this program to obliterate Shen Qingling while simultaneously portraying himself as a victim to garner sympathy. Yet, what Gu Yijin failed to grasp was that he would be facing Shen Qingling, a formidable queen who had navigated the entertainment realm since childhood, seamlessly integrating acting into her daily life. Chapter 15. May I wear gray sweatpants? Excuse me, ladies, could you please refrain from following me any longer? Shen Qingling took a few steps, but was soon pursued by Ruan Mingyi and her companion. Sensing Shen Qingling's displeasure, Song Jining kept her distance, hesitant to approach. Ruan Mingyi, noticing his sour mood, smiled and said, "That's fine. Just accept my friend request, and I shall leave you be." Shen Qingling, pulling out his phone, approved her request in her presence. Understanding the importance of boundaries, Ruan Mingyi relented, saying, "All right, I won't bother you anymore." However, what? Shen Qingling interjected. "Today's meal doesn't count. You still owe me one," Ruan Mingyi replied. "If you remain silent, I shall take that as your agreement." Shen Qingling, without contradicting her, tacitly consented, much to Ruan Mingyi's delight. Before departing, she turned back to pat Shen Qingling on the shoulder. "And remember, do not waste your emotions on that unworthy woman. There are countless women in the world, and many who would adore you. But do consider me. While others may have varied like types, I only possess the perfect ones." Ruan Mingyi had viewed more films than most had meals, and her words flowed effortlessly. While others were eloquent, she was unabashedly candid. Shen Qingling understood her meaning but feigned confusion, adopting a puzzled expression. Ruan Mingyi, her eyes crinkling into a smile, reassured him, "I mean no harm, merely comforting you. Don't be disheartened. Should you feel troubled, feel free to message or call me. I am always available." After speaking, the woman playfully gestured at him, exuding both charm and cuteness. For the first time, Shen Qingling revealed a smile, and Ruan Mingyi felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. It seemed that obtaining Shen Qingling's smile was a rare occurrence. The more aloof a person is, the more thrilling it is when they reveal a side rarely seen. And Ruan Mingyi felt exactly that at this moment. In the past, even when the men she admired smiled broadly in her presence, she might not have felt as excited. Now she understood what it meant to witness a smile akin to an iceberg melting. Ruan Mingyi gazed dreamily at Shen Qingling's departing figure and murmured, "He is so handsome it's hard to contain myself." Yi Qiao advised her, "You should refrain from speaking such risky remarks. Otherwise, people might think you're a wild soul, yet you're still a naive virgin. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Ruan Mingyi retorted stubbornly, "You don't understand. I'm too intense. Most men can't handle it. Only someone like Shen Qingling can keep up. How would you know without trying? I have a knack for judging character." Ruan Mingyi took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Qingling. "Ruan Mingyi, can you wear gray sweatpants next time we meet?" Shen Qingling, reason? Ruan Mingyi, "I believe you would look incredibly handsome in gray." She was teasing him, as the real reason was that gray sweatpants would reveal his shape. But she wouldn't confess that, giggling mischievously at the thought of how Shen Qingling might react to her words. She imagined him frowning, wanting to say something but holding back, unable to utter anything too harsh, and feeling embarrassed instead. Just the thought of it made her smile with delight. Yi Qiao waved her hand in front of Ruan Mingyi's face. "What are you grinning about? Shen Qingling is so adorable. I don't get you. How can an iceberg be adorable? He is handsome, yes, but beyond that, I see nothing else. You don't understand." "All right, I don't understand. But let me tell you, don't get too infatuated. He is not from our world. Don't let yourself fall too deep. Sister, rest assured. I won't be deceived by men this time. I'm merely pretending to be enchanted by him. It's all part of my plan. Just let me be. I have my own rhythm." Shen Qingling had no classes in the afternoon and didn't need to work part-time, intending to relax at home and strengthen his connection with his target through WeChat. Unsurprisingly, Ruan Mingyi was the first to message him. Although he was unsure what she meant by gray sweatpants, he sensed it was not a serious matter. Shen Qingling chose to ignore her, believing that being overly proactive would only diminish Ruan Mingyi's enthusiasm. He aimed to maintain a delicate balance, allowing her emotions to sway with his every action. Before long, Song Jining sent another message. "Song Jining, handsome, do you have time to come to my house for dinner this weekend?" Pleading, eager, Shen Qingling, "Yes. I swapped my weekend shift with someone else." Shen Qingling intentionally informed her that he had changed his shift, and without any surprise. The sound of her heart-throbbing value rising echoed in her ears. Song Jining's heart-throbbing value increased by 5. Upon seeing this notification, Song Jining leaped with joy. "How wonderful!" The young girl blushed as she held her phone. "Shen Qingling actually changed his weekend schedule just to dine with me. How incredibly kind of him." Elated beyond measure, Song Jining promptly called home to arrange the weekend dinner. Shen Qingling estimated that Song Jining's heart-throbbing value would likely reach its peak by the weekend, for the girl was remarkably naive and prone to daydreaming, making her easy to win over. However, Ruan Mingyi was quite different. Although she was proactive and enthusiastic, Her heart-throbbing value did not rise quickly. It required striking a specific chord to evoke her emotions. Thus, for Wang Mingyi, one either needed to provide a significant stimulus or adopt a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. As Shen Qingling pondered how to swiftly win over Wang Mingyi, his phone chimed again. Chu Jiao, I'm sorry. Shen Qingling narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Was this apology a moment of conscience, guilt, or merely a performance aimed at regaining his forgiveness? He chose to ignore her. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Jiao was met with peculiar glances from her peers. Realizing she could no longer stay in the dorm, she planned to rent a place off campus, as her finances were sufficient. She held no genuine feelings for her roommates. Their relationships were merely superficial, a facade of pretense. Glancing at WeChat, she noted that the familiar avatar had not lit up again. Could it be that Shen Qingling would truly never forgive her? Clenching her phone tightly, she stared blankly at the avatar frame, reminding herself, it's all right. Even without Shen Qingling, my life will remain unaffected. She was a hypocritical and selfish individual, solely desiring to marry a wealthy man, and Shen Qingling had never been within her realm of consideration. Chu Jiao repeatedly reassured herself that the heartache was temporary, as wealth had the power to heal all wounds and past grievances, much like her memories with Shen Qingling. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and deleted their conversation, reasoning that if she did not see it, she would not feel sorrow or reminisce. She resolved to suppress her emotions and refrain from messaging Shen Qingling, for he had already seen through her and would not forgive her again. Yet, on the other side, Shen Qingling received a notification from the system. Chu Jiao's heart-throbbing value increased by 10, and her regret value also rose by 10. Chapter 16. The iceberg has its own pleasures. Shen Qingling did not concern himself with the strategy to win over Chu Jiao. To him, as long as he returned to the Gu family, she was bound to regret her decisions. Moreover, she had long grown accustomed to Shen Qingling's attentiveness. Without him, it was akin to a fish out of water, and inevitably, she would succumb to the urge to return to her aquatic realm. Shen Qingling would make her realize one crucial truth. She was utterly dependent on him. That evening, Shen Qingling unexpectedly posted on his moments. The original persona rarely shared updates. Yet Shen Qingling relished using moments to craft his image and attract attention. Given the aloof nature of his original self, many sentiments and experiences were difficult to convey directly to any individual, thus making moments the most effective medium for expression. To lose is to have never possessed. This phrase is deceptively simple, yet profoundly expressive. It quickly garnered numerous likes, and many offered words of comfort, urging him not to be disheartened. Shen Qingling did not share this to elicit sympathy. Rather, he intended to craft an image for himself while showcasing a photograph. Complementing the phrase was an image captured by Chu Jiao, depicting the seemingly aloof deity in the eyes of others, yet appearing vibrantly alive through her lens. Under the setting sun, his austere visage softened with a hint of a delicate smile, embodying the essence of the white moonlight. This was also a rare glimpse of Shen Qingling that most had never encountered. The moment Chu Jiao beheld this photograph, she was momentarily entranced. She recalled that it was taken post-college entrance examination outside their high school. Shen Qingling stood at the road's end, waiting for her, just as he had on countless ordinary days, always anticipating her arrival. How did you perform on the exam? Not so well. I'm no scholar like you. I'll probably just scrape by into a second-tier university. It's all right, Jiao. Even if you struggle, I will always be here to support you. Ah yes, you've already secured a place at Jiang University. Your future is undoubtedly bright. I shall bask in your success. That is not merely basking. Jiao, you stand at the forefront of my future. Wherever you are, there I shall be. Chu Jiao believed that Shen Qingling cherished her, for he consistently assured her that, regardless of what transpired or how the future unfolded, he would unwaveringly stand beside her. Regrettably, she did not desire this. Now, gazing at the photograph and reflecting upon Shen Qingling's words, she found herself unexpectedly saddened. She opened her phone's gallery, filled with memories captured alongside Shen Qingling. Jiao, what are you grieving? You relinquished him for a mere 100,000. What right have you to be sad? He shall not forgive you. Shen Qingling stirred Chu Jiao's feelings of longing and remorse anew with his photograph. Her yearning increased by 10, and her regret also surged by 10. As she reminisced about the kindness of Shen Qingling, for Wang Mingyi, it was a brazen temptation. She playfully commented beneath the post, "Brother, guess what I'm using your photo for? Ignoring me? Then guess what I used to like your post? The proportions of your hand are all wrong." It should follow my proportions. I was losing in the game earlier, but after seeing you, I won several rounds. Shen Qingling promptly deleted her comments. Wan Mingyi felt a thrill of success in her teasing. She sent a WeChat message to further provoke Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi, I wish to know about your childhood, your past pains and joys. I secretly listen to your favorite songs and take note of every subtle hint of your preferences and habits, your zodiac sign, your favorite flowers. I watch the films you adore, save screenshots of everything about you, buy you the foods you crave, and research the best eateries or picturesque spots near your home. I love you, along with your vulnerabilities, banalities, and shadows. By the way, is your there substantial? Shen Qingling, where did you copy this joke from? Wan Mingyi, jokes can be copied. Can you do the same? Shen Qingling, must you be so abstract? Is there no normal topic to discuss? Wan Mingyi, there is. I just bought a cake and seem to have forgotten to take a fork. Shen Qingling, can't you just ask the shopkeeper to send another one? Wan Mingyi, the shop is closed. Could you possibly send a fork to me? Shen Qingling was completely exasperated with Wan Mingyi. As Wan Mingyi noticed Shen Qingling's utter silence, she felt a sense of triumph, her face glowing with joy as she lay with a facial mask on. Wan Mingyi's excitement level increased by 10. Yi Qiao, seeing her laugh to the point of breathlessness, inquired, what is making you so happy? Wan Mingyi tossed aside the 500 yuan facial mask. Sitting up with a smile, I have rendered Shen Qingling speechless. Yi Qiao, isn't this your forte? Using your sharp tongue to silence men. Wan Mingyi shook her head. No, this time it wasn't anger, it was shyness. For some reason, she did not enjoy teasing other men, as they would immediately respond with more vulgarity than her own jokes, which she found utterly uninteresting. However, Shen Qingling was different. He was so serious that it made her want to peel away his moralistic faade and reveal his irresistibly alluring side. Teasing the serious type is what true teasing is about. Shen Qingling's character seems to have been crafted for her. The iceberg has its own pleasures, and the serious type has its own way of playing, as Wan Mingyi often asserts. Shen Qingling had likely discerned the preferences of his various targets. Wan Mingyi was drawn to the shy, abstinent type of ice-cold male deity. Song Jining favored the calm, yet warm and rational elder, Chu Jiaojiao, who loved money while unable to let go of Shen Qingling's kindness, oscillated between regret and making irreversible, heartless decisions. Undoubtedly, the one who would suffer the most here would be Chu Jiaojiao. Shen Qingling eagerly anticipated Chu Jiaojiao's reaction upon his return to the Gu family and the restoration of his identity. He fell asleep, filled with beautiful fantasies of the future. Meanwhile, someone else was tossing and turning, plagued by nightmares. Lin Qingdai had once again dreamt that she encountered Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling. In a half-dream, half-wake state, she was drenched in cold sweat, awakening from a scene drenched in blood. No, she screamed as she opened her eyes, realizing she was still in her room, gasping for breath. Again, this dream, what does it mean? Is it a dream or a warning from the heavens? Lin Qingdai could not discern. The answers would only reveal themselves once that boy returned to the Gu family. Shen Qingling, this time, will you stand by my side? Chapter 17. Little Angel Lin Xingyan. Suddenly, Shen Qingling's life became quite lively. Posts about him frequently surfaced in casual encounters. Girls from other departments would often appear in class to steal glances at him. While walking down the street, he would occasionally find love letters slipped into his hands. Every day, it seems as though someone is shadowing him on his way to and from school. Wan Mingyi persistently harasses him without fail. Song Jining, fearing that Shen Qingling might find her bothersome, hesitates to message him daily, silently yearning for the arrival of the weekend. However, as Song Jining anxiously awaited, Shen Qingling was unexpectedly intercepted. The renowned campus beauty, Ji Yunmiao, approached Shen Qingling the day before. Although Shen Qingling and Ji Yunmiao had little interaction, Ji Yunmiao had once expressed affection during a competition they both attended. However, a goddess of her stature would not lower herself to ardently pursue Shen Qingling. And upon receiving the original owner's cold demeanor, she readily relinquished her interest. Ji Yunmiao blocked Shen Qingling's path after class. True to her name, Ji Yunmiao possessed an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a fairy, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. Without her glasses, she bore a somewhat aloof demeanor, which was somewhat similar to Shen Qingling's. Out of courtesy, Shen Qingling greeted her, inquiring if she needed anything. Ji Yunmiao furrowed her brow, appearing troubled, and replied, I apologize. Shen classmate, I did not intend to disturb you. I simply wish to speak with you privately. Rest assured, I am not trying to entangle you, but I have a matter I must entrust to you. Shen Qingling displayed a look of confusion, aware that her sudden interruption appeared unreasonable. Ji Yunmiao resorted to a pleading gaze. Please, just a few minutes? Seeing her anxiety, Shen Qingling nodded, suggesting they head to the CAF outside the school. Ji Yunmiao finally revealed a grateful smile. Thank you. Upon arriving at the CAF where Shen Qingling worked part-time, Ji Yunmiao got straight to the point, saying, I would like to ask you to teach my sister how to paint. Shen Qingling was somewhat taken aback, though not a student of the fine arts. He was a quiet soul who found solace in painting, a cherished hobby of the original owner, which he occasionally shared on social media, garnering likes from Ji Yunmiao. Yet, Shen Qingling remained puzzled as to why Ji Yunmiao would seek him as a painting instructor. Do you wish for me to tutor her? Not just tutoring, to be precise. My sister, Lin Xingyan. Ji Yunmiao briefly explained her situation. Ji Yunmiao's parents had divorced, leaving her with her father in the country, while her sister Lin Xingyan lived abroad with their mother. Unfortunately, their mother showed little concern for Lin Xingyan, who was eventually sent back home after reaching adulthood, with only a maid to care for her. It remained a mystery what Lin Xingyan had endured while abroad, and upon returning, she discovered she suffered from depression and mild autism, becoming increasingly introverted, even displaying tendencies of self-harm during severe episodes. Ji Yunmiao had exhausted every means to help her emerge from this darkness. Now, whenever Lin Xingyan shows interest in something, Ji Yunmiao spares no effort in facilitating her pursuits. Yesterday, I happened to scroll through your social media, and she glanced over, commenting on your looks. Mianmin also enjoys painting. I showed her your artwork, and she seemed quite taken with it. So, could you possibly become Mianmin's teacher? She is so lonely, and I cannot penetrate her world. Could you lend me your assistance? Rest assured, I shall engage your services at triple the rate of a tutor, or if you have any specific requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. As Ji Yunmiao spoke, her eyes grew moist with emotion. Shen Qingling hesitated, not from a lack of willingness to assist, but from the fear that his help might inadvertently upset her, and should anything go awry, he would find himself in a difficult position, burdened with guilt. Noticing the uncertainty in Shen Qingling's gaze, Ji Yunmiao continued, Mian is quite well-behaved. She seldom raises a fuss when she is feeling low. She simply immerses herself in her art. You need not feel any pressure. Even if it does not succeed, it is perfectly acceptable to simply make the attempt. I understand this is no trivial matter, but I am truly at a loss. Her condition is deteriorating, and I am unsure how to assist her. Witnessing Ji Yunmiao's distress, Shen Qingling found it increasingly difficult to refuse her plea. 077. Host, Lin Xingyan is your target of pursuit. She is of great significance. But I did not encounter this name while reading, he replied. She is a character introduced later in the narrative. Very well, it appears I must acquiesce. In Ji Yunmiao's moment of despair, Shen Qingling finally spoke. All right, I shall give it a try. Ji Yunmiao was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Shen Qingling. That afternoon, with no classes to attend, Ji Yunmiao led him to Lin Xingyan's residence. Before them stood an imposing villa, yet, for Lin Xingyan, this grand edifice was merely an exquisite prison. Upon entering, an unsettling silence enveloped them. The spacious living room lay deserted. Ji Yunmiao whispered, Mian rarely lingers in the living room. She is usually in her studio on the second floor or in the music room. Come, let us ascend and see Mian. I believe she will be delighted. Together, Shen Qingling and Ji Yunmiao climbed the stairs. The melodious strains of piano music wafted from the music room. At the moment he beheld Lin Xingyan, a peculiar sensation stirred within Shen Qingling. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the young girl sat gracefully at the piano, her fingers dancing over the keys. Lin Xingyan was strikingly beautiful, her allure imbued with an ethereal quality. The features of her face seemed to have been kissed by divine light. Her porcelain-like skin radiated a luminous glow. As she sat, her long, dark hair cascaded down, nearly grazing the floor. When sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glimmers dancing in her hair resembled the halo of an angel, with a slight furrow in her brow. Her long, delicate eyelashes cast intricate shadows upon her eyelids, evoking a sense of fragility. When her gaze turned towards him, her eyes conveyed an innocence that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Xingyan resembled an angel from a fairy tale. 077. Detected potential pursuit target, Lin Xingyan. Name, Lin Xingyan. Goddess level, A. Identity, young girl with depression. Personality, innocent, kind-hearted. and flawless plot relevance. 40. Outcome. Insufficient points to unlock. The system's voice jolted Shen Qingling back to reality. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by her. She was the first A-level goddess he encountered in this world, and her character description bore the label of perfection. Did such individuals truly exist in this realm? Upon observing the 40% correlation, Shen Qingling found herself intrigued by the role this young girl would eventually play in the unfolding narrative. How many points are required to unlock a character's ending? 100,000. Ji Yunyao approached her with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Mian, I have arranged for an art teacher for you. You must call him Teacher Shen." Chapter 18. Folding Stars. The girl gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Devoid of expectation or aversion, only pure curiosity. Yet, she remained silent, her fluttering eyelashes resembling delicate fans. Shen Qingling perceived that her eyes were akin to crystal. Pure and transparent, imbued with a healing essence that dispelled any malicious thoughts. Lin Xingmian looked up at Ji Yunyao, referring to him as the brother on the phone. Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to clouds, caressing the ears like a gentle feather. Ji Yunyao smiled as she affectionately patted her head, saying, "Yes. Didn't Mianmin express her fondness for his paintings? I have invited him to teach you, and you will paint with Teacher Shen this afternoon, all right?" Lin Xingmian remained silent. Her gaze lowered. Ji Yunyao noticed her anxiety and reassured her, "How about you try just one lesson? If you don't enjoy it, we want to continue." Lin Xingmian shook her head, indicating her refusal. Ji Yunyao sighed and approached the door, explaining to Shen Qingling, "As you can see, she is quite resistant to others. It took considerable effort for me to even get her to converse with me." Shen Qingling replied calmly, "It's all right. If you trust me, you may leave her in my care." Ji Yunyao cautioned, "Very well, but if she truly resists, we shall abandon the endeavor. May I enter these rooms? I wish to learn more about her." "Of course, I entrust her to you, Shen Qingling." Ji Yunyao then returned to speak with Lin Xingmian, who remained silent. Shen Qingling wandered through the Lin residence, eventually entering Lin Xingmian's room to observe her living habits. The room was adorned in a delightful pink, with numerous origami cranes and wind chimes hanging by the door, producing a gentle tinkling sound in the breeze. A collection of stuffed animals, rabbits, bears, and cats, decorated her bedside. The floor was covered in a soft carpet patterned with stars. On her desk, an abundance of folded paper stars were neatly stored in a transparent glass jar. These star-filled jars not only occupied her desk, but also filled an entire cabinet. The far left of the desk housed a locked box, while a diary lay in the center, accompanied by a cloud collection manual, shapes of clouds, and various art books. An open drawer contained colorful wrappers from candies. Outside Lin Xingmian's room was a balcony that overlooked the villa's picturesque backyard. The view was enchanting, adorned with numerous green plants and sunflowers, alongside various jars of unknown purpose. After leaving her room, he proceeded to Lin Xingmian's art studio, where her paintings exuded beauty, devoid of any somber themes. Her artwork predominantly features small animals, flowers, clouds, rainbows, greenery, the sky, and stars, with scarcely any human figures present. From this, Shen Qingling surmised that Lin Xingmian enjoys folding origami stars, has a penchant for sweets, relishes collecting cloud motifs, and has a fondness for nurturing plants. Such a girl hardly seems to bear the weight of depression. Upon returning to the piano room, Shen Qingling found that Ji Yunyao had already departed. The girl stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, and showed no reaction to the sound of Shen Qingling's footsteps. Approaching her, Shen Qingling initiated a conversation. "May I call you Mian? I am Shen Qingling, and you may refer to me as Teacher Shen. Your sister mentioned your love for painting, which coincidentally aligns with my own interests." Lin Xingmian remained unresponsive. In a previous life, Shen Qingling had encountered a similar girl while preparing for a public service film. Her co-star was just such a little girl. Initially, she was taciturn, speaking only her lines during performances and rarely engaging in conversation. Gradually, Shen Qingling took it upon himself to encourage her, sharing jokes and playful banter, which eventually coaxed her into speaking, albeit sparingly. Shen Qingling found himself puzzled, suspecting that the girl simply disliked him and found him bothersome, leading him to refrain from initiating conversations. Ironically, she began to seek him out instead. When he inquired if she harbored any disdain toward him, she clarified that it was not dislike, but rather a habit of keeping her thoughts internalized. She expressed, to discern one's feelings for another, one must observe actions rather than words. "For instance, I prefer to sit beside you. I often find my gaze drawn to you. I secretly purchase the same white shirt as you, and I place my cup next to yours. Such girls possess myriad subtle thoughts and gestures that often go unnoticed by others. Their affections are akin to the wind, gently brushing past without the beloved being aware of it. Patience is essential when engaging with such individuals. Shen Qingling, abundant in patience. Since that while Lin Xingyan appeared to be gazing blankly outside, she was indeed listening to him. Mian and I share similarities. I too am not fond of speaking. People often describe me as cold, yet I merely keep my thoughts to myself. I wonder if Mian is the same. As he arrived, he passed by a pet shop filled with adorable kittens and puppies, one of which could even speak. Adjacent to the pet store was a flower shop, unique in its offerings, showcasing blooms he had never encountered before, with one particularly remarkable flower refracting a spectrum of colors. Next to the flower shop stood a grand candy store, brimming with confections from around the globe, where the proprietor claimed there existed a candy that, once tasted, would induce laughter. Unlike previous therapists, Shen Qingling did not begin with art as a therapeutic tool. Instead, he merely mentioned his own painting endeavors and recounted the sights he had encountered along his journey. Today marks our first meeting. Might we select a token from among these treasures as a gift for our introduction? At last, Lin Xingyan stirred. She blinked and glanced at Shen Qingling. The girl's gaze was innocent, yet Shen Qingling found it difficult to decipher what her eyes were attempting to convey. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement, he declared. He inscribed the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on a piece of paper, folding it into a star. Whichever number Lin Xingyan selected would serve as a token of their meeting. Without waiting for Lin Xingyan to respond, Shen Qingling produced the paper and wrote the numbers down. However, he confessed that he was not adept at folding stars, suggesting Lin Xingyan take on that task. Initially, she remained still, yet Shen Qingling, undeterred, deliberately crafted a poorly folded star. Observing the sorrow in his eyes, Lin Xingyan subtly pursed her lips, after a brief flutter of her eyelashes. She silently accepted the paper from him and began to fold the star. Who would have thought, host, that you harbor a potential for teaching young children? Remarked 077. Perceiving Lin Xingyan as akin to a child herself, Shen Qingling watched the girl earnestly folding the star and smiled. Her essence radiated innocence and kindness, indicating that when faced with difficulties, she was willing to lend a helping hand. If she encountered psychological barriers that hindered her expression, she would wrestle silently within. Though her exterior would betray none of this, leading others to misinterpret her as indifferent or aloof. However, in matters she was proficient in, she would likely offer her assistance readily, such as in folding stars, a task devoid of the need for her to surmount emotional hurdles. Lin Xingyan quietly completed 3 stars, cradling them in her palms before extending her hand towards Shen Qingling. In Chapter 19, not wanting to disappoint your expectations, Lin Xingyan remained mute, merely blinking her large, innocent eyes at him. So obedient, he mused. She possessed a paradoxical beauty, though she was a young woman. She exuded an innocence that seemed out of place for her age. Shen Qingling did not take the stars from her hand, but instead smiled and said, choose one. Lin Xingyan, wherever you select, we shall go. Lin Xingyan shook her head in refusal, wishing only to assist him in folding the stars. Shen Qingling did not press her, instead suggesting, then let us draw in the garden. The weather is delightful today, and you can collect new cloud shapes. He gazed out the window, pondering whether there were any beautiful cloud formations to capture on paper. Lin Xingyan was slightly taken aback that he knew her interests, but then surmised that perhaps her sister had informed him. She lowered her gaze, saying nothing. She felt it strange to draw with a stranger. Shen Qingling, sensing her discomfort, rose and said, then wait here for me. I shall go down to draw, and you can come see once I am finished. Lin Xingyan regarded Shen Qingling's departing figure with a look of innocent bewilderment. This new teacher seemed quite different. His smile was charming and gentle, stirring a hint of curiosity within her. Lin Xingyan's heartthrob value increased by 2, noted 077. As Shen Qingling reached the door, he suddenly turned back, meeting Lin Xingyan's inquisitive gaze. She averted her eyes, nervously clutching her white dress. May I borrow your drawing tools? He inquired. Lin Xingyan, unable to meet his gaze, nodded gently. Shen Qingling then took the drawing materials and proceeded to the garden below to create his artwork. Lin Xingyan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing him as he painted. The newly arrived teacher Shun resembled a work of art himself, and the grace with which he painted was captivating. For Lin Xingyan, the sudden appearance of a stranger in her tranquil world compelled her attention, provided that this person was not entirely disagreeable to her. Time slipped by gradually. Shen Qingling deliberately painted at a leisurely pace, having checked the weather forecast, which indicated impending rain. Jiangqing's weather was notoriously fickle, especially during this rainy season, where showers often arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Sure enough, the sky began to darken, thick clouds gathering, yet the youth painting in the garden remained still. The delicate brows of the young girl furrowed slightly. It was about to rain. Why hadn't he come inside yet? Shen Qingling was merely contemplating whether she would descend. If she did, it would signify her taking the first step. If she chose not to, he would gift her the painting anyway, at least demonstrating his earnestness. As the sky began to drizzle, Lin Xingmian remained unmoved. She harbored a strong aversion to stepping outside. Leaving the confines of her home was a daunting task. She wished to avoid facing the tempest beyond, finding solace only in the confines of her small corner. Although Shen Qingling felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that such matters could not be altered overnight. Lin Xingmian's heart was tender and easily swayed. When she witnessed Shen Qingling removing his coat to shield the painting from the rain, her gaze began to shift. Biting her lip, she finally stepped out of the piano room. Shen Qingling returned to the living room on the first floor, opting not to ascend. The youth standing in the living room was drenched, save for the painting cradled safely in his arms. Shen Qingling unveiled the artwork with a smile. "Xingyan, won't you come down to take a look? I've finished." Upon seeing his sincere and gentle eyes, Lin Xingmian felt a stirring within her heart, as if touched by some unseen force. Her initial reaction was an inexplicable sadness. Why was he being so kind to someone like her, a mere stranger they had only just met? In the past, her sister had invited others, but those individuals were unlike him. She sensed their insincerity, realizing they were merely motivated by the generous compensation her sister provided. Yet this teacher Shen seemed driven by something beyond monetary gain. Lin Xingmian was not naive. She was aware that Shen Qingling, like her sister, was an exceptional student from Jiang University. Just yesterday, her sister had mentioned that he was a renowned scholar, and if he chose to tutor others, he could earn far more. Yet here he was, patiently employing various means to coax her. While she had long since given up on herself, both her sister and this stranger refused to abandon her. She lingered there for 3 minutes, ultimately shifting her feet and descending the stairs. Instead of immediately inspecting the painting, she lifted her gaze to the raindrops adorning Shen Qingling's face. Why endure the rain for merely a painting? This was the first time Shen Qingling had heard Lin Xingmian articulate such a lengthy sentence since meeting her. He earnestly explained, "This is my promise to you, Xingyan. As your teacher, if I cannot uphold my promises, how can I truly guide you?" She reiterated, "It is merely a painting." Shen Qingling shook his head. "It is not just a painting. Mian is waiting for me upon it. You should be looking forward to it. Teacher Shen does not wish to let your expectations go unfulfilled." Lin Xingmian gazed at him in surprise, her eyes seemingly sparkling with newfound light. Shen Qingling suddenly smiled gently. "It is merely a bit of rain. It is nothing to worry about." 077. Lin Xingmian's affection points increased by 20. "My goodness, host. You are truly remarkable." Shen Qingling inadvertently struck a chord within Lin Xingmian's heart. This year, father would surely accompany Mian for her birthday. Unfortunately, father has matters to attend to this week and cannot celebrate Mian's birthday. Mian achieved first place this time. Mother will undoubtedly attend the parent-teacher meeting. However, mother must go on a business trip tomorrow and will not attend the meeting. A newly opened amusement park? That sounds delightful. I will accompany Mian there once my sister is on holiday. I apologize, Mian. I still have to attend remedial classes. Shall we go to the amusement park together next weekend? Mian, I am your new father, and I will care for you just as your biological father does. You are not my biological daughter. Providing you with a meal is already a privilege. Even with a new family, mother will continue to love Mian. Life is difficult for mother in this household. Simply yield what Mian desires and avoid upsetting father. The new sister is beautiful. I like her. You are stealing father from me. I detest you. Leave my home. How could mother possibly abandon Mian? Mian, you have grown into adulthood and can live independently now. Why not return to your father in your homeland? If that fails, there is always grandmother. Grandmother will forever be by Mian's side. Grandmother has transformed into a star in the sky. Every single expectation she held has been dashed. Countless unfulfilled desires have filled the gaps of her growth, causing her very bones to ache. Yet this person claims to not wish for her hopes to go unfulfilled because of a painting. Shen Qingling observed her standing there, deciding to allow her a moment to gather herself. After all, making a good impression on their first meeting was already commendable. He gently placed the painting on the table. With a hint of embarrassment, he smiled and said, "In my current state, I am not suited to teach Mian Mian, so I shall take my leave." Shen Qingling turned and approached the door. At last, Lin Xingmian could no longer contain herself. "Teacher Shen." Shen Qingling turned to look at her. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Chapter 20. She is quite fond of Teacher Shen. Shen Qingling had finally touched her heart. He smiled softly. "Of course, Mian Mian has called me Teacher Shen. How could I not come?" Lin Xingmian revealed a shy, flustered smile, her lips forming two delicate dimples that could sweeten the soul. Shen Qingling raised his gaze towards the sky, which had transitioned from overcast to radiant blue, with a rainbow appearing on the horizon. A sight that seemed to purify the spirit. He spoke to the young girl once more. "There is a rainbow outside. Would Mian Mian like to see it?" He stood at the threshold, while Lin Xingmian remained within. After a moment of hesitation, under Shen Qingling's expectant gaze, she cautiously approached the door. The sky today appeared particularly extraordinary. The view of the sky through the glass seemed different as well. Shen Qingling extended his hand. Stepping outside allows for a clearer and more beautiful sight. Lin Xingmian bit her lip, unable to resist shaking her head and taking a step back. Shen Qingling chuckled. Lin Xingmian was perplexed by his laughter, her eyes reflecting her confusion. Shen Qingling stood before her, blocking the light. "If you fear facing it, stand behind me and take a glance. Do not miss the beautiful scenery. Life holds many wonders yet to be anticipated." Lin Xingmian stared blankly at his tall silhouette, his broad shoulders giving her a fleeting illusion that he could shield her from the storms of life. She took 2 steps forward, finally stepping outside the door. Hiding behind Shen Qingling, she cautiously peeked out, raising her eyes to the sky. Shen Qingling turned his face slightly and lowered his gaze, asking, "Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Xingmian's gaze shifted from the rainbow to Shen Qingling's eyes, which were more captivating than the rainbow itself. She nodded gently. Shen Qingling crouched down and softly said, "Mian Mian, you are very brave. Just being here to see the rainbow is remarkable. Together, we will step outside, one step at a time, to witness even more splendid sights." Lin Xingmian asked again, "Will Teacher Shen always be with me?" "Yes," he replied. Lin Xingmian reached out to wipe the raindrops from his face. Her gaze was earnest, as if she were undertaking something precious. Her hand, small and soft, brushed against his face like a feather. Lin Xingmian's heart fluttered, and the display of affection added 5 points to her emotional connection with him. Shen Qingling paused momentarily, then smiled. "It's all right, Mian Mian, don't worry about getting your hands dirty. I can clean up later. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. See you tomorrow, Mian Mian." Shen Qingling did not say farewell, but rather, he promised to see her the next day. Lin Xingmian felt a sense of reassurance. Despite having faced countless wounds, she could not help but succumb to Shen Qingling's tenderness, developing an expectation that perhaps she should not have. She hoped this time, her expectations would not be dashed. Would he become that different person this time? After leaving the Lin residence, Shen Qingling's smile faded. Being with Lin Xingmian seemed to dismantle his defenses more easily. He felt more relaxed than usual, and unconsciously, he became gentler. In her presence, he found it hard to maintain his cold demeanor, fearing to witness the sadness reflected in her clear, innocent eyes. Shen Qingling murmured in confusion, "I wonder what she has truly experienced. It seems she has grown closer to you. Once you fully open her heart, her past will be revealed," came a voice. Her depression must be tied to her family background. Otherwise, she would repeatedly inquire if I would always be by her side. "By the way, your performance today was impeccable." I could hardly bear to hear those words. Let alone Lin Xingmian, the girl suffering from depression, the voice added. Shen Qingling appeared to possess an innate talent for romantic expressions, his words striking right at Lin Xingmian's heart. He raised an eyebrow. I genuinely wished to save her. Thus, he approached her with utmost sincerity rather than indifference. Girls like Lin Xingmian are particularly sensitive. She can sense whether his feelings are genuine. Therefore, he should never attempt to feign sincerity in front of her. As dinner time approached, Shen Qingling first visited the nearby market to purchase some vegetables, then returned to his rental apartment. He intended to prepare a simple meal, as some dishes prepared outside were not as delectable as those he crafted himself. Shen Qingling arranged an array of colorful and fragrant dishes on the table. 077 expressed surprise, exclaiming that she never expected the host to possess culinary skills. Women often say that to win a man's heart, one must capture his stomach. This adage is equally applicable to men. For women, the ability to cook is a desirable trait, and even if one's culinary skills are modest, the mere willingness to cook merits appreciation in their eyes. Women can be perplexing at times, yet astonishingly simple at others. 077 remarked that this meant Shen Qingling would have to cook for them daily, making it quite exhausting for him. Shen Qingling chuckled and refuted this notion, asserting that for women, his cooking is merely a trait to showcase occasionally. As long as they know he can cook, they would regard him more favorably. Given his financial circumstances compared to those of his former partners, he need not prepare meals every day. In fact, if he frequently cooked for them, they might feel pity for him. Thus, such an attribute is akin to a medal. Everyone is aware of it, and seeing it once suffices. There is no need to compete daily for their approval. Shen Qingling was accustomed to rising early to prepare breakfast for women, which would touch their hearts. To him, this was a trivial sacrifice, yet women would be moved by these small, thoughtful gestures. 077 commented that today's cooking was likely to enhance his social media persona, increasing his appeal to those women. Am I correct? Shen Qingling replied, congratulating her on her quick response, yet regrettably informing her that her answer was incorrect. He would not share his cooking endeavors online, for once such information becomes widely known, the surprise element would be lost for those he aimed to impress. It was essential that they witnessed his efforts firsthand to evoke a sense of admiration. Furthermore, he preferred to cultivate the persona of someone who does not particularly enjoy cooking but is willing to do so for her happiness, which would resonate even more deeply with her. 077 inquired about the reason for his cooking today. Shen Qingling explained that he had not cooked for a while and feared becoming rusty. Thus he decided to practice in advance. 077 remarked that it appeared he was eager to eat and noted that he was indeed a diligent man. It seemed that being a male god required more effort than that of an ordinary man. Shen Qingling responded affirmatively, stating that female deities also became esteemed due to their dedication. They must pay greater attention to self-care than the average woman, adhering to strict skincare routines and occasionally visiting beauty salons. To maintain their figures, they engage in workouts or yoga, avoiding many indulgent foods that could lead to weight gain or blemishes. In essence, a goddess, with a flawless visage and physique, is a product of both financial investment and hard work. True goddesses of innate beauty do exist, yet to maintain such allure without effort is a rarity. One must either invest time and money or possess the genetic lottery to sustain such charm for a lifetime. The latter is exceedingly rare, while the former is far more common. The same holds true for aspiring male icons. Even those who have previously basked in the limelight as stars must adhere to these principles. For instance, one must frequent the gym, cultivate an aesthetic sense in fashion, and even master hairstyling and makeup independently. Thus, the first step to becoming a male deity is to eschew laziness. A life marked by both poverty and indolence leaves one with little hope, destined only for weariness. Fortunately, in this life, he possesses a system that alleviates the need for such struggles. The original owner's visage is indeed a result of winning the genetic lottery, allowing him to maintain his handsome appearance effortlessly. 077. With me, the host need not worry. I can provide whatever you desire, including culinary skills, all of which can be acquired in the system's marketplace. The system's offerings are truly exceptional, a fact that Shen Qingling firmly believes in. After conversing with the system for a while, Shen Qingling glanced at his phone. Messages had arrived from both Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining. Ruan Mingyi invited him to dinner the following evening, while Song Jining mentioned a lunch at the Song residence. Unfortunately, Ji Yunmiao also reached out. Qingling, I am truly grateful for your willingness to be Mianmian's teacher. My sister adores you, though she struggles to express herself. If it is convenient for you, I would like to invite you to join us for lunch with Mianmian tomorrow. Would that be agreeable? Ji Yunmiao's decision stemmed from observing Lin Xingmian's transformation through her interactions. After class, Ji Yunmiao brought a small cake to see Lin Xingmian. The girl was not practicing the piano nor painting. She sat at her bedroom desk, gazing at the painting Shen Qingling had created for her. What does the sailboat in the sea of clouds signify? Ji Yunmiao placed the cake on the table and remarked, Sister has brought Mianmian's favorite childhood cake. Do have a taste. Lin Xingmian blinked, eyeing the cake. Would teacher Shen enjoy it? Ji Yunmiao, accustomed to her silence, smiled and inquired about the painting. This is by teacher Shen, isn't it? Yes. And what does Mianmian think of the new teacher? Should we have him give Mianmian a lesson? Lin Xingmian glanced at the painting on the table and softly replied, Teacher Shen is wonderful. She holds great affection for teacher Shen. Chapter 21. Sincere lies Teacher Gu. The audience is genuinely eager for your participation in our program. Please reconsider. This marked the third invitation Gu Yutong received from the production team of Home Together. Reclining on the sofa, The woman's exquisitely alluring eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. She mouthed a refusal. Nearby, her assistant Wenwen nodded and said, "Hello, I am Yutong's assistant." "Indeed, wait." Gu Yijin suddenly interrupted Xiao Qiao's words. Wenwen glanced at Gu Yutong, who gestured for her to cease speaking. In a hushed tone, Wenwen remarked, "Please hold on a moment. There is something we need to address. We will respond shortly." Gu Yijin leaned against the edge of the sofa, attempting to ingratiate himself as he spoke. "Sister, why not consider participating in this show? There is no harm in it, after all." Gu Yutong blinked, responding, "It offers no benefit for me. It would expose our family to the scrutiny of the cameras. If any negative publicity arises, it could reflect poorly on the company." Gu Yijin managed a bittersweet smile. "Sister, I must admit, I have a selfish motive." Observing his pitiful demeanor, Gu Yutong furrowed her brows in concern. "What is wrong? What has happened?" "Once the paternity test results are out, father intends to bring Shen Qingling back to the Gu family. I am but an outsider, and with my impending graduation and internship, my status would certainly prevent me from working at Gu Corporation. Otherwise, father and my brother might grow suspicious." Gu Yutong immediately grasped his implication. "You wish to enter the entertainment industry?" "Yes, I feel safest when I'm with you, sister. For some reason, I've been dreaming about my brother's situation lately, dreams where I'm cast out and left with nowhere to go. Even you would ignore me." With a sigh, Gu Yutong reflected on the family situation, feeling a twinge of headache. "Do not dwell on it too much. I have said it before, no matter what happens, you are my brother. Pursuing a career in the entertainment world is not an unwise idea. I have resources and connections. The Gu family has some involvement in the industry as well. With your looks, making a name for yourself in entertainment should be quite feasible." Gu Yijin's spirits lifted. "So does that mean you agree?" Gu Yutong smiled lightly. "Let us consider it as paving the way for you. This program has indeed propelled many into the limelight, albeit often in a controversial manner. If you wish to succeed with a clean reputation, you must be mindful of your every action and word." At this point, Gu Yutong's brow furrowed again. However, if Shen Qingling returns home, he too will inevitably be under the spotlight. Will his background not bring shame to the Gu family? Gu Yijin cast his eyes downward, for that was precisely the outcome he desired. The better he performed, the worse Shen Qingling would appear by comparison. Regardless, the entertainment industry served as his safety net. Even if there was no place for him in the Gu family, he could still navigate his way through that world. "Sister, father has stated that if Shen Qingling is indeed a child of the Gu family, he will announce it to everyone. At that point, Shen Qingling will also make headlines, and our family will be the subject of discussion. Rather than allowing reporters to fabricate stories, it would be better for everyone to witness it firsthand on the show. Even if my brother does not perform well, it would not reflect poorly on us, as he did not grow up in the Gu household. The fault lies with him. As long as you and I are well, no one will question the integrity of the Gu family." Having expressed his thoughts, Gu Yutong found herself compelled to agree. She had no desire for this new brother. Gu Yijin had grown up with her, and they shared a common bond. But the newcomer Shen Qingling was an entirely different matter. Gu Yutong signaled to Wenwen, who promptly contacted the production team. Having accompanied Gu Yutong for many years, Wenwen understood her character and the family dynamics, and she knew how to communicate the necessary requests to the show as producers. Gu Yutong insisted that the production team take special care of Gu Yijin, explicitly stating that her participation in the show was solely for his benefit. The production team readily comprehended her intent to elevate Gu Yijin's profile. The director's team once again extended an olive branch, stating that in the near future, a dating variety show would commence, and if Gu Xiao performed well, a spot could be reserved for him. Wenwen expressed her astonishment, inquiring if it was the previous hit show Heartfelt Love. "Indeed, but this time, the dating show has altered its rules to feature a more exhilarating theme, which you might want to keep an eye on." "A more stimulating theme? How could a dating show be any more thrilling?" Shen Qingling was surfing the internet when he noticed a trending topic about a dating show titled Lies in a Cage. Heartfelt lies? Genuine feelings as stakes. Lies as weaponry. Do you dare to place your bets? Unraveling sweet nothings. Only those who survive would experience true love. We kiss through deception and wield sincerity as our weapon. When love transforms into a game of werewolf, can those who endure until the end be trusted? It is a grand gamble, with the stakes being a multi-million prize and a lifelong beloved. Sincerity, deception, love, money, conflict, truth, games, traps, choices. The most perilous experiment in love. Are you prepared to be deceived? The promotional tagline for the show was captivating, enticing a significant audience merely through its concept. The ensuing comments brimmed with anticipation. This year, heartfelt love is going all out. This tagline is quite intriguing. Finally, it's not the mundane act of dating. I crave excitement. It resembles a love-themed werewolf game. Someone must play the role of the deceiving werewolf. I wonder how the producers will select the contestants. I hope my sister can be on it. Don't get your hopes up. Director Jiang rarely follows the conventional path and will undoubtedly choose unexpected candidates. If it were you, how would you make your selection? Shen Qingling mused. If it were me, I would opt for the multi-million prize, for one's life encompasses more than a singular beloved. Had such a show existed in his past life, it would have been tailor-made for him, and he, as a player of lies, would undoubtedly win the grand prize. Unfortunately, the entertainment industry in his previous world was not nearly as advanced, and such dating shows were entirely out of the question. He was taken aback to discover that the entertainment landscape in this world was far more audacious than in his own. In his previous life, anyone daring enough to participate in a dating show as a romantic deceiver would have faced severe backlash. After glancing at the information briefly, Shen Qingling decided to shift his focus. He planned to retire early for the night in anticipation of meeting Lin Xingyan the following day. His lunch with Song Jining had been postponed to the evening, which did not constitute a breach of promise. As for Ruan Mingyi, that matter could be addressed later. Ruan Mingyi, having yet to receive a response from Shen Qingling, was questioned by Yi Qiao. Has the cold-faced brother not replied to you yet? I checked. His zodiac sign is known for being unresponsive. All right, I was joking. I suspect he might have gone to bed. Then make sure to have a good conversation with him tomorrow. You absolutely cannot lose to that scheming Sheng Xia. I certainly won't lose. Sheng Xia has Gui Jin. While I have Shen Qingling, it's an outright victory. Humph. Chapter 22. Teacher Shun. Like an angel the following morning, Shen Qingling awoke to a message from Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi, if you are unwilling to dine with me alone, why not accompany me to the Sheng family banquet next week? Ruan Mingyi, are you not about to embark on your graduation internship? Allow me to introduce you to several CEOs from prominent companies. It would undoubtedly benefit your future career. Please consider it, my cold-faced friend. Ruan Mingyi, I implore you, I beg you, to accompany me. I merely desire a handsome male companion to impress others. With your looks, you would surely dazzle the crowd. Upon hearing the key phrase Sheng family, Shen Qingling narrowed his eyes. In Jiacheng, the only Sheng family that could captivate Ruan Mingyi's attention and desire to show off is the Sheng family, to which Gu Yijin's fiancée Sheng Xia belongs. Gu Yijin is engaged to Sheng Xia, and thus, the Gu family will undoubtedly be present. Ruan Mingyi and Sheng Xia are sworn enemies, and their animosity is palpable at first sight. Shen Qingling eagerly anticipates witnessing their reactions when he and Ruan Mingyi appear before them. For Shen Qingling, such a grand spectacle cannot be missed, and he resolutely decided to attend. Shen Qingling accepted Ruan Mingyi's invitation, which increased her affection for him. While he intended to maintain an air of aloofness, a continuous cold demeanor would not suffice. An occasional gesture of kindness would delight her immensely and make her feel cherished. After a brief morning routine, Shen Qingling ventured out. On his way to meet Lin Xingyan, he passed a flower shop and was suddenly reminded of the flowers on the girl's balcony. Perhaps bringing a bouquet would bring her joy. Shen Qingling alighted from his vehicle and entered the flower shop, where he perused the offerings before selecting a bouquet of baby's breath. The Lin household was bustling with excitement. A rare occurrence thanks to Ji Yunmiao's culinary endeavors. Lin Xingyan stood outside the kitchen, observing her busy sister. The girl twirled a strand of hair around her finger and softly inquired, Sister, will Teacher Shen be coming? Ji Yunmiao, noticing her sister's unease, smiled reassuringly, saying, He promised me he would come for dinner, so do not worry. Mian, Teacher Shen is not one to break his word. Ji Yunmiao held a favorable impression of Shen Qingling. During the competition, his meticulous nature was evident, and she had complete trust in his character. Ji Yunmiao sensed that her sister was in good spirits today, a stark contrast to her usual quiet demeanor, likely anticipating Shen Qingling's arrival to impart knowledge. Tentatively, she suggested, Mian, Teacher Shen should be arriving soon. Why don't you step outside and check for me? Recalling Shen Qingling's words from the previous day, Lin Xingyan resolved to take small steps toward broader horizons and more beautiful vistas. The girl nodded gently and turned to head toward the door. Ji Yunmiao stood momentarily stunned. Her sister had indeed complied. Previously, she had been resistant to the idea of going outside. What kind of charm does Shen Qingling possess to have transformed her sister so dramatically in just one day? Yet this was a positive change, and Ji Yunmiao felt a sense of joy. A thoughtful smile graced her lips. It seemed that a heartfelt expression of gratitude towards Shen Qingling was in order. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Shen Qingling immediately spotted the girl standing at the entrance. Lin Xingyan was dressed in a pink plaid dress, complemented by a white cardigan that accentuated her delicate and gentle appearance. Due to her nervousness, she had tucked her hands into her sleeves. Her head bowed as she nervously shifted on her toes. She wore a pair of bunny slippers, the ears bobbing in rhythm with her movements. Shen Qingling's heart softened at a mere glance. Mian Mian, upon hearing Shen Qingling's voice, lifted her head, and her eyes seemed to gradually illuminate with a light of their own. With an almost magical flourish, Shen Qingling produced a bouquet of baby's breath from behind him, slightly leaning forward to present the flowers to the young girl. Under the sunlight, he appeared to radiate an angelic aura, rendering even the blossoms in his hand pale in comparison. Shen Qingling's striking appearance captivated Lin Xingyan, who felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her cheeks warming slightly. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Shen Laoshe resembles an angel, albeit with invisible wings, undetectable to the eye. Is something the matter? Mian Mian, do you not like it? Lin Xingyan shook her head, cautiously accepting the bouquet from Shen Qingling's hand. As she gazed at the flowers, her eyes involuntarily curved into a smile. Lin Xingyan's heart flutter value increased by 10. Shen Qingling paused, surprised that a mere bouquet could evoke such a profound response. Being significantly taller than her, Lin Xingyan had to look up to engage in conversation. She gazed into his eyes, her large orbs reflecting her admiration. Shen Laoshe, she spoke, her voice as delicate as a breeze. What is it, Mian Mian? Yet, in that moment, she fell silent. She merely wished to call out to him, to affirm his presence was indeed real. He did not disappoint her. He met her expectations. Carrying the flowers, Lin Xingyan made her way to the kitchen, glancing at Ji Yunmiao, and then at the bouquet in her hands. These flowers were given to Mian Mian by Shen Laoshe, right? Indeed. They're so beautiful. Did Mian Mian thank Shen Laoshe? Lin Xingyan shyly shook her head and turned to Shen Qingling. Shen Laoshe, thank you. You're welcome. Ji Yunmiao emerged from the kitchen after wiping her hands, smiling as she greeted Shen Qingling. The two exchanged a few casual remarks at the kitchen entrance, with Ji Yunmiao primarily expressing her gratitude towards Shen Qingling. After listening for a while from behind Shen Qingling, Lin Xingyan could no longer contain herself and tugged at his sleeve. Shen Qingling looked down at her, and the girl eagerly said, "Let's look at the painting." Shen Qingling followed her upstairs. Lin Xingyan placed the baby's breath bouquet on her bedroom desk alongside her collection of star jars, and they fit together surprisingly well. On the desk lay the painting he had created the previous day. Do you like this painting, Mian Mian? Yes. The artwork bore the title Sails in the Sea of Clouds. Curiously, the girl inquired, why is Shen Laoshe's boat in the clouds? Shen Qingling smiled as he explained, because Mian Mian loves clouds, and a sea of clouds is still a sea. This way, we can set sail in the sea of clouds and journey to distant places. Where is Shen Laoshe's most desired destination? To his surprise, she immediately directed the question towards him. He shook his head, I do not know, lowering his gaze. Shen Qingling's long fingers traced the sailboat depicted in the painting. I have no home. If I had to say, I would wish to have a home first. And once I have a home, the place I would most want to go is home. In Lin Xingyan's large eyes, a flicker of astonishment passed. What does it mean to have no home? Shen Qingling's gaze, imbued with complexity, revealed a faint smile. I am an orphan, devoid of parents. Having grown up in an orphanage, without a stable dwelling, and I have never known the taste of what it is to have a home. Lin Xingyan had not anticipated that Shen Qingling's background was even more tragic than her own, yet he remained so resilient and gentle. A tinge of sorrow surfaced in the girl's eyes. 077. Lin Xingyan's emotional value increased by 10. This little girl either does not accumulate emotional value, or when she does, it amounts to 10 or even 20. Could it be that her emotional value rises faster than Song Jining's? Shen Qingling. It is because she resembles me. Shared experiences evoke empathy. Lin Xingyan softly reassured. Teacher Shen is wonderful, and he will have a home. Where is the place you most desire to go? I wish to visit my grandmother's house. Shen Qingling paused. Ji Yunmiao had never mentioned their grandmother. Is your grandmother's house far from here? We can go see her together. Lin Xingyan glanced at the star jar on the table. Grandmother has turned into a star. Shen Qingling's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he comprehended why she had folded so many stars. Each of these was a manifestation of her longing for her grandmother. Before she departed, grandmother said that as long as I folded stars and placed them in the jar, she would receive my messages. Shen Qingling found it hard to imagine that within countless jars in this room, each paper star bore a message. What profound yearning must it take to remain so persistently attached? Was Lin Xingmian raised by her grandmother? Yes, previously my father, mother, and sister lived in the city while I stayed in the countryside. After grandmother passed away, you and your parents moved to the city. Yes, but they are very busy, and I am often alone. Shen Qingling gently patted her head. Grandmother has merely transformed into a star to accompany you. You are not alone. A tear cascaded down the girl's cheek. Shen Qingling crouched down to wipe her tears. Suddenly, she embraced Shen Qingling, her sobs delicate, suffused with a sense of vulnerability. He did not push her away but extended his hand to gently caress her back. The girl's tears fell into the crook of his neck, scalding with warmth. Shen Qingling softly inquired, "Where is your grandmother's house? Shall I take you there?" Lin Xingmian fell silent. For many years, she had lacked the courage to confront this reality. She had not the slightest desire to accept the fact that her grandmother had departed from her life. She feared that seeing that little courtyard would evoke memories of her grandmother, intensifying her longing and pain. Since Lin Xingmian had folded so many stars, with so much she wished to convey, why not visit her? Lin Xingmian raised her tear-filled eyes to look at him. "Teacher Shen, am I very unworthy?" Grandmother urged her to live well and face life positively, yet she had accomplished none of it. "You are doing wonderfully, Lin Xingmian, but I have achieved nothing. I have not brought happiness to grandmother. For her, your very existence is a source of happiness." Lin Xingmian completely broke down in tears, clutching Shen Qingling's shoulder. Weeping in anguish, the emotions she had suppressed for so long erupted at that moment. Yet all she could do was cry. Apart from weeping, she was powerless to do anything else. As she could not see those who had departed, she was powerless to alter the fate of life and death. Nor could she salvage anything. Her entire existence was a confrontation with longing and separation. "Come with me, Mian. All right, I wish to visit Grandma." Chapter 23. Sails in the Sea of Clouds. Ji Yunmiao stood outside the door, listening to it all. Unable to restrain her tears, she felt a profound sense of guilt within. Initially, her parents had hoped for a son when they planned for a second child, but disappointment struck when a daughter was born instead. This led to a subtle disdain from her mother towards her younger sister. In their impoverished childhood, being the elder sibling, Ji Yunmiao was sent to a good school, while her sister was left in their grandmother's care. The bond between her sister and their grandmother grew strong, leaving Ji Yunmiao feeling estranged and distant. After their grandmother's passing, their parents wished to bring her sister back to the city. And Ji Yunmiao vividly recalled the heart-wrenching sight of her sister clinging to their grandmother's coffin, weeping inconsolably. Once her sister arrived in the city, their parents were preoccupied with work, and Ji Yunmiao was absorbed in her studies, leaving no one to attend to her sister's emotional needs. Subsequently, their parents divorced, and her sister moved abroad, with their mother showing little concern for her well-being. Ji Yunmiao was powerless to intervene in her parents' decisions during those times. And now that she had grown up and wished to make amends, she realized it was too late. Lin Xingmian never blamed anyone. She consistently attributed the reasons for her suffering to herself. She felt superfluous, believing her existence had burdened her grandmother, and that her being a girl had contributed to her parents' discord and eventual divorce. Even after moving abroad with her mother, she still felt unnecessary, convinced that her presence caused her mother hardship in her new family. Later, in this new environment, she endured bullying from her sister and abuse from her stepfather, with her mother insisting it was all her fault. She repeatedly questioned why she was not good enough, concluding that she was not obedient, intelligent, or perfect enough. She never held Ji Yunmiao responsible. After all, Ji Yunmiao was merely her sister and could not fulfill the roles of their parents or compensate for the lack of paternal and maternal love. The happiest moment of Lin Xingmian's life was forever frozen on the day their grandmother passed away. Thereafter, life offered her only endless sorrow. After Ji Yunmiao descended the stairs, she quietly sat at the dining table. As the clock approached midnight, Shen Qingling came down with Lin Xingmian. The young girl feigned normalcy, dutifully eating her meal. She wished to spare Ji Yunmiao from sorrow, unwilling to let her feel pain on her behalf. The more Lin Xingmian acted this way, the deeper Ji Yunmiao's guilt grew. Shen Qingling, observing the two sisters, felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Despite their evident love and concern for each other, they harbored unspoken burdens. Shen Qingling sighed. recognizing that some words, if left unspoken, could transform into eternal regrets. In the afternoon, Shen Qingling suggested taking Lin Xingyan out, to which Ji Yunyao silently acquiesced. It had been ages since Lin Xingyan had ventured outside. Shen Qingling took her hand and reassured her, "Do not be afraid, just follow Teacher Shen." Lin Xingyan offered a faint smile, her charming dimples gracing her lips. Shen Qingling bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. "Do you remember the way? I will ride my bicycle to take you. Shall we ride? Motorcycle, are you brave enough to ride? With Teacher Shen here, I have no fear." Shen Qingling gently patted her head and rented a motorcycle from a nearby shop. Donning a helmet, he mounted the bike and turned to the young girl, saying, "Come, hop on." Lin Xingyan inexplicably found this side of Teacher Shen quite charming. Without hesitation, she took her place on the back of Shen Qingling's motorcycle, and together they embarked on a journey to the countryside. To be precise, Shen Qingling had rented a bike that offered a speed she had never experienced before. "If you're scared, hold on tightly to me," he reassured. "I'll take care of you." Lin Xingyan clung to Shen Qingling with all her might, too frightened to even open her eyes as they sped along. The wind swept through her hair, creating a sensation of exhilarating freedom that was both thrilling and liberating. Suddenly, Shen Qingling reduced their speed. "Look ahead." At the sound of his voice, Lin Xingyan slowly opened her eyes to behold a vast sea of flowers. Shen Qingling parked the motorcycle by the roadside and lifted Lin Xingyan off the back seat. As she dismounted, her legs felt weak, and she leaned into Shen Qingling's embrace, her feet still tingling. "I apologize for going too fast earlier. I wanted you to experience the feeling of unfettered freedom. To forget your troubles," he explained. In her past life, Shen Qingling would ride motorcycles whenever the weight of stress bore down on him. Her lashes still trembled, yet she softly replied, "No, it's fine. I was just too timid." She steadied herself by grasping Shen Qingling's arm. Gazing at the floral expanse while inhaling the fresh air, her spirits lifted like never before. What a beautiful sea of flowers. Indeed, it is stunning. This world, Mian, is filled with countless things worthy of our affection. If you confine yourself to a small corner, you will miss so much beauty. Shen Qingling's words carried a deeper meaning. Lin Xingyan turned to him and said, "But I don't want to see it alone. You are not alone. You have me, your sister, and in the future, you will make many friends and find people who care for you." Shen Qingling's words enveloped her in warmth, painting a perfect and comforting future, urging her to embrace belief. Lin Xingyan understood all this. She did not wish to disappoint Shen Qingling. "I will try to change. As long as you are willing to understand, there is no need to rush. Take it step by step. Will Teacher Shen always accompany me?" "Of course." Lin Xingyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled for the first time with such joy. Tilting her head shyly, she asked, "Teacher Shen, am I your first student?" "Yes. And you are my very first teacher. What about the teachers from your school days?" "In the context of my life, Teacher Shen is truly my first teacher." She cautiously revealed a youthful smile, tinged with a hint of innocent affection. Shen Qingling chuckled softly, "Let us move forward." After a while, they arrived at Lin Xingyan's hometown. Upon reaching their destination, both fell into silence. "Mian, are you sure this is the right place?" "Yes, it's here. I cannot be mistaken." Before her stood a desolate expanse devoid of any shelter, with not a trace of the past left behind, only an endless sea of rapeseed flowers. Lin Xingyan inhaled deeply, a wave of poignant sorrow surging from her heart. I have arrived too late. In the past, she had dared not look, dared not confront. But now, even the sight she yearned for eluded her. The two of them gazed at the boundless field of blossoms in silence for a spell. Lin Xingyan endeavored to rein in her emotions, unwilling to weep for fear of burdening Shen Qingling's spirit. Shen Qingling gently urged her to sit upon a small hillock. "Let me sing a song for Mian. Once you learn it, you can sing it to Grandma." "What song?" "This one is titled Sails in the Sea of Clouds. You are like a beam of candlelight, illuminating my heart. You are like an expansive ocean, propelling my oars, until that day when you cease to speak. Your serene visage forever captured in slumber. You transformed into a wisp of smoke. Drifting afar, you once told me not to fear. Despite the obscurity ahead, there shall always be light to guide the way, each time I stumble. Your warm shoulder awaits. Now I have matured, learned to be resilient, to be as tenacious as wild grass, carrying your weight. I journey forth. I seek the wind that traverses the valleys. Where are you? I inquire of the waters flowing through the sky. Are those your tears? I ask the fallen stars, which one in the heavens is you? I speak to you, awaiting your response. I speak to you. Why do you remain silent? I pursue the spring where all life flourishes. And there you are. I traverse the wilderness of another time and space to reach you. Your gentle hands tenderly brush my tear-streaked cheeks, telling me not to worry. For you shall always protect me. The moonlit boat docks, the wind stills, the mist disperses, from the sea of clouds arises a sail of longing, lotus roots severed. Threads entwined, hearts yearning, a glance. One day we shall meet again. On the other shore, one day we shall reunite. Chapter 24. Unparalleled gentleness, the tender melody wafted over the flower field, carried by the breeze, delivering a message of longing to those far away. Shen Qingling's voice was enchanting, akin to a celestial being. In a previous life, although he was an actor, he had also received professional training in singing, and combined with the original owner's naturally exquisite voice, his singing surpassed that of many professionals. Yet, more captivating than the skill was the narrative woven within the song. The lyrics resonated deeply with Lin Xingyan, as if every line was a message she wished to convey to her grandmother. Though her grandmother had transformed into smoke and drifted afar, the love she had bestowed remained ever present. Shen Qingling required only a few repetitions to teach Lin Xingyan the song, and she nearly memorized the lyrics entirely. Each time she sang, she found herself choked with emotion, tears cascading unbidden. Memories of yesteryears unfurled in her mind, the aged visage in her recollection soft and loving. The warm hand enveloping her small one, the stooped figure creating a world for her. Shen Qingling felt that her rendition surpassed his own. As she sang the lines, I speak to you. Why do you remain silent? A butterfly alighted upon Lin Xingyan's hand. She stared at it, entranced. Shen Qingling softly uttered, someone once shared a thought with me. Deceased loved ones merely transcend time, transforming into the most fundamental components of the universe, with molecules and atoms gradually reconstituting into other forms around you. The towering tree that shelters you from the storms is her. The warm sweater that shields you from the cold is her. Even the trinket perched on your desk when you are weary is her presence. Though her identity as your kin has vanished, she remains omnipresent, scattered around you. Just like the butterfly before you, it too embodies her essence. Lin Xingyan absorbed his words deeply. She closed her eyes and kissed the butterfly. Shen Qingling observed this scene, feeling that at that moment, Lin Xingyan truly resembled an angel. After the butterfly took flight, Lin Xingyan softly remarked, Teacher Shen, I believe she has answered me. Shen Qingling offered a gentle smile, as he began to comprehend the purpose behind the system urging him to win over the goddess. He had rescued a girl lost in darkness. The two then strolled along the path, engaging in conversation. Lin Xingyan spoke infrequently, yet her demeanor had improved significantly compared to their first encounter. The mere act of her choosing to speak indicated progress in a positive direction. Shen Qingling stated that time heals all wounds, but the young girl refuted his claim. No, it is not time. It is Teacher Shen who has healed me. Her eyes sparkled with a warm determination, revealing her undeniable affection for him. Yet perhaps, she was still unaware of the nature of her feelings. She simply knew that she adored Teacher Shen, cherishing their moments together, relishing their dialogues, and finding joy in silently watching him sing. His presence enveloped her in a sense of security, alleviating her incessant self-doubt and the painful memories of unlove. For a girl unacquainted with love, she found it challenging to articulate her emotions, simplistically categorizing Shen Qingling as her savior and life mentor. Observing the newfound colors in her eyes, Shen Qingling felt elated for her. Lin Xingyan tilted her head and continued, Does the gift that Teacher Shen mentioned still stand? The 123? Yes, of course it stands. The girl revealed a bashful smile, her large eyes brimming with expectation. May I choose them all, Teacher Shen? She desired all three of the 123. Was she being too greedy? She longed to visit the pet store with Teacher Shen to see the talking kittens, to explore the flower shop for vibrant blooms, and to venture to the candy shop for sweets that induce laughter. She wished to accompany Teacher Shen everywhere. Shen Qingling readily acquiesced, certainly. Lin Xingyan's eyes sparkled like stars. Her joy painted her cheeks with a rosy hue, sweet and delightful like a little cake. Will Teacher Shen come to teach me every weekend? Yes, weekends offer more time, so we won't need to rush if we go out. Shen Qingling suddenly found it amusing. While other teachers impart knowledge to their students, he was always inclined to take her on adventures. Am I a bit unprofessional? Whatever Teacher Shen does is right. Mianmin loves going out with Teacher Shen. If you wish to paint, let us paint. If you desire to go out, let us venture forth. Alternatively, we could take our sketchbooks outside to draw. Sketching outdoors sounds delightful. Before we knew it, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Shen Qingling escorted Lin Xingmian back to the Lin residence. After returning the little angel home, he was headed to the Song family for dinner. Indeed, it had been a bustling day. After leaving the Lin family home, Lin Xingmian retrieved the phone that Ji Yunmiao had gifted her. She seldom used the device, and it had accumulated a layer of dust. Could it still be operational? In order to communicate with teacher Shen, she felt it necessary to utilize the phone. With Ji Yunmiao's assistance, Lin Xingmian logged into her long-neglected WeChat account, which held only a handful of friends. She felt akin to a hermit. Having been disconnected from society for a mere year, she could hardly navigate her own phone anymore. The young girl frowned slightly, vexed by her own ineptitude. Ji Yunmiao reassured her, "It's all right, Mianmin. We shall take our time. You will become adept at using the phone in no time. You are quite intelligent. Once you find interest in something, you can easily master it." Lin Xingmian smiled gently. "Yes, I wish to add teacher Shun on WeChat and converse with him." A thought struck her, and she asked with concern, "When should I reach out to teacher Shun? Will he be busy? Am I disturbing him? How should Ji Yunmiao convey this?" In truth, Shen Qingling often appeared quite aloof at school. It was uncertain whether he would respond to messages from most people. However, she had observed his patience towards Mianmian, as if he transformed into a different person in her presence, gentle and approachable. He likely would not mind Mianmian messaging him. Ji Yunmiao felt conflicted. Should she offer her sister a word of caution? "Sister, what troubles you?" Lin Xingmian inquired. It's nothing. I just wanted to mention that teacher Shun is rather reserved at school. Many wish to speak with him, but he values his boundaries and tends to be solitary. Yet, he is quite different with you, Mianmian. I have never seen him exhibit such tenderness toward anyone else, so I doubt he would be irritated by your message. Lin Xingmian grasped the implication that teacher Shen treated her differently than others. She found herself in a daze, pondering the reason behind this. How did he interact with her sister? There was a courteous distance. Thus, the warmth he showed her felt unique. A delightful transformation stirred within Lin Xingmian, akin to a delicate flower unfurling in her heart. She felt both joy and shyness, unable to comprehend the source of this emotion. Returning to her room, she buried her face in her quilt, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. Biting her lip, she attempted to regain her composure, yet an inexplicable sensation surged through her, quickening her heartbeat. When it became difficult to breathe, she threw off the covers and sat up, her gaze falling upon a painting at her bedside. She approached it, unable to resist tracing the outline of Shen Qingling's profile on the boat depicted within. The sharp lines of his visage were softened by a pair of gentle eyes. Lin Xingmian became lost in thought. Chapter 25. The desire to be in the spotlight before heading to the Song family for dinner. Shen Qingling purchased a gift as a token of their meeting. He arrived precisely on time, neither early nor late. Shen Qingling finally understood why Song Jining possessed such a cheerful disposition. Song Jining's family was harmonious, and her parents were deeply affectionate towards one another. Her father, despite being a businessman, exuded an intellectual aura, adorned with glasses and a gentle demeanor. During their conversation, it was revealed that he had been a university professor in his youth before venturing into commerce. Song Jining's mother was a ballet dancer, graceful and witty. Her speech imbued with a hint of mirth, leaving one feeling as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. It was evident that Song Jining had grown up in an environment suffused with love, having encountered numerous spoiled scions since entering affluent circles. Song Jining's parents maintained a strict educational approach. Aside from enjoying slightly better clothing and food, she had never received any special treatment throughout her upbringing. She remained humble and cheerful, even fretting over insufficient pocket money. No one could discern her illustrious background, as she faced setbacks and growth just like her classmates. Her parents never resorted to bribing teachers for preferential treatment nor contemplated sending her abroad for studies. She attended schools commensurate with her academic performance, ultimately earning a place at Jiang University. If it weren't for Qingling, they might have remained unaware of the situation. As parents, they sincerely expressed their gratitude, saying, "This is our small token of appreciation, please accept it." They, who would never stoop to buying favors from teachers, chose to thank Shen Qingling with money. They were not pretentious. They understood the significance of financial support, particularly for a child like Shen Qingling. He could perceive their earnestness, and from the perspective of Song's parents, other forms of gratitude might be unnecessary. Only money could truly assist him. Nevertheless, Shen Qingling chose to decline graciously. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I truly appreciate your kindness, but such a gift feels too burdensome for me. I am already delighted to have been invited to dine at your home. Upon hearing this, Song Jining's parents refrained from further persuasion. They recognized that Shen Qingling was a principled young man, modest and courteous, possessing a remarkable future ahead. Watching Shen Qingling converse with her parents, adorned with a radiant smile, Song Jining found herself entranced. Shen Qingling was simply adorable. Song Jining harbored a unique sentiment towards him. She admired him as one would a male idol while simultaneously feeling a maternal affection. Wishing to witness his growth and see him ascend to greater heights and achieve his desired future. In the entertainment industry, such fans are often referred to as ma fans. Their fondness is not about claiming someone for themselves, but rather about witnessing that person's happiness, growth, and success. Song Jining embodied such a fan. Completely captivated by Shen Qingling. That evening, as Shen Qingling and Song Jining strolled outside, the more they conversed, the more animated she became. Almost wishing to extol Shen Qingling in every conceivable way, akin to a mother watching her child, increasingly satisfied with what she beheld. Shen Qingling, in a spirit of reciprocity, complimented Song Jining, causing the girl's heart to flutter and her feelings to blossom, elevating her already affluent affection to its zenith. Before Shen Qingling took his leave, Song Jining inquired about his future aspirations. Beneath the starry sky, the boy's gaze radiated a gentler warmth than ever before. He expressed a desire to become a figure of public admiration. Song Jining paused momentarily, suddenly grasping the implication. To be in the spotlight meant he would not belong to any one person alone. She hesitated for just an instant before breaking into a joyful smile, declaring, "You can surely achieve that. You are Shen Qingling, destined to be revered and admired by many, and I wholeheartedly believe you will become that remarkable person. Even if others forget, I shall always remember the boy who rescued me from the shadows." That photograph remains her screensaver to this day, and she has no intention of changing it. She understands they inhabit different worlds. He will soar to far greater and broader skies. Yet as long as she can gaze upon his existence, that is more than sufficient for her. Song Jining does not seek possession. Her only desire is to witness him and be a friend by his side, which fulfills her heart's content. Jining, yes? You are the most cheerful person I have ever met, and I envy you. Shen Qingling admired her candor, envying her ability to generously share her love without reservations. Devoid of careful concealment or calculations of gain and loss, all that existed was the girl's pure admiration and her lucid sense of self. Having grown in love, she is more willing to offer her sincere affection. As long as the one she cherishes is happy, she will not be the one to cling stubbornly, for that would only confine her in a cage, a fate Song Jining refuses to accept. She loves herself too much to become a prisoner of her emotions. She possesses a clear sense of self. The girl laughed in astonishment. "Wow, you are so exceptional, yet you envy me? Yet I feel I possess nothing worthy of your admiration. There are many admirable qualities within you. It is merely that you are so accustomed to your own beauty that you fail to recognize it." Song Jining blushed, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she asked, "Does that count as a compliment?" "It is indeed a compliment. I hope you will always maintain this joy." With such words from her idol, she assuredly replied, "Then I certainly will. It is getting late. I must return. You should rest early as well." "Yes, see you next time." As Shen Qingling took a few steps away, Song Jining hurried after him. "What is it? Do you have something else to ask? May I pose one last question?" "Of course. Do we consider ourselves friends now?" "Absolutely." "That is wonderful. Goodbye, my idol. See you again." With a buoyant heart, Song Jining returned home, while Shen Qingling felt a shift within himself. Reflecting on the girl from the original story who had been driven to despair, he now saw her vibrant and full of life. Shen Qingling suddenly realized that his presence in this world held significance. He possessed the power to alter the fates of others. Host. Song Jining's affection for you has reached its peak. The imagination of young girls is indeed formidable, and her feelings seem boundless. Shen Qingling remarked, "She is a pure-hearted individual. And once such a girl develops feelings, her affection grows rapidly." 077. Congratulations to the host for successfully captivating Song Jining, earning a reward of 50,000 points. However, since Song Jining is not a character designated by the system, the points awarded are modest. Song Jining is a character of considerable caliber, one who may or may not be pursued, yet her overactive imagination has led her to perceive herself as a target of pursuit, causing her affection value to soar unexpectedly. Shen Qingling glanced at the data panel. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25. Attractiveness, 93. Health, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 21. Affection value, 245. Points, 81. 048. Special abilities, none. Targeted goddesses, 1. Expand, Song Jining progress. 100. Chu Jiao Jiao progress. 35. Wanming Yi progress. 50. Lin Xing Mian progress. 70. Counterattack progress. 12. Main story progress. 4. Side quests. Unlocked, expand, side quest 1. Gain Wanming Yi's regret value, progress. 20. Upon reviewing the progress bar, Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Wanming Yi's affection value is merely slightly higher than that of Chu Jiao Jiao. This woman. 077. After all, dear host, you have not exactly bestowed her with kindness. Compared to other characters of pursuit, she is somewhat more complex, making the endeavor less straightforward. Shen Qingling smiled with a hint of mischief. No matter, the grand banquet of the Xing family is imminent, and I shall certainly stir her affection value. This gathering is bound to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 26. Merely a tool for comparison if one were to draw a parallel to the entertainment industry. Song Jining represents the adoring fan, while Wanming Yi embodies the obsessive admirer and toxic supporter. She yearns for Shen Qingling's heart and mind to belong solely to her, harboring disdain for any other woman who might covet Shen Qingling's attention. In Wanming Yi's eyes, Shen Qingling is merely a target for her affections. Her feelings for him are not deeply rooted in concern for his emotions. This misunderstanding is the crux of Shen Qingling's pursuit of Wanming Yi. Wanming Yi, lacking an understanding of what true love entails, will inevitably face the painful consequences of her ignorance before she can awaken to reality. 077 has already preordained a fiery reckoning for Wanming Yi's misguided affections. The day before the banquet, Wanming Yi arrived at Jiang University. The exquisitely adorned woman once again drew the attention of her classmates outside the classroom, with some recognizing her as the individual who had previously sought out Shen Qingling. Look, Miss Wan is back again. Shen Qingling remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed upon the elderly professor, seemingly unfazed by the beauty outside. After all, she had encountered countless beauties before. I saw our campus belle, Ji Yunmiao, sharing coffee with Shen Qingling last time. I wish I could experience such treatment too. I'm not greedy, just one goddess from Shen Qingling's side would suffice. Dream on. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror first. As the class bell rang, Shen Qingling emerged with a book in hand. Wanming Yi was the first to arrive today, and Shen Qingling casually inquired, "What brings you here all alone today?" Wanming Yi playfully responded, "What? Do you have a fondness for my dear Qiao Qiao?" Shen Qingling pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Wanming Yi chuckled, "Oh, come on, it was just a joke. Why are you so sensitive? Qiao Qiao has gone off to pursue romance, which gives us the perfect opportunity to enjoy some quality time together." "I dislike being the subject of jokes," Shen Qingling replied curtly. Wanming Yi suddenly took a step back, scrutinizing Shen Qingling from head to toe. "What are you staring at?" "Well, I must say, when you wear those rimless glasses and say that with such seriousness, it does evoke a certain charm." Shen Qingling turned to leave, but Wanming Yi followed, continuing her playful banter. "Do you even know what that feels like?" Shen Qingling was well aware of Wanming Yi's tendency to speak provocatively. She scoffed, "I can guess what's on your mind." Wanming Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief. "What I have in mind is you." Shen Qingling remained silent, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Wanming Yi found it amusing every time Shen Qingling reacted this way. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. We have a banquet tomorrow evening. Let me take you shopping for a new outfit." "No need. I'll dress appropriately." "That won't do. You must make a dazzling entrance." "Let me explain the significance of this banquet." "How significant?" "There is a woman there who is my arch-nemesis. I want you to outshine her companion so I can finally vent my frustrations. Last time, at the banquet, she ridiculed my date, comparing him to a duck. It infuriated me." Shen Qingling's expression turned frosty, and her tone chilled further. "So, I am merely a tool for your comparison?" Wanming Yi hesitated. "That is not what I meant." "Well, it is, but not entirely." "Wait, it's not all about that." Shen Qingling shot her a frosty glare. "I thought your relentless pursuit indicated genuine affection. Now, it seems I was mistaken. Women like you, from affluent families, lack sincerity. I refuse to be your trophy. Find someone else." Ignoring her explanation, Shen Qingling quickly disappeared from Wanming Yi's sight. Wanming Yi stood there, stunned. "Why did you get angry just like that?" "I never said I didn't like you." Isn't it possible to like someone and want to show them off at a banquet? If not you, then who else would I bring, considering how handsome you are? Such sincerity? Wan Mingyi mused, her expression perplexed. It was indeed challenging to comprehend men, especially someone as aloof as Shen Qingling. Although Wan Mingyi couldn't fathom why Shen Qingling was so upset, she knew she had to make amends. She promptly took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That wasn't my intention. I wanted to bring you because I like you, and of course, because you're incredibly handsome. I absolutely don't see you merely as a tool for boasting. Please believe me. Shen Qingling, how do I differ from your date who resembles a duck? Wan Mingyi, you are far more handsome. Shen Qingling, Wan Mingyi, could you return and allow me to clarify my intentions? I genuinely did not mean it that way. I wanted to introduce you to my friends. Although my previous remarks were somewhat boastful, I truly wished for them to know that I have developed feelings for someone truly deserving of affection. Unlike those frivolous encounters of the past. On the other side, Shen Qingling fell silent. Wan Mingyi sighed dejectedly. She could not fathom why, when the previous boys were upset, she merely found them to be dramatic, let alone the notion of apologizing or placating them. Merely refraining from giving them a tongue lashing was quite commendable. Yet, faced with Shen Qingling, she felt somewhat flustered and found herself at a loss for words, unable to utter any harsh retorts. Shen Qingling's cold demeanor made her uneasy. Wan Mingyi called Yi Qiao. After listening to Wan Mingyi recount the events, Yi Qiao's incredulity was palpable even over the phone. Qiao, why are you silent as well? Sighing, she replied, Mingyi, I must be frank, Shen Qingling is not a man you can toy with. He is evidently someone who takes relationships seriously, which is why he is upset with you. If he were like those previous men who only sought your wealth, he would have accepted this calmly and used the connections you provided to advance himself. Wan Mingyi lowered her gaze, confessing, I understand he is different. I just do not comprehend why he suddenly became angry. I have explained so much. Yet he would not listen. He is upset because it seems you are not sincere with him. Your words appear disrespectful. Do you not realize this? Disrespectful? Is it not a truth that I complimented his looks? Do you genuinely admire his visage or the man himself? Initially, it was his appearance, but that has evolved. What is it about him that captivates you? Is it his aloofness and rebellious demeanor that incites your desire to conquer him? Or is it the wish to be with him, to care for him, to bring him joy and happiness? I do not know. Wan Mingyi was genuinely uncertain. Take the time to reflect. Some questions must be resolved before you can proceed. I understand. After ending the call, Wan Mingyi looked up and spotted Shen Qingling standing not far away. Her eyes lit up with surprise as she rushed to him, smiling. You haven't left? Shen Qingling responded. You mentioned needing to explain. I am here to hear your explanation. Chapter 27. You have long lost your innocence with me. Yes, allow me to explain properly. Please do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Wan Mingyi searched her heart for the right words and, after much effort, finally managed to placate Shen Qingling. Upon witnessing his previously cold expression soften, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that Shen Qingling had acted deliberately. He could not allow Wan Mingyi to perceive him as one of her previous casual partners. Doing so would lead her to regard him with contempt, where arrogance would flourish. But love would not. He needed her to understand that certain boundaries must not be crossed, and some words should not be carelessly spoken. She had to learn to respect him. Cautiously, Wan Mingyi proposed, shall we go shopping for clothes? When Shen Qingling turned to look at her, her heart raced. She blinked and continued, no need to dazzle everyone. As long as you like it and feel comfortable, that is what matters. Wan Mingyi finally experienced a transformation, and Shen Qingling nodded in agreement. Good. Wan Mingyi led Shen Qingling to a bespoke suit store, instructing the manager to cater entirely to Shen Qingling's preferences, without interjecting her own opinions. As the manager took Shen Qingling's measurements, she couldn't help but compliment, is Miss Ruan's friend a model? Such a splendid physique. Not at all. I believe he is even more handsome than a model. Indeed, this gentleman possesses both striking looks and an admirable figure. Miss Ruan is quite fortunate. With that, the manager retreated to the back to complete the order. Wan Mingyi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Shen Qingling might misconstrue the situation, so she quickly clarified. I have never taken a man shopping for clothes. You are the first. Shen Qingling found her amusing and lowered his gaze, saying, I haven't said anything. Isn't that precisely why I felt the need to clarify? I have never invested thought into such matters. The manager is a friend of my father's. Well, you needn't elaborate so much. I am not your boyfriend. Even so, I must explain, lest you become upset, which would be difficult to remedy. Are you implying that I am overly sensitive? Not at all. Oh, how have you misunderstood me again? You needn't clarify. Truly, I did not mean it that way. Seeing Ruanmingyi flustered, Shen Qingling found it amusing. Noticing the corners of the youth's lips curve slightly, Ruanmingyi realized Shen Qingling was intentionally teasing her. She bit her lip. I never imagined you possessed such a mischievous side. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Am I only permitted to tease you? This was the first time Ruanmingyi had witnessed this side of Shen Qingling, and she was instantly captivated by his charming expression. 077. Ruanmingyi's affection value increased by 5. It seemed Ruanmingyi was quite honest about her appreciation for beauty. She leaned closer to Shen Qingling and said, I did not say that, but seeing you like this has sparked thoughts in my mind. She dared not imagine how handsome Shen Qingling would appear in a suit. Licking her lips, Shen Qingling pressed his finger gently against her forehead, denying her proximity. Do not think of it. Leave me some innocence. Ruanmingyi smiled, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear. You have long since lost your innocence with me. I have thought of you, dreamed of you, and acted upon those thoughts. Shen Qingling pushed her away, his ears burning crimson. This woman truly was something else. Ruanmingyi laughed heartily. Why are you so easily embarrassed? How delightfully innocent. Is this the charm of manhood? At that moment, the manager emerged, interrupting their playful banter. The suit will be ready by tomorrow. Miss Ruan, when would be convenient for me to deliver it? Before 2 p.m., please. I have to style my hair in the afternoon. Late delivery won't do. Very well. Take care. Both of you. Having settled the clothing matter, Ruanmingyi cheerfully suggested, it's getting late, and since we are already out, why don't we have dinner together? Ruanmingyi was prepared to persist until she received a definite answer from Shen Qingling. To her surprise, he readily agreed. All right, I will treat you to dinner today. Ruanmingyi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Shen Qingling would propose taking her out to eat. What an exhilarating feeling, akin to winning the lottery. When someone who typically exudes aloofness reveals a softer side, it leaves one pleasantly astonished. 077. Ruanmingyi's affection value increased by 3. Ruanmingyi, beaming with joy, inquired, all right. What shall we eat? French cuisine, Japanese delicacies, or something else? Shen Qingling replied, there is a decent place outside our school called Shaxian. It was Ruanmingyi's first encounter with this name, and she displayed a puzzled expression, asking, what is Shaxian? Is it a local specialty? Fast food, Shen Qingling clarified. Ruanmingyi was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, ah? Shen Qingling chuckled lightly. Only you are allowed to joke? Can't you see I was teasing you? Ruanmingyi flicked her hair and retorted, even if it is fast food, I wouldn't mind. Especially since I have the pleasure of your captivating presence to feast my eyes upon. Shen Qingling remarked, where did you learn such words? I have never encountered a young lady quite like you. Ruanmingyi confidently replied, abstractness is a talent that flows in my veins. Others may wish to learn, yet cannot comprehend. With a young lady like me pursuing you, consider yourself fortunate. As she spoke, she resolved to accompany Shen Qingling to Shaxian. Let us go, Shen Qingling. We shall dine at Shaxian today. Miss Ruan, I was merely jesting. No worries, if you can eat, so can I. We dined at the cafeteria last time. So let us try Shaxian this time. Under Ruanmingyi's insistence, Shen Qingling reluctantly led her to Shaxian. The establishment was predominantly filled with students from Jiangda, but fortunately, it was not the weekend, and the crowd was sparse. At a table near the entrance, 4 girls were engaged in conversation. One girl propped her chin on her hand and mused, Moo. Do you think it's possible that one day Shen Qingling might suddenly walk into this Shaxian and fall in love at first sight with me? Who adores chicken leg rice? Roommate 1 interjected, what's wrong? Is there something in today's chicken leg rice? Roommate 2 added, I think you've overeaten. Roommate 3 chimed in, you must be dizzy from too much carbon. How does this relate to the overbearing CEO falls in love with me? Shen Qingling would never. Before she could finish, her gaze froze. What's wrong? You turn around. Oh my goodness, it's Shen Qingling. Her voice was loud enough to catch the attention of both Shen Qingling and Ruanmingyi as they entered. Shen Qingling glanced over, causing the table of girls to hastily avert their eyes to their chicken leg rice. Today's chicken legs are particularly enticing, aren't they, Moo? Indeed. The soup is quite delightful as well, isn't it? Shen Qingling was amused by the girls' banter, smiling before he and Ruanmingyi proceeded to place their order. The girls were momentarily dazed. Did Shen Qingling just smile at me? We must have embarrassed ourselves to the point of making him laugh. So handsome. Is this what the icy demeanor of a male deity looks like when it melts? I could drool. I shall include the achievement of making Shen Qingling laugh on my resume. Then I'll have it inscribed on my tombstone after I die. Chapter 28. The Shaxian Showdown. Shen Qingling's appearance with Wan Mingyi at Shastin was undeniably eye-catching, and soon enough, discussions began to circulate. The topic of conversation was surprisingly penny pincher. Is Shen Qingling so impoverished that he brings a young lady to eat at Shaxian? The original poster intended to witness Shen Qingling being criticized. Yet the thread veered into an unexpected direction. Few comments were aimed at disparaging Shen Qingling. Instead, the most liked responses were those defending him. The identity of the individual who posted this is hardly a mystery. One can easily deduce it. How amusing it is to express jealousy towards a male idol so overtly. Is there anything wrong with dining at a local eatery? What could possibly be objectionable about it? Must one be denied the right to enjoy a meal simply because of good looks? How intriguing. Should I, with my appearance, be relegated to the confines of the cafeteria? Yet, if the young lady willingly accompanies Shen Qingling to this establishment, what am I to do? Shall I implore her to refrain from entering? Who cares what is being consumed when one has the chance to dine with Shen Qingling? I would even relish the most unpalatable dish. I would prefer to indulge in the most undesirable fare with Shen Qingling than share a meal with the envious. Song Jining shared the post with Shen Qingling, who was partaking in a meal at the time. Upon seeing the comments below, she could not help but cough. Wan Mingyi, savoring her soup, found the black-bone chicken broth surprisingly palatable. Are you all right? Did you choke? No, Jining sent me a post about a chance encounter. Oh, you should call me Miss Ruan. While addressing her as Jining, such a stark distinction. You are my senior. It feels inappropriate to call you by your name. Then you may refer to me as sister. Wan Mingyi's eyes sparkled. She yearned to hear Shen Qingling address her as such. I must decline. How stingy of you. How can you even say that? The individuals in that post claim I am too frugal for bringing you to dine here. Look at what you've done. Now I am misunderstood. Really? Is that true? Let me see. Wan Mingyi took Shen Qingling's phone and burst into laughter upon reading the discussions. You are quite popular. It seems you have a considerable following. Esteemed school heartthrob. I am not a heartthrob. Your popularity is indistinguishable from that of one. I do not wish for excessive attention. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, I would have scolded them for being pretentious. However, coming from you, it feels entirely different. Perhaps this is the lament of a handsome man that ordinary folks cannot comprehend. Wan Mingyi and Shen Qingling enjoyed their meal at the local eatery without an ounce of reluctance. It appeared that Wan Mingyi was the more proactive of the two, while Shen Qingling responded only intermittently. Previously, Wan Mingyi had not engaged in chance encounters much, but upon witnessing Shen Qingling being criticized, she boldly entered and posted a response. I am Wan Mingyi, dining with Shen Qingling. You are welcome to contest this. In response to the post declaring, stingy. Shen Qingling is too poor to bring a young lady to dine at the local eatery. The original poster remarked, did you know your presence resembles an apology letter from a condom company? Your sensitivity is akin to that of a character who, upon making the wrong choice, finds themselves discovered hanging in their bedroom the next day. Just joking. You lack the grace and beauty of a protagonist, in truth. You resemble a slab of lard suspended from the ceiling, the kind that is entirely fat. I understand the motivation behind your post. It seems you are the type who grows weary of watching videos, exits to clear notifications only to find no messages awaiting you, and then subconsciously returns to the platform. You painstakingly curate your Weibo only to discover 0 notifications, labor over your WeChat only to find no likes. No one cares about you. You find yourself living a life less esteemed than that of a cockroach. At least the cockroach has admirers who scream for it, while you remain utterly alone. How pitiable. Nevertheless, you are indeed remarkable. Most individuals in your position would have long since succumbed to despair. Upon posting, Wan Mingyi swiftly ascended to the top of the trending topics, attracting a multitude of onlookers. Haha, the young lady has quite the sharp tongue. Her words are a force to be reckoned with. Oh, this is an unparalleled thrill. The sensation of being thoroughly seen through is akin to a meteor piercing the pitch-black night sky, leaving me entranced and unable to extricate myself. This feeling of being so accurately pinpointed is reminiscent of the Titanic colliding with an iceberg, sinking into the abyss of darkness. Yet it is so exhilarating. More of this. Please, allow me to remain enveloped in this ecstasy illuminated by the light of truth. It is delightful. Akin to a mouse hiding in a shadowy alley suddenly exposed by a spotlight, utterly exhilarating. Can the young lady be mine? I see great potential in you. The original poster deleted the post. I can hardly contain my laughter. Isn't it foolish to provoke Shen Qingling? Does one not realize her legion of admirers could scarcely fit in a classroom? It ought to be said that he should not have crossed Ruan Mingyi. She is notoriously sharp-tongued within our circle, and he has certainly touched a nerve. Ruan Mingyi's unexpected rise to fame even prompted some to seek her scorn, to which she retorted simply, "You lunatic." At last, she comprehended the sensation Shen Qingling must endure facing her harassment. Noticing Ruan Mingyi fixated on her phone, Shen Qingling inquired, "What are you up to? Are you busy?" Ruan Mingyi chuckled softly, "Nothing much, just avenging you a bit." Shen Qingling opened the trending topic to find a barrage of requests for scorn. Upon encountering Ruan Mingyi's post, he couldn't help but laugh. Does the young lady not need to maintain her image? They have no idea whether I am truly Ruan Mingyi. Let them know I am simply here to defend myself. Quite well, your strengths have found their purpose. I observe you are not lacking in this room either. After enjoying a meal at Sha County, Ruan Mingyi suddenly felt a sense of closeness with Shen Qingling. It appears that romance need not be confined to fine dining. Sha County has its own charm. That evening, Ruan Mingyi insisted on escorting Shen Qingling home, but Shen Qingling requested that she stop at the alley's entrance, refusing to let her accompany any further. Ruan Mingyi had hoped to catch a glimpse of where Shen Qingling resided, but alas, she was denied that opportunity. I shall pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Let us indulge in a makeover. Rest well tonight, for tomorrow's banquet will be exhausting. Understood. See you tomorrow, Miss Ruan. May I suggest a different form of address? Given my valiant efforts in the Sha County skirmish. Upon hearing the phrase, Sha County skirmish, Shen Qingling struggled to maintain her composure. Lowering her gaze, she softly replied, "Goodbye, Mingyi." Ruan Mingyi felt her heart flutter. How could fate be so favorably inclined toward Shen Qingling? Handsome, academically gifted, and possessing such a melodious voice. If you do not speak, I shall take my leave. Ah, just savoring your words, Mingyi. Until tomorrow, Qingling. Shen Qingling coughed awkwardly, turning to retreat into the alley. Ruan Mingyi leaned against the car window, gazing dreamily at Shen Qingling's departing figure. Indeed, even her silhouette is captivating. Alas, there is no hope left. Chapter 29. This fiancé. She would rather die than replace. Meanwhile, at the Sheng residence. What? A change of fiancé? Shang Xia gazed incredulously at the impeccably dressed woman before her. The woman's indifferent voice conveyed a chilling resolve. I have received news that Gu Yijin is not the biological child of the Gu family. I shall not permit you to wed him. How can this be? I refuse to believe he is not a child of the Gu family. Who else could he possibly be? He is the offspring of the Gu family's maid, born out of wedlock. While the true heir of the Gu family was abandoned at an orphanage, the truth has finally come to light, and tomorrow, following the banquet, the Gu family will reclaim that child. Shang Xia, utterly disoriented, collapsed onto the carpet. Gu Yijin is her most cherished fiancé, handsome, virtuous, gentle, and considerate, so different from the frivolous scions of their circle. Her friends envy her for having such a remarkable fiancé, and she has always taken pride in that. They had agreed to marry upon graduation, and she had finally entertained the thought of marriage, accepting the notion of a family alliance. Yet now, she is abruptly informed that she must change her fiancé. Are you suggesting I should marry that true heir? You are to wed solely the Gu family's successor. No, I will marry no one but A. Jin. Even if he is not the true heir, so what? His kindness and love for me are genuine. I have no interest in discussing love with you. I merely wish to inform you to maintain your distance from Gu Yijin at tomorrow's banquet and refrain from any inappropriate actions. The woman rolled up her suit sleeve to check her watch, her brow slightly furrowing. I must leave now, granting you the night to contemplate your decision. Sheng Xia, gritting her teeth with resentment, retorted, Indeed, a heartless woman like you could never comprehend such matters. You see only company, family interests, wealth, status, and power. You understand nothing of love. The woman paused momentarily by the door. Should I remind you? This marriage was decided by our parents before their passing, not by me. Now that our parents are gone, do you care how I survive, how I eat or drink? Where does the money you squander come from? I must attend to the banquet preparations, and I warn you not to create any disturbances tomorrow, even under Sheng Xia's fierce reproach. Her tone remained as flat and indifferent as ever. The door slowly closed, and the sound of her high heels faded into the distance. Sheng Xia's anger found no outlet, and she could only seize the nearby lamp and hurl it in frustration. She would never marry a worthless child raised in an orphanage. Even if Gu Yijin is not the true heir of the Gu family, the education he has received is undoubtedly far superior to that of a mere orphan. How could a child from an orphanage compare with a true scion of privilege? She firmly believes Gu Yijin will not fall short against that so-called true heir. This fiancé. She would rather die than exchange. The following day, at the Xing family estate, the row of townhouses resembling a castle was adorned with a red carpet, stretching all the way to the estate's grand entrance. Media reporters had already set up their cameras, eagerly awaiting to interview the guests arriving for this grand banquet. People from all walks of life were keenly focused on this event, and the media, in pursuit of viewership, would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. The technology project launched by the subsidiary of the Sheng family has achieved remarkable success. What appears to be a networking event is, in fact, a celebration of triumph. The Sheng family aims to announce their accomplishments to the upper echelons of Jiangqing society, seeking to attract more partners. That evening, nearly all the prominent figures of Jiangqing were in attendance, with luxury vehicles lining the streets outside. Wang Mingyi and Shen Qingling arrived at the venue, where they were greeted by the incessant flashes of cameras and a parade of luminaries gracing the red carpet, including personalities featured on financial news channels. Shen Qingling suddenly realized that this was no ordinary banquet. How could there be so many influential figures from the business and political spheres at a gathering hosted by the Sheng family? This was not merely a lavish affair among the elite. She glanced at a stunning woman nearby. Wang Mingyi, adorned in 15-centimeter patent red-soled heels, wore a striking red velvet gown that cascaded into a 3-meter-long train from her waist. Her captivating visage, reminiscent of wine, was intoxicating, with full crimson lips slightly curled, and her eyes accentuated with gold dust, creating a beguiling allure. The deep neckline revealed skin as white as snow, while a Van Cleef Arpels diamond brooch clung precariously to her attire, and a pigeon-blood ruby necklace dazzled with brilliance. Wang Mingyi casually brushed aside her curls that fell near her collarbone, the rose gold tassel earrings producing a delicate chime. Of course, as my father mentioned, the Sheng family's company is undergoing transformation, vigorously developing technology. Many have recognized the potential in this field and are eager to collaborate with the Sheng family. Thus, this event is technically a business exchange. However, for me, these matters are trivial, so I shall regard it as an ordinary banquet. Are you feeling nervous? Wang Mingyi mused, noticing that it was Shen Qingling's first time attending such an event. As a university student yet to enter the workforce, he would naturally harbor a degree of apprehension. Little did she know, Shen Qingling had grown up in front of the camera. The lights, the flashing bulbs, the clinking of glasses at banquets were merely remnants of his past routine. The glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry were not dissimilar to these high society gatherings. So why would he feel anxious? Shen Qingling offered a faint smile. I'm doing all right. Wang Mingyi interpreted his calm demeanor as a sign of pride, refraining from mocking him, and gently reassured, if you feel anxious, just hold my hand. Today, you are my partner. We are one. Besides, you look so handsome today. I wouldn't want you to be snatched away by other women. Today, Shen Qingling was undeniably striking. Even passing dogs would take a second glance. After he completed his styling and donned his suit, Wang Mingyi's heart raced at the sight, her admiration evident. Uncertain whether her feelings stemmed from love or the sheer handsomeness of Shen Qingling, she simply believed him to be the most dashing and charismatic man she had ever encountered. I am not that easily swayed, rest assured, Shen Qingling replied, adjusting his cufflinks. His dark-hued suit, woven from rare fabric resembling the deep blue patterns of the ocean, made him appear as though he were cloaked in the waves of a midnight sea. This simple gesture was enough to render Wang Mingyi weak at the knees. Despite still being a university student, she exudes an air of refined tranquility, as if comfortably nestled within the upper echelons of society. It is both peculiar and enchanting. She is deeply enamored. Wang Mingyi clasped Shen Qingling's hand as they ascended the red carpet, allowing the media to direct their flashing lights toward her. In truth, the moment Wang Mingyi and Shen Qingling arrived, the reporters' cameras had not ceased flashing. While such lavish banquets are never short of strikingly beautiful attendees, the pairing of Wang Mingyi and Shen Qingling dazzled onlookers in a manner unparalleled. Both possessed extraordinary beauty. Shen Qingling's attire and demeanor were akin to that of any other affluent heir, even resembling a genuine scion of a distinguished family. His skin radiated a jade-like pallor, and the lines from his brow to his nose appeared as if chiseled from ice, with his piercing eyes exuding an aloofness that, when unsmiling, inadvertently instilled a sense of intimidation. After standing momentarily, they proceeded onward, with reporters seeking to interview Wang Mingyi and Shen Qingling being outrightly dismissed by her. Upon entering the estate, they were met by dedicated personnel. Shen Qingling casually surveyed the manor, gaining further insight into the strength of the Sheng family. The original text suggested that the Sheng family once stood on par with the Gu family, but with the emergence of a new heir, they were poised to surpass their rivals. Clearly, this new heir of the Sheng family was exceptional. How perplexing it was that among the Sheng offspring, Shang Xia could be so foolish. Shen Qingling could not fathom this. Once Huan Mingyi and Shen Qingling formally entered the banquet's inner sanctum, they captured the attention of numerous guests. Chapter 30, unwelcoming to all, except in the villa's ceiling was adorned with a grand chandelier composed of 3,000 crystals, casting luminous patterns upon the Italian Carrara marble floor, reminiscent of scattered stardust. The gilded mirrors lining the walls infinitely replicated the guests' figures, creating a labyrinth of reality and reflection. The eastern wall had been transformed into a cascading champagne tower, with waitstaff gracefully navigating through the crowd. The amber liquid producing a crisp sound akin to gold coins clinking as it filled the fluted glasses. A 20-member orchestra resonated from behind the spiral staircase, the vibrations of the cellos forming a subtle resonance with the swaying chandelier. Huan Mingyi observed the layout. To her right were individuals engaging in business discussions, while socialites and young gentlemen reveled on the left, drinking and dancing. Huan Mingyi led Shen Qingling toward the right. The strikingly handsome stranger instantly drew the attention of the socialites, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Whose child is that? I don't think I've seen him before. Xiaoxian, do you know him? No, I don't. I heard Xiaoxiao mention that there are many guests from Beijing this time. Perhaps he is one of the new aristocrats from there? He is so handsome. I almost thought the Sheng family had invited a celebrity. Those minor stars can't compare to him. He clearly possesses an extraordinary lineage. But that woman beside him looks somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't that Huan Mingyi? How did she come to know such a person? Let us go investigate. 3 women, each holding a glass of champagne, suddenly approached. Huan Mingyi glanced and recognized them, her old acquaintances, the group of Shang Xia's sisters, a circle of women she despised. Among them, a woman with curly hair smiled and inquired, Mingyi, is this the fiancé your father arranged for you? Care to introduce us? Upon a glance, Huan Mingyi instantly discerned the intentions of the group of women, who likely mistook Shen Qingling for some affluent heir, their hearts undoubtedly consumed by jealousy. With a deliberate smile, she remarked, indeed. Lu Qianxian offered Shen Qingling a gentle smile, raising an eyebrow as she extended her hand. Hello, may I ask your name? Huan Mingyi positioned herself in front of Shen Qingling, leaning toward Lu Qianxian and stating, It seems your companion is over there, right? My apologies, but we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Huan Mingyi linked her arm with Shen Qingling and walked away, having no obligation to indulge these women. Lu Qianxuan's hand awkwardly lingered in the air once Huan Mingyi departed. She let out a cold laugh. What is there to be proud of? Just because he is handsome? Just wait until Xia Xia brings Gui Jin. You'll be left speechless. Yet, I believe this one is far more handsome than Gui Jin. I just wonder if his family background can match that of the Gu family. That's hard to say. It appears his background is quite respectable. How could Huan Mingyi be so fortunate? With her temperament, how can this man tolerate her? Finding such an exceptional partner, she will inevitably be abandoned. I wager she lacks the ability to retain a man of such caliber. As Huan Mingyi and Shen Qingling moved aside to fetch drinks, Shen Qingling curiously inquired, It seems you harbor quite the disdain for those individuals. Huan Mingyi clenched her cup, gritting her teeth. Disdain? It's more than that. We have a relationship that involves mutual insults upon meeting. Such deep-seated animosity. They are a sisterhood of Xingxia, one a green tea type, another insidious, and the last overbearing. In childhood, they mocked me for lacking a mother, and in adulthood, they ridicule the partners I bring to gatherings. No wonder, they indeed crossed the line. However, I am somewhat intrigued as to why you would bring such a man to this occasion. Partly because many are friendly with Shengxia's circle, I cannot possibly associate with them. Another reason is that my outspoken nature has offended numerous men. When they see me, they tend to steer clear, making it impossible for them to be my partner. Huan Mingyi has garnered quite a reputation, to the extent that no one considers her for alliances. To describe Huan Mingyi in the words of those young masters, she is akin to a seemingly thorny rose, yet a terrifying carnivorous plant at heart. Shen Qingling chuckled lightly. Have you never considered altering your approach? Huan Mingyi blinked. Why should I change? I simply enjoy speaking the unvarnished truth. They are too fragile to accept reality, and when confronted with it, they crumble. It's not my fault. Remembering Huan Mingyi's formidable nature, Shen Qingling felt a newfound respect for her. With a twinkle in her eye, she smiled. You see, by bringing you today, They will find no words to mock, for you overshadow their companions, and with your demeanor, they wouldn't dare to insult. Is that all you compete over? These trivial matters? What else is there? When it comes to jewelry, none of us lack wealth. In terms of beauty, they can undergo cosmetic procedures. After such transformations, few remain unattractive. While it's true I am more beautiful than they are, they wouldn't dare to compare with me, even spreading rumors that I've had extensive work done. Thus, they can only resort to attacking me through men, simply because Shen Qingling boasts an exceptional fiancé, whom she delights in showcasing every day. Shen Qingling lowered her gaze, pondering whether Shen Qingling had already learned of the need to change her fiancé. In the original text, she was vehemently opposed to this matter, resolutely refusing, and it is likely that this time will be no different. At this moment, Yi Qiao had just arrived, bringing her boyfriend to the side of Ruan Mingyi. Mingyi, you're quite early today. You used to be the one who arrived fashionably late. It's rare to see you on time. Today, I wanted to take the opportunity to tease them a bit. You should have seen their expressions earlier, jealous yet hesitant. It was utterly amusing. Are you referring to Lu Qianxian and her group? Yes, they mistakenly believe that Shen Qingling is my arranged partner. Yi Qiao chuckled and introduced her boyfriend, Wei Qihua, to Shen Qingling. Upon seeing Shen Qingling today, Yi Qiao was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Truly worthy of being the campus heartthrob, she praised with a smile. Immediately, Wei Qihua became alert. Using the excuse of chatting with Shen Qingling to distance him from Yi Qiao, he could not allow this man to steal away his esteemed lady. Shen Qingling was a formidable figure. Having encountered numerous men, Wei Qihua could readily discern how appealing someone like Shen Qingling was to women. Wei Qihua, while a quintessential kept man, was a man of discernment. Previously a male model, he had found stability after meeting Yi Qiao. She generously provided him with 2 million in pocket money each month, purchased him a villa and luxury cars, even showing concern for his career by establishing a car rental business for him. For Wei Qihua, this was an unexpected windfall from the heavens. Thus his daily task was to cater to the whims of his esteemed lady and keep her happy. Having been together for 6 months, their relationship was as sweet as honey. Yi Qiao harbored no qualms about his past, bringing him to various gatherings and claiming he was introduced by her family. No one was the wiser regarding his history. Initially, Wei Qihua had dismissed Yi Qiao's mentions of Shen Qingling, thinking nothing of it, as Ruan Mingyi had never taken anyone seriously for long. However, upon encountering Shen Qingling today, Wei Qihua realized he had misjudged the situation. He hoped that Ruan Mingyi wouldn't let him down by allowing someone to charm away his beloved Yi Qiao. Many women's gazes were firmly fixed on Shen Qingling. When approached, Shen Qingling's responses were cool and distant, politely rejecting their advances. Yet, the more aloof he appeared, the more women flocked to engage him. Wei Qihua had observed many men brought by Ruan Mingyi, who, when approached by ladies, would eagerly exchange business cards and WeChat contacts. After all, conducting business with Ruan Mingyi alone was profitable, but engaging with other esteemed ladies held its own merit. Moreover, Ruan Mingyi's fiery temperament and sharp tongue made her presence quite formidable. However, Shen Qingling was different. He exuded an air of aloofness, rejecting all advances without exception. Upon relaying these observations to Ruan Mingyi, she smiled knowingly. That's Shen Qingling, after all. As the scene unfolded, Shen Qingling noted the rising tension and restlessness among the crowd. It seemed that the much-anticipated guests from the Gu family had finally arrived. Chapter 31. The man with a dual facade in Jiang City. It is customary for the Gu family to not attend every banquet in its entirety. However, as the Sheng family is a prospective marriage partner with considerable influence, a modicum of respect must be accorded. Upon encountering the members of the Gu family, Shen Qingling quickly discerned that the portrayals in the novel were not mere exaggerations. The Gu family possessed no lack of beauty, and their arrival captivated the attention of all present. Gu Qinhuang embodied the quintessential CEO aesthetic, with sharp, commanding features. Madame Gu, Wen Sulan, epitomized classical beauty, exuding elegance and grace. Shen Qingling's own appearance seemed to amalgamate the finest traits of both Gu Qinhuang and Wen Sulan. Gu Yutong needed no introduction. As a prominent star, her mere presence radiated charisma and left the audience in awe. Gu Yijin, while slightly less striking than the others, possessed a gentle and refined charm, his boyish visage highlighted by his captivating eyes. Beyond his looks, it was his demeanor that proved alluring. A perpetual smile graced his lips, and his gentle gaze enveloped those around him in a warm embrace. Shen Qingling narrowed her eyes, recalling how the original text depicted Gu Yijin as a master of deception, leading others to perceive him as innocent and benign, a meek victim of circumstance. In the past, Gu Yijin had enjoyed an impeccable reputation within the upper echelons of Jiang City's social circle, particularly among the elite young ladies, who regarded him as the epitome of a suitable match. Alas, he was not as unblemished as he appeared. Ruan Mingyi scoffed, "Hypocrite." Shen Qingling, taken aback, inquired, "Whom are you referring to?" Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow, "The one on the far left, of course." "Do you see? That is Shang Xia's fiancé, a man of false pretenses." Shen Qingling feigned innocence. "A hypocrite? What leads you to that conclusion? He seems quite different from your description. One may know a face, but not the heart." In front of Shang Xia and these young ladies, he presents himself as a paragon of virtue and devotion. Yet, a former acquaintance of mine recounted seeing Gu Yijin consorting with other women at a club, indulging in a lifestyle far from virtuous. He is not the good man he pretends to be. Are you not concerned that I, too, might be a man of dual facades? Ruan Mingyi detected the jest in her tone and responded playfully, "That's of no consequence. You may deceive others with dualities, but with me, it must be 13 hours and 14 facades." Just then, a woman clad in a black evening gown stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the villa. The gown revealed the sharp contours of her back, reminiscent of folded obsidian blades. Her arms were draped in black lace, and the snake-toothed emerald at her neckline sparkled ominously in the cold light. Possessing an aggressively striking beauty, her brows were sharply defined, and the naturally upturned corners of her eyes, which should have appeared alluring, were instead frozen in a gaze as chilling as a deep pond. The reflection in the window showcased her lips, pressed into a straight line, while the shifting light outside traced the outline of her profile. The line from her nose to chin appeared as if sculpted by a blade, and two South Sea white pearls dangled gently from her earlobes as she perused a report. As the director presented crucial data, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her obsidian-like pupils constricting, emanating an aura of danger. Shang Mo's signature pen hovered just 3 millimeters above the paper. "Please redo the plan for the third quarter." "Yes, Mr. Shang." The board members often remark that she resembles a poison-tipped dagger. The fleeting glance of men often schemes over the small mole nestled in the curve of her brow, the sole gentle contour upon her otherwise sharp visage. When she lowers her gaze, a tiny red mole at the corner of her eye becomes visible, elusive yet strangely alluring. However, the moment one meets her frigid stare, all fanciful thoughts dissipate in an instant. This woman is not someone he could ever dare to fantasize about. "What are you still doing here?" "Apologies, Mr. Shang. I shall take my leave immediately." Upon exiting, he brushed past the butler. "Mr. Shang, the Gu family has arrived. Please invite Mr. Gu upstairs." Gu Qinhuang's discussions with Sheng Mo remain unknown to Gu Yijin. Yet he has learned from Shang Xia that the Gu family intends to replace him. Is it because they deem him unworthy of the illustrious Sheng lineage? Does Shen Qingling truly deserve such recognition? He refuses to believe that the ever-disdainful Sheng Mo would ever take a liking to Shen Qingling. "Xia, since you are already aware, let us heed your sister's advice and maintain our distance. Otherwise, if she sees us, it will be difficult for me to explain to my father upon my return." Sheng Xia vowed earnestly, "Ajin, rest assured, I will not agree to any changes. I will only marry you. You are the only one I will ever wed." This foolish woman before him may be wholeheartedly devoted, but what use is that? The Sheng family does not bend to her whims. Even if he were to marry Sheng Xia, what would that change? Sheng Mo only acknowledges the sole heir of the Gu family, and that person is not him. Gu Yijin offered a bittersweet smile. "Xia, I know your heart, but I do not wish to hinder you. I am no longer the Gu Yijin who can protect you. In the future, I cannot inherit the Gu family. How could you find happiness marrying me? Would marrying a worthless orphan bring happiness? I refuse to believe he could be better than you. Xia, do not say such things. As long as you find happiness, as long as you can become the mistress of the Gu family and live a life free from worry, I would do anything for you, even if it means losing you." Gu Yijin's heartfelt expressions, filled with selfless concern for Shang Xia, struck a chord with the simple-minded heiress. With tear-filled eyes, Shang Xia sobbed, "No, the Shang family has everything. I do not need anything from you. I do not wish to be the Gu matron. I only desire for us to be together forever. Ajin, rest assured, I will find a way to persuade my sister." Her expression then hardened, and with a disdainful huff, she added, "As for that newcomer, I have no regard for her whatsoever. In my heart, Ajin, you are the best. None can compare." "Very well, for Xiaxia's sake. I am willing to make one more effort to strive for the opportunity of a union. Sheng Xia embraced Gu Yijin tightly, deeply moved, and said, Ajin, you are truly wonderful. Gu Yijin's gaze darkened, hoping that when you encounter Shen Qingling, you will also utter such words. Meanwhile, when Su Lan was engaged in conversation with other ladies when a young man accidentally bumped into her, the gentle voice of the boy reached her ears. I apologize. It was unintentional. Madam, are you all right? When Su Lan lifted her gaze and smiled faintly. At that moment, the woman's voice abruptly ceased. Her smile frozen at the corners of her lips, and the astonishment in her eyes was impossible to conceal. What is the matter? Shen Qingling looked at her with an innocent expression, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Gu Yijin may be adept at feigning emotions, but Shen Qingling was not without his own charms. Within the Gu family, the only person he could genuinely connect with was Su Lan, for she was the sole individual in the original narrative who truly cared for her son. Qingling, do you know me? Chapter 32, The Bad-Tempered Little Princess. When Su Lan's lips quivered slightly, as if she could barely restrain herself from speaking out, the results of the paternity test had already been revealed. And Gu Qiwang had promised to bring Shen Qingling back after the banquet at the Sheng family. Who could have foreseen encountering him at the banquet itself? How could Shen Qingling possibly attend a gathering hosted by the Sheng family? When Su Lan managed to regain her composure, calming her racing heart as she smiled and replied, Yes. I've seen you in the news. You're a commendable young man. She had reviewed Shen Qingling's past countless times and eagerly awaited his return to her side. Shen Qingling smiled faintly. I see. He attempted to leave, but when Su Lan felt compelled to continue their conversation. Did you come here alone? No. I came with a friend who is still waiting for me. If you have no further business, I shall excuse myself. Wait, do you have something else to attend to? Observing the boy's polite, yet distant demeanor brought a tinge of sadness to Su Lan. She offered a gentle and affectionate smile. Could I trouble you for a favor? What sort of favor? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Would you mind assisting me to a seat? Of course. Though Shen Qingling spoke little, he was undoubtedly a well-mannered young man. As he helped Su Lan along, her eyes remained fixed upon him, guilt and sorrow swelling within her. Her hand, resting on Shen Qingling's arm, trembled slightly. Not far away, Ruanmingyi noticed Shen Qingling assisting Su Lan and felt a pang of curiosity. How peculiar that Mrs. Gu would engage in conversation with Qingling. She approached them. Shen Qingling crouched beside her, inquiring about Mrs. Gu's discomfort. Qingling, there you are. I've been searching for you. Ruanmingyi exclaimed. When Su Lan glanced over with curiosity, momentarily captivated by the girl before her. In terms of beauty, this young lady was indeed comparable to Gu Yutang. Yet, there was an inexplicable familiarity about her. She struggled to recall which family she belonged to. You look quite familiar, young lady. Mrs. Gu, I am Ruanmingyi. Oh, she was the daughter of Ruanzong. That explained the familiarity. I see. So you two are a couple? When Su Lan silently cursed her misfortune, Gu Qingwang was contemplating a change in Qingling's betrothal, and if Qingling already had a girlfriend, it would complicate matters. If Qingling had feelings for her, she could not forcibly sever their bond. When Su Lan understood well that if Gu Yijin were to marry Sheng Xia, it would not bode well for Shen Qingling. She did not wish for Gu Yijin to conspire with the Sheng family against her child. Ruanmingyi smiled graciously. Not yet, but who knows what the future holds. When Su Lan let out a sigh of relief, it was fortunate they had not yet come together, leaving room for hope. Gu Yijin cast a glance and was taken aback to see when Su Lan and Shen Qingling engaged in lively conversation. How could they be together? Even from a mere profile. Gu Yijin instantly recognized Shen Qingling. He would never forget her face, even if it turned to ash. Sheng Xia gently shook his arm. Ajin, what's wrong? What are you staring at so intently? Following his gaze, she noticed Shen Qingling's profile, which she did not recognize, and instead, her attention was drawn to Ruanmingyi. Ruanmingyi? What was she doing conversing with Aunt? Surely, this woman isn't disparaging me before her. Let us go take a look. Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia approached Su Lan. Shen Qingling's mind echoed with the system's announcement. 077. Detecting a potential target. Sheng Xia. Name. Sheng Xia. Goddess level. S. Identity. Shen Qingling's fiancée. E. Personality. Simple-minded. Attractive yet brainless. Willful and proud. Plot relevance. 40. Ending. Insufficient points. Unable to unlock. Ding. Triggered side quest. Acquire Sheng Xia's regret value. Reward 100,000 points. Will the host initiate the side quest? Yes. I shall seize the opportunity for those points. Shen Qingling scrutinized the woman who might become her fiancée. As the male lead's betrothed, Shengxia's beauty was beyond question. With a sweet visage, her delicate oval face boasted striking features, cat-like, dark, and bright eyes, a refined nose, and full, rosy lips. Dressed in a white lace haute couture gown, her hair gently curled, adorned with a hairpin studded with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, she resembled a delicate little princess. Alas, this princess had a rather foul temper, clearly spoiled by her family. Shengxia clung to Gu Yijin's arm as if to assert her claim. I have heard about the matter, but my engagement with Ajin is unchangeable. I will marry no one but him. When Sulan's expression shifted, and she quickly glanced at Shen Qingling, the youth remained calm, betraying no reaction. It was understandable. Qingling was unaware of anything at this moment and would not react. However, having witnessed Shengxia's attitude, it was likely he would not be willing either. When Sulan attempted to salvage the situation, Xia, let us discuss this privately. You are still young, and some matters cannot be viewed solely from the present. Gu Yijin immediately expressed his sorrow. Mother, do you think I am unworthy of Xia? Ruan Mingyi exchanged a puzzled glance with Shen Qingling, shrugging to indicate her confusion. Madam Gu, since you have family matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Very well. Suddenly, Shengxia called out to Ruan Mingyi, her expression wary. Wait, Ruan Mingyi, what are you doing with that? What are your intentions? Ruan Mingyi looked at her incredulously. What is it to you? Does your family live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? Your tongue remains as sharp as ever, as irritating as always. In the sweltering summer, Shengxia let out a cold hum, shifting her gaze to Shen Qingling, who had his back turned to her. Is this your companion? She inquired. Surely, it couldn't be yet another unsavory character like before. Shen Qingling turned to face Shengxia. The girl had initially intended to mock Ruan Mingyi as she once did, yet the moment she beheld the man's countenance, she was rendered speechless. The interplay of light from the crystal chandelier and the banquet hall enveloped him in a halo of contrasting brilliance, evoking a divine presence. The light danced across his sharp brow, while the falling locks of hair cast shadows upon his eyelids, failing to obscure the piercing depth of his elongated, cold gaze. His high, straight nose resembled a snow-capped peak, casting stark shadows upon his jade-like cheeks. His displeasure rendered his thin lips a mere line of indifference, and the contours of his jawline became increasingly pronounced as he swallowed. The tailored suit clung perfectly to his broad shoulders and narrow waist, a seemingly austere formal attire that, on his tall frame, exuded an unsettling allure. Cold, ascetic, noble, and piercing, this was Shen Qingling's first impression on Shengxia. Chapter 33. Bringing Shen Qingling to ruin. Shengxia grasped Gu Yijin's fingers, which trembled slightly. This man could only exist in novels. Aside from her fondness for spending extravagantly, one of her few hobbies was reading. Upon seeing Shen Qingling's visage, the words ugly and distorted were rendered unutterable. How could such a handsome man exist? In that fleeting moment, she nearly believed he had stepped straight out of a storybook. 077. Shengxia's heart fluttered, increasing by 15. Shen Qingling. This young lady's heart is quite honest. Shen Qingling regarded Gu Yijin's expression with amusement. Gu Yijin felt the sudden tightening grip of Shengxia's hand on his arm and cursed inwardly. Just moments ago, she had sworn she would only marry him, yet now, faced with Shen Qingling's face, she could hardly utter a word. Indeed, women's words are not to be trusted. Suppressing his frustration, Gu Yijin spoke. Miss Ruan, might you introduce us to your companion? Shengxia snapped back to reality. No, her fiancé, Gu Yijin, was the true romantic lead of her story. How could she entertain thoughts of another man? Feeling a twinge of regret, she averted her gaze but could not resist stealing another glance. 077. Shengxia's heart fluttered, increasing by 5. Reluctantly, Shengxia retracted her gaze. Very well, she had to concede that this man was undeniably handsome. Frankly, he surpassed Ajin in looks. However, the thought that such a striking man was the companion of her nemesis, Ruan Mingyi, prevented her from praising him. Straightening her posture and raising her chin defiantly, she retorted. No thank you, he was probably summoned from some club to fill in. I know her well enough. Who in Jiaqing's reputable elite would attend a banquet with her? Ruan Mingyi had a retort poised on her lips, yet it was when Sulan who spoke first. Xia, how can you speak so about someone you've just met? Madam, I'm not speaking nonsense. Ruan Mingyi has always called upon the escorts from clubs, and someone who looks so alluring must surely be one as well. In truth, Shengxia was well aware that a man of Shen Qingling's caliber was far from being a male model from a club. Even Gu Yijin paled in comparison to him. However, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Wan Mingyi, a sentiment that had persisted since childhood. Everything associated with Wan Mingyi was loathed by her. Thus, no matter how captivating Shen Qingling appeared, she would suppress her admiration and resolutely refrain from uttering a single compliment. Shen Qingling, with an icy demeanor, remarked, "Miss, we are complete strangers. For our first encounter, to label me a duck is rather lacking in decorum, wouldn't you agree?" Shen Qingling had no intention of indulging her. This haughty young lady required a proper correction of her unpleasant traits. Shengxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare to say I lack upbringing?" With a huff, she bit her lip and continued, "Do you know who is hosting today's banquet? My surname is Sheng. Aside from Wan Mingyi, you are the second person in Jiancheng who would dare speak to me in such a manner." Indeed, she was incensed, and when Sulan cast a disapproving glance her way, prompting Shengxia to purse her lips and dismissively declare, "Fine, I shall not stoop to your level." Upon hearing Shen Qingling chastise Shengxia, Wan Mingyi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Finally, amidst all the men in Jiangcheng, one dared to speak the truth. Wan Mingyi's heart fluttered with delight. She entwined her arm with Shen Qingling's in a victorious manner, inciting a surge of unacknowledged anger within Shengxia. In retaliation, she latched onto Gu Yijin's arm and scoffed. "What good is beauty if one lacks talent and capability to bring happiness to a woman?" Wan Mingyi smiled playfully. "Oh, so you concede that my man is more handsome than yours?" Shengxia pressed her lips together. "You know nothing. Ajin possesses inner beauty, while you are merely a shallow woman who values appearances." Wan Mingyi tossed her cascading waves of hair and narrowed her eyes with a slight smile. "Ah, I must confess, I am indeed rather superficial. At first glance, I do not consider inner beauty. Only those lacking external appeal resort to such arguments." Her words were pointed, subtly criticizing Gu Yijin's lack of superior looks. "As for the man by my side, his mere presence captivates everyone with his outward beauty. Later, I discovered he not only possesses external allure, but also embodies inner grace. Is it not preferable to be well-rounded? Or are there those who claim to possess inner beauty yet do not pursue external charm simply because they cannot attain it?" Wan Mingyi blinked innocently, her remarks leaving Gu Yijin utterly exasperated. She was still mindful of Wen Sulan's presence, thus refraining from unleashing her full force. Yet, her words dripped with sarcasm. While ostensibly praising Shen Qingling, she effectively belittled Gu Yijin at every turn. Gu Yijin frowned, his fondness for Wan Mingyi plummeting to an abyss. Previously, he had found her antics towards Shengxia amusing, appreciating her spirited nature and beauty. However, witnessing her intimacy with Shen Qingling and the open mockery directed at him today left him harboring dark thoughts, wishing for her to be heartlessly abandoned by Shen Qingling. "Wan Mingyi, what do you mean by that? I merely extol the handsomeness of my companion, yet you suggest that I insult my fiancé's appearance." Shengxia, realizing her words might have wounded Gu Yijin's pride, tilted her head and softened her tone. "Ajin, I wish to hear you play the piano." Gu Yijin possesses an exceptional talent for playing the piano, a fact well known to all, and a source of pride for Shengxia, who revels in showcasing this asset. It appears that she is more enamored with the glory he brings than with Gu Yijin himself. Gu Yijin affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Very well. If Xiaoxiao wishes to hear me play, I shall oblige." He then turned to Shen Qingling and inquired, "Since this gentleman has captured Miss Ruan's admiration, he must possess some remarkable qualities beyond his visage, no? Might we be granted a glimpse of the inner beauty Miss Ruan speaks of?" Wan Mingyi frowned in displeasure. "Are you suggesting a comparison of piano skills with him? Gu Yijin, your intentions seem rather deliberate. Everyone knows that your expertise lies in the piano." Gu Yijin maintained his facade of gentle insincerity, responding, "Miss Ruan has misunderstood. I am merely curious. If your companion cannot play, then so be it." He was acutely aware that Shen Qingling was far more adept at painting than at playing the piano. Whether he could play at all remained uncertain, as Gu Yijin had never encountered any mention of piano proficiency in Shen Qingling's past records. Conveniently, this was Gu Yijin's domain of expertise. He intended to compel Shen Qingling onto the stage. He was eager to see whether Shen Qingling would rise to the challenge. Noticing that both Wan Mingyi and Shen Qingling remained silent, Shengxia taunted, "What? Afraid to take the stage? It is understandable. Those from your background likely lack such skills. Gu Yijin has garnered more accolades in piano competitions than your companion has consumed meals." In truth, even without Shengxia's provocation, Gu Yijin would have devised various means to lead Shen Qingling into his meticulously laid trap. From the moment he first encountered Shen Qingling, A multitude of schemes had blossomed in his mind. He had formulated 3 plans to undermine Shen Qingling, if even one were to succeed. Shen Qingling's reputation in high society would be irreparably tarnished. Today he intended to witness Shen Qingling's downfall at the Sheng family's banquet. Chapter 34. Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi was uncertain whether Shen Qingling could indeed play the piano. However, she was well aware of Gu Yijin's prowess, and thus, she wished to shield Shen Qingling from facing him. In Wan Mingyi's view, such a confrontation was unnecessary. Yet, to her astonishment, Shen Qingling unexpectedly acquiesced. The youth, with a calm demeanor, stated, "The piano, you say? I can play." Gu Yijin displayed a half-smile. "If this is merely an act of defiance, there is no need to feel compelled to agree." Shang Xia haughtily chimed in. "Knowing how to play and being proficient are 2 distinct matters. Do not conflate them. If it is merely a matter of performing a few simple pieces, I could manage that as well." Wan Mingyi leaned closer to Shen Qingling and whispered, "Do you truly possess this skill? If it proves too challenging, simply disregard them. Declining to engage will bear no consequences." Yet, Shen Qingling smiled gently, his demeanor unusually tender as he replied, "Trust me. While avoiding engagement may indeed come without repercussions, I do not wish for you to lose to her." 077. Wan Mingyi's affection points 10. That tender yet assertive declaration, "I do not want you to lose to her," left Wan Mingyi in a daze. She found herself utterly captivated by this moment of Shen Qingling. Was he truly so eloquent in matters of affection? Wasn't he supposed to be the aloof, reticent male deity? His ease in expressing such sentiments was utterly disarming. Although this statement may not be particularly flirtatious, why does her heart race so swiftly? Perhaps, in Shen Qingling's eyes, this is not a deliberately seductive remark, but rather an authentic expression of his inner sentiments. He simply does not wish to see her defeated by Shang Xia. This is the essence of Shen Qingling's charm. The young man effortlessly unsettles her with a single phrase, causing her to fall into an inescapable infatuation with him. A smile flickers in Wan Mingyi's eyes. "Why do you intentionally say such things? You make me think you might actually have a fondness for me. I have never claimed to dislike you." Shen Qingling's affection is not something he vocalizes readily. Wan Mingyi is momentarily taken aback. Her already tumultuous heart stirred again by Shen Qingling's words. She suddenly recalls a saying, "To discern whether a man truly likes you, do not focus on what he says, but rather on what he does." He agreed to accompany her to this exceedingly dull gathering, even knowing that others would regard him as merely an accessory. He donned a formal suit that he despised, adopting an ostentatious appearance solely to preserve her dignity. At this event, numerous women, some of whom are even more refined and intriguing than her, extend their invitations to him, yet he rebuffs them all. She overhears them describe him as an unattainable flower on a lofty peak. Yet, this flower has been gradually brought down by her. The once frigid youth now teases her, striving to win a reward for her that, in truth, holds little significance to her. For the first time, Wan Mingyi becomes acutely aware that her assumption of Shen Qingling's disdain for her was misguided. Perhaps, he harbors a slight affection for her. Wan Mingyi's heart rate increases by 10 points. What has this girl conjured in her mind? How could a single remark elevate her emotional score so dramatically? Is this still the Wan Mingyi who used to be so stingy with her feelings? Shen Qingling, she has merely come to realize that he harbors a modicum of affection for her. Some revelations gradually shape the outcome she desires. He has strategically placed the groundwork for her, guiding her towards the destination he hopes she will reach. Wan Mingyi feels a twinge of emotion. This newfound recognition of his affection strikes her more profoundly than a myriad of verbal affirmations of love from men. "Hey, have you two done enough flirting?" Sheng Xia observes Wan Mingyi's stunned expression at Shen Qingling's gentle smile with surprise. While she does not claim to fully understand Wan Mingyi, she is certain that this woman has never taken love seriously. She assumed Wan Mingyi approached her current situation with a similar nonchalance. Yet now, it seems that is not the case. Moreover, that person indeed possesses an appealing smile. Sheng Xia's emotional score increases by 3. This young lady's heart is more honest than her words. Shen Qingling turns to Sheng Xia. "I mentioned I can play. Do you have anything else to say, Miss Sheng? Then I shall take that as your consent. Gu Yijin, you go first." Gu Yijin feels as though she is being treated like a pet by a young lady. Nevertheless, Sheng Xia has always been this way, and Gu Yijin has grown accustomed to it. He smiled gently and said, "I shall take my leave now, Xia Xia. Be sure to appreciate this piece, as it has been specially performed for you." Sheng Xia nodded somewhat perfunctorily. "MHM, Jin, you go ahead. I will listen attentively." In the banquet hall, a modest stage was set up, adorned with a piano, where someone was currently playing. Naturally, those invited by the Sheng family to such an event were not ordinary individuals. The esteemed pianist, Shen Qingling, renowned both domestically and internationally, had been engaged by the Sheng family. Gu Yijuan approached her and exchanged a few words, prompting Shen Qingling to smile and relinquish her seat. Gu Yijuan's proficiency at the piano was no mere boast. Although his skills did not rival the elite like Zhong Fan, he certainly surpassed many young masters and ladies within this circle. Soon, Sheng Xia's circle of friends gathered around her, showering her with compliments. Xia, your Ajin is showcasing his piano skills again. It sounds wonderful. One exclaimed. The young master said this was especially for you. How romantic. When will I find a boyfriend like that? Another mused. Only Xia could find such a boyfriend. We seem to lack that fortune, they lamented. When will you introduce us to your friend Ajin's companions? One of them inquired. I heard that the young master of the Tang family is quite impressive and still single. Ruan Mingyi rolled her eyes at this spectacle and curiously asked, what do you think of Gu Yijuan's playing? Shen Qingling pretentiously replied, mediocre. Ruan Mingyi laughed in surprise, mediocre? If that's your opinion, I am eagerly anticipating your performance later. She added, by the way, when did you learn to play the piano? You never mentioned it before. And I haven't heard anything about it in the rumors from Jiang University. Shen Qingling's interests were typically easy to uncover, like his passion for painting. But piano was entirely unheard of. When did I learn? Shen Qingling replied. Just now, of course. With 077 in hand, what golden finger could I possibly lack? Chi. How many points do I need to purchase a golden finger for a top-tier piano master? Shen Qingling asked. Considering it's your first purchase, I'll give you a discount. It will be a modest 100,000 points. 077 responded. What a scam. Even with a discount, it's still 100,000 points? Shen Qingling exclaimed. If you want a top-tier piano master, that's the price. For an advanced one, I can offer it for 70,000. An advanced one would suffice to outshine Gu Yijuan. Shen Qingling gritted her teeth. That won't do. If I'm going to show off, I must get the best. 100,000 points, right? I'll buy it. Host, your current points total 98,049, which is insufficient, 077 noted. Has the affection waned? You're quibbling over such a trifling amount? Shen Qingling retorted. Fine, given your excellent performance, I'll extend you credit for this amount. Just repay me next time. System store. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden finger of a top-tier piano master, deducting 100,000 points. We welcome you back next time. Immediately, Shen Qingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if infused with something, leaving her invigorated and transformed in demeanor. Shen Qingling glanced at the panel and discovered that his points had reset to 0, yet a new attribute, charisma, had appeared, marked at 87. This golden finger could indeed enhance charisma. The purchase was certainly worthwhile. Of course, if the host were to acquire top-tier talents, the increase in charisma would be substantial. Alternatively, martial arts purchases could bolster health and combat prowess. It all sounded remarkably reasonable. Shen Qingling contemplated the piece he was to perform shortly. The system informed him that he could directly enter the system space for practice, which was the marvel of the system. Shen Qingling appeared to be meditating quietly in a corner. Sheng Xia, with a slight pout, remarked, Don't think you can escape by pretending to sleep. Shen Qingling paid her no mind, leaving Sheng Xia feeling both frustrated and awkward. She resembled a schoolgirl, torn between a desire to converse with Shen Qingling and the urge to tease him, ultimately seeking his attention. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to her plight, inciting her further indignation and a vow to make him acknowledge her. Such a peculiar schoolgirl mentality. After a while, Gu Yijin descended from the stage, predictably greeted by a thunderous applause. Ruan Mingyi couldn't help but worry. He is not actually asleep, is he? Shen Qingling slowly opened his eyes. No, I merely practiced the piece in my mind beforehand. Sheng Xia muttered in disbelief. What are you pretending for? Practicing in your head? Do you think you're some piano master? Shen Qingling stood up, preparing to take the stage. He adjusted his suit and, casting a sidelong glance at Sheng Xia, declared, You'll see soon enough. Apologizing now would still be timely. Sheng Xia scoffed. Look at you, so full of yourself. Apologize to you? Just don't play too poorly, or you'll be the one apologizing to everyone. Chapter 35, Shen Qingling. The genius. As Shen Qingling made his way to the stage, he brushed past Gu Yijin, both exchanging knowing glances filled with intrigue. The moment Shen Qingling stepped onto the stage, it felt as though the surrounding lights dimmed, drawing every gaze toward him. On that stage, Shen Qingling embodied a natural protagonist. In this game, I am the main character. He locked eyes with Gui Jin, who, despite his gentle demeanor, harbored a hidden sharpness, like a coiled serpent poised to strike at the slightest provocation. The audience found Shen Qingling's face unfamiliar, their curiosity piqued regarding his identity. Was he a newly debuted pianist? So handsome, how had they never seen him before? Not a pianist, it seemed, but rather the betrothed of Miss Ruan. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. The notion that such a dashing man could be engaged to Ruan Mingyi was almost unbelievable. Is this for real? How could Ruan Mingyi attract a man like him? It's simply too handsome. My goodness, he even eclipses celebrities. Shang Xia and Ruan Mingyi made their way to the front row, joining the throng of high society ladies who were captivated by Shen Qingling's appearance. In that moment, the previously depleted points began to surge rapidly. Ruan Mingyi smiled with a playful tilt of her lips. The praises bestowed upon a certain individual revolved solely around their musical prowess, temperament, and lineage, yet, conspicuously absent is any mention of their appearance. Why do you suppose that is? Sheng Xia? Sheng Xia scoffed dismissively. Merely a pretty vase, nothing to be proud of. Jin placed circles around him. Ruan Mingyi raised her chin with confidence. Let us wait and see. If Shen Qingling said he could, then he undoubtedly could. After bowing gracefully to the audience, Shen Qingling took his seat. The crystal chandelier above the banquet hall cast fragmented halos upon the piano, the light cascading down the inky sleeves of his suit, unfurling like a flowing galaxy across the polished surface of the Steinway. His elegantly defined fingers hovered over the black and white keys, akin to the wings of a white crane briefly resting upon a snowy expanse. Heavens, what exquisite hands! They are the very embodiment of a pianist's artistry. As a student of fine arts, I declare these hands to be a masterpiece deserving of a place in the Louvre. The spotlight graced his visage. Crafting shadows with meticulous care, his sculpted profile appeared as if divinely crafted. Witnessing Shen Qingling's side profile, the audience grasped the essence of a visage akin to a statue. Under the soft illumination, his features bore an ethereal filter, the bridge of his nose subtly pronounced, softened by the gentle light. While his eyelashes cast quivering shadows upon his cheeks, his brow slightly furrowed as the music began. The youth's hands danced across the piano keys, reminiscent of a moving moonlit reflection. Instantly, the melody he played captured the hearts of all present. In a moment, those who had been fixated on appearances found themselves entranced by the music emanating from those hands. In the audience, Gui Jin felt a sudden halt in his breath, scarcely able to fathom that the individual on stage had previously been an obscure figure in the realm of piano. He fixated on Shen Qingling, disbelief coursing through him. How could this be? How could Shen Qingling possess such extraordinary skill? At that moment, his pride shattered completely. How would Xingxia perceive him? He glanced sideways at the woman beside him. Xingxia was now transfixed, her wide eyes transitioning from disdain to astonishment, then to sheer amazement, ultimately surrendering to the enchanting dreamscape woven by Shen Qingling's performance. She pressed her hand to her racing heart, exclaiming inwardly, "This is the protagonist from a novel. Such astonishing beauty, such graceful poise, such captivating musicality." Gui Jin's countenance darkened. How could this transpire? He had intended for Shen Qingling to be humiliated before all the guests, to be rendered unfit for high society, thus ensuring Shengxia's infatuation with him deepened. He had envisioned a future where she would vehemently oppose Shen Qingling upon discovering his identity as her fiancée. Yet, he had failed. The entire banquet fell into a hushed silence, with only the piano's melody resonating through the air. As the notes delved into the depths of sound, the youthful figure on stage suddenly lifted his gaze towards the void, his fingertips striking the lower register with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a tempest. Zhongqing, unable to believe his eyes, slowly rose from his seat, abandoning his glass. On the second floor of the villa, a woman stood in the shadows. Having watched Shen Qingling for quite some time, the tips of Sheng Mo's fingers glided along the golden Nanmu handrail, as if orchestrating a duet with Shen Qingling, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the piano sonata. Sheng Mo harbors a fondness for the piano. Otherwise, she would not have had the pleasure of meeting Zhongqing, nor would she have specially invited her to such a significant soiree. She is acutely aware of the astonishing skill demonstrated by the young pianist on stage. However, it appears that the boy playing the piano evokes even more profound emotions than the melody itself. With her gaze lowered, Sheng Mo observes the young performer, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Who is he? As the final notes resonate, Shen Qingling gradually opens his eyes. At that moment, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Ruan Mingyi gazes dreamily at the young man on stage, while Sheng Xia finds herself unable to close her mouth, joining the crowd in applause, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment as she realizes her actions. Not long ago, she had ridiculed Shen Qingling. Reflecting on it now, she feels utterly mortified. She glances at Gu Yijin, inadvertently delivering a jab to his heart. Ah Jin, is he not more impressive than you? Why are you silent? I have no words to offer. He is indeed remarkable. What? Is Xia smitten with him? Impossible. He belongs to Ruan Mingyi. I would never entertain such feelings. Even if he possesses striking looks, an admirable physique, exceptional piano skills, and undeniable talent. Gu Yijin scoffs, had you not added that last part. Your argument might have held some weight, but including it only serves to deceive yourself. Shen Qingling rises to bow before the audience, and the girls below seem to be on the verge of madness. Is he truly Ruan Mingyi's betrothed? Have I lost my chance? So what if he is Ruan Mingyi's betrothed? They are not married. Until then, we still have a chance. And if they marry? It's not as if they cannot divorce. I believe I am no less than Ruan Mingyi. Exactly. If he can be drawn to Ruan Mingyi, his standards cannot be too high. Aside from her beauty, what else does she offer? Secretary Zhang, find out his background. Within 3 minutes. I want to know everything about him. How could such a person have remained obscure until now? What has the piano community been doing? Neglecting to promote such a talent while fawning over wealthy heirs, specifically referring to Gu Yijin? Is there truly such a figure in the piano world? Judging by Zhong Qing's reaction, she seems equally astonished. This must be his first public performance. Clapping as she approaches the stage, Zhong Qing wears an expression of pure awe, gazing at Shen Qingling with admiration. The more knowledgeable one is, the more they recognize Shen Qingling's innate genius. He is a prodigy, a genius who embodies both technical prowess and emotional depth. What is your name? A humble response escapes Shen Qingling as he steps down from the stage. Many gather around, eager to uncover his identity. When they fail to do so, they seek his contact information, all of which Shen Qingling declines. Ruan Mingyi exerts considerable effort to push through the crowd and disperse them. The women gaze at him with sparkling eyes. Shen Qingling. Just how many surprises do you have that I am yet to discover? There should be many, indeed. Ruan Mingyi is elated, nearly bursting with the desire to embrace him and plant a kiss in public, yet she refrains, mindful of Shen Qingling's modesty. Thus, her excitement is expressed solely through words. Shen Qingling, truth be told, even if you were merely a fleeting moment in my life, I would cherish it. I would accept you, even if you were but a needle. Why do you not deny it? Could it truly be the case? If it were day and night, would you acknowledge it? Upon hearing Shen Qingling respond to her jest, Ruan Mingyi laughed in both surprise and delight. You have finally caught my contagion, Shen Qingling, appearing somewhat helpless yet tinged with affection, replied. One who stays close to vermilion will become red, while one who lingers near ink will turn black. Those who are near you turn yellow. Ruan Mingyi bent over in laughter, growing even fonder of Shen Qingling. After their laughter subsided, she leaned closer to Shen Qingling's ear and whispered, Do you know what it means to be near you? What? To be near you is to be mad. Every woman becomes infatuated with you. Shen Qingling glanced around, observing that the gazes of the women were almost entirely fixed upon him. Undoubtedly, Shen Qingling had become the focal point of the entire gathering. Shen Qingling feigned modesty. Let us not dwell on it. I had no idea that such a casual performance could yield such an effect. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. A casual performance? Is this the humble brag of a gifted maestro? Do you realize that your casual display is something that many strive for their entire lives to achieve? What you consider casual would likely leave the piano world in awe if you were to truly apply yourself. The sight of Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi engaged in conversation evoked envy and resentment among numerous women. The Gu family, upon witnessing Shen Qingling's impressive display, was equally astonished. Gu Qingwang, Wen Sulan, and Gu Yutong were conversing together. Wen Sulan remarked, Qingwang, when do you intend to reveal Qingling's true lineage to him? Wouldn't it be better for him to return sooner? Everyone is speculating about his identity. While Gu Qingwang was indeed impressed and acknowledged Shen Qingling's exceptional piano skills as the heir of the Gu family, he believed that musical talent was of little consequence. In the past, he had shown no interest in Gu Yijing's prowess at the piano. As an heir, he desired charisma, strategy, ambition, and cunning, attributes that were merely embellishments. Gu Qingwang responded, It would be hasty to inform him now, if it cannot wait. We shall discuss it after the banquet concludes. Gu Yutong's disdain and aversion towards Shen Qingling had somewhat diminished. It appeared that this younger brother was not entirely inept. Nevertheless, she still favored Gu Yijing, with whom she had grown up. At that moment, Gu Yijing was feeling quite humiliated by Shen Qingling. Though Shang Xia was attempting to comfort him, her words seemed somewhat perfunctory, her gaze searching for Wan Mingyi and Shen Qingling. Gu Yijing chuckled lightly. What is Xia Xia looking for? Shang Xia shook her head. Nothing much. I simply find it odd that Wan Mingyi has not come over to flaunt herself. It is quite unlike her. Oh? You were searching for Wan Mingyi? Indeed. I thought you were looking for the one who plays the piano. The amusement in Gu Yijing's eyes failed to reach his depths, instead carrying a hint of coldness and mockery. Shang Xia reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately bristling. What? I have said that I dislike him. Regardless of how well he plays, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, he belongs to Wan Mingyi. All I feel is disdain, nothing more. What if he were not Wan Mingyi's? Then he is not, and that is that. What could I possibly have with him? Shang Xia seemed perplexed by Gu Yijing's preoccupation with the young man. You vent your frustrations on me for your loss. Never mind. You are in a foul mood, so I will not hold it against you. Just take a moment to calm down. As summer gracefully departs, Gu Yijing regains her composure, contemplating the execution of her second plan. Losing at the piano is a trivial matter. Gu Qingwang has never placed significance on such things. However, he is deeply concerned about reputation, external judgments, and the honor of the entire family. If Shen Qingling were to be branded a thief at this banquet, would he still bring her back to the Gu family? In the midst of the gathering, an uproar suddenly erupts from the left side. My diamond necklace is missing. What should I do? Are you certain it was just lost? Yes, it was here just an hour ago, and now it's inexplicably vanished. Miss Fong, please remain calm. I will dispatch someone to check the surveillance footage and assist you in searching the premises. Steward Sheng, you must help me find that necklace. It was a gift from Xiangshan and holds immense significance. There's no way I can afford to lose it. Very well, Miss Fong, please try to stay composed. Fong Qingran, her eyes reddened and filled with urgency, received continuous reassurances from Sheng Su. The necklace was of great importance to her. Should it be lost, she would not rest until it was found. At that moment, Su Xiangshan returned from outside, and Fong Qingran gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. I'm sorry, Xiangshan. I lost the gift you gave me. She cautiously assessed his expression, fearful that he might be angered. After pursuing him for so long, she had finally won his affection. And this was his first gift to her, making it all the more precious. As expected, Su Xiangshan's demeanor grew cold. She ran. Do you remember what I said when I gifted you this necklace? You mentioned it was your mother's heirloom, meant for your future wife. I apologize, it was unintentional. I have already sent people to look for it. Please don't be upset, Xiangshan. Fong Qingran offered a timid apology, but Su Xiangshan's expression remained unchanged. With a stern face, he declared, Fong Qingran, if that necklace cannot be found, we need not continue any further. You have truly disappointed me. With that, he stormed away, leaving Fong Qingran in a state of panic and helplessness. Shen Qingling, Wan Mingyi, and Yi Qiao stood nearby, gossiping. Yi Qiao whispered, wasn't it said that Fong Qingran had won over Su Xiangshan? Why does he still treat her so poorly? Wan Mingyi replied with a lack of enthusiasm. Who knows what has gotten into Su Xiangshan? It's merely a necklace. Why is he making such a fuss? Yi Qiao continued. I heard that Su Xiangshan gave his mother's heirloom to Fong Qingran, and she was profoundly touched. It is said that necklace is worth a fortune. No wonder he is so upset. Wei Qi remarked softly, worth a fortune indeed. What do you think happened to that necklace? Could it have been stolen? Half an hour later, an unforeseen commotion arose as Fong Qingran stormed towards Shen Qingling, her anger palpable. She lunged at Shen Qingling, attempting to strike her, but was swiftly restrained. Wan Mingyi, realizing the situation, pushed her aside. What are you doing, Fong Qingran? Are you insane? With a frenzied gaze, brimming with animosity, Fong Qingran accused, it was you. You stole my necklace. You little thief. Chapter 37. Are you in search of something, or do you have other intentions? Wan Mingyi was aware that Shen Qingling could not possibly engage in such actions and prepared to argue her case with Fong Qingran. Shen Qingling positioned herself protectively behind Wan Mingyi, her gaze icy as she regarded Fong Qingran. I have no acquaintance with you, nor do I possess any knowledge of the necklace you speak of. What evidence do you have to substantiate your claim that I took your necklace? I reviewed the surveillance footage. At today's banquet, I only encountered you. No one else approached me, Shen Qingling retorted. Is that your so-called evidence? Who else could it be? Everyone present at this banquet holds a certain status, and you are the only one brought here by Ruan Mingyi, Fang Qingran sneered, her disdainful eyes scanning Shen Qingling from head to toe. I have heard that you are not even Ruan Mingyi's intended match, nor a family heir. Merely a destitute student from Jiang University. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. I knew it. Ruan Mingyi has always brought along inconsequential company. This time, however, it seems she has opted for a different style. Given his looks, perhaps he is merely a trophy she is flaunting? No wonder his identity remains elusive. I presumed he hailed from Beijing, but it appears he does not belong to the same echelon, another remarked. I wondered why I had never encountered such a character before. Turns out he is Ruan Mingyi's kept man, a student from Jiang University engaging in such disgraceful conduct. But there is still no evidence indicating he committed the act. It is prudent not to jump to conclusions and wrongfully accuse someone, another voice chimed in. Fang Qingran asserted, indeed, who else but him, a mere student, would covet a necklace? With an air of superiority, she declared, either you willingly return the necklace, and I shall refrain from involving the authorities, or we shall see. Shen Qingling maintained her composure, replying, you may choose to contact the police. It is reasonable to seek assistance for a lost item. However, your accusations against me are baseless. You, even in the face of impending doom, you persist in your denial. A simple search would reveal the truth of your thievery. Search me? Are you a police officer? Do you possess a search warrant? Shen Qingling narrowed her eyes, an ominous glint flickering within them. Fang Qingran was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, averting her eyes while biting her lip. Your refusal to allow a search only indicates your guilt. Are you searching for something specific, or do you have ulterior motives? Ruan Mingyi chuckled at Shen Qingling's words, stepping closer with interest. Fang Qingran, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for him, would you? Is this your method of taking advantage? The previously tense atmosphere shifted as Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi exchanged banter. Fang Qingran's face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to retrieve my necklace. Who would covet his body? Ruan Mingyi smirked. Just a moment ago, there were numerous women here, all eyeing him with desire. Fang Qingran retorted coldly. Those are their intentions, but my affections lie solely with Xiang Shan. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Should you continue this nonsense, I shall not hesitate to take action. Just as Fang Qingran believed she was on the brink of calling upon the Sheng family to intervene, Shen Qingling unexpectedly agreed. Sure, go ahead and search. But what if you find nothing? An apology won't suffice. This is what you promised. If nothing is found, I shall leave your fate in your hands, knowing the item must be with you. However, I have one request. What is it? You must search here, in front of everyone. If you leave this place, I will be at a loss for words, unable to defend myself against whatever you claim. Here, search my person. Fang Qingran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she sensed the numerous gazes upon her, akin to ants crawling on her skin. Xiang Shan suggested that this matter should be resolved privately to avoid becoming a spectacle. If she were to conduct a body search here, would he not be angered? Moreover, must one really grope a man in front of such a crowd? I shall have someone else conduct the search. I will not lay hands on you, lest you accuse me of harboring improper thoughts about your body. That won't do. It is your possession that has gone missing, not someone else's. If you refuse to search, how can you prove my innocence? You slander me and expect to walk away? Shen Qingling lifted her chin and took a step forward, casting a downward glance at the petite woman, her tone cold and unwavering. Search. Fang Qingran stood frozen in place, caught in an inescapable situation. Gu Yijin, amidst the crowd, furrowed his brow, taken aback by Shen Qingling's complete disregard for conventional behavior. Shen Qingling possessed an immense sense of pride. How could he possibly acquiesce to a body search, especially in front of so many witnesses, showing no signs of shame or embarrassment? This was not the person he had come to know. Could it be that the investigative reports were flawed? Was Shen Qingling's aloofness merely a facade? If that were the case, he would be far more difficult to contend with than Gu Yijin had anticipated. Initially, Gu Yijin believed Shen Qingling would never consent to a public search, planning instead to have the Sheng family intervene and extract him discreetly to resolve the matter. Once out of sight, his arranged accomplices would easily retrieve the necklace from Shen Qingling. As long as Shen Qingling remained out of public view, everything would be manageable. After all, the necklace was in his possession, and he could orchestrate events as he pleased. Yet, Shen Qingling stubbornly refused to leave, willingly submitting to a search in front of a large audience, transforming the scenario into one where he was compelling Fang Qingran to conduct the search. Gu Yijin sensed the situation spiraling out of control. Observing Shen Qingling's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd's opinions began to shift. What was Feign Qingren doing? Now that she was being asked to submit to a search, she hesitated and faltered. What was going on? Could it be that she was truly attempting to slander someone here? The young man's composed expression suggested he was likely uninvolved in the affair. To be honest, with his handsome appearance, he could easily attract women willing to lavish gifts upon him. Why would he resort to stealing Feign Qingran's necklace? Feign Qingran, in her foolishness, had caused quite the uproar at the Xing family banquet. One could only wonder how Mr. Xing would react. Where was Su Xiangshan? He seemed indifferent to his woman's plight. All this fuss over a mere necklace was truly embarrassing. Shen Qingling, noticing her reluctance to act, furrowed her brow in annoyance. Are we not to search? I have given you permission to do so, yet you remain idle. What does this mean? Had this situation involved the original owner, she would have undoubtedly fallen into Gu Yijin's trap. However, Shen Qingling is not the original owner. Placing one's pride in such trivial matters is futile. It is merely a search of one's person. If one wishes to observe, let them observe. If one intends to search, let them search. He is a man and stands to lose nothing. If he were to venture into a secluded place, that would indeed be disadvantageous. No amount of washing in the Yellow River would cleanse him of the suspicion of theft, for regardless of the outcome, he would be branded with the reputation of a suspected thief. Thus, it is imperative that he allows those onlookers to witness her finding nothing amidst the crowd. The woman before him appears to be nothing more than a mindless pawn, with the individuals lurking behind her being either Su Xiangshan or Gu Yijin. Or perhaps they are both in collusion. Otherwise, why would Su Xiangshan seek to frame him? Feign Qingran's eyelashes fluttered, and biting her lip, she extended her hand towards Shen Qingling. Chapter 38. The goddess Feign Qingran was exceedingly nervous, indeed. For the first 20 years of her life, she had never touched a man. Her time with Su Xiangshan had spanned only a few days, and they had yet to hold hands. Now, however, she was to explore Shen Qingling's entire being. It was only natural that she felt anxious. Turning her face to the side, she closed her eyes and tentatively began to explore the area around Shen Qingling's chest. Such well-defined pectoral muscles, and the texture was remarkable. No, she had searched in the wrong place. Feign Qingran continued her search downward. How could there be an 8-pack of abs? She swallowed hard and ventured further down. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the women in the crowd. What had she touched? Slowly, Feign Qingran opened her eyes to discover the placement of her hand. But it was too late. She let out a sharp scream. Her face flushed crimson, unable to meet Shen Qingling's gaze. The suit pants he wore had a peculiar characteristic. Everything was strikingly apparent. The women in the crowd then erupted into whispers, the content of which was too scandalous for mention. Wan Mingyi, who had never seen anything of the sort, began to question if her eyes were deceiving her. She resolved to verify the authenticity of the situation next time. Shen Qingling remained composed, though the slight reddening of his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Feign Qingran wished fervently to disappear into the ground as the onlooking women jested. Feign Qingran, can you manage this? If you can't figure it out, let me give it a try. Feign Qingran finally turned her gaze back to Shen Qingling. Yes, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. You should open your eyes and search as well. After thoroughly searching Shen Qingling's entire being, Feign Qingran found no trace of the necklace she sought. Her complexion turned pale, disbelief washing over her as she murmured, how is this possible? It can't be. There's no one else but Xiangshan and you. But why is it not with you? Feign Qingran could not fathom it, having never once doubted Su Xiangshan. Shen Qingling adjusted his clothing and remarked, I have already informed you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Now that you have completed your search and found no necklace, should you not offer me an apology? At that moment, Feign Qingran's mind was still clouded. Yet she began to realize that this incident might indeed have no connection to the young man before her, and she nearly wronged him. I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to wrong you. Losing the necklace has left me in a state of distress, which led to my suspicions. I am truly sorry. Whatever compensation you desire, I am willing to accept. How about this? I shall offer you 200,000 as my form of recompense. Is that acceptable? Shen Qingling shook her head, stating, I do not want your money. Come here. I have something to say to you. Feign Qingran, although bewildered, obediently followed Shen Qingling to a secluded corner. What transpired between them remains a mystery to the onlookers. However, the accusation of theft against Shen Qingling has been proven unfounded, rendering Gu Yijin's scheme a failure once more. The Gu family observed the entire scene unfold. Initially, when Sulan was furious and tempted to reveal Shen Qingling's true identity amidst the ridicule he faced, but she was firmly restrained by Gu Qinhuang. Feeling disheartened by Gu Qinhuang and increasingly guilty towards Shen Qingling, when Sulan questioned, "Do you intend to allow my child to be subjected to such mockery and humiliation? He is your child as well. How can you bear this, Gu Qinhuang?" The man warned her with a glance, "If you go out now, it will not resolve anything. It will only expose the fact that the son the Gu family reclaimed is suspected of being a thief. When he returns to the Gu family in disgrace, do you think his life will be any easier?" When Sulan paused, finally grasping his implication, "Are you suggesting that this incident was aimed at Qingling?" Gu Qinhuang's gaze was composed, imbued with the scrutiny of an authoritative figure. "If my son cannot resolve such trivial matters, how can we expect him to inherit the Gu family?" Gu Qinhuang merely wished to observe how Shen Qingling would handle the situation, and fortunately, Shen Qingling did not disappoint him. He was quite pleased. He regarded Shen Qingling's back with a slight, enigmatic smile. It is indeed his bloodline. No wonder he always felt Gu Yijin lacked his essence, appearing rather dull-witted. Perhaps it is a matter of lineage. When Sulan noticed the glimmer of affection in Gu Qinhuang's gaze towards Shen Qingling, though it was not the tenderness of a father for his child, but rather an appreciation for his successor, she sighed with relief. As long as Gu Qinhuang could accept this child, she had no expectations for paternal affection from him. She shuddered to think what would have happened had the necklace been discovered on Shen Qingling. The Sheng family had been watching the entire ordeal. Searching for Sheng Xia, she found no trace of her, but instead spotted Sheng Mo in a black gown on the second floor. It appeared Sheng Mo had been observing the entire scene from above. Sheng Mo had previously harbored discontent towards Gu Yijin, and when Sulan had feared she would feel similarly about Shen Qingling. However, it now seemed unlikely. She noticed the slight smile that graced Sheng Mo's lips as she regarded Shen Qingling. After resolving the matter, Shen Qingling found himself increasingly surrounded by women. His identity as the impoverished son seemed only to heighten their interest, as it presented them with greater opportunities to engage with him. Shen Qingling felt overwhelmed and retreated to a corner to escape their attention. At that moment, a server approached with a tray of drinks. "Sir, would you care for a glass of wine?" Shen Qingling took the glass in hand, swirling it thoughtfully, yet hesitated to take a sip. Not far away, Gu Yijin observed with a sense of urgency. Why did Shen Qingling hold the wine but not drink it? It was as if Shen Qingling was toying with the glass, lifting it only to set it down again and again, which made Gu Yijin's frustration boil. Was Shen Qingling truly unaware that he had tampered with the drink? This was Gu Yijin's third scheme. Although it was audacious, if successful, it would yield remarkable results, leading to Shen Qingling's utter disgrace. Anticipating the outcome, Gu Yijin watched as Shen Qingling finally consumed the wine. A cold smile crept upon the youth's lips. Gu Yijin mused, "Is this the extent of your cunning? It is laughable, but I shall indulge you for now." Shen Qingling vanished from Gu Yijin's sight for a while, leading him to believe he had gone to the restroom. And he thought little of it. Before long, Shen Qingling returned, appearing somewhat inebriated, a flush spreading across his face, the heat in his body causing him to frown. An attendant approached him, saying, "Sir, you seem to be intoxicated. Allow me to assist you to a guest room for some rest." Shen Qingling nodded, and the attendant guided him to the second floor, seemingly intent on leading him to a particular room. At that moment, an excited voice echoed, 077, detected level 3 target. Points, 1,000,000. Name, unknown. Goddess level, identity, unknown. Personality, unknown. Plot relevance, 70. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. Shen Qingling instantly became alert. How much? 1,000,000 points. Chapter 39. The ending will be rewritten by him indeed. A level 3 goddess is a rare entity, and should the host succeed in the pursuit, numerous rewards await. However, I do not even know her name. How can I proceed with the pursuit? That requires the host's own effort. Everything about her is shrouded in mystery, including the absence of any heart-throbbing value notifications. Without such a measure, how can I ascertain if she is indeed my target? The host can observe the progress bar for the unknown goddess in the pursuit section. As long as the progress bar fluctuates, it is akin to the heart-throbbing value, albeit lacking immediate effects, thus increasing the difficulty of the pursuit. Shen Qingling glanced at the panel, noting that the progress bar for the unknown goddess displayed a mere 8%, suggesting that this individual had witnessed his actions at the banquet and developed a slight affection for him. Although this sentiment was pitifully low, it was apparent that those women, including Fong Qingran, likely had a heart-throbbing value far exceeding 8. It seemed she was not one to easily fall for anyone. Indeed, the higher the level, the more challenging the pursuit would be. It was inherently a test of capability. So, who could she be? Today, there were hundreds of attendees at the banquet. How would he sift through them? Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, pausing to survey his surroundings, his gaze landing on the nearest door. Were all these rooms for guests? Perhaps I should try this one. Apologies, sir, but this is the office of General Sheng. Guest rooms are further ahead. Oh. There was only one General Sheng in the Sheng family. Sheng Xia's sister, Sheng Yimou. Could it be her? Shen Qingling recalled that in the original text, there was scant description of Sheng Mo's character. Her appearances could be counted on a single hand. Either they chronicled the achievements of the Sheng family or conveyed her subtle disdain and contempt for Gu Yijing. In the original narrative, Sheng Yimou was not particularly pleased with his sister's betrothal, yet he remained silent due to parental arrangements and the Gu family's substantial standing, opting for cooperation over dissent. Throughout, she harbored an unkind demeanor towards Gu Yijing, even suggesting to Sheng Xia that Gu Yijing was not as favorable as she seemed, thus planting seeds of doubt in Sheng Xia's mind, which Gu Yijing resented deeply. Not only did he covet everything belonging to the Gu family, but he also secretly coveted the Sheng family's fortune, attempting to manipulate Sheng Xia's thoughts. However, the outcome remained unknown to Shen Qingling, as he had not completed the book. Cursed be fate. Had he known he would be transported into this story, he would have read it multiple times from cover to cover. Regret, alas, is futile now. The conclusion of this tale would be rewritten by him. Sir, are you well? The attendant called out twice upon noticing his silence. Shen Qingling, resting his forehead in discomfort, furrowed his brows and replied, It's nothing, let's go. The attendant assisted Shen Qingling to the guest room, tenderly guiding him to the edge of the bed. Once Shen Qingling reclined, he adjusted his necktie. Do you need assistance with your garments? No, you may leave. Very well, please rest. I shall awaken you before the banquet concludes. The attendant exited and securely locked the door from the outside to prevent Shen Qingling from escaping. After surveying the surroundings, he cautiously extracted his phone and sent a hurried message. The person has entered the room, come quickly. Received. Gu Yijing also received the notification. Realizing that Shen Qingling had unwittingly walked into his trap, he took a sip of the nearby red wine, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Gu Yijing did not assign a female attendant to approach Shen Qingling directly. Although such an approach might prove more straightforward, it hinged on Shen Qingling's willingness to follow her. Gu Yijing understood that Shen Qingling was notoriously aloof and self-restrained, harboring a wariness towards women. If a female attendant were to approach him initially, he likely would not engage. Thus, after the male attendant successfully brought Shen Qingling upstairs, he would allow a woman to enter the room later. The outcome would remain unchanged. Once the attendant left, Shen Qingling immediately opened his eyes, rising to conceal himself behind the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The effects of the drug coursed through him increasingly, and he gritted his teeth to endure. For the sake of his goals, he must persevere. It must be said that the drug Gu Yijing concocted was indeed potent. He had surely frequented such establishments. Shen Qingling felt the veins on his forehead throb, his mouth parched, and a growing heat enveloped him, a fire surging within, intensifying to a point where he feared losing control. Fortunately, he possessed the 077 auxiliary, preventing him from completely succumbing to madness. Otherwise, he would not dare to engage so recklessly with Gu Yijing. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the door, and Shen Qingling's gaze grew perilous. A female attendant entered the room, and before she could react, Shen Qingling swiftly rendered her unconscious. Observing the woman sprawled on the floor, he let out a cold smirk. Such trivial beauty dared to entertain thoughts of seducing him. How absurd. He searched the woman's belongings and, upon finding her phone, promptly powered it off. Peering through the crack of the door, he noticed the attendant was nowhere in sight, likely downstairs, preparing to bring someone up. Had Shen Qingling truly succumbed to the effects of the drug and lay here in a stupor, it would have inevitably led to this woman committing unspeakable acts upon him, leaving evident marks and eliciting screams that would attract attention. By the time the attendant returned with others, she could easily turn the tables, claiming he had assaulted her, thereby ensuring everyone believed Shen Qingling to be a lecherous predator devoid of decorum. Gu Yijing's tactics were indeed ruthless. Even if Shen Qingling attempted to defend himself, it would be of no avail. Regardless of whether people believed he was innocent, the sight of him in such a disgraceful state would irreparably tarnish his reputation. Sometimes, The truth holds little significance, a reality Gu Yijin understood well. Once photographs circulated, his chance of redemption would be slim. Would the Gu family still acknowledge him as their flesh and blood? Given Gu Qingling's temperament, it seemed highly improbable. The desire to see him utterly disgraced in public? Such tactics were far too simplistic. Shen Qingling approached the mirror, tousling his hair and loosening his clothing. A feverish flush adorned his face, his entire being radiated heat, and his gaze was dazed, clearly indicative of an altered state. Once he had prepared himself adequately, he opened the door and stepped outside. He navigated through memory to find himself before Shang Mo's door and pushed it open without hesitation. Thankfully, it was not locked. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a dim floor lamp casting a warm glow upon the woman standing by the window, lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound, she assumed it was one of her subordinates reporting in, though typically, no one would enter so boldly. She turned, furrowing her brow as she raised her gaze. "Who is it? Do you not know how to knock?" As the figure drew nearer, Shang Mo's expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion. How could it be him? Even now, she was unaware of his name. The youth's eyes were glazed, his face flushed, attire disheveled, and hair in disarray. Cold sweat dampened his forehead, causing droplets to cling to his lashes. In short, he was clearly in a state of disarray. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure about him. Earlier, at the banquet, he had performed splendidly. His grace at the piano was unmatched, and in the face of false accusations, he had remained composed and unflappable, charming in his poise. This stark contrast to his current appearance was striking. It appeared this individual possessed such a side. Shang Mo considered herself not one to be swayed by a man's looks, yet the impression he left was profound, particularly with that striking visage that rendered one forgetful of the mundane. What could his presence in her room signify at this moment? Shen Qingling's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, and Shang Mo sensed he was teetering on the brink of losing control. It was the first time Shang Mo encountered such a situation. She furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is the matter with you?" His gaze was unfocused. As he struggled to articulate his thoughts, the young man gasped, his voice rasping, "Someone is trying to harm me. They have drugged me." Shang Mo frowned. How audacious for someone to carry out such an act within the Shang family. What was this boy's identity? What was the purpose behind drugging him? Hadn't it been said that he was merely a poor student from Jiang University? Or was it that his striking appearance had attracted the attention of a woman who resorted to such despicable means? If that were the case, how could he have ended up here? Alternatively, there was another possibility. Perhaps it was intentional. Shang Mo scrutinized his captivating face and contemplated. There had been numerous men who had previously attempted to seduce her through various means, but this was indeed a novel approach. Regardless, this matter must remain confidential. If the media were to discover that someone was drugged at her banquet, the repercussions for the Shang family would be dire, and she had no desire to associate her family with such scandalous news. Shen Qingling, unable to maintain his balance, suddenly leaned against Shang Mo. It was not so much an embrace as it was a collapse, his entire weight pressing against her. Behind her was a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows, rendering her immobile. The heat radiating from him sent shivers down her spine, as if her skin were being scorched. Shen Qingling, feeling the coolness of her body, instinctively nuzzled closer. This woman, who was composed at all times, found her heart racing uncontrollably. "Why you should get up," she stammered. He seemed only capable of uttering that one phrase. The pleasant fragrance emanating from her, crisp and refreshing, did little to restore his composure. With great effort, Shang Mo managed to push him away slightly. But the young man's heated gaze remained fixed upon her, akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a delectable dessert, or a hunter gazing at its prey. He fixated on her crimson lips and, without hesitation, pressed his mouth against hers. Shang Mo's eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat, and the tension in her mind snapped. In her fluster, she accidentally knocked over a lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness. With visibility obscured, her senses heightened. The scent of mint and cedar from the young man overwhelmed her senses. His hand cradled the back of her neck, guiding her toward him, while the other brushed against her cheek, her cascading hair entwining with his cuff. The warmth of his lips sent a jolt of electricity surging from her toes. And as their lips met, she felt her heartbeat resonate, capable of shattering the cacophony of the bustling city. Shen Qingling's prowess in kissing was widely acknowledged. The fact that Shang Mo had yet to push him away spoke volumes. Another reason for her inaction was her utter bewilderment. This was Shang Mo's first kiss. She had never anticipated that her inaugural kiss would occur under such absurd and melodramatic circumstances. A cold young man, drugged at a high society banquet, bursting into her room and, in a moment of loss of control, kissing her. In the stillness of the night, obscured by an impenetrable darkness, only the fervent breaths of the youth and her restless heartbeat could be discerned, accompanied by a kiss that sent her spiraling into a state of disarray. She endeavored to regain her composure, yet the boy's persistent allure ignited a fervor within her, the intoxicating rush of hormones enveloping her senses. Previously, she had failed to grasp the essence of kissing until she experienced it firsthand. Though merely a fleeting moment had passed since Shen Qingling's lips met Sheng Mo's, it felt to her as if an eternity had elapsed. As her rationality began to resurface, she attempted to push Shen Qingling away, but he relinquished his hold on her, seemingly regaining a measure of his own clarity. Breathless, he leaned against her shoulder, murmuring apologies. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." His voice betrayed an effort to contain himself. Sheng Mo replied with a calm demeanor, "I have a private doctor at home. You should drink some water to collect yourself. I'll call him to come over." As she extended a hand to guide Shen Qingling to the sofa, they stumbled and fell, tripping over an unseen obstacle. Shen Qingling instinctively wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from harm, holding her tightly as his rapid heartbeat resonated in her ears. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," she replied, though internally, she was quite the opposite. Everything that had transpired today was beyond her control. "Could you let go of me?" "Apologies," he responded, his tone tinged with embarrassment as he gently released her. Sheng Mo bore him no ill will. Her only desire was to swiftly locate her phone and summon Dr. Qin. Rising, she found her phone on the sofa. "Come to the third room on the second floor. Someone has been drugged." "Understood." The effect seemed potent. "Come quickly." After the call, she turned her gaze towards Shen Qingling, illuminated by the light of her phone. As she approached to assist him to the sofa, an inexplicable sensation compelled her to glance at the window. Narrowing her eyes, she walked over and drew the curtains shut. The room fell into complete darkness. She reached for the light switch, but Shen Qingling grasped her hand. "Are you going to turn on the lights?" "Yes." "Why? Could you refrain from doing so?" "Why?" Her question hung in the air, enveloping the room in a profound silence. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you hesitant for me to see you?" Shen Qingling pressed his lips together. "It's embarrassing." Sheng Mo recognized his strong sense of pride. Indeed, had she found herself in a similar predicament, she too would wish to avoid revealing her vulnerability. Lowering her gaze to assess him, he suddenly shielded his eyes with his hand, revealing only his prominent nose and slightly parted lips, adorned with her lipstick. The memory of their kiss resurfaced within her mind. "Why cover your eyes? Are you afraid to look at me? Is it embarrassment or the fear of succumbing?" She squatted down, gently removing his hand, and met his gaze. "You dared to kiss me moments ago, yet now you cannot even meet my eyes?" Shen Qingling opened his eyes and gazed at her. The young man's brow was furrowed, his gaze clouded with a blend of yearning and restraint, and his breath was shallow, eliciting a faint smile from Sheng Mo. Shen Qingling found it impossible to decipher the meaning behind her smile. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently entangled himself with a lunatic. Chapter 41. President Sheng and the man in the room. A knock resonated from the door, prompting Sheng Mo to withdraw her gaze and rise. "Come in," she beckoned. "Doctor." Qin hesitated upon entering the dimly lit room. The woman stepped from the obscurity into the light by the door, seemingly intent on concealing the young man from Dr. Qin's sight. Typically meticulous, her hair was now slightly disheveled, her lipstick smudged, and her eyes slightly reddened, a clear indication of her recent endeavors. Qinzhou was filled with astonishment, pondering the identity of the person within who dared to act with such audacity in the presence of a formidable figure. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a sensational revelation, yet, adhering to his professional decorum, he refrained from inquiring further. "President Sheng, just let him take the medicine," he suggested. "Very well," Sheng Mo replied, accepting the pills from Dr. Qin's hand and ushering him out. She squatted down beside Shen Qingling once more. "Before I give you the pills, you must answer a question." "All right. Have you kissed any other women before today?" Shen Qingling could not discern the woman's expression, unaware that her gaze was laced with scrutiny and peril. Should she not receive the answer she sought, he would find it nearly impossible to leave this place unscathed. "No." Upon hearing the desired response, Sheng Mo revealed a satisfied smile and pressed the pills into Shen Qingling's mouth. After a moment's pause, he felt the heat within him dissipate, leaving him tranquil. Hearing the young man's breathing steady, Sheng Mo inquired, "May I turn on the light now?" "Yes." As she flicked the switch, Shen Qingling rose to his feet, meticulously fastening the top button of his shirt and adjusting his hair. Sheng Mo observed the lipstick mark on his lips and remarked with a hint of mischief, "Aren't you going to wipe away that lipstick?" The young man flushed at her words once more. Sheng Mo found his reactions intriguingly contrasting. He was utterly graceful during the performance downstairs, composed when wronged, alluringly enticing when drugged, and yet, upon recovering his usual aloof demeanor, he blushed at her simple comment. Was this what innocence looked like in a man? Shen Qingling wiped the lipstick mark from his lips, and upon seeing the red stain on his fingers, he recalled something and averted his gaze. Unwilling to meet Sheng Mo's eyes, Sheng Mo surmised he was likely reminiscing about the kiss. She slowly walked closer to him. "What is your name?" Sheng Mo was not one to engage in idle chatter unless something piqued her interest. "Why do you not answer me?" "It is unimportant." Shen Qingling intended to leave her with the impression that he was not deliberately pursuing her. Once such matters were infused with intention, they would lose their romantic spontaneity. As expected, Sheng Mo's suspicion resurfaced once she regained her composure. "So, do you know who I am?" "I do. The attendant mentioned it while passing by." "Then why did you specifically enter my room?" Her inquiries bore an oppressive weight, as if she were relentlessly closing in on Shen Qingling. She sought to discern any signs of pretense or guilt upon his visage. Should today's incident prove to be a meticulously orchestrated affair, Sheng Mo's affection for Shen Qingling would evaporate instantaneously, potentially giving rise to a vengeful sentiment born from feeling duped. Conversely, if it were merely an accident, her intrigue toward the youth before her would only intensify. Having performed numerous roles in his past life, this particular scene posed no challenge for Shen Qingling, who exhibited no signs of deviation. He recounted the narrative he had long envisioned. "You belong to the Xing family. Aside from you, I know not whom to turn to. I would prefer that my current state remain concealed from others. You, however, will not disseminate this information, for today's gathering holds paramount importance. Yet, others may not be so discreet." Shen Qingling resumed his demeanor of cold rationality, uncertain whether the woman before him believed his account. Sheng Mo persisted with her questioning. "Do you know who drugged you?" "I can only recall the visage of an attendant and, additionally, a woman whom I rendered unconscious in the room. I fled, had I not awakened in time." I fear Sheng Mo was all too aware of the potential ramifications that could follow. Such scenarios were all too common among the affluent. But who could possess a motive to harm him? What could their objective be? "Who are you truly?" "If you were merely an ordinary student, I find it incomprehensible that anyone would act so against you." Sheng Mo did not remotely associate the young man before her with the true heir of the Gu family. She was only aware of the impending return of the genuine heir of the Gu clan, knowing nothing beyond that. Who would have imagined that he would appear at the Sheng family's banquet and share a kiss with her? But I am just an ordinary student. Perhaps I unwittingly offended someone today. Suddenly, Sheng Mo thought of Gui Jin. From the moment he took the stage, he had thoroughly overshadowed Gui Jin. That individual was cunning and held grudges. It was not implausible that he might covertly target Shen Qingling. "I shall investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation." "Thank you, Miss Sheng." "Then leave me your contact information, and I shall inform you once there are results." Sheng Mo's intentions extended beyond mere hospitality. Anyone with a modicum of understanding about her would recognize that she was not prone to acts of benevolence without a vested interest. Would she seek justice for someone of no value to her? She would not. Shen Qingling and Sheng Mo exchanged WeChat information. After his departure, Shen Mo opened Shen Qingling's WeChat for a brief glance before dialing a number. "Assist me in investigating a person." Yes, every detail must be scrutinized, particularly regarding his relations with women. The voice on the other end conveyed something that caused a subtle shift in Sheng Mo's expression. Yet she managed to maintain an enigmatic smile. After Shen Qingling descended the stairs, many were engaged in hushed discussions. Ruan Mingyi had nearly lost his wits searching for Shen Qingling. Upon finally spotting him, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you, fearing you had been abducted. I almost called the police." Shen Qingling offered a faint smile. It wasn't so exaggerated. "I merely went upstairs for a brief rest." Ruan Mingyi sighed in relief. "You should have informed me beforehand. You truly had me worried sick." "Apologies, I was somewhat inebriated." "You drank?" "Indeed. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. I can barely manage a few sips. Next time, let's drink together, and if I happen to get intoxicated." "It wouldn't matter." Yi Qiao leaned in with a playful smile and teased, "I suspect your interest lies not in the wine itself, but in something else entirely." Ruan Mingyi shot her a disapproving glance. "What are you saying? Am I that kind of person?" Shen Qingling nodded affirmatively. "You are. Yi Qiao chuckled, and Ruan Mingyi joined in her laughter. At that moment, Wei Chiho whispered, "Have you all checked your phones? President Sheng is trending." Ruan Mingyi blinked in surprise. Isn't it normal for President Sheng to trend? Today is the Sheng family's banquet, and the media is all over it. Wei Chiho shook his head. It's not about that. The trending topic reveals that President Sheng was caught kissing a man in a room, and everyone is speculating about his identity. Chapter 42. In her eyes. There exists no such creature as a man. Ruan Mingyi opened her phone to glance at the trending topic. President of Sheng Group engaged in passionate kiss with a man. Clicking on it led her to some rather amusing comments. I thought it was a male president kissing a man. I eagerly clicked only to find otherwise. Ha. I thought the same. I was surprised to discover it was a female president. Her silhouette reveals she is a stunning beauty with an enviable figure. What a pity we can't see the man's face. I am in awe of whoever can win the heart of this high and mighty flower. The photo resembles a cinematic masterpiece. The atmosphere is palpable. Surely, it wasn't just coincidence that the angle was chosen so perfectly. No way. Is President Sheng in love? It's hard to imagine her in a romantic scenario. All I recall is her intimidating demeanor when reprimanding in the company. Would she be the type to scold her partner with a cold face while in a relationship? The thought is comical. That would be quite the training. Any man fortunate enough to be trained by President Sheng must possess extraordinary looks. Her standards are undoubtedly high. The man appears quite tall, like a double-door refrigerator. One glance is enough to tell he is handsome. In the photograph, only Xing Mo's back was visible, along with the man leaning down to kiss her. Their faces obscured. Shen Qingling was taken aback that such a fleeting moment could be captured. However, upon reflection, it made sense considering the multitude of reporters present today, all eager to uncover juicy details about the elite. Shen Qingling maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. He glanced at the progress bar of the unknown goddess, and, as expected, there was a change. Yet, it had merely increased from 8 to 15. After all that effort, such a meager progress? Or could it be that Sheng Mo was not the unknown goddess? Shen Qingling found himself in a state of confusion. Chi, do you think I might have misjudged? Could Sheng Mo not be the unknown goddess? I'm not certain, but I feel that if it truly were Sheng Mo, the heartthrob value should be considerably higher. For other men, it could even be in the negative. Shen Qingling couldn't help but chuckle. You have a way of offering comfort, and yet your reasoning holds merit. After reading the trending comments, Ruan Mingyi exclaimed in astonishment. What? A woman like President Sheng can also have her heart stirred? I thought she regarded men as she would dogs. Yi Qiao, with a serious demeanor, analyzed. Perhaps it is a prospective marriage alliance within the family? She seemed to be the type who would sacrifice her marriage for the Sheng family, as men likely held little significance in her eyes. Ruan Mingyi furrowed her brow and remarked, but there's no need to kiss in the room. I can hardly imagine her cold face engaging in a passionate kiss with someone. Wei Qi sighed. I am curious about what kind of man could win over a woman like President Sheng. Another young lady approached to join the conversation, suggesting, perhaps he is merely a pretty boy meant to regulate hormones. President Sheng only uses money for regulation. Men likely can't manage that. You're going to make me laugh. As if President Sheng only sees money, she retorted. Anyone who has interacted with her knows that in her eyes. There are no men or women, only those who are useful. Shen Qingling, overhearing their discussion, likely grasped the impression everyone had of Sheng Mo, indifferent to the opposite sex, fervently devoted to making money, and willing to sacrifice everything for the family's interests. On the second floor, Sheng Mo learned that she had trended on social media. President Sheng, do you want to remove the trending topic? No need, she replied, unfazed, as long as it wasn't negative news about the Sheng family. She silently saved the photo she was looking at. Suddenly, Sheng Xia burst in, her face lit with curiosity as she looked at Sheng Mo. I never expected our President Sheng to have such moments. Come on, who is this man? Sheng Xia had often teased Sheng Mo about her lack of romantic understanding, as she had never been linked to any man throughout the years. Now, discovering that her seemingly emotionless sister had developed feelings, she couldn't resist the urge to gossip about which man had captivated her enough to disregard a banquet and kiss him in a room. Sheng Xia had to admit that the man must possess some qualities, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lead Sheng Mo to such a point. Sheng Mo glanced at her with a frigid expression and replied, What man? Sheng Xia thought she was pretending to be oblivious. The man you kissed on the trending topic. Sheng Mo whirled the pen in her hand and said, There is no man. Impossible. Is he still in the room? Sheng Xia, not believing her, began searching the room, but found nothing. This shouldn't be, she murmured. Her curiosity piqued. She approached Shingemo, softening her tone. I'm your sister. I won't tell anyone. Let me meet my future brother-in-law. I'm just curious about what kind of man he is. Only then did Shingemo raise an eyebrow. So curious? Sheng Xia nodded vigorously. I am. Shingemo responded candidly. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I'm unaware of his identity. Huh. So you fell in love at first sight, kissed here, and then he disappeared? Something like that. You must be joking. If you don't want to tell me. That's fine, but I will find out eventually. You can't keep this from me. With that, Sheng Xia left. She went downstairs to find Gu Yijuan, eager to gossip about the incident, but she couldn't locate her. A perplexed expression crossed her face as she murmured, strange, where has Ajun gone? Suddenly, Fang Qingling appeared from nowhere. Sheng Xia, are you looking for Gu Yijuan? Indeed. Have you seen him? Yes, I encountered him near the restroom. Seemingly in the company of a woman. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Gu Yijin possibly be with another woman? Sheng Xia's anger flared up, but her thoughts lingered on which audacious woman would dare to entice Gu Yijin. She could not fathom that he would betray her. Furiously, she marched towards the restroom. Fang Qingling smirked coldly. Gu Yijin, if you dare to use me as a pawn, be prepared to be cast aside by the Sheng family. Sheng Xia stormed into the men's restroom, searching each room for Gu Yijin's presence. The Sheng family's restrooms were compartmentalized, with designated lounging areas, and only small stalls designated for the lavatory. As she rummaged through the rooms, she stumbled upon a man flirting with a woman on a sofa. A thought crossed her mind. Was Gu Yijin engaging in such indiscretions behind her back as well? With a forceful slam, she shut the door and rushed to the final room. Gritting her teeth, she flung the door open, her eyes widening in disbelief, rage boiling within her. A woman's scream pierced the air. Gu Yijin, what are you doing? In that moment, Gu Yijin, crimson-eyed, was entangled with a woman on the sofa. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a semblance of reason returned to him. As he turned, Sheng Xia lunged at him, delivering a stinging slap, before seizing the woman's hair and striking her twice. In her fury, Sheng Xia unleashed a strength threefold her usual self. However, as a pampered young lady, she soon regretted her actions, nursing her wrist while tears streamed down her face as she confronted Gu Yijin. What are you doing? How could you betray me with another woman? In my own home. At long last, Gu Yijin regained his senses. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he needed to explain himself to Sheng Xia. The current situation demanded he retain her support. Grasping her hands, he implored, Xia, please let me explain. It's not what you think. Sheng Xia forcefully pushed him away. You're filthy. Speak your words, but do not touch me. Heartbroken, she grappled with self-deception. She could not bear to accept that the man she had loved for so many years was not the person she had imagined. The thought that her previous declarations before Shangmo would now appear as a farce was unbearable. Earlier, someone handed me a drink, and after consuming it, my body felt off. I intended to wash my face in the restroom to clear my mind, and then this woman entered. It was her. She seduced me, and soon I lost all rationality. If you hadn't arrived, I might have truly committed an unforgivable act. If that had happened, I would have had no face to see you again. Gu Yijin, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly identified advantageous points to convey to Sheng Xia. He acknowledged that he had indeed succumbed to temptation, yet he had also intended to engage with the woman in question. The woman exudes a fiery sensuality and an exuberant passion, entirely unlike the delicate damsels of summer who require constant pampering. Summer, in fact, would not allow him to touch her, and no man could possibly endure such a situation for so long. She felt the heat radiating from Gu Yijin's hand when he previously held hers, and upon observing his flushed face, she could not help but feel a wave of concern. With tears in her eyes, she stammered, Are you suggesting that someone drugged you and orchestrated this encounter? Gu Yijin furrowed his brow and nodded, Yes. That is precisely my meaning. I suspect that your arrival here was also meticulously arranged, with the intent of exposing this matter and causing a rift between us. Summer's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could be so sinister? Gu Yijin lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. Who informed you of my whereabouts? Summer murmured, It was Fang Qingling. But why would she do such a thing? She couldn't possibly have concocted this scheme. She simply lacks the intellect for it. Gu Yijin was in considerable distress, too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. He looked at her with a pained expression and said, Xia, could you please summon Dr. Qin for me? I am feeling quite unwell. Although Summer now understood that Gu Yijin had not intended to betray her, she still found it difficult to quell her anger upon witnessing the scene. She pressed her lips together, her countenance still grim, Understood. You stay here. And keep an eye on this woman. After Summer departed, Gu Yijin slapped the woman with force, gripping her neck as he demanded, Speak. Who sent you to harm me? Was it Feign Qingling? The woman, weeping, protested, No, I did not wish to harm you. I simply noticed that you were not yourself. I genuinely admire you. And I could not resist the urge to be near you, even if just once. Gu Xiao, I truly care for you and want to assist you. She feigned innocence, recalling the prior words of another. Gu Yijin, being self-absorbed, would easily believe her if she professed her affection for him sincerely and voluntarily. Indeed, he hesitated, his gaze drawn to the woman's ample bosom, igniting a fire within him that he could not extinguish. Releasing her, he kicked over a nearby coffee table in frustration. Damn it! Shen Qingling was nowhere to be found, and the plan had failed. Instead, he had fallen into someone else's trap and was caught by Summer, truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. He could not help but suspect Shen Qingling was behind this. However, Shen Qingling had been intoxicated and had gone upstairs, leaving no opportunity to orchestrate anything, unless he possessed some prophetic ability to foresee what had transpired. Moreover, Shen Qingling remained entirely unaware of his identity, providing no motive for her to take action against him. Ultimately, the problem lay with Feign Qingling. Could she have discovered the scheming between him and Su Xiangshan? It must be so. Gu Yijin clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Feign Qingling, how dare you treat me this way? Just wait and see. Gu Yijin was indeed a curious character. He believed it was his right to harm others while deeming anyone who harmed him as treacherous and vile. Purely the mindset of a villain, narrow-minded in nature. He approached the mirror, observing the marks upon his face, feeling a deeper loathing for Summer. Were it not for her status as a member of the Sheng family, he would not have tolerated her for so many years. Once he attained everything, Summer would not escape unscathed. When Summer called for Dr. Qin, it was confirmed that Gu Yijin had been drugged, and only then did her expression begin to soften. Dr. Qin found it peculiar that there seemed to be an influx of patients seeking traditional Chinese medicine today. Within just a short span, there had already been 2. However, as a private physician, he remained discreet and refrained from uttering a single word beyond what was necessary. After prescribing medication to Gu Yijin, he took his leave. Gu Yijin had anticipated that Sheng Xia would remain to apply ointment on his face, but to his surprise, Sheng Xia had no intention of doing so. After questioning the woman, she prepared to depart immediately. Gu Yijin grasped her hand and implored, Xia, when do you stay with me? I cannot possibly go out in this condition. Sheng Xia scoffed. Gu Yijin, your performance today has been utterly disappointing. You lost to that handsome fellow in piano. And now you find yourself in this predicament, having been drugged by someone. How can you justify my trust in you? Gu Yijin retorted. It's one thing to say that he plays the piano better, but why emphasize that Shen Qingling is handsome? What does that imply? With a bitter smile, he added, Xia, I've mentioned my use of traditional medicine, and Dr. Qin corroborated it. Since you are aware, why do you still take offense? This was not my intention. Sheng Xia frowned. Can't you endure a little for my sake? Is it that any woman can sway you so easily? Furthermore, as the heir of the Gu family, your naivety astounds me. I truly wonder how you plan to protect me in the future. You should return home. I do not wish to see you. If you go out like this, it will be I who faces ridicule. Gu Yijin thought to himself, what about the woman who once declared that regardless of circumstances, she would stand by him as long as they could be together? Now she questions his ability to protect her? Previously, she clung to him, unwilling for him to leave. Yet now she is actively sending him home. And what will you do? He inquired. I'm going to find Wan Mingyi. Is that so? Are you seeking Wan Mingyi or that man? Gu Yijin questioned. Have you lost your mind? He sighed. Forget it. I do not wish to engage in this conversation. Go reflect on your actions. Sheng Xia showed no inclination to indulge him. She suddenly began to doubt whether she could endure a life of hardship with Gu Yijin. The Gu Yijin of yore was astute, considerate, and attentive, willing to pamper and soothe her. Now, he seemed like a different person altogether. More troubling was the fact that he had lost to the man Wan Mingyi had introduced. How could her man possibly be inferior to Wan Mingyi's? With a look of frustration, Sheng Xia exited the premises. Gu Yijin felt a pang of hurt, as if he were the one betrayed. Ironically, Shen Qingling had not deliberately done anything to her, yet she remained fixated on him. He could see through her. She had clearly developed feelings for Shen Qingling. This was not a favorable situation for him. When she discovered that the intended marriage partner was Shen Qingling, would she still unwaveringly support him? Chapter 44. Gu Yijin. I have returned after Sheng Xia left. Guiji noticed that Shen Mo had also come downstairs. Shen Mo, holding a glass of wine, mingled with the crowd. Engaging in conversation with guests, many sought her attention, eager to elicit her charming smile. In truth, Shen Mo was an exceedingly beautiful woman, though her exceptional qualities often intimidated many men. Alongside her remarkable talents, she is also renowned for her domineering nature and ruthless pragmatism, placing self-interest above all else. She is a woman difficult for men to control. Most men would hesitate to choose such a formidable partner, fully aware that winning over Shen Mo is beyond their reach. A humorous saying circulates within the circles of Jiangqing. The likelihood of Shen Mo marrying money surpasses that of her marrying a man. Nevertheless, a steady stream of suitors approaches, striving to capture this woman's attention. The allure of the unattainable only heightens the desire to conquer. Surrounded by admirers at the center of the banquet, she holds a wine glass, her gaze indifferent. Even the faintest smile, barely perceptible and offered out of courtesy, emanates an air of coldness. As she surveys the crowd, her eyes meet those of Shen Qingling. She notices the young man quietly observing her, who, upon realizing he has been caught in her gaze, swiftly averts his eyes, a faint blush adorning his ears. Shen Mo did not anticipate his shyness to be so easily evoked. After all, he might very well be the first man she has encountered in such a manner. Reflecting on this, it seems reasonable for his bashfulness to arise. Just as women tend to remember their first love, men too may harbor fond memories of their first significant female encounter. She takes a sip of red wine. Her previously kissed lips, now restored from their faded hue, leaving a subtle, indistinct mark on the glass's rim. Her gaze possesses a fierce intensity that is hard to overlook. What is President Sheng observing? Perhaps the next target. President Sheng remains ever devoted to her work. Perhaps it would be wise to unwind with everyone today. You all enjoy yourselves. I have a few matters to attend to. She apologizes as she approaches Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao feel an inexplicable sense of tension upon seeing Shen Mo. Although she is only a few years their senior, her commanding presence and achievements often leave them feeling inadequate, akin to aimless rich heirs in comparison. And indeed, they are. Is your father not here today? Shen Mo inquires. Her smile, though gentle, sends a chill down Ruan Mingyi's back. Shen Mo is not known for her laughter. She has seldom offered such a warm smile. Even to her own sister, Shang Xia, whom she treats with indifference. Could it be that she intends to acquire her family's company? Ruan Mingyi feels a surge of anxiety. President Sheng, my father is abroad on business and has yet to return. I apologize. There's no need to be anxious. I was merely inquiring, Shen Mo replies, her gaze shifting to Shen Qingling. And who might this gentleman be? I have not encountered him before. Shen Mo feigns unfamiliarity with Shen Qingling, relishing the attention of the gathered crowd. However, her true intention is to discern the nature of the relationship between Ruan Mingyi and this young man. Ruan Mingyi explains, he is my friend. I simply could not find a male companion to accompany me. After all, Shang Xia always mocks me, and I wish to avoid further embarrassment. As she subtly complains, she inadvertently collides with Shang Xia, who approaches. In the sweltering summer, Shang Xia gritted her teeth and exclaimed, so, you, Ruan Mingyi, took the opportunity to complain to my sister while I was away, did you? Ruan Mingyi feigned innocence. No, I merely stated the facts. Weren't you the one who mocked me by calling my friend a club duck? Shen Mo furrowed her brow and looked at Shang Xia, disapproving of her rudeness towards a guest. Shen Mo thought that Shang Xia's words inadvertently implicated her as well. After all, her first kiss was bestowed upon this young man. So if he was a duck, what did that make her? Unaware of the underlying context, Shang Xia assumed that Shen Mo was defending the family's reputation and retorted, I'm sorry. It was unintentional, and I promise it won't happen again. The only person capable of eliciting an apology from Shang Xia was Shen Qingling, as he had genuinely put her in her place with his talent. Reminiscing about the young man's piano playing, she blinked and curiously inquired, what is your name? I don't even know it yet. Ruan Mingyi shot her a displeased glance. Why are you so curious? It has nothing to do with you. He is my guest. Shang Xia scoffed. Is it so wrong for me to ask? I heard him arguing with Fang Qingran, saying he is still a university student. Ruan Mingyi, you truly are shameless for going after someone so much younger. Shen Qingling couldn't help but chuckle. The others turned to look at him. This was the first time Shang Xia and Shen Mo had seen him smile in such a manner, and they couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. Shang Xia's heart fluttered with a surge of affection. Ruan Mingyi had already witnessed Shen Qingling's different side, so she wasn't particularly surprised. with a slight lift of her chin. She remarked, "For an old cow to eat tender grass, one must possess skills. Some may wish to partake, but find it unattainable." Shen Qingling mused that, by this measure, she herself was the one indulging in the tender grass, having outshone others. Sheng Xia turned away. "Forget it, I certainly won't be like you." Sheng Xia was known for her stubbornness. Shen Qingling, noticing her solitude, asked, "Where's Gu Yijin?" "He wasn't feeling well and went home," Shen Qingling replied, his gaze dropping to conceal the amusement in his eyes. It seemed Gu Yijin had been struck by Sheng Xia's words. For how else could he leave without showing his face? Sheng Xia appeared visibly displeased. Wan Mingyi and Sheng Mo assumed it was due to her earlier embarrassment in the piano competition. Sheng Mo was soon called away, leaving Sheng Xia speechless after Wan Mingyi's retort, and she stormed off in a huff. By the time the banquet concluded, Wan Mingyi was in particularly high spirits. Having indulged a bit more than usual due to her elation, she was now in a slightly tipsy state, her cheeks flushed and her eyes gleaming with a hint of dazedness. She playfully poked Shen Qingling's chest and exclaimed, "Shen Qingling, it's truly wonderful to have you around." "What makes it so wonderful?" he asked. "Everything. You're so handsome, and your piano skills are remarkable. So many women envy me. You have relieved the pent-up frustration I've carried for years. I finally feel a sense of pride." She burst into laughter, recalling Sheng Xia's antics, which had been utterly hilarious. "Is it just because of that?" Shen Qingling paused, noticing a distinct glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Yi Qiao tugged at Wan Mingyi's hand. "Speak of something else." Wan Mingyi looked puzzled. "Something else? What else is there?" Shen Qingling remained silent, while Yi Qiao, covering her face, wished she could sew up Wan Mingyi's mouth. At that moment, Wen Sulan suddenly appeared and called Shen Qingling away. It was unclear what Wen Sulan said to him, but Shen Qingling followed her and got into the Gu family's car. Wan Mingyi and Yi Qiao stood frozen in place. What had just transpired? Why was Shen Qingling leaving with the Gu family? Wan Mingyi, slightly sobering up, exchanged bewildered glances with Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao asked, "You haven't gotten involved with someone you shouldn't have you?" Wan Mingyi struggled to find her words. "No, I don't think so." Wei Qi blinked and speculated. Could Shen Qingling be the illegitimate son of the Gu family? Meanwhile, back at the Gu family, Gu Yijin was in a fit of rage, but after his furious outburst, he had to contemplate future matters. Just then, he heard voices at the door. Gu Chenwang and the others had returned. Upon seeing the familiar figure behind Wen Sulan, Gu Yijin nearly tightened his grip on the cup he was holding. Shen Qingling slowly emerged from behind Wen Sulan, and the two locked eyes. Shen Qingling offered him a smile that seemed to flirt with irony. "Gu Yijin, I have returned. Everything that belongs to me should be returned." Gu Yijin scrutinized Shen Qingling once more, and the smile faded from his face as he regarded him with indifference. How could Shen Qingling possibly smile at him? Was he so anxious that he was hallucinating? Gu Yijin observed Shen Qingling, his expression betraying unease. Gu Chuang took a seat at the head of the table and instructed everyone to sit down. A family meeting was convened at the Gu residence. Gu Chuang wore a calm demeanor, Gu Yutong appeared mocking, Gu Yijin looked anxious, and Wen Sulan displayed guilt. Shen Qingling sensed the disquiet in the atmosphere, especially when he saw the tears in Wen Sulan's eyes. He looked at her and asked, "You said you know about my origins. What exactly is going on?" This was the very excuse Wen Sulan had used to bring Shen Qingling back to the Gu family. Tearfully, Wen Sulan revealed the entire truth to Shen Qingling. Throughout the revelation, Shen Qingling maintained an unsettling calmness, surprising everyone present. They could not comprehend why Shen Qingling remained so composed upon learning everything. For him, transitioning from an orphan without identity to the true heir of the Gu family should have been a moment of ecstatic joy. It represented a chance to transcend social classes and escape a life of hardship, something many could only dream of. Even aside from the practical benefits, emotionally speaking, a child who had grown up without parental love should not be so indifferent upon finding their parents. "I am sorry, Qingling. It is I who failed to protect you. And I am ashamed." When Sulan trembled as she grasped his hand, her hot tears falling upon it. Shen Qingling asked only 3 words, "So what now?" The air in the room grew heavy with tension. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin exchanged glances, perplexed at how the situation diverged from their expectations. Gu Chuang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Qingling, we are your parents." It was only then that Shen Qingling revealed a smile. "Mr. Gu, I have no parents. I was raised in an orphanage by the director and the caretakers. I have never consumed a single grain of your rice or sipped a drop of your water. I owe you no gratitude whatsoever. How can you claim the title of parents?" Gu Yutong was taken aback. How could this brother be so audacious? Even she wouldn't dare to speak to their father in such a manner. How could Shen Qingling be so bold? Did he not wish to return to the Gu family, or to embrace the identity of a young master of the Gu clan? Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, when Sulan felt an even greater pang of guilt, her tears flowing more profusely, rendering her at a loss for words. She truly had no response, burdened by her conscience towards this child. Gu Chuang, however, did not express anger. Rather, he was intrigued by how Shen Qingling seemed different from his preconceived notions. Moreover, compared to the other two children, Shen Qingling appeared bolder and less intimidated by him, embodying the qualities he envisioned in an ideal heir. Gu Yijin also found it curious. Surely Shen Qingling wasn't foolish enough to reject this identity. Of course, Shen Qingling was not dim-witted. How could he not desire this identity? Who would turn down wealth placed before them? He simply did not wish to tread the path they had outlined for him. Had Shen Qingling accepted everything with ease, they would have convinced themselves that they had compensated him, allowing them to feel justified. The better Shen Qingling's demeanor, the more they felt entitled. In their eyes, it seemed that upon receiving this identity, Shen Qingling ought to be grateful, ecstatic even. What image did they envision of Shen Qingling? One driven by a thirst for wealth, power, and the acknowledgement of the Gu family. This precisely aligned with the persona Gu Yijin sought to impose upon Shen Qingling, reflecting the preconceived notions the Gu family held prior to their acquaintance with him. Why should Shen Qingling conform to their stereotypes? He absolutely would not. Such circumstances would only lead Gu Chuang to regard him with suspicion. Would he trust a child raised in an orphanage rather than one he had nurtured himself? Would he not consider Shen Qingling's smooth acceptance and apparent affection as a guise to covet his inheritance? Gu Chuang was inherently suspicious, a fact Shen Qingling was acutely aware of. Not only would Gu Chuang be wary of him, but so too would Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin. The relationship between Gu Yijin and him was already one of rivalry, but Gu Yutong was not. Though Shen Qingling harbored no fondness for this sister, he could not allow her to become an ally of Gu Yijin. Most crucially was when Sulan, her weakness was glaring, and Shen Qingling hoped her guilt towards him would inspire change. Host, do you not fear that your actions might incite Gu Chuang's ire, leading him to abandon the idea of bringing you home? Shen Qingling replied, impossible. Would Gu Chuang entrust his family fortune to Gu Yijin, a child with no blood relation? Moreover, with my presence, Gu Chuang will undoubtedly perceive Gu Yijin as unworthy. Thus, I am assured that, regardless of the circumstances, he will strive to secure my place. Perhaps my resistance will only serve to reassure him further. Gu Chuang is not merely a father. In Shen Qingling's eyes, he embodies the role of a patriarch, perceiving her through the lens of an heir rather than a paternal figure. Shen Qingling does not harbor expectations of paternal affection from him. Gu Chuang asserts, yet, you bear the blood of the Gu family. Your mother endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. You should not forget the debt of gratitude you owe her for your existence. Shen Qingling pauses, then inquires, so, does Mr. Gu now imply that I should repay your family for this gift of life? When Sulan shakes her head, Qingling, that is not our intention. We simply wish for you to return home, for our family to reunite and live together harmoniously, to compensate you for all that we failed to provide. Your room is ready. We await your return. Shen Qingling firmly declines, there is no need. I am doing well as it is. You need not make amends. The past is irrevocable. We can simply go our separate ways. When Sulan, in a state of panic, glances at Gu Chuang, signaling him to intervene, Gu Chuang retorts, what do you mean by doing well? Is it your leaky rental apartment that costs $700 a month? Or the meager $1,200 you earn from your part-time job? Or perhaps attending banquets where you must obtain invitations from a woman? Shen Qingling locks eyes with him. Everything can be achieved through hard work. I study to excel. Upon graduating from Jiang University, I will no longer reside in a leaky rental, nor will I settle for a $1,200 salary. How can you presume to know what the future holds for me? Are you certain I will not thrive? Gu Yutong and Gu Yijuan hold their breath. Shen Qingling's bravery is palpable, truly remarkable. When Sulan grows anxious, fearing that Gu Chuang might, in a fit of anger, abandon Shen Qingling, to her surprise, Gu Chuang begins to smile, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Indeed, she sees his son in her. Shen Qingling resembles him in his youth, an idealistic dreamer, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities ahead. Gu Chuang does not deny her courage and tenacity. Youth often possesses such fervor before facing adversity. He once believed he could change everything on his own, that through education and knowledge, he could attain all his desires. In time, He would come to realize that such notions were but the fabrications of a naive heart, illusions spun by the world around him. No matter how hard one strives, it pales in comparison to the utterance of those in power, or even the words of their underlings. Shen Qingling understands Gu Qinhuang's origins. Aware of the relentless journey he undertook to arrive at his current station, her words are crafted to earn his admiration and trust, to ultimately inherit the family's legacy. This is a protracted endeavor, not one to be achieved in a fleeting moment. Gu Qinhuang, with a tone that straddles amusement and skepticism, responds, "You are correct. I cannot be certain. However, returning to the Gu family would at least ensure that your future is not a mere fantasy, but a tangible reality. You would gain access to the finest companies, the best resources, and a network of connections, opportunities that your Jiang University degree alone cannot provide." Chapter 46. The opportunity to change one's destiny. So, all you have said is an attempt to sway me with promises of benefit. I do not require these. Then, what is it that you desire? Your mother has wept to the brink of blindness for you. If you do not return, she will likely be restless day and night. Shen Qingling glanced at the weeping Wen Sulan, remaining silent. Suddenly, when Sulan embraced him, her words earnest and tinged with desperation. "Qingling, please consider coming back as if to find a place to settle down, will you? Mother does not require anything from you. Just your return is sufficient. You may work wherever you wish and pursue whatever you desire. I shall never pressure you. I merely wish to see you every day, to watch you eat and sleep well, and not to live in a dilapidated house. The thought of your suffering shatters my heart." As when Sulan poured forth her longing and guilt, the boy's stubborn gaze became somewhat unnatural, as though the frigid ice had melted in an instant. He had never experienced such love before and was at a loss as to how to respond. Gu Yutong felt a pang of sorrow witnessing this scene. Although she did not harbor affection for Wen Sulan, the depth of her guilt and love for Shen Qingling was profoundly moving. If her own mother were still alive, she too would likely love her in such a manner. The woman's gaze fell in despondence. When Sulan looked at Shen Qingling and implored, "Qingling, will you return home?" Despite years of acting, Shen Qingling found himself stirred by the sincerity and compassion in her eyes. He seemed to hesitate, biting his lip and averting his gaze. "You already have a child. Why are you so insistent on my return? What will happen to him if I come back? If my arrival means another child will be left homeless, it is better for me not to return." Gu Yijuan, observing the unfolding drama, felt a wave of irritation. Shen Qingling's words were reminiscent of a white lotus, stirring a mix of emotions within her. Shen Qingling remarked, in the original story, Gu Yijuan played the innocent, feigning pity to elicit sympathy, thus rendering the justified Shen Qingling unjust. "I am merely employing the same tactics. It is magic defeating magic." His words softened when Sulan's gaze further. Indeed, her child was pure-hearted and kind. Gu Yutong's expression shifted as she turned to Gu Yijuan, saying, "Ajin, he seems quite different from our expectations. He does not appear to be that kind of person. You need not worry." Gu Yijuan's countenance darkened, and he forced a strained smile. "Yes, my brother is indeed wonderful." Why was Shen Qingling not angry? Why did he not unleash his fury upon him? He should at least have seized his collar and berated him for taking everything from him. Why did he exhibit such saintly demeanor? This only made him appear more unjust. Gu Yijuan had hoped for Shen Qingling to lash out, to provide him an opportunity to feign vulnerability and garner sympathy, which would surely make Gu Yutong despise Shen Qingling. Yet, how could Shen Qingling be like this? Gu Yijuan felt the situation had become more complicated. A person who feigns can be exposed, often leading to disdain. But a genuinely kind soul is far more challenging to contend with. For every scheme devised to ensnare such a person, he had failed time and again. Gu Yijuan felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. When Sulan gently said, "Qingling, do not worry. Ajin also wishes for your return. Your coming back will not render him homeless. The Gu family can certainly afford to raise one more child." Shen Qingling furrowed her brow, still reluctant to agree. Gu Qinhuang added, "I shall grant you the night to ponder this. The Gu family will always welcome you back." Shen Qingling replied, "I will consider it. I shall take my leave now." She stood to bid farewell and departed. When Sulan insisted on escorting her home, and Shen Qingling, unable to refuse, acquiesced. Throughout the journey, when Sulan's words flowed unceasingly, she inquired about Shen Qingling's life, eager to know everything and assist her, resembling a doting mother. When Shen Qingling fell silent, when Sulan took the initiative to discuss matters concerning the Gu family and her father, remarking on how Shen Qingling resembled him. Upon mentioning Shen Qingling's maternal grandfather, She transformed into a lively chatterbox, her admiration for her father unmistakable. Shen Qingling found it hard to fathom that the drab woman from the original narrative could possess such a vibrant side. Time passed swiftly, and an opulent car, incongruous with the narrow alley, halted at its entrance. Despite Wen Sulan feigning a wrong turn to prolong their time together, they soon arrived. You may park here. It's just a short walk. I can escort you downstairs. Very well. Qingling, might it be convenient for me to visit your residence? Sure. Wen Sulan alighted and accompanied Shen Qingling upstairs to a dilapidated apartment building where Shen Qingling resided on the 5th floor. Upon entering, everything within evoked a pang of sorrow in Wen Sulan. Gu Yijin occupied the best room in the Gu household, basking in sunlight and warmth, reveling in everyone's affection, while her child had to dwell like a mouse in such a dark, damp rented space. Wen Sulan struggled to convince herself that it was not Gu Yijin's fault. Yet she could not suppress her indignation. She gripped the doorframe tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm, drawing blood. Only by witnessing this reality could she truly comprehend the life Shen Qingling had previously endured. What troubles you? How long have you lived here? I've forgotten. Perhaps 2 years. Why do you ask? The conditions here are detrimental to your health. There are mold stains on the walls. This is unacceptable. This place is already quite good. My previous residence was far worse. As if struck by a thought, he halted his words. Yet, when Sulan understood, he feared she would feel sadness and guilt. His hesitation only fueled her imagination further. It's not very pleasant inside. You need not enter. It's quite all right. When Sulan surveyed the room's arrangement, although aged, Shen Qingling had kept everything meticulously clean. Silently, she began to tidy up, folding the clothes hanging about and neatly placing them on the sofa. Shen Qingling watched her in silence. Suddenly, the young man spoke. Please, do not trouble yourself. I shall return with you. When Sulan paused in her folding, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Really? Yes. Good, good. Then let me help you pack. We shall go home together. The joy and gratitude radiating from Wen Sulan were palpable. However, when she opened Shen Qingling's wardrobe, her expression dimmed. The room was predominantly filled with white shirts, and she bit her lip as she closed the cabinet door. Shen Qingling possessed very few belongings, primarily books, aside from them. He had nothing. When Sulan, holding back tears, said, It's all right. If you don't want these, we can buy you new ones. Come, let us return home. By the time they arrived at the Gu family residence, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Qidai had just finished her evening study session and, upon reaching the entrance, encountered the mother and son returning home. The young girl, clad in her school uniform and clutching her books, turned at the sound. The moment she laid eyes on Shen Qingling, her eyes widened in astonishment. Everything that had transpired in her dreams was indeed real. Shen Qingling had returned, and her chance to alter her fate had finally arrived. Chapter 47. Will brother be upset with me? 077. Detected potential target for pursuit. Lin Qingdai. Name: Lin Qingdai. Goddess level. Identity: daughter of Gu Qingwang's friend. Personality: intelligent, charming, cunning. Plot relevance: 60. Conclusion: insufficient points. Unable to unlock. Shen Qingling found the description of her personality rather peculiar. Could cuteness and cunning coexist? Moreover, he distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Lin Qidai did not possess such traits. He scrutinized the girl before him. Her face was as translucent as the tender buds of early spring. Her features reminiscent of a watercolor painting blurred by the mist of Jiangnan, embodying both purity and grace. Her brows were like wisps of smoke shrouding the moon. Her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a watery sheen, her nose exquisitely sculpted like jade, and her lips bore delightful dimples, naturally sweet even when unadorned by a smile. This was a visage untouched by the dust of the world. Dressed in her school uniform, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, she stood there clutching her books, radiating an aura of youthful innocence. It was the essence of adolescence. Lin Qingdai was presumably a fourth-year high school student, commonly referred to as a repeat student. Shen Qingling recalled that in the original story, she had chosen to retake the year due to poor performance in the college entrance examination, a situation intricately linked to the male lead, Gu Yijin. Merely because Lin Qingdai excelled academically, Gu Qingwang had previously compared the two in front of Gu Yijin. The year Lin Qidai took her exams, Gu Yijin had already entered university, having achieved a score sufficient for a first-tier institution, yet Gu Qingwang felt disheartened. In his eyes, given the educational resources the Gu family provided, he believed Gu Yijin should have performed far better. Conversely, Lin Qingdai had simply attended school without the guidance of esteemed mentors or special attention from teachers. Her achievements were solely the result of her diligent efforts. To Gu Yijin. If Lin Qingdai performed better than he did, Gu Chunwang would only be more disappointed in him. It was for this reason that on the day of Lin Qingdai's examination, Gu Yijin slipped a sleeping pill into her milk, causing her to fall asleep during the test. When Lin Qingdai awoke, she was utterly devastated, unable to comprehend the cause of her predicament, believing instead that her poor health or severe anxiety from the previous night's insomnia had led to her slumber. She had never suspected Gu Yijin, as he had always appeared to her as the gentle older brother figure. Lin Qingdai found herself in a precarious situation within the Gu household, with only Wen Sulan and Gu Yijin treating her with any semblance of kindness. Little did she anticipate that the elder brother she revered would conspire against her in secrecy. However, this betrayal was not the most tragic aspect of her plight. In the original narrative, after repeating a year, Lin Qingdai continued to strive diligently, achieving remarkable academic results that led her teachers to believe she was destined for Jiang University. Yet, Gu Yijin harbored no desire for her success. He was blindsided by her decision to repeat the year, prompting him to obliterate her hopes entirely. The most cruel aspect of Gu Yijin's actions was that he instilled hope in her only to snatch it away once more. This time, Lin Qingdai successfully participated in the college entrance examination, but fate dealt her a cruel blow as she was struck by a vehicle on her way home after the test. Consequently, she became disabled. In the hospital, she received her acceptance letter from Jiang University. Gu Yijin presumed she would relinquish her ambitions. However, even with a prosthetic limb, she was determined to pursue her education. Gu Chunwang, who had never paid her much heed before, was struck by her indomitable spirit. In his eyes, she had always been a fragile and obedient girl, yet this moment revealed a tenacity that moved him deeply. He promised to facilitate her entry into the Gu family's business after graduation, seemingly indicating his intention to nurture her talents. As time progressed, Shen Qingling lost sight of Lin Qingdai. It was evident that Gu Yijin would not spare her. He would resort to any means necessary to dismantle anyone who posed a threat to his interests, particularly if they interfered with his ambitions. The original character had followed this path, and so too did Lin Qingdai. Qingdai's back. When Sulan's voice interrupted Shen Qingling's reverie, Lin Qingdai smiled and replied, "Indeed. Aunt One." She then feigned curiosity as she turned her gaze towards the young man behind Wen Sulan. "Aunt, who is this brother?" "This is Qingling, you know him." Wen Sulan responded. Lin Qingdai's eyes widened in realization. So this is brother Qingling. Just as I imagined, he is indeed an outstanding brother. She leaned closer to Wen Sulan and remarked, "I knew he must resemble Aunt Wen." Wen Sulan felt a mix of joy and discomfort at her words and playfully poked Lin Qingdai's forehead, saying, "You little rascal." Shen Qingling noticed that this version of Lin Qingdai seemed different from the one depicted in the original story. In that narrative, she was meek and compliant, rarely discussing matters related to the Gu family, and mostly remained silent and obedient, making it implausible for her to ridicule Gu Yijin. Shen Qingling was left puzzled by this discrepancy. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Qingdai leaned forward to greet Shen Qingling, saying, "Hi, brother Qingling. I am Lin Qingdai. You can just call me Qingdai." Shen Qingling appeared somewhat out of place, only managing an awkward nod. Lin Qingdai, recalling her own initial discomfort upon arriving, approached him to initiate conversation. "I heard you are a student at Jiang University." "Yes," he replied. Lin Qingdai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Shen Qingling, exclaiming, "You are amazing. My greatest dream is to be accepted into Jiang University. It would be wonderful to be your junior." Shen Qingling found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, but he relaxed slightly as they discussed a topic he was familiar with. He offered a faint smile, stating, "With hard work, it will happen." Lin Qingdai's expression shifted. Will hard work truly lead to success? What a deceitful notion. She worked so diligently and fervently, yet ultimately found herself in such a dismal situation. With a faint smile, she declared, "I shall strive to be admitted to Jiang University. I aspire to be as exceptional as my brother." When Sulan gently patted her hand, encouraging her, "All right, go on in and speak." Upon entering, Gu Chunwang and the others were still seated in the living room, engaged in conversation of some sort. Gu Yijin appeared somewhat unwell, while Gu Yutong remained notably quiet. The return of Wen Sulan with Shen Qingling surprised them all. Gu Chunwang, however, seemed quite pleased, giving Shen Qingling a friendly pat on the shoulder and exchanging a few words. Gu Yutong glanced at Shen Qingling, but remained silent. In contrast, Lin Qingdai flitted around Shen Qingling like a little bird, chirping away about her brother. Gu Yijin chuckled. It seems Qingdai is quite fond of Qingling. It's rare to see you so talkative. Lin Qingdai blinked innocently and replied, yes, I really like brother Qingling. When you like someone, you want to talk to them. Gu Yijin paused, pondering her words. What did she mean by that? Were the rest of them not liked? After entering, she had conversed with Wen Sulan and Shen Qingling, implying that they were all unlikable. It was evident that Lin Qingdai had not always possessed such a demeanor. She had previously admired him. However, since the end of the college entrance examination, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Nonetheless, Gu Yijin understood this change stemmed from her overwhelming distress. He, the instigator of her turmoil, felt no remorse whatsoever. Gu Yutong frowned. If you have nothing to say, go study. Unfazed, Lin Qingdai maintained her cheerful demeanor. I'll go right away. Oh, by the way, I heard brother Qingling is a student at Jiang University and seems to be quite the genius. May I ask him for tutoring? Gu Yutong scoffed. Didn't your teacher say you were a candidate for Jiang University? Surely that's not a lie. Lin Qingdai lowered her head, feigning innocence. But you mentioned before that brother Yijin was also a candidate for Jiang University. What if I end up like him and only get into a regular college? Her remark implied two people, and Shen Qingling nearly burst into laughter. Such a fierce retort. And yet she maintained an expression of sincere innocence, leaving no one to discern whether it was intentional. Mentioning Gu Yijin's admission to a regular college caused Gu Qinhuang to frown. It wasn't his lack of capability. Just look at the children from other families, either Jiang University or Cheng University. Employees of the Gu family had higher educational qualifications than he did, which was quite embarrassing. After a few more grumbling comments, Gu Qinhuang rose and headed upstairs. Gu Yutong shot Lin Qingdai a glare. Why bring that up? You know how much Dad has been brooding over this. You did that on purpose. Lin Qingdai's eyes glistened, resembling a pitiful little rabbit as she nestled closer to Shen Qingling. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. It just happened that you mentioned it. And I know Uncle Gu is quite dissatisfied with brother Yijin's college results, so I thought I wouldn't bring it up. At this juncture, she turned to Gu Yijin, feigning a pitiful expression, and asked, Brother Yijin, you're not mad at me, are you? Chapter 48, Pure and Kind Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin felt an eruption of frustration but could not express it, forcing a smile as he replied, It's fine. You were unaware of the circumstances. Lin Qingdai furrowed her brows and sighed. It seems that Uncle Gu has scolded my brother quite a bit in private. Brother, do not be disheartened. Although Uncle Gu's biological son has returned, you have grown up here, and he will surely cherish the memories of the past. Gu Yijin could only chuckle coldly. Did he need her to tell him that? The mention of biological son felt like a dagger piercing his heart. The most awkward person in this household was no longer Lin Qingdai, but rather him, the false son, Gu Yijin. Shen Qingling could hardly suppress a laugh. Before Gu Yijin could speak, he interjected. I have stated before that I will not displace anyone. Things will remain as they were. I do not wish to cause harm to others because of my arrival. Lin Qingdai turned to Shen Qingling. Brother Qingling is too kind. Brother Yijin will surely be grateful to you. Gu Yijin could no longer maintain his displeasure. He stood up and said, It's quite late. Let us discuss any matters tomorrow. I shall retire for the night. Lin Qingdai called out to him, delivering another blow. Is Brother Yijin's room still the same as before? Should I seek you out in a different room from now on? Gu Yijin pretended not to hear and ascended the stairs. Gu Yutong rolled his eyes and also stood up to leave. Lin Qingdai revealed a sorrowful expression towards Wen Sulan and Shen Qingling. Did I say something wrong? Why is Brother Yijin ignoring me? Wen Sulan shook her head in disappointment as she watched Gu Yijin's retreating figure. Qingling has endured so much over the years. Yet he bears no grudge and remains so kind, considering Gu Yijin's situation in this family. But what of Gu Yijin? He could not withstand just a few remarks. Moreover, Qingdai's words were not intentional. She is a well-behaved child I have watched grow up, and it is merely his own narrow-mindedness that he cannot tolerate. When Sulan comforted her, It's all right, Qingdai. Do not mind him. Focus on your studies. Lin Qingdai looked at Shen Qingling with anticipation. May I ask you, brother, to tutor me? It won't take up much of your time, as long as you are available for me to ask questions. I can save any that I cannot ask for another time. Would that be all right, Brother Qingling? With her eloquence, Shen Qingling could not refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded, very well. Lin Qingdai's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother Qingling is truly wonderful. In the past, No one in the family, aside from Aunt One, paid attention to me, and I was too timid to seek help from others. Who were the others? Gu Yijin, of course. But never mind, given his grades. It would have been impossible for her to approach him. After bidding good night to the two, Lin Qingdai returned to her room. Once she left, Shen Qingling inquired, "Who is she?" "She is the daughter of your father's friend, Lin Chun. When tragedy struck Lin Chen's family, she was the sole survivor. Your father, entrusted by Lin Chun, brought her home, and she has grown up in our household. Qingdai is a pitiful child, understanding and well-behaved. Treat her as your sister. She seems to have taken a liking to you. I have never seen her so close to anyone. You are the first. I understand. It is getting late. Let me show you to your room, and tomorrow we shall explore the house." All right. When Sulan led Shen Qingling to the second floor, where his room was located, Shen Qingling surveyed the furnishings within the room, which appeared to be refreshingly transformed. Was this not Gu Yijin's former chamber? Indeed, this would henceforth be your room. To Wen Sulan, this signified a message. She believed that Gu Yijin must be supplanted by Qingling, and this room conveyed that sentiment. Yet, Shen Qingling did not acquiesce. "I do not wish to usurp another's belongings. This room once belonged to him. It is better to return it to him. I am content with a new room." When Sulan was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with both admiration and sorrow. How could her son be so kind-hearted? He was, after all, the one who had everything taken from him. It was laughable that Gu Yijin had the audacity to be angry just moments ago. When Sulan urged, "Qingling, this is your home. In the future, all of this will belong to you, including this room. Do not feel burdened. The more you do, the more guilty I feel." Shen Qingling gazed into her eyes and replied, "As long as you care for me, that is all I desire. I wish for nothing else." When Sulan was utterly stunned, unable to contain her tears as they cascaded down her cheeks, it dawned on her that he had returned to the Gu family solely for her sake, not due to the conditions set forth by Gu Qingwang, nor for any other reason, but purely for this hard-won love. His concern was for her. No one in this household had ever cared for her in such a manner. "It is I who have wronged you, dear mother. In truth, I have never held you accountable. No child could ever cease to love their mother." This declaration shattered Wen Sulan completely. She embraced Shen Qingling, weeping anew. "Though I cannot detect her inner thoughts, I can surmise that if such thoughts existed, they might reflect Wen Sulan's maternal affection at 100 and her guilt at a staggering 1,000. And let us not forget the two lurking in the shadows. Their emotions must also be quite complex." Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong, who had been eavesdropping, were left utterly speechless. Gu Yutong could not fathom that Shen Qingling was such a person. It was heart-wrenching. Like her, he had grown up without a mother's love. Shen Qingling did not emerge from a convoluted environment intertwined with interests and familial ties. He was more genuine, more innocent, and benevolent. Though he was not eloquent, he was indeed a remarkably good person. Gu Yutong could not help but reflect. Had she been too indifferent towards him? Gu Yijin, too, regarded Shen Qingling with a countenance rife with complexity. "Damn it, Shen Qingling, you are a saint. Is it truly necessary to barter for a room? What does that imply? Pity him. They are sworn enemies. Could he not muster some means to show him otherwise?" For the first time, Gu Yijin wished that someone would take the initiative to harm him, to vie for possessions, to hurl insults his way. Gu Yijin's feelings towards Shen Qingling were perplexing. He craved confrontation, ridicule, and torment. Yet Shen Qingling would not indulge him. Ultimately, when Sulan chose to honor Shen Qingling's decision and set about preparing another room for him, Shen Qingling was thoroughly pleased. He had no desire to occupy Gu Yijin's chamber, which he found rather distasteful. That night, while many found themselves unable to sleep, Shen Qingling slumbered soundly. There was no sound of dripping water, no damp and sticky sheets, nor the rustling of Mr. Mouse. At long last, he found himself enveloped in a sweet dream. This time, Lin Qingdai did not experience nightmares. She was no longer haunted by the past that filled her with fear and helplessness, the examination hall where she had dozed off, the blood-soaked car accident. Instead, she dreamt of Shen Qingling. In her dream, he extended his hand toward her and declared, "I will protect you." Chapter 49. The Heartthrob Strategy. The next day, upon awakening, Shen Qingling discovered that Lin Qingdai's affection for him had surged by 20. Shen Qingling pondered what transpired. It was peculiar. There had been no increase in affection the day prior, yet suddenly, overnight, it had risen by 20. He opened the progress bar to find that Lin Qingdai's affection for him had reached 50. Chi-Chi, what is the meaning of this? I did not hear you announce any increase in her feelings for me yesterday. 077 replied. Host, she inherently possesses a baseline of 30 affection points for you. The reason remains unclear, but you may wish to investigate further. Shen Qingling responded. Affection points can be inherent? 077 explained. This implies that she had maintained a certain fondness for you even before meeting you. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, contemplating the relationship between Shen Qingling and Lin Qingdai as depicted in the original narrative. In the text, Lin Qingdai's feelings for Shen Qingling were predominantly curiosity and pity, with little interaction between them. According to the original plot, Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family in disgrace, and the family members largely disdained him. Only when Sulan sheltered him, but her status in the Gu family was lowly and could not affect any change. Lin Qingdai was the most reticent member of the household, always observing silently, seldom speaking. She noticed that Shen Qingling was not as others portrayed him. In various subtle manners, he exhibited more warmth than the others in the family. He was a kind and gentle soul, yet his silence became his defining trait, marred by an indelible stain upon his character. Subsequently, numerous events unfolded, and Lin Qingdai bore witness to Shen Qingling's gradual descent into despair. She felt sympathy and understanding for him but was powerless to assist. Both were the most marginalized individuals in the household. She could scarcely protect herself, let alone save anyone else. She had once attempted to urge Shen Qingling to escape from this place. He replied, "This world has already forsaken me, but she has not, so I cannot abandon her to leave alone." The she he referred to was Sulan. Lin Qingdai comprehended everything and ceased her entreaties. Eventually, she too fell into despair. The difference was that, regardless of the hardships, she was determined to climb out of the abyss alone. She had the chance to escape. While Shen Qingling and Sulan remained forever trapped at the bottom of the chasm. As for their fate, Shen Qingling was unaware. He was now genuinely curious about the conclusion of this tale. What experiences awaited Sulan and Shen Qingling? Had Lin Qingdai attained the freedom she desired? Had Gu Yijin truly acquired everything from the Gu family? What entanglements existed between the characters he was to conquer and all of this? Shen Qingling's mind became perplexed. Ultimately returning to the initial question, was Lin Qingdai's innate fondness for him rooted in some knowledge she possessed? Had she long been aware of his identity? Did she know he would return to the Gu family? Moreover, her attitude towards Gu Yijin is rather intricate. According to the original narrative, it is implausible for her to harbor such animosity towards him. The sole explanation is that she has uncovered the truth. Could it be that Lin Qingdai has been reincarnated? Shen Qingling momentarily suppressed this thought, intending to explore this possibility further when the opportunity arose. If she indeed has been reborn, then she should possess knowledge of subsequent events, and perhaps the answers he seeks could be gleaned from her lips. Shen Qingling glanced at the time on his phone. It was merely 7 o'clock in the morning. The disciplined male idol is one who adheres to a regimen of early sleep and early rising to maintain his physique. After neatly arranging his bedding, he commenced his morning routine, seizing the moment while brushing his teeth to check WeChat. Most of the messages were from Ruan Mingyi, interspersed with a couple from Lin Xingyan and Sheng Mo. Ruan Mingyi. Qingling, I didn't mean to upset you. I was intoxicated and spoke thoughtlessly. Ruan Mingyi, what is your relationship with the Gu family? Are you relatives, or is it something else? Ruan Mingyi, please don't ignore me. I realize my mistake. Ruan Mingyi, Shen Qingling, the world's finest Shen Qingling, the most handsome Shen Qingling, the most outstanding and perfect Shen Qingling. Could you please respond? Their essay devoted admirer awaiting your reply. Ruan Mingyi, are you asleep? Good night. Tomorrow, I'll come to Jiang University to see you. Ruan Mingyi had clutched her phone, anticipating a message all night long. Despite her assertions of not being a clingy woman, she had fallen into Shen Qingling's romantic trap. Shen Qingling chose to ignore her. Ruan Mingyi's infatuation level had soared to 80, indicating a fondness that had yet to blossom into love. It was time to let her linger in uncertainty. Shen Qingling would calibrate his approach and attitude towards her based on her level of infatuation. A score of 30 indicates that most are drawn to his looks and talents. A score of 40 to 50 is based on an accrued liking for his intrinsic character. A score between 50 and 60 denotes a genuine interest in him, spurred by a desire to delve deeper into his persona. A score of 70 reflects a fondness tinged with a wish for romance. Only when the infatuation level exceeds 80 can one speak of true affection. A score above 90 signifies love, and a perfect score of 100 implies an unconditional willingness to sacrifice for him. Initially, increasing the infatuation level is relatively easy, but as it climbs higher, particularly beyond 80, it becomes increasingly challenging, especially when encountering naive young women who lack comprehension of love. They may be unaware of their own feelings. Their hearts may be filled with love, yet their actions could contradict this sentiment, as is the case with Ruan Mingyi. She has developed an affection for Shen Qingling, yet she remains oblivious, insisting that she would never truly fall for him. Reluctant to accept that she could genuinely like a man, Shen Qingling can perceive these infatuation levels, allowing him to see through their facades and disingenuousness, while they remain unable to discern the depth of their own feelings. The most arduous transition occurs between the scores of 80 and 90, signifying the shift from mere liking to love. Certainly, Song Jining is an enigma. Her affection diverges from that of other women. It is not a love that would compel her to sacrifice herself for Shen Qingling, but rather a love that wishes for his well-being and seeks his happiness. Thus, Shen Qingling's strategic approach may resonate with only a select few. Not every woman will adhere to the trajectory he envisions. He can only estimate based on the metrics of attraction, and he does not entirely endorse these numerical values. To him, human love cannot be fully quantified. Love manifests in myriad forms, and romantic affection varies greatly among individuals. In stark contrast to Song Jining's love is the obsessive, Yandere kind, a possessive longing that disregards the beloved's desires. The deeper the Yandere love, the more terrifying it becomes. Shen Qingling would certainly not wish to experience such a suffocating affection. As he scrolled further, he encountered messages from Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen. I saw you playing the piano on my phone. It was enchanting. Lin Xingmian, am I disturbing you by messaging, Teacher Shen? Lin Xingmian, I'm sorry. Teacher Shen, good night. From these 3 messages, Shen Qingling could almost perceive the young girl's emotions. The first expressed admiration, tinged with nervous excitement. The second revealed her cautiousness, fearing she might intrude, laden with anxiety. The third conveyed her unease and sadness at receiving no response. Exhausted from the previous day, Shen Qingling had gone straight to bed after his shower, only powering on his phone in the morning after it had charged overnight. He promptly replied to Lin Xingmian's messages. Shen Qingling, apologies, Mian. I was utterly fatigued yesterday, and my phone was dead, hence my silence. Shen Qingling, you did not disturb me. I simply did not see your messages, not out of a desire to ignore you. Shen Qingling, we can play the piano together the next time we meet. At this hour, Lin Xingmian had yet to rise. She had watched Shen Qingling play the piano numerous times the night before, waiting for his reply until she had drifted off to sleep, her thoughts consumed by him. She had just discovered that Teacher Shen could play the piano so skillfully. On stage, he seemed to radiate light, a stark contrast to her own muted demeanor. Despite the many eyes upon him, he appeared unfazed, lost in the music, oblivious to the audience. Even through the screen, she felt his charm. The applause and cheers echoing for him. The small girl couldn't help but think how remarkable Teacher Shen was, wondering when she might also find the courage to stand on stage and perform like him. The mere thought of such a scene filled her with trepidation. Yet, imagining him by her side eased her fears. Why had he not replied? Did he find her bothersome? Was she being too clingy? She felt a bit childish, perhaps even irritating. She resolved to act like a brave adult next time. So sleepy. Chapter 50. The enigmatic logic of the president's daughter. Further down were messages from Sheng Yimo. We have located the person who administered the drugs. Would you like to meet them? In truth, Sheng Yimo could have confirmed the details before informing Shen Qingling of the outcome. Yet she attempted to lure him to her home through a tantalizing approach. This statement reveals no information. If Shen Qingling wishes to know, she will certainly seek her out. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow, remarking on the goddess's uniqueness. He pondered how to respond without appearing overly intentional. Shen Qingling, you're home. On the other end, Sheng Yimo, who had been busy all night, replied instantly. Sheng Yimo, yes. The disciplined CEO adhered to an early bedtime and rising schedule. For her, wasting time was akin to squandering money, each additional second of sleep costing her $1,000. Shen Qingling, thank you. When does President Sheng have time? Sheng Yimo, now. Shen Qingling was taken aback once more. With a sense of skepticism, he glanced at the progress bar. A mere 15 seemed insufficient to warrant such attention from the goddess. Something felt amiss, as if there were discrepancies in the situation. Attaining a heart-thumping value of 15 was something any passerby could achieve. Shen Qingling's strategy for winning over the 3 goddesses appeared utterly ineffective. He found himself perplexed by Sheng Mo's current thoughts, primarily due to their limited interactions and the scant descriptions about her in the literature, leaving him utterly in the dark. He could only rely on instinct for his approach. His intuition urged him to refuse. Shen Qingling, apologies, I have class in the morning and must head to school shortly. Xingyamo, all right. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow at the WeChat dialogue. What did all right signify? Was there no further discussion? He decided not to rush things, thus. He chose not to reply. This was a tug-of-war phase where the one who acted first would lose. Especially for Shen Qingling, taking initiative would imply ulterior motives. So he had to find opportunities without becoming the perceived instigator. Meanwhile, Sheng Yimo, seated in her office, narrowed her eyes. She was not at home, but rather at the company. If Shen Qingling truly visited the Sheng residence, he would not find her there. Sheng Yimo remained skeptical of him. The initial thrill had faded, and this CEO's wariness led her to question Shen Qingling's intentions. Moreover, her logic was quite peculiar. Firstly, such an intimate, almost invasive form of romance was unlikely to occur in her life. Love was simply not meant for her. Secondly, Shen Qingling's allure was overwhelming. His perfection seemingly tailored to her, resembling a trap. Lastly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Anything of value must be exchanged for something precious, implying that she would have to give something to gain his favor. Sheng Yimo likened this to a scheme targeting the wealthy, alarmingly flawless in execution, which was indeed frightening. If it were a scam, it would be terrifying. If it were not, that would be even more alarming, signifying her inability to identify any flaws. Today, she endeavored to uncover Shen Qingling's shortcomings as a cautionary measure, but she failed. Instead, her interest in him deepened. She found herself wasting time on a man, which was quite troubling. As she gazed at Shen Qingling's profile on her computer, she fell into deep contemplation. Shen Qingling descended the stairs and took a jog around the vicinity before returning to freshen up with a shower and change his attire in preparation for school. By the time he emerged in his new clothes, the clock had struck 8. Breakfast was scheduled for this hour, a rule established by Gu Chenwang, who insisted that no one should indulge in sloth. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, his hair still damp from the shower, when Solon promptly expressed her concern. Qingling, did you take a shower this morning? Your hair is wet. You'll catch a chill. I went for a jog and worked up a sweat, so I showered. My hair will dry shortly, he replied. That won't do. Let me help you dry your hair. Come on, let us go upstairs quickly. We mustn't delay your departure for school, she insisted. Gu Chenwang frowned and interjected, You're doing it again. Qingling is an adult now. Stop treating him like a child. A man must learn to be independent and take care of himself. Overindulgent mothers often spoil their sons. We must not lead him astray. He is a precious heir we have struggled to reclaim, and we cannot allow him to be undermined by Wensulan. Wensulan stood there, awkwardly at a loss for words, her only concern being Qingling's health. Shen Qingling turned to Gu Chenwang. She is merely worried about me. I want to become spoiled just because she helps me dry my hair. You needn't worry about that. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin exchanged wide-eyed glances. Goodness, he has grown bold again. How dare he speak to father in such a manner? Gu Yutong, munching on his bread, hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. Oh, it's perfectly fine for boys to skip drying their hair. Come, sit down and eat. It'll be cold if we delay. Gu Yijin secretly hoped Gu Chenwang would be enraged enough to dismiss Shen Qingling, believing he should experience their father's wrath just as he had in the past. However, Gu Chenwang merely waved his hand. Then go ahead. Gu Yutong? Gu Yijin? Wensulan? Shen Qingling nodded silently and took Wensulan's hand to ascend the stairs. Wensulan, still in a daze, queried, Why didn't your father get angry? This is quite strange. Shen Qingling, perplexed, responded, Why should he be angry? Did I say something wrong? Wensulan shook her head. You did nothing wrong, Qingling. It's just that your father has a rather volatile temperament and despises being contradicted or disobeyed. I can't fathom why he reacted this way today. Gu Yijin was equally baffled. Why should Shen Qingling escape reprimand? Gu Yutong, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, Father, aren't you angry? Gu Chenwang remained composed. What is there to be angry about? If he were to meekly agree with everything, I would find him quite useless. As it stands, he seems to care for Antwan, demonstrating himself to be a considerate son. Essentially, Shen Qingling is not acting in defiance. Rather, he is considerate of Wensulan, thus not triggering my ire. If he were indifferent, it would suggest he returned to the Gu household not for Wensulan, but merely as a performance for my benefit. His willingness to defend Wensulan is commendable. His demeanor is neither subservient nor disrespectful. Truth be told, I have little regard for those who are excessively obsequious. Such individuals cannot become heirs of the Gu family. Gu Yijin, in his presence, is submissive and meek, projecting a gentle demeanor outwardly. How could such a disposition instill fear in those beneath him? Shen Qingling's demeanor, however, is quite fitting, reminiscent of Gu Yijin's youth. Who has not contemplated challenging their father? He had once been the same. It is a natural inclination. Gu Yutong remarked with amusement, "Father, it seems you have taken quite a liking to him." Chapter 51. The essence of tea art. Gu Chengwang, feigning stubbornness, replied, "I wouldn't say it's affection, more like a reluctant satisfaction." Gu Yutong, with a hint of laughter, retorted, "You can keep pretending, but your paternal pride is unmistakable." Gu Yijin's expression soured. It appeared Gu Yutong too had been influenced by Shen Qingling. He nudged Gu Yutong's hand and inquired, "Sister, what are we to say about the variety show?" Gu Yutong replied, "Let us wait until Aunt One and Shen Qingling join us. The entire family must be involved. No one can be left out." Gu Yijin interjected, "Is Shen Qingling really participating? How shall we introduce our relationships?" Anxiety gripped him. Would he have to publicly reveal his status as a false heir in front of so many? Where would he find the dignity to face such ridicule? Even if he participated in the show, he would still be the subject of mockery. Gu Yutong turned to Gu Chengwang. "Father, how do you intend to address Shen Qingling's identity?" Gu Chengwang replied, "We shall speak the truth." Gu Yijin's eyes widened in shock. Shortly after, Shen Qingling and Wen Sulan descended. Gu Yutong succinctly introduced the family's participation in the variety show and mentioned Gu Chengwang's plan to host a banquet to reveal Shen Qingling's identity. Wen Sulan was delighted. Yet Shen Qingling furrowed his brow. Upon noticing Shen Qingling's expression, Gu Yijin sensed the resurgence of his martyr complex. "What are you scheming now, Shen Qingling?" As anticipated, Shen Qingling hesitated before speaking. "Are we really going to publicize my identity? What will happen to Gu Yijin? Will he not face ridicule because of me? Moreover, in a variety show, a program viewed by many, it would undoubtedly impact his life. He, like Gu Yijin, was still in university. How would he confront the scrutiny of peers and professors? Those in their social circle, all aspects of his life intertwined with the Gu family, would render him vulnerable without this identity." Gu Chengwang responded, "Why should you concern yourself with him? If you do not speak the truth, how will you seamlessly return to the Gu family?" Shen Qingling countered, "If push comes to shove, we can say I was lost and found. There is no need to force him out. Many are aware of my background. The orphanage and former classmates know me. Besides, should those events from years ago resurface, it would tarnish the Gu family's reputation. Merely a maid could supplant their child. What would outsiders think?" Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, embodying the essence of altruism. His words resonated with everyone present, particularly Gu Chengwang. Shen Qingling did not prioritize his own grievances over the Gu family's reputation. Rather, he considered the well-being of everyone, including Gu Yijin, who had usurped everything from him. Gu Chengwang thought to himself, "Indeed, he is my son." When Sulan reflected on how kind-hearted her son was, Gu Yutong too underwent a complete transformation in her perception of Shen Qingling. Yet, was he genuinely so benevolent? Certainly not. Had Gu Yijin's identity been disclosed from the outset, the audience might have harbored disdain for him initially, yet that sentiment could have transformed over time. Gu Yijin possesses a remarkable talent for eliciting sympathy through his misfortunes. Should his true identity be revealed, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from his peers and ostracism from his social circle. Nevertheless, some viewers, driven by an innate compassion, might empathize with him, potentially garnering him a substantial following. They would argue that the fault lies not with Gu Yijin, but with his mother and grandmother, portraying him as an innocent young man who did not deliberately usurp Shen Qingling's identity. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Shen Qingling is acutely aware of this dynamic. His objective is to extinguish such possibilities before they can take root, ensuring that Gu Yijin cannot exploit his plight for sympathy. If the audience were initially oblivious to Gu Yijin's true identity, allowing him to bask in the glory of being the favored son of the Gu family and accumulate a legion of fans, only to later unveil him as a counterfeit who illegitimately claimed Shen Qingling's identity, how would those fans react? The backlash from fans can be a terrifying phenomenon. The fervor with which they adored you can swiftly transform into fervent animosity upon discovering the truth. Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, 077 immediately grasped his intent. How cunning. Shen Qingling deliberately suggested withholding the revelation of Gu Yijin's identity, allowing him to be perceived as a son of the Gu family. This would enable Gu Yijin to cultivate a favorable image and instill hope, while simultaneously leaving him in a state of anxiety, perpetually fearing that his true identity might be exposed. Furthermore, Based on Shen Qingling's understanding of Gu Yijin, it is clear he would not simply comply with the program's demands. Should Gu Yijin take any aggressive action against Shen Qingling, the ensuing scandal would likely evoke greater sympathy for Shen Qingling while inciting more scorn and revulsion towards Gu Yijin. Shen Qingling intends to orchestrate Gu Yijin's descent from grace, allowing him to experience hope only to plunge him back into despair, a poetic retribution. In doing so, Shen Qingling stands to gain a sterling reputation, perceived as kind-hearted by the Gu family, while the audience may come to love him for this stark contrast. Gu Yijin would never suspect Shen Qingling's true motives. He would merely curse him for his supposed sanctimoniousness, while simultaneously wishing for a more malevolent approach from Shen Qingling. Torn between love and hatred. In terms of strategy, Gu Yijin remains woefully simplistic, having only mastered the superficial aspects without grasping the essence of the art of tea. After Shen Qingling spoke, Gu Yijin was taken aback. Initially, he doubted Shen Qingling's motivations for speaking on his behalf, suspecting it might be mere theatrics. Yet today, such suspicions seemed implausible. If Shen Qingling truly wished to harm him, he would have acquiesced to revealing his identity rather than choosing to endure and preserve Gu Yijin's dignity. Reluctantly, Gu Yijin had to concede that Shen Qingling's kindness was unexpectedly profound. With a complex expression, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for considering my feelings, truly. You are the kindest person I have ever encountered. However, Shen Qingling, your kindness will not soften my resolve. Once I engage in this reality show, you shall come to understand the terrifying nature of the internet." When Sulan furrowed her brow, expressing concern, "But Qingling, this seems too unfair to you. I fear that those unaware of the truth may misconstrue your intentions." Shen Qingling, "It is of no consequence. One who stands upright has no fear of shadows. I walk with integrity and sit with composure, unperturbed by idle gossip." Gu Yutong, rare in his support for Shen Qingling, remarked, "In the entertainment industry, I am your shield. You need not concern yourself with any matters. Even if someone plots against you from the shadows, it ultimately depends on their capability." Gu Yijin, with a darkened gaze, pondered, "Yet, my dear sister, you remain oblivious to the fact that the very person you fear is right beside you. It is only through your presence that I can make my move." Shen Qingling's subsequent declaration left everyone astounded. "It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to participate in this variety show." "Not participating? Why ever not? My disposition is ill-suited. I am not eloquent. Nor do I relish exposure before the camera, as it makes me anxious. A person who has thrived in the entertainment realm, akin to a fish in water, professing fear of the lens and an inability to articulate?" 077 could hardly contain his laughter, the performance quite convincing. Gu Yijin queried, "What then did you mean by your earlier remarks about keeping your identity undisclosed?" Shen Qingling replied, "I do not wish to alter the course of others' lives due to my own presence. It holds no significance." Gu Yijin pressed her lips together. "Are you truly not participating?" Shen Qingling resolutely shook his head. "I will not partake." Gu Yijin's mindset began to warp. What is this? What on earth is happening? This time, even the theatrically adept Gu Yijin fell into complete silence. Observing Shen Qingling's unwavering resolve, the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. Gu Yutong stated, "Although you will not attend as a guest, the cameras will inevitably capture you at home. Regardless, during our everyday meals and conversations, simply focus on your own affairs. That should pose no issue, correct?" Shen Qingling, "Indeed, it is of no concern. I shall not interfere with the filming of your program." Quite the contrary. He merely wished to avoid a mundane entrance, as a guest's arrival devoid of flair is utterly uninspiring. He aspired to be the one who, under the guise of coincidence, captivates the camera with a breathtaking appearance. He intended to transform this program into his own stage, even if he were not a guest. So what? A person's rise to fame is not contingent on the frequency of their appearances, but rather on their ability to command attention each time they grace the scene. Chapter 52. $1 million in pocket money. Afterward, Shen Qingling largely refrained from speaking, with Wen Sulan expressing concern for him, to which he replied succinctly. Gu Yutong continued discussing the variety show with several others, as it was her inaugural venture into such a realm, and she was determined to avoid any mishaps. Shen Qingling appeared disengaged, yet he committed every word Gu Yutong uttered to memory. With the Family is an utterly dramatic and chaotic variety show. The program will feature not merely the Gu family, but will select 3 families for comparison, with the Gu family being just one of them. They are the director's most coveted choice. Director He Chili tirelessly sought topics for sensationalism, ensuring that once the program aired, it would be rife with controversy. Surprisingly, the show operates with little to no script. When scripts are present, they are few and far between, yet those with scripts often struggle against the true eccentrics. The production team possesses a keen eye for talent. They do not seek out seemingly ordinary and mild-mannered families, but rather, they adeptly discover families capable of igniting a trending topic. Some families that initially appear warm and harmonious may encounter significant reversals later in the show, which is precisely the drama that captivates the audience. This program is broadcast live, and any flaws are bound to be exposed before the camera. Unless one possesses an impeccable performance that can deceive the lens, the truth will inevitably surface. Fortunately, the director made concessions during the contract negotiations with the Gu family, agreeing not to film the second-floor rest area, thereby ensuring a degree of privacy for them. However, apart from this, the daily lives of the main guests must be captured on film, including their departures for school or work. The primary guests of the Gu family are, in fact, only Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin. Gu Qingling's profession is strictly off-limits for filming, while Wen Sulan, with her gentle disposition, lacks any dramatic flair, and Lin Qingdai, currently repeating a year, spends her days solely focused on studying. Consequently, the production team has designated Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin as the main participants. Shen Qingling has become the overlooked wildcard in this scenario. The director was previously unaware of Shen Qingling's presence. Had he known that the Gu family had such a captivating subplot, he would not have overlooked her. Her striking beauty alone would have warranted attention. After noting the live broadcast schedule, Shen Qingling prepared to head to school. When Sulan handed her the car keys and asked, "Qingling, can you drive? You should take my car to school from now on." Shen Qingling had obtained her driver's license during the summer after graduating high school, but she did not wish to draw attention by driving such an ostentatious luxury vehicle to school. Thus, she declined, saying, "I prefer not to drive such a flashy car to school. Thank you for your kindness, but I will take the bus." When Sulan gently pulled Shen Qingling aside and whispered, "You could always take a taxi instead. I've deposited 10 million into your account for pocket money. Use it as you like. If you need anything expensive, just use my card." When Sulan produced a black card and pressed it into Shen Qingling's hand. "How much is this?" 10 million? Shen Qingling inquired. When Sulan nodded, "Exactly. Just think of how exhausting it is to take the bus. You are so beautiful. What if you attract unwanted attention? It's important for a young man to take care of himself." Shen Qingling replied, "But a taxi doesn't require that much money. If you give me all this, what will you spend?" While 10 million would not have seemed substantial to the past Shen Qingling, who could easily spend that on a watch, it was indeed a staggering sum in this life. When Sulan held no significant standing within the Gu family and was uncertain of her financial situation, it could be said that Shen Qingling had underestimated the Gu family's wealth. She had only gathered from written descriptions that they were affluent, but upon hearing when Sulan casually mentioned 10 million for pocket money, she realized that the Gu family was not merely wealthy but exceptionally so. When Sulan smiled gently, "Worried about me? Don't be. I have the inheritance left by the Wen family, and those antique jewels are quite valuable." Although Gu Qinglong may be lacking in certain manners, he ensures that the financial support is always sufficient. He is not a miserly man. When Sulan not only possesses the wealth of the Wen family, but also receives a monthly allowance from Gu Qinglong, regardless of the household expenses. She simply needs to inform Gu Qinglong, and all will be taken care of. The total value of Wen Sulan's jewelry exceeds a staggering 1 billion. In the days when her grandfather was alive, he delighted in collecting antiques, while her grandmother cherished jewelry, ultimately leaving her with a fortune. However, when it comes to her parents, when Sulan's gaze dims instantly, she is now left all alone. Shen Qingling offered words of comfort. "You have me now, and you shall always have me." When Sulan lifted her eyes to meet his, as if 1,000 unspoken words swirled within her. Whenever she looked at Qingling, memories of her late father flooded back, and she poured all her emotions for her father and son into Shen Qingling. She linked her arm with his as they stepped outside, and at the threshold, she urged, "Let's find a time to establish a trust together. Everything will be yours in the future. Do not worry about spending, buy whatever you desire. If you find yourself short on funds, just tell me. Do not feel embarrassed. If you do not spend, it will only cause me distress. I owe you so much. If you do not have classes this afternoon, shall I take you shopping for clothes? We could also get some decorative items for your room." Shen Qingling agreed, leaving the Gu residence under Wen Sulan's expectant gaze. Habitually, he donned a black mask and pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, wishing to blend into the crowd. Yet, his towering height of 188 centimeters, his strikingly long legs, and those profound eyes continued to draw the attention of passersby. On his way to school, he still garnered numerous heartbeats of admiration, which transformed into points of affection. The first thing Lin Xingyin did upon waking was to groggily reach for her phone, seeing what appeared to be a message on WeChat. She instantly became alert, sitting up in bed. The sight of Shen Qingling's reply made her unable to contain a sweet smile as she clutched her phone. Shen Teacher responded to her. Shen Teacher did not dislike her. Shen Teacher even wanted to play the piano with her. She lay back down, playfully swinging her feet in delight, her actions exuding unmistakable joy. Tilting her head, she rested her chin on her hand, blinking her innocent eyes. What should she say to Shen Teacher? After biting her lip, she typed a message. Lin Xingyin, good morning, Shen Teacher. Have you had breakfast? However, just after sending those words, she quickly deleted them. It was already this late. How silly of her to say good morning. Shen Teacher must have finished breakfast and be teaching by now. She contemplated for a good half hour before finally sending another message. Lin Xingyin, Shen Teacher, the weather is lovely today. I'm going out to paint. Shen Teacher is her art instructor and an academic star. Surely he appreciates diligent students. She yearned to be the kind of student Shen Teacher would admire. Outside, the sun shone brightly, mirroring her mood. It felt as if the clouds that had shrouded her life had dispersed with the arrival of a single individual. It was peculiar. She had never anticipated anyone's presence in her life before, yet Shen Teacher was an exception. With the spark of expectation, she reignited her hope for life. Lin Xingyan approached her desk, took out a piece of paper to fold into a star, inscribing a phrase upon it before placing the folded star into a jar. She lifted her gaze to the painting created by Shen Qingling, unable to suppress a gentle smile. The sail amidst the sea of clouds evoked memories of her teacher singing to her. The innocent girl had attempted to search for the song online, but naturally, her efforts yielded nothing. She believed that this enchanting melody must have been penned by Shen Qingling himself. How perfect he was, capable of composing such a moving song. She admired him deeply. Lin Xingyan arrived at the studio to paint, her subject being a tiny mushroom nestled in a pot. Although rain poured from the sky, the pitiful little mushroom remained dry, shielded by an umbrella that protected it from the storm. Shen Qingling was like that umbrella, safeguarding her from life's tempests. She hoped to muster the courage to present this painting to him. For the first time, she felt that time dragged on interminably. Oh, how she wished for the weekend to arrive swiftly. Chapter 53. To love someone is to keep them in the basement. Ruan Mingyi was feeling particularly despondent today. Awakening to find no reply from Shen Qingling, she was further pressured by her father to go to the office. Arriving at the company in her luxurious car, she walked while venting to Yi Qiao over the phone. How was I to know what was amiss with my father? He insisted that everyone must attend an important meeting today, and I cannot be late. I had intended to seek out Shen Qingling. He has ignored me all night. What do you even like about him? Last night he kindly accompanied you to the banquet, yet you spoke so dismissively. If I were Shen Qingling, I wouldn't want to engage with you either. I like him for his looks. When one falls for an unattractive man, they must elaborate on their reasons for their affection, but with Shen Qingling, no explanation is necessary. The moment one lays eyes upon him, they will understand. Forget it. Just the thought of having to work today irks me. Ruan Mingyi removed her sunglasses, her brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. She despised working. Yi Qiao regarded her with skepticism. You? Work? Can you manage that? Who knows? Work feels akin to a relationship. Family believes in my capability, and at times, I think I can, yet I truly cannot. Friends are like my spouses, aware of my limitations, but always reassuring me that I am capable. Superiors resemble lovers, knowing my inadequacies, yet constantly assuring me of my potential. Yi Qiao chuckled. Ruan Mingyi understood that discussing such matters with Yi Qiao was futile. Only a message from Shen Qingling could alleviate her spirits, even slightly. All right, I must go. I've arrived at the office. Dressed in ostentatious luxury. Ruan Mingyi's work ethic was as inconsistent as the tides. With those in the company who were astute and privy to insider information, well aware of her status as the daughter of the conglomerate. However, some oblivious interns mistook her for the mistress or girlfriend of a senior executive. Upon entering the elevator, those familiar with her quickly fell silent. Only one intern, who had some connections, yet was socially inept and rather unpleasant, remained oblivious. The moment he laid eyes on Ruan Mingyi, he was taken aback. Conversely, upon seeing him, Ruan Mingyi immediately donned her sunglasses. His unattractiveness had hurt her eyes. The intern, misinterpreting her glance and subsequent turn as shyness, felt a swell of unwarranted pride. Just as Ruan Mingyi stood beside him, he couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Which department are you from? Do you have a boyfriend? Ruan Mingyi, unwilling to engage, pretended not to hear him. Already irked by the early morning commute, she felt further annoyed by the advances of an unattractive man. She was on the verge of seeking a master to dispel this vexation. The man, assuming she had not heard him, persisted. Hey, beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? The woman in sunglasses finally acknowledged him. In a cold tone, she replied, there are some in the refrigerator. Laughter erupted in the elevator. Haha. The beauty knows how to joke. No boyfriend? So you must be married? You don't seem like the type who could afford such attire, he sneered. His irritation flaring at Ruan Mingyi's public dismissal of him, sarcastically insinuating that she was a kept woman. Ruan Mingyi retorted, not married, just sterilized. As the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival, Ruan Mingyi prepared to exit, but the man blocked the door. So you are from the secretarial department. May I come in? Ruan Mingyi shot back. In where? The grave? His face turned pale with anger. Do you even know who I am? Ruan Mingyi removed her sunglasses and scrutinized him from head to toe. I do. The proud smile on his face was quickly stifled by her blunt response. Goblin. The laughter in the elevator erupted anew. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow and declared, I don't care who you were before. Now, you are nothing. Secretary Feng. Get rid of him immediately. If I see him in the company again, you can live with him. Secretary Feng's pupils dilated with shock. No, please. I don't want to live with a harasser. Yes, ma'am. Ruan Mingyi, exasperated, slammed her belongings onto the desk and couldn't help but curse. At that moment, she overheard several employees discussing the meeting scheduled for that day. Did you hear? It seems that President Sheng from Sheng Group is coming to our company. Is it the same President Sheng who was trending yesterday? That's her. President Ruan specifically flew back for her. President Ruan said we must host President Sheng's people impeccably, with no room for error. Ruan Mingyi was not particularly surprised. It was quite normal for the Sheng and Ruan families to have minor collaborations. Yet a meeting attended personally by Sheng Mo was undoubtedly significant. No wonder her father insisted she be present. Ruan Mingyi made her way to the restroom to freshen up, then began a phone call with Yi Qiao to vent about the morning's events. As they conversed, she brought up Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling is still ignoring me. What should I do, Qiao Qiao? I can't even focus on eating. How about I find you someone new to distract you? What are your criteria? A handsome male college student. Is that it? That's 5. Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao exchanged playful banter before returning to reality. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I genuinely can't seem to forget him, and I have lost interest in anyone else. I feel like I'm at my wit's end. Then after the meeting, buy some flowers and gifts to apologize. At least your sincerity will be evident. That's what I was thinking. Ruan Mingyi glanced at the time. It was nearly time for the meeting, so she ended the call and exited the restroom. A woman slowly emerged from the corner of the restroom. Sheng Mo glanced at his reflection in the mirror, unable to resist touching his lips, recalling the kiss shared in darkness. What could Ruan Mingyi possibly want with Shen Qingling? Curiosity piqued. She felt an urgency to meet Shen Qingling at Jiang University after the meeting. Yet, upon reaching the ground floor, she discovered that someone had slashed her car tire. Goodness, who would be so uncouth in broad daylight? Ruan Mingyi called for security to review the surveillance footage. While she simmered with anger, another luxury vehicle gradually came to a stop beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Sheng Mo's exquisite, sharp visage. Where are you headed, Mingyi? If it's on my way, I could give you a ride. Ruan Mingyi was taken aback. Could Sheng Mo truly spare time to drive her? Even if it were on his way, it seemed unlikely that he would show such kindness. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely impossible. The Sheng family and the Ruan family had recently forged a partnership, and Sheng Mo might be seeking to ingratiate himself with the Ruan family. Given his keen interest in lucrative matters, his offer to drive her was not surprising. Ruan Mingyi found it difficult to fathom Sheng Mo's thoughts. Faced with his compelling gaze, she had no choice but to comply and get into the car, especially since she was indeed pressed for time. Once settled, she awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sheng. I'll find a way to repay you next time. The rearview mirror reflected a slight smile curving on his lips. No need for that. Where to? Jiang University. I assume you're going to find that university student from last time? Indeed, I'm surprised you remember him. He is quite an unforgettable young man. How could she forget the man who had stolen her first kiss? Ruan Mingyi chuckled. Indeed, Mr. Sheng understands me well. It was evident. Her fondness for Shen Qingling required no further elaboration. It seems you are quite taken with him. Yes, but alas, he is difficult to pursue, cold towards everyone. Like an iceberg. He hasn't replied to me since last night. By the way, Mr. Shang, might I indulge my curiosity about the man you kissed upstairs? He is someone you know. Wan Mingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone she knew? Who among her acquaintances could have captured the interest of such an individual? She pondered fruitlessly, realizing that Shang Imo likely preferred to remain coy. You must be jesting, Mr. Shang. None of my acquaintances possess such prowess. Shang Imo smiled but remained silent, then inquired, have you two had a disagreement? Wan Mingyi sighed in a dejected manner. Not quite a disagreement. It was merely my fault for upsetting him. He is not mine to claim, nor do I have the right to restrict his freedom. If he chooses to ignore me, I shall simply persist in seeking him out. At the mention of freedom, Shang Imo raised an eyebrow. People often say that if you love someone, you must grant them freedom, yet she had never comprehended this notion. If it were up to her, she would confine her beloved in a basement, feeding him through a small opening until he reciprocated her affection. Wan Mingyi was oblivious to Shang Imo's penetrating gaze. She mused that Shang Imo was rather easy to converse with, far from the aloof and cold persona depicted in rumors. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Jiangda, and the flowers and gifts that Wan Mingyi had pre-ordered were handed to her. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude to Shang Imo, saying, Thank you, Mr. Shang. I want to disturb you in your pursuit of wealth. Your time is far more valuable than mine. However, Shang Imo showed no intention of leaving. No rush. I have a matter to attend to here as well. Oh, Mr. Shang has business at Jiangda? Indeed. Oh, all right then. I shall take my leave. Mr. Shang, you stay busy. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Wan Mingyi entered Jiangda, Shang Imo took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Qingling. Shang Imo, I happen to have business at Jiangda today. Do you have time to discuss that matter? Chapter 54. Irreplaceable. It was only after class that Shen Qingling noticed Shang Mo's message. At that moment, Wan Mingyi was already standing outside the classroom. Shen Qingling glanced outside. Wan Mingyi smiled at him, raising the flowers and gifts in her hands. Shen Qingling understood that Wan Mingyi had come to apologize. But why was Shang Imo at Jiangda? The two of them coincidentally appeared together. Shen Qingling instinctively sensed something amiss. He pondered, should he abandon Wan Mingyi to meet Shang Imo? The current strategy was to give Wan Mingyi some space. And since opportunities for her to interact with Shang Imo were scarce, it seemed unreasonable not to meet her after she had made the effort to come close. Shen Qingling decisively replied to Shang Mo's message. Shen Qingling, all right, where are you? Shang Imo promptly sent Shen Qingling a location, causing his expression to shift slightly. It was the CAF where he worked. There were several CAFs near the school, so why had Shang Mo chosen the one where he worked? Was it merely coincidence? Shen Qingling suppressed his doubts and stepped outside, only to find Wan Mingyi's smile had faded. She seemed to revert to the aloof demeanor of their first encounter. Even Wan Mingyi, who was typically bold, felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Shen Qingling's cold expression. Their first meeting had been like this. They were strangers back then, and she had not taken it to heart. However, after spending some time together, she had witnessed different facets of him, his gentle smile, his playful teasing, and she could not accept this version of Shen Qingling. It felt as though someone who had momentarily descended from an exalted pedestal had only briefly lingered beside her before drifting away once more. Shen Qingling, why are you so indifferent? Just smile a little, Wan Mingyi said, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze to her and replied, Miss Wan, is there something you need? The formal address of Miss Wan caused Wan Mingyi to catch her breath. A wave of sadness washed over her, as if something was lodged within her heart, and she found herself on the verge of tears, feeling a sense of grievance. She extended the flowers and gifts towards Shen Qingling, saying, I came to apologize. I truly did not mean it last night. In fact, the fact that you did not intend it only underscores the issue. Wan Mingyi was puzzled by Shen Qingling's words, her expression reflecting her confusion. Because in your heart, this is how you perceive me. I am merely a decorative trinket on your bag, a tool for you to flaunt. You are enamored merely by my exterior. Had I not possessed such striking beauty, you would never have chosen to stand by my side. Wan Mingyi, with a semblance of understanding, remarked, Yet, isn't the bond between individuals precisely this? Your extraordinary appearance captivated me, and although my lineage may be somewhat superior, it is fate that brought us together in this vast world. The intricacies of destiny are indeed wondrous. You are not entirely incorrect. Our paths crossed due to fate, and I drew you in with my feign. But what follows? What do you seek in my presence? Is it truly affection? Of course it is. My pursuit of you is driven by the desire for you to become my boyfriend. However, should a relationship be founded solely on mere looks? Without delving into each other's hearts, we are separated by an insurmountable wall. You have never endeavored to understand me, instead chasing a conclusion in a one-sided manner. Ruan Mingyi murmured softly, I do not comprehend your meaning. She suddenly felt averse to confronting such a version of Shen Qingling, as if he were on the verge of unveiling something profound. Let us both take a moment to breathe. Once your anger subsides, I shall return to you. With that, Ruan Mingyi turned to leave. Shen Qingling, his voice icy, called out from behind her, to put it bluntly, you merely wish to conquer me. You seek to ascend a peak that others find insurmountable, deriving satisfaction and pleasure from the conquest itself. Yet, the nature of that mountain holds no significance for you. The essence of it is inconsequential. You are solely focused on the outcome. Shen Qingling pressed on, moving closer, his tone as frigid as the winter winds. Ruan Mingyi, you appear to be fervently engaged in this relationship, yet you have never genuinely valued the other person. Your enthusiasm dissipates as quickly as it arises. You merely require someone to whom you can express your emotions. That person could be me or someone else. It is not an exclusive necessity. Once the novelty of your chosen companion fades, you will discard that vessel of your emotions without a second thought. Admit it, you do not truly love anyone. And your feelings for me barely even qualify as affection. Ruan Mingyi felt as though Shen Qingling could see through her very soul. His words struck her deeply. Even though she recognized the truth in them, she was reluctant to concede. Turning to face him, she lifted her gaze, revealing a glimpse of her authentic self for the first time. With a playful smile, she replied, is there truly anyone in this world that one cannot live without? When together, we should relish the joy of companionship. Why ponder over the ephemeral? But when I am with someone, I seek the essence of exclusivity. Ruan Mingyi perceived the unwavering determination in his youthful eyes, genuine, innocent, and captivating. She paused, realizing that Shen Qingling was but 18 years old, possessing a unique fervor for love at such a tender age. He remained untainted, never straying from the path, and it was this purity that earned him the moniker of a rare blossom. Only at that moment did Ruan Mingyi comprehend that Shen Qingling was not merely toying with her emotions. Shen Qingling, how should I describe you? If I call you foolish, it is evident that you see through me. If I label you as wise, it is clear you naively believe in love. Ruan Mingyi, not everyone shares your perspective. Do you think that what you deem non-existent truly is? It seems you merely believe this to be true. A fool like you is destined to be deceived by women. When I truly harbor affection for someone, I would willingly endure deceit. Ruan Mingyi never anticipated that Shen Qingling would be so obstinate in matters of the heart. This steadfastness, however, is remarkably pure and pristine, much like his eyes, clear as crystalline ice, captivating and profound. Ruan Mingyi averted her gaze and declared, since this is the case, let us part ways, for our paths do not align. I shall no longer disturb you. Without awaiting Shen Qingling's response, she fled almost as if in escape, scattering flowers and gifts in her wake. The onlookers murmured among themselves, suggesting that Ruan Mingyi's romantic overtures had been rebuffed, leaving her heartbroken and in despair. Shen Qingling gazed at the gift boxes lying quietly on the ground and bent down to collect them. The youth, with his head bowed, smiled faintly, for he distinctly heard the system's notification. Ruan Mingyi's affection for him had increased by 5 points. Though she professed that Shen Qingling was unattainable and claimed disbelief in love, it was merely her yearning, unfulfilled. Ruan Mingyi has always been an extreme individual in matters of love, desiring an intensity that borders on the absolute. Shen Qingling's proud obstinacy in romance compelled her to truly confront their connection. She would undoubtedly fall for Shen Qingling. He was the singular exception in her life. Chapter 55, The Intervention of Shang Imo. Meanwhile, a woman seated in a CAF, headphones on, listened intently to the entire exchange. In high spirits, she lifted her coffee cup to savor a sip, her eyes reflecting evident intrigue. What an unexpectedly remarkable youth. Although Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia appeared naive in matters of the heart, Sheng Imo was acutely aware of their differences. Sheng Xia's affection for Gui Jin was tainted by a multitude of other considerations. She was enamored with the aura he exuded, fundamentally no different from Ruan Mingyi. If Gui Jin were to be cast out by the Gu family, becoming a man of nothing, would Sheng Xia endure hardship alongside him? Sheng Imo would wager her entire fortune that she would not. Sheng Xia had never been courageous in love. The moment she encountered adversity, this delicate young lady would retreat. But Shen Qingling was not like that. Sheng Imo found herself increasingly fascinated by him. The more she interacted with him, the more she discerned the unique purity of this young man. It seemed the initial kiss was indeed worthwhile. A hint of a smile flickered in Sheng Mo's eyes. Shen Qingling glanced at his attribute panel, initially intending to check Ruan Mingyi's progress bar, only to discover that the unknown goddess's progress had risen from 15 to 18. He looked around, but saw no sign of Sheng Yimou. How could his affection points have increased so unexpectedly? After some internal conflict on his way, Shen Qingling decided to set it aside for now. Upon arriving at the CAF, he immediately spotted the striking figure of the woman seated by the window. Sheng Yimou stood out in her black professional attire, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, her table cluttered with a laptop and documents, occasionally sipping her coffee without losing sight of her work. Indeed, she was relentless in her dedication to her tasks. Upon entering, Shen Qingling greeted his colleagues before making his way to Sheng Yimou. Ms. Sheng. The woman lifted her head from the documents, closed her laptop, and gestured to the seat before her. Please, take a seat. Feel free to order whatever you like. The coffee here is quite good. It seemed that Sheng Yimou was unaware of Shen Qingling's part-time job here. But could this truly be mere coincidence? Certainly not. After Shen Qingling sat down, he awkwardly cast his gaze downward at the menu and casually ordered a cup of coffee. Sheng Yimou fixed her eyes on the boy's downcast gaze. In the moment Shen Qingling lifted his eyes, she quickly resumed her indifferent demeanor. Mr. Sheng, is there any update on that matter? Well, sort of, Sheng Yimou replied, offering little more, as if squeezing out toothpaste slowly. It was she who had invited Shen Qingling out. What did sort of mean? You found the person you mentioned, but neither of them knows who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Was it possible they were deliberately withholding information? They genuinely don't know. All communication was through their phones. Then it seems this matter has reached an impasse. Not necessarily. I am still tracing that individual's account. Sheng Yimou toyed with the situation like a fisherman, at times leading Shen Qingling to believe there was no hope, while at other moments suggesting she was still investigating. In truth, Sheng Yimou had already uncovered the account, yet it was linked to a false identity, and this matter would yield no results. However, she refrained from disclosing this to Shen Qingling. After all, she needed a reason to meet him. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Sheng. Shen Qingling was exceedingly polite, not daring to meet her gaze. Of course, you encountered difficulties while at the Sheng family. I bear some responsibility. Sheng Yimou took a sip of her coffee, seemingly sensing something. She glanced at the lipstick mark on her cup and reached into her bag. The woman murmured softly, my lipstick has come off. Shen Qingling's eyes fell upon her lips, a vibrant red, yet on her face, it lacked any alluring charm, evoking not a hint of flirtation. Upon seeing her lips, the boy recalled something, and suddenly his ears flushed crimson. Sheng Yimou couldn't help but find it amusing. Clearly, she was not the only one lingering on that kiss. Is Mingyi coming to find you? Sheng Yimou deliberately probed Shen Qingling, testing his honesty. Shen Qingling had no intention of concealing the truth. Yes. She inquired pointedly. Then why isn't she here? Shen Qingling pressed his lips together. She left. Sheng Yimou glanced out the window. I believe my lipstick may have fallen into her bag. Did you come together? Yes. I attended a meeting at her father's company today. Her car broke down, so I gave her a ride. Remembering you were at Jiang University, I thought to invite you along. Considering the time, Mingyi should have arrived by now. She intentionally left the lipstick, equipped with a listening device, in Mingyi's bag. Sheng Yimou, fully aware of the discord between Shen Qingling and Mingyi, still sent a message to Mingyi, her purpose being to summon her. If Mingyi arrived with high spirits, only to find Shen Qingling seated with her over coffee, what thoughts would cross her mind? Indeed, Mingyi had not departed. Instead, she lingered nearby the CAF. After parting ways with Shen Qingling, she had walked, lost in thought, until she found herself in the vicinity. She couldn't comprehend it. How could Shen Qingling be like this? The more she thought, the more agitated she became, her mind clouded with frustration. However, the situation has reached such a point that it seems unlikely for her and Shen Qingling to reconcile. Shen Qingling must perceive her as a heartless and unprincipled woman who toys with emotions. Perhaps Yi Qiao was right. She truly should not have entangled herself with Shen Qingling, for they have always belonged to different worlds. Just as she was lost in her gloomy thoughts, a message from Sheng Yimou suddenly appeared. Sheng Yimou, Mingyi. Did my lipstick fall into your bag? If it's still at Jiang University, could you bring it to me? Ruan Mingyi opened her bag and discovered a lipstick that did not belong to her. It appeared to indeed be Sheng Yimou's. Ruan Mingyi, I have it. Where are you, Mr. Sheng? Sheng Yimou, at the CAF on the left side of Jiang University. Ruan Mingyi thought to herself. Isn't that her family as CAF? It was also the place where she first encountered Shen Qingling. Why must she go to the CAF at a time like this? Being there would surely remind her of Shen Qingling. After some contemplation, she decided to go. Ming could hardly anticipate the scene that awaited her. As she approached the CAF, she immediately spotted Shen Qingling seated by the window, with Shen Mo across from him. How could these two be together? Before Ming's arrival, Shen Qingling had intended to excuse himself, yet Shen Mo began discussing the summer, implying an apology for her previous offense. Shen Qingling, unable to leave abruptly, remained and engaged in idle chatter with her. Shen Mo, with keen eyes, caught a glimpse of Ming outside. She feigned spilling her coffee, causing it to drench her skirt and saturate the documents on the table. Shen Qingling, exhibiting gentlemanly conduct, offered her a tissue, inquiring, "Are you all right, Mr. Sheng?" However, Shen Mo seemed quite scalded. She could hardly move, only frowning and saying, "It seems I've burned my leg. Could you please check?" Shen Qingling rose and crouched beside her like a devoted knight. Though the burn on her leg throbbed painfully, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. The scalded area was somewhat awkward, located on her thigh, leaving Shen Qingling momentarily at a loss. He seemed uncertain whether to proceed, raising his eyes to suggest, perhaps. Shen Mo frowned, saying, "It's fine. Go ahead." Just as Shen Qingling was about to place his hand there, Shen Mo grasped his hand, exclaiming, Wait a moment." What Ming witnessed upon entering was this very scene. Shen Qingling crouched beside Shen Mo, his hand resting on her thigh, with Sheng Mo's hand atop his. Witnessing this, Ming, who had already lost hope in Shen Qingling, was instantly consumed by rage. Fury surged through her mind, clouding her judgment. She rushed forward, eyes wide with anger, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "What are you two doing?" Chapter 56, Shen Qingling. "I won't serve you any longer." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shen Qingling turned to look. Ming, what are you doing here?" Ming was almost laughing with rage. "How can you even ask how I'm here? This is the Wan family's establishment. Why shouldn't I be here?" "But you two, what are you both doing?" Shen Qingling initially intended to offer an explanation, but Shen Mo let out a sharp gasp due to the burn on her leg. Shen Qingling had no choice but to crouch down and examine her injury. "I apologize for being momentarily distracted. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the hospital. This injury appears quite serious." Ming could hardly tolerate Shen Qingling's concern for another woman in her presence. She approached and pulled Shen Qingling up, fixing her gaze on Shen Mo. "Why is President Sheng with him? Were you really here at Jiang University for some matter related to him?" Shen Mo, pale from the pain, attempted to clarify, "You misunderstand." This explanation was more confounding than helpful. She neither affirmed nor denied anything, simply stating that Ming had misunderstood, which further incensed Ming. What misunderstanding? It's evident that President Sheng possesses considerable influence. Knowing that I like him, she still eagerly approaches him, unable to bear it any longer. Shen Qingling pulled Ming aside and coldly interjected, "Have you lost your mind? President Sheng indeed sought me out for a reason, not as you presume. Her leg was burned by coffee and requires immediate medical attention." At that moment, Ming was too furious to care about Sheng Mo's injury. She stubbornly demanded an explanation. "All right, then tell me what business you two could possibly have." Shen Qingling found it difficult to articulate the truth. Should he reveal that he had been drugged and kissed Shen Mo? Furthermore, she had just confided in him that this matter should remain private to protect the Sheng family's reputation. Shen Qingling had already pledged her discretion. He could not betray that promise in the next breath. Given Shen Qingling's character, such an act was out of the question. Sheng Mo had accurately gauged this, and she immediately tugged at Shen Qingling's hand, shaking her head. Shen Qingling had no intention of engaging with Ming any further. He simply lifted Sheng Mo into his arms and brushed past Ming. Ming stood frozen, astonished that he would leave her behind like this, carrying another woman away. She incredulously turned to watch his retreating figure. The tall silhouette of the young man made Sheng Mo, who stood at 175 centimeters, appear diminutive in his embrace. Sheng Mo wrapped her arms around Shen Qingling's neck, resting her head gently on his shoulder, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ming. Ming could not shake the feeling that Sheng Mo had offered her a fleeting smile, though the next moment, her expression was one of pale distress. Ming was consumed by frustration, yearning to rush over, but then she paused to reflect. What right did she have to do so? She had no claim. They were not even friends at this point. Ming approached the front desk and requested a glass of ice water, which she gulped down in one go. Once she regained her composure, she realized that she should not have reacted so impulsively. Shen Qingling was not that kind of person, nor was Sheng Mo. The lost rationality that had eluded Ming finally returned at that moment. She accessed the store's surveillance footage to investigate. Before Shen Qingling's arrival, Sheng Mo had been diligently working, After Shen Qingling entered, the two conversed respectfully, appearing somewhat unfamiliar with each other, devoid of any inappropriate behavior. It was only when Shen Mo accidentally spilled her coffee that Shen Qingling initially offered her a tissue. And it was only due to Shen Mo's severe injury that Shen Qingling had stepped in. Little did she realize, Wang Mingyi had witnessed it all. A wave of regret washed over her. She had indeed misjudged their relationship. The topic of Shen Mo shall remain unaddressed. What thoughts might Shen Qingling harbor about her? She appeared as a deranged individual, undoubtedly an unsightly visage. But what could have prompted their meeting? They had only encountered each other once. Why would they convene privately? Shen Qingling had never divulged anything about Shen Mo to her. What connection could there possibly be between Shen Qingling and the Sheng family? Wait, the Gu family? What is Shen Qingling's relationship with the Gu family? Could it be that Shen Mo's visit pertains to them? As Wang Mingyi contemplated further, her agitation grew. And she even considered messaging Shen Qingling for clarification. Yet, upon retrieving her phone, she recalled her previous resolve. Had she not intended to sever ties with Shen Qingling? She must not dwell too much on her. Absolutely not. How could she allow herself to become unhinged over such a trivial matter? Wang Mingyi had never before gone to such lengths for a man. Her earlier behavior had been utterly irrational. She realized that Shen Qingling's influence over her was rather substantial, which was quite concerning. Taking a deep breath, she tucked her phone away. I, Wang Mingyi, will not hang my fate on a single tree. You may choose to be with whichever woman you desire. Farewell, Shen Qingling. I shall no longer serve you. Shen Qingling emerged from the CAF, cradling Shen Mo. Mr. Sheng. Where's your car? Just a little further ahead. That one is it. The keys are in my bag. Shen Qingling seated her on a bench. I will retrieve your belongings from the shop. Thank you. Not at all. As Shen Qingling re-entered the CAF, she overheard Wang Mingyi's words. Farewell, Shen Qingling. I shall no longer serve you. The moment Wang Mingyi uttered that line, her gaze met Shen Qingling's, creating a palpable tension. Wang Mingyi swallowed hard, appearing somewhat guilty. Oh no, how did she return? Why did I even say her name? Shen Qingling averted her gaze, remaining silent for a moment. Before ultimately offering an explanation, I wish to speak a few final words. I am not the person you perceive me to be. I hold no regrets about today's events, regardless of your thoughts on the matter. Furthermore, when you speak ill of me in public, do not utter my name. Shen Qingling brushed past her, collected Shen Mo's items, and departed. Wang Mingyi gazed sorrowfully at Shen Qingling's retreating figure. Despite her claims of indifference, she found herself utterly unable to control her emotions. Like a forlorn puppy, she watched her owner walk away, feeling desolate. Tears welled in Wang Mingyi's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. How could it be so painful? They hadn't even begun a relationship, yet she felt the pangs of heartbreak. Was this the price of adoring an ice queen? In that fleeting moment, she yearned to seek out Shen Qingling and apologize. She was on the brink of madness. Wang Mingyi realized she needed to drown her sorrows in drink. Otherwise, she might succumb to a moment of weakness. Hastily, she called Yu Qiao, and they arranged to meet at a bar for drinks. Shen Qingling and Shen Mo had indeed put Wang Mingyi through considerable torment. Ironically, Wang Mingyi's feelings had intensified, now reaching a score of 86. Perhaps Shen Qingling ought to express gratitude to Shen Mo. The woman sat in the passenger seat, pretending to casually observe Shen Qingling. At that moment, the youth's demeanor was evidently not cheerful. He pressed his lips together and furrowed his brow. I apologize for causing you to argue because of me. It's not your fault. She is in the wrong. Regardless, it all stems from me, and I will clarify things with her. We had already parted on unfriendly terms, so there's no need for you to take it to heart, Mr. Sheng. Actually, you need not address me as Mr. Sheng all the time. It gives me the impression of being at the company. Shen Qingling's brow twitched slightly. Taking advantage of the red light, he turned to her and asked, how should I address you then? You are younger than I am. Calling me sister would suffice. Sister? Upon hearing Shen Qingling tentatively utter the word, Shen Mo felt her blood surge, and she couldn't help but tremble, biting her lip to stifle the excitement. Well, then I may call you Qingling. Very well. How is your leg? Perhaps we should head to the nearest hospital. No, I must go to the Sheng family's private hospital. All right. Shen Qingling was puzzled by Shen Mo's insistence on going to the Sheng family's private hospital. He drove at the fastest speed possible without exceeding the limit to reach the private hospital. The luxurious room bore no resemblance to a hospital at all. Shen Qingling did not enter but stood outside, waiting. Inside, a female doctor was tending to Shen Mo's wounds. It was not that Shen Mo looked down upon public hospitals. She simply feared encountering a male doctor, as it would be inconvenient for an examination of her injuries. Requesting a female doctor would only complicate matters further. So it was preferable to visit her own family's hospital. As the doctor applied the medication, her tone was gentle. "Mr. Sheng, please bear with it. It will be quite painful." Sheng Mo responded with indifference. The pain was indeed intense, yet she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Her earlier antics in the CAF were merely to draw Shen Qingling's attention. "Will there be scars?" "No, Mr. Sheng. As long as you apply the medication on time, there will be no problem." The doctor offered further instructions, to which Sheng Mo responded with a faint acknowledgement. Afterward, the doctor exited, and Shen Qingling stepped inside. The moment Shen Qingling entered, Sheng Mo's expression shifted dramatically. She appeared to be in considerable pain, and the formidable aura of the female CEO dissipated, revealing her vulnerable side. It turned out she too possessed such fragility, a softer aspect of herself. Shen Qingling inquired about her injury. The doctor had suggested hospitalization, but Sheng Mo refused. She remained resolute. "It's just a minor injury. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the company. Your health is important. Earning money is important. Your health is important." "Very well. May I trouble you for one more favor?" "Speak. Could you drive me home? It's rather inconvenient for me to drive like this." "Of course." Sheng Mo extended her hand toward Shen Qingling. "Could you help me up? It's difficult to walk. Or you could carry me like before." Chapter 57. Never change my fiancé. The moment Sheng Mo uttered this, the youth realized that his previous actions may have crossed a boundary. "I apologize. I was a bit hasty and did not consider the appropriateness of my actions. It's fine. It will be much quicker that way. Please hold me once more." When she uttered these words, there was not a trace of embarrassment or flirtation, leaving one to ponder if there was a hidden meaning behind them. If Shen Qingling were to shyly refuse, it would only reveal his own insecurities. He lifted Sheng Mo and carried her outside. This time, both were particularly attuned to each other. Sheng Mo caught a whiff of his delightful fragrance, reminiscent of the scent from their kiss. She leaned against his chest as if fatigued, feeling the firmness of his abdominal muscles. A woman needs to rest upon such strength to find the motivation to work. Of course, it must be Shen Qingling's strength. Though the youth appeared lean, he possessed remarkable power. His steady embrace instilled a sense of security. Everything about him resonated with her desires. Well, even if it were a mere deception, she could accept it. Shen Qingling casually glanced at the woman in his arms. Sheng Mo seemed to have drifted into slumber. With her eyes closed, she appeared serene and gentle. The moment those eyes shut, all traces of her assertiveness vanished. She nestled comfortably against him, exuding an unexpectedly demure aura. Shen Qingling slowed his pace, reaching the car and placing her in the passenger seat. He then awaited her awakening. However, Sheng Mo did not sleep, not even for a moment. Although she was undeniably tired, it was roughly an hour later when she finally opened her eyes. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep." "No worries, I'll take you home now. I apologize for the trouble today. I would like to treat you to a meal sometime." Shen Qingling intended to decline, but Sheng Mo seemed to sense his hesitation and quickly interjected. "If you refuse, I shall dwell on this matter incessantly." Unlike Wang Mingyi's casual invitation to dine, Sheng Mo's request bore a seriousness, coupled with a tone that left little room for argument. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingling nodded in assent. He drove to the Sheng residence, where upon arrival, it was unnecessary for him to carry her inside. Many were present to assist Sheng Mo. As he turned to leave, Sheng Mo glanced at the time and remarked, "It's already time for lunch. Let us eat here. Thank you for your kindness. But that one tea be necessary. If you don't stay for a meal, I will feel quite remiss." "Come in then. There is no one else at home." Before she could finish, Sheng Xia's voice rang out. "I heard you were injured. Did a pretty boy bring you back?" Sheng Xia regarded the man's silhouette, finding it somewhat familiar. Could it be the same individual she had seen her sister kiss last time? When the man turned, she was startled to discover it was Shen Qingling. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing with her?" Sheng Mo frowned. "How impolite." Sheng Xia pouted. "What's wrong with that? Should I say welcome to the Sheng family?" Sheng Mo cast a helpless glance at Shen Qingling. "I apologize for the rudeness." Shen Qingling lowered his gaze. "It's all right. Perhaps I should take my leave." Sheng Xia approached him, blinking playfully. "Don't go. I heard you brought my sister back." "What happened?" Sheng Mo interjected. "I wanted him to stay for dinner, considering how you offended him last time without an apology. In the sweltering summer." Sheng Xia tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve, apologizing earnestly. "I truly did not mean it last time. You see, when you are not with Wang Mingyi, I find you quite agreeable." At the mere mention of Wang Mingyi, Shen Qingling's expression darkened. I have no ties with her anymore. Sheng Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile, indicating that her intention had been achieved. Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, Sheng Xia's spirits lifted. What happened? Do tell, for I am genuinely curious. You are dining at my home. If you want my apology, I shall give it. Now, please, sit down. With a playful insistence, she pulled Shen Qingling onto the sofa. Shen Qingling appeared reluctant to discuss the matter, choosing instead to remain silent. Sheng Mo feigned a sigh, saying, "It is my fault." Ruan Mingyi assumed there was something between us, leading to a fierce argument. Sheng Xia could not suppress her laughter. Clapping her hands on the sofa, how foolish can Ruan Mingyi be? Has she lost her mind? How could she think you would have any emotional entanglement with a man? No wonder she struggles to hold on to one. That silly woman is beyond saving. Upon learning of the quarrel between Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling, Sheng Xia found him even more appealing. She patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "That woman is not worth your sorrow. After all, you are not together. Come play with us. I assure you it will be far more enjoyable than being with Ruan Mingyi." Sheng Mo fixed her gaze on the hand Sheng Xia had placed on Shen Qingling's shoulder, casually bringing up, "You are betrothed. Perhaps it is best to speak less of such matters. Speaking of which, when do you plan to meet the new young master of the Gu family?" Sheng Mo's mention was not without purpose. The moment she spotted Shen Qingling in the Gu family's vehicle, she surmised the truth. So, what was her intention in deliberately broaching this subject? Sheng Xia's reaction spoke volumes. She returned to her seat, a look of discontent crossing her face. "What? Who wants to meet that good-for-nothing from the orphanage? That is your future fiancé. Such an attitude is unacceptable. Who acknowledges him as my fiancé? Gu Yijin is already useless enough. Do I need to replace him with someone even worse? Are you hoping for my misfortune? Surely you are not worried I might usurp your inheritance. Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions. So, your stance is that you do not wish to change your fiancé? Why would I? You are truly something. I have stated that I will not change, come what may." Sighing, Sheng Mo replied, "Then we must find an opportunity to communicate with the Gu family." Sheng Xia regarded her with suspicion. "Did you not insist that I should change before? Why are you so agreeable now? A forced fruit is never sweet. Since you favor Gu Yijin, I shall no longer press the issue. When did you become so understanding?" Sheng Mo cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qingling, who seemed lost in thought. She continued, "Did you and Gu Yijin have a quarrel the last time? I heard you struck him. He brought it upon himself with his actions against me. Since you have decided to enter into this union, you should strive for harmony. Invite him over for a meal." "No? I only have time this afternoon. You know how busy I am." "Understood, understood. I shall call him." Sheng Xia picked up her phone to dial Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin initially had no intention of attending, but upon hearing Sheng Xia mention that it was in homage to Sheng Ma, and realizing that Sheng Ma would be present, he reconsidered. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to earn Sheng Ma's favor. The opportunity for an alliance with the Sheng family must not be relinquished to Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin meticulously prepared himself before heading to the Sheng residence. As Sheng Xia opened the door, she appeared somewhat aloof, clearly still upset over their previous encounter. He presented her with a bouquet. Xia, I have brought you your favorite flowers. Will you forgive me?" "Fine, come in," she replied. "I was truly surprised and honored that your sister invited me for dinner. She merely seeks a union. Do not be deceived into thinking she holds any affection for you. Regardless, it is the thought that counts, and I have also brought a gift for your sister. Let us go. Enough with the pleasantries." Gu Yijin never anticipated encountering that individual here. Upon entering and spotting Shen Qingling seated on the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback. Shen Qingling, what is he doing here? He just won't go away. Chapter 58. I referred to that useless person as Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin murmured, Xia, how did he end up here? My sister brought him along. How could your sister be associated with him? Who knows? If you wish to inquire, ask my sister. Sheng Xia was unwilling to engage in further conversation. She was still irked. Gu Yijin approached Sheng Ma to greet him, placing the gift on the table before him. Last time, Shen Xia was in the wrong for hitting you, so I asked her to invite you over for dinner. Please do not dwell on the past. Not at all. It was my fault. I hold no grudge against Xia, and it is enough that she can forgive me. Indeed, it is good that you feel that way. Sheng Mo retained his usual demeanor, appearing somewhat distant, yet his attitude seemed to have softened slightly. Perhaps he was not as averse to Gu Yijin as before. Gu Yijin was uncertain if this perception was merely his imagination. Nevertheless, if Sheng Ma expressed such sentiments, it might indicate a desire for him to pursue an alliance with Sheng Xia, which was a promising beginning. Gu Yijin cast a glance at Shen Qingling, What was his role in the Sheng family? Did the Sheng family know of his true identity? Gu Yijin took the initiative to greet Shen Qingling. You are here as well. Indeed, I have some matters to attend to, Shen Qingling replied tersely. At that moment, the butler announced that dinner was ready, and they all moved from the living room to the dining area. Shema left with Shen Qingling as assistants. The more Gu Yijin observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Shema had always been resistant to physical contact. So why would he willingly allow Shen Qingling to support him? He furrowed his brow and asked Xingxia, Do you not find it strange that your sister, and he seems somewhat off? Xingxia rolled her eyes. You are overthinking it. My sister is a woman who only sees money. To her, no man holds a lure beyond the value of a banknote. Gu Yijin pressed his lips together. But Shen Qingling was not just any man. Xingxia retorted angrily. Why are you so focused on my sister? Do you have ulterior motives? Xingxia was well aware that Shema was handsome, wealthy, and powerful. It was difficult for any man to remain indifferent, and Gu Yijin was, after all, a man himself. Gu Yijin smiled gently and said, What are you talking about? That is your sister. The only person I have ever liked is you. After all these years, you still do not understand my heart. I have never cast a glance at another woman. My concern for your sister is merely because I fear she might be deceived by those with ulterior motives. At this, Xingxia chuckled, deceived by someone else? Don't be ridiculous, Ajin. If she isn't busy taking others' pants, she is merely acting out of goodwill. What nonsense. Come, dinner is ready, came Xing Mo's voice, prompting them to cease their idle chatter. This was not Gu Yijin's first dinner at the Sheng residence. He had visited often when Xingxia's parents were alive. Hence he felt no awkwardness. It was Shen Qingling's first visit. She spoke little, merely listening as Gu Yijin recounted amusing tales from his time at the Sheng family home. Mentioning the past softened Xingxia's demeanor, reminding her of Gu Yijin's kindness towards her. With a smile, she remarked, Ajin always chose me as his wife when we played house. Qian and the others would cry if they wanted to play the wife, but he refused. Mother said Ajin would surely make a wonderful husband one day. Gu Yijin took Xingxia's hand and replied, I will not disappoint uncle and aunt's expectations. A fleeting chill passed through Sheng Mo's gaze. When do you plan to marry? He inquired, surprisingly taking an interest in their affairs, truly a rare occurrence. Xingxia replied nonchalantly, I have no particular feelings about it. However, now that useless member of the Gu family has returned, I am uncertain of their intentions. It seems Aunt Wen is not very keen on a union between Ajin and me. Upon hearing the term useless member of the Gu family, Gu Yijin glanced at Shen Qingling, his expression calm and unperturbed. Such composure was impressive. Xingxia turned back to Gu Yijin and asked, By the way, when did that useless one return to the Gu family? Have you met him yet? Gu Yijin feigned embarrassment, saying, Xia. Perhaps it would be better to refrain from such remarks. Xingxia looked at him with confusion. Then how should I phrase it? The person who returned from the orphanage? What was his name again? Shen Qingling, came the sudden response from Shen Qingling. Xingxia turned to her. What? I said that useless one is named Shen Qingling. How do you know? I know him. What? How could you possibly know that useless one? Are you close? What does he look like? Tell me. Shen Qingling smiled slightly, but did not reply. Xingxia blinked. Why aren't you speaking? Shen Qingling calmly set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. Aren't you going to ask me my name? Oh right, I still don't know your name. What is it? Shen Qingling. Uffed. Cough, cough, cough. Xingxia nearly choked on her sip of water upon hearing this revelation, her face turning crimson. The entire restaurant fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xingxia placed her cup down, looking incredulously at Shen Qingling. You, what did you say? You are Shen Qingling? Yes. Impossible. How could you be the one who returned from the orphanage, the useless one? That person. Xingxia was nearly in a daze. Isn't it? Is this really true? She stared blankly at Shen Qingling. A man so handsome was her fiancé? It seems rather improbable. Shen Qingling heard a resounding voice echoing in her mind. Xingxia's regret value increases by 70, and her affection value rises by 30. Shen Qingling chuckled. What an honest child. Xingxia was now so embarrassed that she didn't know how to react. She had never felt such humiliation in her life. She had audaciously declared in front of Shen Qingling that he was a worthless orphan returned from the orphanage, asserting that she would never marry him. While flaunting her affection for Gu Yijin at the table, her mind was a chaotic mess. Shen Qingling stood up and said, I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours. With that, he made his way to the living room. A shrill scream erupted from the dining room. Sheng Mo remained unfazed, replying, What are you shouting about? It's just a meal. Xingxia, her gaze filled with uncertainty, inquired, "Do you think he is toying with me?" Sheng Imo replied, "I don't know. I've never met the young master of the Gu family." Sheng Xia could only look towards Gu Yijin, asking, "Ajin, is he the one who returned from the orphanage?" Gu Yijin nodded. "Yes, he moved back to the Gu family last night. I tried to hint to you not to speak that way." Sheng Xia retorted angrily. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Gu Yijin, feeling displeased himself, still forced a smile, and replied, "I didn't know you would speak like that. Besides, didn't you say you wouldn't have any thoughts about him regardless of his circumstances?" Sheng Xia furrowed her brows and fell silent. Gu Yijin's smile gradually faded. Has Xia begun to regret? Sheng Xia poked at the shrimp in her bowl, remaining mute. Suddenly, Sheng Imo spoke up. "This matter is not one you can afford to regret. Marriage is not a trivial matter. You have already said excessive things in front of him, and he is unlikely to agree to a union with you now." Sheng Xia lamented, "What if my heart aches even more?" Chapter 59. I will always keep an eye on you. An awkward dinner concluded amid Sheng Xia's silence. Shen Qingling seemed disinclined to linger any longer. Once Sheng Imo and the others finished their meal and emerged, he took his leave. Gu Yijin, observing the despondent Sheng Xia, was not keen to remain either. Compared to Sheng Xia's emotions, he was more curious about Shen Qingling's thoughts, as they seemed to hold the key to the matter. Gu Yijin took the initiative to suggest returning home with Shen Qingling. "Qingling, are you going home?" I drove here. Would you like to ride back with me?" "Sure." Shen Qingling entered Gu Yijin's car, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Shen Qingling gazed out at the scenery while Gu Yijin focused on driving. "I apologize on behalf of Xia. No need for an apology. Her opinions are her own." Shen Qingling appeared genuinely unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to Sheng Xia's remarks. What could he possibly mean? When they stopped at a red light, Gu Yijin couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingling and cautiously asked, "What if your family insists on a marriage with Xia?" Only then did Shen Qingling turn his gaze towards Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin continued, "There it is again. That expression. She is your fiancée. I have heard the story of your many years together and know you share a strong bond. How could I ever be the one to disrupt someone else's relationship? But if it weren't for me, she might have been your fiancée. Life is not rife with what-ifs. Do you truly not harbor any resentment towards me? I have seized everything that rightfully belonged to you. What purpose does hatred serve? Can time be reversed? In those days, you were merely an infant, and the animosity I imposed upon you ultimately inflicted pain upon myself." Shen Qingling gazed at him with a serene expression, imbued with a sense of tolerance and kindness. To others, Shen Qingling exuded an aura of ice, yet to Gu Yijin, he felt like water. This was utterly perplexing. Gu Yijin gripped the steering wheel tightly, rendered speechless by Shen Qingling's presence. Damn! Shen Qingling truly was a pristine and flawless white lotus. Gu Yijin found it incomprehensible how someone like Shen Qingling could evoke no hatred in him. How could he look at him with such eyes? They were sworn enemies, destined for a bitter rivalry. The more Shen Qingling behaved this way, the more Gu Yijin longed to see him transformed into someone as jaded as himself. Why should Shen Qingling remain untouched by the world's grime? His kindness and virtue only intensified Gu Yijin's loathing. He yearned to annihilate him, to obliterate his benevolence, to make him aware of the world's malevolence. He must become ruthless, just as Gu Yijin had learned to be. From a young age, Gu Yijin had been sensitive and suspicious, harboring a dark heart, never experiencing a moment of unreserved living like Shen Qingling. For all these years, he had struggled under the weight of his bloodline, perpetually anxious that he might unwittingly fall from grace. He often dreamt of his true identity being revealed, leading to his expulsion, leaving him no room for relaxation. Knowing from childhood that he was not a true member of the Gu family, he found it impossible to foster genuine feelings for them, remaining ever cautious and guarded. He had to don a mask to survive, to disguise his true self, to become a person devoid of scruples. How could Shen Qingling thrive and grow into a person of integrity and kindness in the mire? On what grounds? Gu Yijin gritted his teeth and said, "But you are who you are because I forced you to become an orphan, deprived of parental love, growing up in a leaking rental, working part-time jobs. Your suffering is all because of me. Do you truly not hate me?" "Gu Yijin, I have never perceived my life as burdensome," Shen Qingling replied. Gu Yijin was taken aback. Shen Qingling continued, "Although I lacked parental affection, the director and caretakers at the orphanage treated me well. They were like parents to me. Even living in a leaking rental, I knew that one day I would escape from there. I had ample confidence in my future. Working part-time is merely a part of ordinary life. No one's existence is devoid of challenges. Even the wealthiest have their own troubles. Happiness is not defined by your perceptions, nor should you project your assumptions of suffering onto me. That is a condescending viewpoint. In a wealthy family like the Gu's, how many truly feel happy? Therefore, you need not believe I would harbor hatred towards you, for such feelings are meaningless. This was precisely the original sentiment. Shen Qingling had never regarded his life as unfortunate or painful. He always held on to hope for the future. Gu Yijin was momentarily stunned by Shen Qingling's words. Gripping the steering wheel with all his might, he may not know much, but it was indeed true that few within the Gu family felt genuine happiness. Gu Qingwang remains fixated on the unattainable white moonlight he was unable to marry, displaying indifference towards both of his two wives. Gu Yutong, having lost her mother, quickly witnessed her father remarry, directing her resentment towards her stepmother, when Sulan, while feeling unable to harbor any hatred towards her father, the true perpetrator. When Sulan, lacking Gu Qingwang's affection, occupies the lowest position within the household, and despite her efforts, she remains incapable of winning the hearts of this father-daughter duo. Lin Qingdai, having lost her parents, finds herself living under the roof of others, where each family member grapples with their own afflictions, leaving little room for concern over an outsider like her. As for him, he has lived a life steeped in anxiety from a young age, aware that a life obtained through thievery cannot be lived with a clear conscience. Noticing Gu Yijin suddenly fall silent, Shen Qingling gently reminded him, the light is green. It was only then that Gu Yijin turned his attention back to driving, enveloped in profound silence. When Gu Yijin speaks in a warm and cordial manner, it is often a feign. His silence, however, reveals his truest self. Shen Qingling's words suggested to him that the life he desperately strives to maintain is not one she desires, or perhaps she could thrive without it. In that moment, Gu Yijin felt more like a mere jest. The two returned to the Gu residence in silence, where when Sulan joyfully approached Shen Qingling, showering her with concern and inquiries. Gu Yijin, observing the scene with indifference, ascended the stairs without a word. He did not return to his room, but instead stood in a dim corner on the second floor, casting a shadowy gaze upon the two. Shen Qingling, I shall always keep a watchful eye on you, forever and ever. In the Gu household, happiness is a rarity, and Shen Qingling must endure the same fate as them. Time swiftly passed to the following day, when Shen Qingling returned from class to find the Gu residence bustling with activity. Numerous cars were parked outside, clearly belonging to a production team. Many staff members, clad in work attire and wearing headsets, were bustling about the house, indicating that preparations for the show had commenced. Today marked the day of the Gu family's photo shoot for the show's promotional poster, and since Shen Qingling was not participating, she chose to stay away. With so many personnel on site, she donned a mask to avoid early exposure. As she made her entrance, the assistant director, Gao Yu, immediately took notice of her. Despite her hoodie and mask, her figure and the eyes that the mask could not conceal piqued his interest instantly. She was easily identifiable in the crowd. Whispers circulated among the staff. Gao Yu turned to the Gu family's butler and inquired, "Who is that? Are you referring to the one in the mask?" "Yes." "I do not know." Gao Yu expressed his confusion. "You don't know? Then how did she stroll nonchalantly into the living room?" The butler chuckled. "If the sir did not mention it, I certainly cannot disclose anything." The butler of the Gu family was well aware of what should be said and what should remain unsaid. Some matters simply could not be voiced through his lips. Realizing the butler's unwillingness to disclose further information, Gao Yu ceased his inquiries. Instead, he directly called the director, Hichili. Upon learning that there was another person at the Gu residence, Hichili could not help but ask about Gu Yutong. "He is like Gu Yijin, my younger brother. But he is low-key and dislikes being in the limelight. I hope you can avoid filming him as much as possible." Hichili is a person who thrives effortlessly in the entertainment industry. And one glance at the expressions of the Gu family reveals that the identity of the young man is anything but ordinary. Her intuition suggests that the Gu family is undoubtedly harboring a significant revelation. Chapter 60. The variety show premiere that evening. The production team unveiled the poster for the Gu family. As the final guest poster released by the team, the Gu family's style distinctly diverged from that of several others. The entire poster was dominated by hues of black and gold, featuring Gu Qingwang sitting upright on an opulent European-style chair. His countenance bore no trace of a smile, exuding a serious demeanor, with a gaze that conveyed the chilling authority of a powerful figure, an archetype of a wealthy patriarch. When Sulan donned a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an aura of grace and sophistication, she smiled gently at the camera, leaning slightly against Gu Qingling's left side, embodying the quintessential image of a noble matron. When Sulan held the hand of Lin Qingdai, whose long, straight black hair and princess dress radiated an innocent charm, reminiscent of the ethereal school beauty that young boys often secretly admire. On Gu Qingling's right stood Gu Yutong, her hand resting upon his shoulder, clad in a slit black gown and crowned with a tiara, casting a haughty glance at the camera, resembling a queen in command of all. Beside Gu Yutong was Gu Yijin, attired in a suit, gently lifting her hand with a warm gaze and a smile, embodying the persona of a refined gentleman. Appearing as the most benevolent figure in the poster, the poster of the Gu family exuded an air of opulence and exquisite luxury, a reflection of the director He Qili's vision. The primary role of the Gu family was to satiate the audience's curiosity regarding the lavish lifestyle of the elite, and the production team was acutely aware of what viewers yearned to see. This set of posters was undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing and meticulously crafted. Each individual possessed a distinct style, with their character archetypes clearly delineated. The father represented the omnipotent authority of the household. The mother showcased beauty but embodied the attributes of a decorative figure in social circles. The sister was an ambitious individual of higher status. The brother was a gentle and cherished young master, and the sister stood as an innocuous and naive little white rabbit. As a leading actress, Gu Yutong naturally commanded immense popularity. The Gu family, renowned in Jiangcheng as a prestigious clan, coupled with the tumultuous narrative of the show, propelled this poster to the top of trending searches, quickly garnering over 100,000 comments. Among the remarks, some were fans of Gu Yutong moderating discussions, while others extolled the family's striking good looks. Help! Sister Tang, this one is absolutely stunning. My heart races and my breath quickens. My ability to purify air pollution surpasses that of tropical rainforests. I shall become the new lungs of the earth. I shall kneel the Qinghai Tibet Plateau into a basin with a thud. Crying is no longer necessary for the South-North Water Diversion Project. The winds I howl will generate power for the global populace. My girl, do not touch, do not covet, do not linger. If you harm her, 110 will take me away, and 120 will take you away. I will make headlines. While you face the consequences, I will enter prison, while you descend into hell. Even if it's just a nail art with rhinestones, I would accept it. As long as it's from my sister, I would accept anything. I was painting a purple wall when I suddenly saw this and became so excited that I knocked over the purple paint beside me. I looked at the paint spilling on the ground and cried out, "My paint! My purple paint!" It is no wonder that Gu Yutong possesses such striking beauty, given the high aesthetic appeal of her parents. Her siblings, too, could easily grace the entertainment industry with their looks. This promotional poster leaves me breathless. It encapsulates the essence of a wealthy family. The production team has truly outdone themselves, capturing the opulent atmosphere with remarkable finesse. This family appears to be the only one in the program featuring uniformly exceptional beauty. One might wonder what it feels like to be surrounded by such stunning individuals. However, Sister Tang might simply shrug it off. For what sensation can one derive from bearing a visage that resembles a masterpiece of nuance? I eagerly anticipate this. As it marks her inaugural appearance on a variety show, her fans must rally in support. Yet, one cannot help but notice that this family bears a slight resemblance to one another. A casual observer remarked that the Gu family members do not seem to resemble each other and faced backlash in the comments. Upon closer inspection, this observation may hold some truth. Gu Yutong and Gu Qingling share certain similarities, but the rest of the family seems quite distinct. Gu Yijin bears no resemblance to either parent, and Lin Qingdai, as a non-blood relative, is even less comparable. Nevertheless, fans may remain steadfast in their denial, and Gu Yutong seems unconcerned about this matter. Even in a program notorious for its tumultuous atmosphere, fans still bravely confront challenges. There have been instances in the past where popular stars have participated in this show, leading to confrontations between fans, the production team, and onlookers. The only distinction lies in whether one's fans can withstand the scrutiny. If casual observers and non-fans dominate the audience, even a multitude of fans may find themselves outmatched. Gu Yutong is the sole celebrity family this season, attracting significant attention and viewership. However, with this prominence comes the inevitable scrutiny, as audiences will examine every facet of the Gu family's life with a critical lens. Those who enjoy this program are primarily individuals eager to indulge in gossip and revel in the spectacle. They delight in uncovering the secrets and scandals of affluent families. The program in the company of one family is broadcast live in its entirety, And the production team has even arranged for hidden cameras, with Gu Yutong's consent. For her, as long as the cameras are not positioned in the upstairs bedroom area, she has no objections. The Gu family is unaware of the exact number of cameras installed throughout their home. Everyone is quite occupied, spending little time at home. They are mostly either in the living room or retreating to their rooms. On pleasant days, they may bask in the sun in the garden, but they seldom venture beyond these areas. Nevertheless, the director has ensured that cameras are installed throughout the Gu residence, excluding the second floor of the villa. This is intended to provide viewers with a more direct insight into the lifestyle of the affluent and to uncover any hidden secrets that may be captured on film. Previous seasons have revealed significant insights through hidden camera footage. What revelations await us in the Gu household this time? Ichili is filled with anticipation. On the inaugural day of the broadcast, the Gu family's live stream was inundated with viewers, attracting over 1 million online. The barrage of comments flowed so swiftly that they were nearly indecipherable. At this moment, it was 6 p.m., the customary dinner hour for the Gu family. Their meal was lavish, as the director had specifically requested an extravagant presentation to fulfill the audience's fantasies of luxury, creating the illusion that the Gu family dines on exquisite delicacies daily. While this may be somewhat pretentious, the audience is likely to believe it. Initially, everyone felt somewhat uneasy in front of the camera. However, the Gu family members are accustomed to attending high society banquets, having faced cameras and reporters numerous times. After a brief moment of tension, they quickly regained their usual composure. During the dinner, each individual displayed their unique characteristics. Gu Yutong, frequently seen on television, elicited less curiosity, leading most discussions to center around Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin embodies all my fantasies about a young heir from a wealthy family. He is so elegant, smiling gently at Sister Tang. I feel as if I might melt in his smile. He does not resemble the pampered young master stereotype at all. He seems like a well-behaved little puppy. Gu Yijin has a good reputation within the circle. Unfortunately, he is already engaged, and to his childhood sweetheart, no less. How romantic. A devoted, steadfast childhood sweetheart. This feels like a novel come to life. Surely, the Gu family won't be the most harmonious in this show. I want to see drama and rivalry, not just the display of their grandeur. Before the show aired, nearly every guest had activated their Weibo accounts. Within the first hour of the broadcast, Gu Yijin gained 100,000 followers. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling intentionally absented himself from the premiere dinner. Chapter 61. Dragging Shen Qingling into the abyss. It was past 10 o'clock when Shen Qingling returned home, and no one knew what he had been up to. Habitually donning a mask, he hastily nodded at the individuals recording the show in the living room before heading upstairs. Since returning to the Gu household, Shen Qingling had maintained this demeanor. He was still unfamiliar with his family members and had little to say, often preoccupied with unseen tasks. In the morning, he would return from a run, grab a piece of bread, and leave. In the evening, he would merely acknowledge their presence before retreating to his room. He remained aloof towards everyone, except for Wen Sulan. As Shen Qingling prepared to ascend the stairs, Gu Yijin suddenly called out to him, "Qingling, where have you been? Why are you only coming back now?" Shen Qingling glanced at him, responding tersely, "I had something to attend to." Gu Yijin approached him and inquired, "What have you been busy with these past few days? Mother is quite worried about you. If there's anything, you must communicate with the family." "I am fine." Shen Qingling, masked, obscured his expression. His tone was typically cold, which might strike a first-time listener as unwelcoming. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall head upstairs. Good night." Shen Qingling did not reciprocate his farewell, directly proceeding upstairs. By nature, Shen Qingling was not an affable person. Even if he clarified matters with Gu Yijin, it did not imply he would harbor any fondness for him. Gu Yijin was well aware of Shen Qingling's temperament, which is why he approached him deliberately. Gu Yijin feigned disappointment, lowering his gaze, yet seemed accustomed to Shen Qingling's demeanor. Viewers in the stream were left questioning the identity of the masked individual, as he had not been present prior to the broadcast. The audience expressed their annoyance at Shen Qingling's demeanor towards Gu Yijin. How rude. Compared to Gu Yijin, he is worlds apart. Why is he wearing a mask? Even at home, he refuses to take it off? Is it possible that he wears a mask due to his unattractiveness? Does no one find his voice particularly pleasing? It resembles that of a voice actor. His tone is reminiscent of the commanding presence of a CEO in a radio drama, the ethereal voice of a celestial being in a fantasy series, or the cool demeanor of a campus heartthrob, collectively dubbed the high mountain flower voice. What high mountain flower? Rudeness is simply rudeness. He might be too ashamed to show his face, perhaps a hideous creature, and yet the comments are praising him, which is quite humorous. This individual is not even featured in the Gu family's posters. Could he possibly be an illegitimate child? He doesn't even join us for dinner in the evening. And now he returns with a sour expression and a sharp tone, as if someone owes him 8 million. After Shen Qingling ascended the stairs, when Sulan hurried up as well, appearing somewhat concerned about Shen Qingling's state. After Gu Yijin sat back down, Gu Yutong curiously inquired, "What did you discuss with him?" Gu Yijin smiled wryly. "I merely asked what he has been so busy with. I mentioned that mother is quite worried about him. He has been leaving early and returning late without a word." Sigh. He lowered his eyes and let out a bitter laugh. "However, Qingling has never been fond of me, so his silence is to be expected." Gu Yutong sighed, reflecting on Gu Yijin's status, yet he could not voice his thoughts on the program, so he offered consolation. "He may simply be in a bad mood. Do not overthink it." Lin Qingdai nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Brother Qingling's temperament has always been this way. You, Brother Yijin, are not new to this. He is merely not fond of conversation. Previously, you did not show much concern for Shen Qingling. Now you feign interest, hoping to incite audience disdain for him. How insincere." Regrettably, Lin Qingdai's explanation fell on deaf ears. Gu Yijin addressed her directly. "Didn't you mention that Qingling would tutor you? Has he done so?" Gu Yijin's inquiry was deliberate. Shen Qingling had been exceedingly busy these past few days, with little time to tutor Lin Qingdai. Being the thoughtful green tea, Lin Qingdai understood Shen Qingling's busyness and would avoid bothering him. However, Gu Yijin's question was laced with malice, ensuring that any response would cast Shen Qingling in a negative light. "Why isn't Qingdai speaking?" "Oh, nothing. Brother Qingling has been quite busy lately. I shall seek him out when he has more time." Gu Yijin felt triumphant for less than a minute before Lin Qingdai added, "If only Brother Yijin were as academically gifted as Brother Qingling at Jiang University, then I wouldn't have to trouble Brother Qingling at all." Gu Yutong frowned. "All right. It's quite late. We should all retire for the night." Gu Yijin glanced towards Wen Sulan's position, her expression visibly despondent. One might assume he held great affection for his mother, Wen Sulan. Subsequently, the group ascended the stairs, while the comments continued to erupt over the discord between Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin. Every minute detail of the program was magnified infinitely. Is that person truly an academic prodigy from Jiang University? Is that for real? The atmosphere soured as soon as he returned. Yijin was so cheerful before, but his mood dropped the moment that person arrived. "Not even tutoring you. And here we have Yijin, so gentle, yet you respond with sarcasm. This girl speaks with such a condescending air, it's quite displeasing." Why does Gu's mother appear to be less concerned about Gu Yijin, while showing considerable care for the masked man? Could she be exhibiting favoritism? Lin Qingdai refers to him as her brother. Is he perhaps also a child of the Gu family? It seems peculiar that he did not participate in the program. The name Qingling sounds familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. That is our university's top scholar. Unfortunately, amidst the barrage of comments, a few alumni speaking in defense of Shen Qingling were quickly drowned out by the multitude of messages, failing to garner any attention. The following morning, Shen Qingling grabbed a piece of bread, preparing to head out, when Sulan expressed her concern a few times, to which he responded. However, compared to Gu Yijin's almost obsequious replies to Wen Sulan during the program, Shen Qingling's responses seemed rather indifferent. Gu Yijin placed a glass of milk beside Wen Sulan, saying, "Mom, Qingling has his own affairs. You need not worry about him constantly. Please eat your meal." Wen Sulan merely smiled in response. She found it challenging to express warmth towards Gu Yijin, unable to feign enthusiasm even on screen, as the grievances in her heart were not easily dispelled. The comments section was rife with opinions alleging Wen Sulan's bias, with many viewers empathizing with Gu Yijin, thinking he, like them, was the unloved child. Gu Yijin garnered yet another wave of sympathy. However, Chili was different from the rest. She remained focused on Shen Qingling, employing various means to inquire about him, and eventually discovered his identity, the second young master of the Gu family, who had been missing for years. Chili was filled with curiosity about him, yet she could not find an opportunity to approach him, as he was perpetually busy and elusive. In contrast, Gu Yijin had been basking in success these past few days. Whenever Shen Qingling appeared in the comments, there were no kind words to be found. He doubted Shen Qingling could maintain his innocence after enduring online harassment. Gu Yijin planned to offer his comfort when Shen Qingling could no longer uphold his indifference. His notion of comfort was merely a desire for Shen Qingling to perceive the world's harsh realities. He wished for Shen Qingling to experience jealousy, concern, hatred, and despair towards the world, stripping him of that irritating, so-called kindness and tolerance. He had no intention of witnessing Shen Qingling's saintly demeanor. His goal was to drag Shen Qingling into the abyss. Shen Qingling, you shall not become that exalted being untouched by the world's filth. At 11 o'clock that evening, Gu Yijin knocked on Shen Qingling's door. Chapter 62. I am here to mock you. Gu Yijin wore a friendly, albeit false, smile. I need to talk to you. May I come in? Shen Qingling seemed unwilling to let him enter. Let us speak here. Gu Yijin added, I'm afraid Mom might hear and worry. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingling indeed allowed him inside. The moment Shen Qingling turned away, the smile vanished from Gu Yijin's lips. Why does he care so much for Wen Sulan? Why? Gu Yijin still could not comprehend. Wen Sulan had not raised him and had cared for another child for so many years. How could Shen Qingling find peace with all of this? The woman held such a lowly position in her household, offering little assistance beyond daily pleasantries and a modest allowance. Shen Qingling, rather than ingratiating herself with Gu Chunwang, instead chose to bestow her amiability upon Wen Sulan, a true folly. Upon entering, Gu Yijin surveyed Shen Qingling's room. It was a minimalist space, dominated by hues of white and gray, with decor meticulously chosen by Wen Sulan, evidencing considerable thought and effort. The belongings that truly belonged to Shen Qingling were scarce, save for a solitary photograph on the desk. As Gu Yijin approached and glanced at it, he was taken aback to find a group photo from the orphanage. Despite the number of faces captured, Gu Yijin instantly recognized Shen Qingling. The child in the photograph, as strikingly beautiful as the present day, radiated warmth with a beaming smile, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Gu Yijin momentarily lost himself in thought. What could he possibly say? It was only when Shen Qingling spoke that Gu Yijin snapped back to reality, broaching the topic of the program. But I did not participate. What is it you wish to convey? He asked. Qingling, you may not be aware, but the online discourse surrounding you is quite negative. I hardly showed my face or spoke much. Why is that? It's because you are frequently absent, leading the audience to assume you are indulging in a life of excess. Coupled with your naturally terse and aloof manner, many perceive you as having a disagreeable character. I wonder if you've noticed the vitriol directed at you. Shen Qingling paused. Gu Yijin beamed, thinking he might provoke a reaction. Yet, Shen Qingling simply appeared puzzled. And so? Gu Yijin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? And so? Those individuals are irrationally berating you. I feel indignant on your behalf. How can you remain so indifferent? Shen Qingling surprisingly offered a resigned smile. Is this what you sought me out for? Gu Yijin pressed his lips together. This is no trivial matter. If this escalates, it could devolve into online harassment. I searched your name on Weibo, and all that surfaced were negative remarks. If this reaches my mother's ears, she may be deeply distressed. Shen Qingling nodded. I understand. Is there anything else? Gu Yijin inquired. Aren't you angry? Shen Qingling replied. Why should I be? They do not know the real me. They merely construct a figment of their imagination to project their perceptions and vent their emotions. It would be unnecessary for me to be upset over such trivialities. Gu Yijin could discern that Shen Qingling genuinely seemed unconcerned. In contrast, he, having reveled in the adoration of online audiences, now felt like a fool for having taken pride in his rising follower count. Initially elated, his spirits had since waned, for there existed someone indifferent to such accolades. He believed himself victorious, yet in reality, Shen Qingling had never even participated in this contest, merely existing in Gu Yijin's unfounded fantasies. Shen Qingling regarded this with disdain, asserting, Gu Yijin, I do not live for the approval of others. Thus, he remained ensnared in the gaze of others, as those who admired him were enamored only with the persona he portrayed, while his true self remained hidden like a mouse in the shadows. Gu Yijin stood up and said, Then you should rest. I shall not disturb you any longer. As Gu Yijin approached the door, Shen Qingling suddenly remarked, But I must thank you for sharing this with me. You are truly kind. Enraged, Gu Yijin retorted, What nonsense. I came here to mock you. He felt as though Shen Qingling had ridiculed him instead. Kindness. How absurd. That word bore no relation to him. Gu Yijin. Foolish Shen Qingling. Did he really think everyone in this world was like him? Without glancing back, Gu Yijin knew Shen Qingling must have that same innocent expression on his face. With a sullen countenance, he replied, No need for thanks. Shen Qingling's voice echoed from behind. If possible, I hope we can be friends. Gu Yijin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to maintain his gentle tone. I too hope for that. It's late, so I shall not disturb your rest. Good night. Shen Qingling did not respond to his farewell. Of course, that was his nature, inept in conversation. Gu Yijin had arrived with a beaming smile but departed with a distorted expression. Once back in his room, Gu Yijin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened Weibo to search for Shen Qingling's name, a remedy for his insomnia these past few days. The sight of others berating Shen Qingling brought him a sense of relief. Yet today, it bore no solace. The harsh words he read failed to incite any satisfaction. That Shen Qingling must be an eyesore, always hiding behind a mask. Is Gu Qingling jealous of Yijin? He treats the Gu family dog better than Yijin. He must be psychologically twisted. Gu Qingling is the only blemish in the Gu family. No wonder he wasn't allowed to participate in the show. Gu Qingling must be out and about, entirely absent from sight, busier than Lin Qingdai, the mere repeater, living it up. Gu Qingling keeps his head down all day. Can he not hold his head high? Is he truly a bastard child of the Gu family? Gu Qingling pales in comparison to Gu Yijin. He is an anomaly in the Gu family, rude, unrefined, and a disgrace. How dare Gu Qingling speak to our Yijin that way? He wouldn't dare bully Yijin at home, would he? Because the members of the Gu family referred to Shen Qingling by his last two names. No one knew his surname was actually Shen. Thus, they naturally assumed he was a Gu, and Gu Qingling became his name. These comments were already relatively mild. There were others so vile that Gu Yijin frowned upon reading them. Much of the audience's negative perception of Shen Qingling stemmed from Gu Yijin. The audience believed that when Sulan favored Shen Qingling while overlooking Gu Yijin, deeming Gu Yijin pitiable, Gu Yijin's concern for Shen Qingling was met with a response that seemed disproportionately cold compared to his own enthusiasm, rendering Gu Yijin even more pitiable. Gu Qingwang would inquire about Shen Qingling, but seldom about Gu Yijin, leading to the impression that Gu Yijin was undervalued by his father, further adding to his pitiable image. Yet, despite all this, Gu Yijin continued to strive to care for each family member. He was exceedingly gentle with Gu Yutong, often clinging to his sister and acting coy, embodying the ideal affectionate younger brother in the audience's imagination. He was dutiful and considerate toward his mother, when Sulan, even though she treated him with indifference. He consistently endeavored to fulfill the responsibilities of a son. He harbored a profound admiration for his father, mingled with an undercurrent of fear. Each day at the dinner table, he endeavored to engage his father in conversation, yearning for his attention, yet all he received in return was a mere semblance of interest. Gu Yijin had almost constructed an ideal persona that everyone would adore. It was only natural for the audience to favor him. However, he failed to grasp a crucial truth. When one presents an image of perfection from the outset, any slight misstep later on could become a fatal flaw, leading the audience to perceive all his endeavors as mere performance. Shen Qingling fully understood this principle, which is why he chose not to follow such a path. Instead, he opted for a strategy of reversal, a narrative of initial adversity followed by eventual triumph. The extent of his initial criticism would be met with equal measures of compassion and admiration in the end. On a Friday evening, Shen Qingling returned home late once more. Gu Yijin insisted on waiting for him to eat, enduring hunger in the process. Shen Qingling, oblivious to this, felt utterly exhausted that day, lacking even the strength to converse. Gu Yijin had saved a meal for him, but upon their interaction, Shen Qingling merely shook his head and ascended the stairs. Gu Yijin, seemingly both starved and wounded by Shen Qingling's indifference, sat at the dining table in a daze, his face pale, soon clutching his stomach in pain. It must be said that Gu Yijin was rather harsh on himself. The exact nature of what he consumed remained a mystery, as he fainted directly at the table. The production crew was taken aback, their sympathy for Gu Yijin intensifying. The Gu family had a private doctor, and Gu Yijin was taken upstairs, beyond the reach of the cameras, leaving his condition unknown to all. This incident ignited a firestorm of criticism against Shen Qingling in the comments, with viewers lambasting him mercilessly, expressing their concern for Gu Yijin. What a despicable person. We waited for him for so long, and he couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. What kind of attitude is that? Honestly, Gu Yijin, don't even bother with this person anymore. He is simply not worth it. My heart aches for you. What should we do? Gu Yijin has fainted. I hope he is all right. I've never disliked someone so intensely. Why doesn't Shen Qingling just disappear? This infuriates me. If anything happens to Gu Yijin, I will expose everything about Shen Qingling, making him understand what online harassment truly means. Shen Qingling deserves this backlash. I am utterly astounded by how much harm the Gu family has inflicted upon our Gu Yijin, who is so unwell that he fainted from hunger. The news of Gu Yijin's fainting topped the trending charts, overshadowing all other discussions, rendering the other members of the Gu family mere background figures. The discourse surrounding Shen Qingling became unbearable. The audience's fury and disdain for him reached a crescendo. Even though Shen Qingling had done nothing wrong, calmly scrolling through his phone, he remained unaffected by the comments, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Shen Qingling to rise and answer the door. There stood Gu Yutong, her face a mask of anger. What have you done to Yijin? Why has he fainted? Gu Yijin has fainted? I am unaware. I am aware of your aversion towards him. However, could you not adopt a slightly more amiable demeanor? Considering we are recording a program, he shows such concern for you, yet you persist in treating him with this frigid indifference. Is that not excessive? Yijin has been making considerable efforts to atone for you. My mother has also been compensating for the maternal love you have failed to provide. Have you ever offered her even a moment of kindness? Gu Yutong did not anticipate that Shen Qingling would abruptly mention Wen Sulan. She frowned and retorted, "This is absurd. These are two separate matters. Do not divert the topic." Shen Qingling's gaze was devoid of warmth, her lips curling into a sardonic smile as she replied, "This is indeed one matter. You have harbored resentment towards my mother for years despite her having done nothing to you. What of me and Gu Yijun? I neither despise nor harbor animosity towards him, yet you expect me to greet him with fervor, which is beyond my capacity. My nature does not permit me to exhibit enthusiasm towards anyone. It is not within my power to provide the responses you desire merely because you wish for them. I am a human being, not an emotional automaton programmed by your whims." With that, Shen Qingling shut the door. Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You? What attitude is that?" Upon turning around, she discovered Wen Sulan standing directly behind her. Wen Sulan's gaze was no longer gentle. Her voice was icy as she stated, "What does this mean, Yutong? Gu Yijun fainted and you sought out a doctor. What is your purpose in looking for Qingling?" Gu Yutong scoffed. "Indeed, blood relations differ. Have you even so much as glanced at Yijin since he fainted? Had it not been for Shen Qingling, how would Yijin have collapsed? Since Shen Qingling returned home, have you shown any concern for Yijin? He has treated you with such kindness, yet you are so heartless. I genuinely feel for Yijin." When Sulan responded with a cold laugh, "Have I ever received your concern for the kindness I extended towards you? If you were in Qingling's position, how would you treat Gu Yijun? You would likely wish for his demise, had it not been for Qingling's benevolence. Do you believe Gu Yijun would have gained such affection and admiration on the program? Do not forget that it was Qingling who made concessions, allowing him to remain in the Gu family and participate in the program as the young master of the Gu family, thus earning him the affection of so many." Gu Yutong pressed her lips together, unable to conjure a rebuttal. She had been unsettled by Gu Yijun's illness, and upon learning it was due to Shen Qingling, she had impulsively confronted her. It was her first encounter with such harshness from Wen Sulan, and Gu Yutong felt a surge of indignation. She could only stubbornly declare, no one compelled him to do this. It was his own choice. Having made that choice, he should not bring it up. He has made his bed. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the quiet night. Wen Sulan had struck Gu Yutong for the first time. Gu Yutong, clutching her face in disbelief, stared at Wen Sulan. Trembling, she pointed at her and shrieked, "How dare you hit me? How could you, Wen Sulan? Qingling is my son. I shall not tolerate your insults." "Then you and your son should leave the Gu family. Why do you linger here? This is my home. Why should I depart? This is my father's and mother's home, not yours. You have usurped everything from my mother." Gu Yutong, provoked, felt her eyes redden as she uttered hurtful words without thought. "Then how is it that Gu Yijun has taken everything from Qingling, yet you can generously forgive him? I apologize for the harshness of my words. My mother passed away naturally, while my father and I are bound by a commercial alliance. Do not project your resentment upon me. If you possess the courage, direct your anger towards your father and question him about his remarriage. Are you brave enough to do so? Yutong, the most cowardly individual in this family is not I, but you, for you lack even the courage to confront the truth." Upon uttering these words, Wen Sulan turned and departed, leaving Gu Yutong alone, stunned and in tears. It was the first time she realized that Wen Sulan possessed such a side, reminiscent of her initial encounter with the Wen family. Wen Sulan bore no resemblance to her kin. Her father, with his frigid demeanor, spoke with piercing clarity, rendering Gu Qingwang's deepened countenance defenseless against his criticisms for neglecting Wen Sulan after their marriage. "Qingwang, if you did not wish to marry her, You should have refrained from doing so. Since you have taken her as your wife, treat her with the respect she deserves. You vowed to care for her. Yet your notion of care merely entails placing my daughter as an ornamental figure within the household? Had I known you harbored an unshakable attachment to another, I would have never consented to this union. You lacked the courage to abandon your idealized love in the past. Thus, do not harbor resentment towards others after having acquired everything. This is your issue, not my daughter's fault. At that moment, Gu Yutong felt she beheld the spirit of Wen Sulan's deceased father. Chapter 64, A Stunning Revelation. A familiar visage suddenly appeared before her. It was Shen Qingling. No wonder Wen Sulan was so protective of her son. He bore a striking resemblance to Wen Sulan's late father. I am sorry, Gu Yutong suddenly uttered, causing Shen Qingling to pause. Perhaps she was not beyond redemption. Gu Yutong, her head bowed, continued, It was my momentary impulsiveness that led to my harsh words. I should not have blamed you. Shen Qingling offered her a tissue, remaining silent. Now clearer in mind, Gu Yutong wiped her tears and said, Did you overhear my argument with your mother? I did. It was not intentional. I was merely angry and spoke without thought. I will apologize on your behalf. Gu Yutong lifted her gaze to him, wondering how Shen Qingling could possibly know what she intended to convey. Meeting her eyes, Shen Qingling added, But it would be best if you did so yourself. Gu Yutong awkwardly grasped the tissue and replied, I am unsure of what to say. Do you not usually say sorry? If you can express it to me, why not to her? It felt strange. It was the first time she had witnessed her mother so enraged. If I were to scold your mother, would you be upset? Yes. My position in her eyes is as significant as hers is in yours. So do you understand now? Gu Yutong was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she finally responded, Yes, I understand. You should rest. You do not appear well. Gu Yutong sensed that Shen Qingling looked paler than usual. Had her words struck a nerve? She apologized once more. I am truly sorry for what transpired tonight. I should not have spoken in such a manner. What of Gu Yijuan? Gu Yutong cast a surprised glance at him, pondering his attitude towards Gu Yijuan. Having grown up alongside Gu Yijuan, she naturally favored him. While Wen Sulan cared more for her own son, allowing her to better comprehend Shen Qingling's perspective. After Wen Sulan's remarks, Gu Yutong began to comprehend why Shen Qingling behaved as he did. She had consistently approached the situation from Gu Yijin's perspective, overlooking Shen Qingling's feelings. Nevertheless, Shen Qingling was far from the cold individual she had envisioned. He simply lacked eloquence and would never perform before the camera. He was not a scheming person. Gu Yutong shook her head, saying, It's all right. A good night's sleep will do him good. The recent online discourse has been quite harsh on you. But I understand that you cannot alter your essence for the sake of the show. Perhaps it would be wise to limit your time on Weibo. Understood. Those opinions were never significant, she replied. Like Gu Yijin, Gu Yutong had not anticipated that Shen Qingling was genuinely indifferent to such matters. Upon reflection, it was clear that Shen Qingling must feel quite wronged, as Gu Yijin did not deserve the abundance of affection he received. It could be said he stood upon Shen Qingling's shoulders to attain it. Gu Yutong felt a pang of guilt while observing Shen Qingling. Perhaps she should never have accepted this program in the first place. Should I post on Weibo to clarify your stance? No need. I am not part of the entertainment industry. Such things hold no importance to me. Very well, then. Rest early. Good night. Gu Yutong wished to take some action. Yet Shen Qingling neither accepted nor required her assistance, leaving her somewhat anxious. As the situation escalated overnight, Gu Yutong felt disheartened upon viewing the comments. But attempting to intervene would only provoke the audience's backlash, fostering further disdain for Shen Qingling. Yet, the public sentiment soon shifted dramatically. A post appeared on a certain entertainment forum, asking, Isn't this Gu Qingling? The masked figure bears an uncanny resemblance. This post swiftly garnered considerable attention. The forum, dedicated to entertainment and celebrity gossip, was notorious for its disputes and sensationalism, with a specific section devoted to discussions. Prior to this, all comments regarding Shen Qingling in that section had been negative. However, this sudden post did not bear the hallmarks of a smear campaign, and many curious netizens clicked to investigate. Inside were several photographs and screenshots from a public account. Despite attempting to conceal himself with a mask, Shen Qingling was easily recognized due to his notable height and the familiarity of his attire from the show, confirming that he was indeed Shen Qingling, the figure referred to as Gu Qingling. Contrary to the prevailing rumors of his extravagant lifestyle, he was engaged in charitable work at an orphanage. The images originated from the Jiangxing orphanage, with the article and shared photographs published by Jiangxing News. The article detailed how the orphanage had received support from an anonymous benefactor for its charitable activities. A total of 10 photographs were included, 5 of which featured Shen Qingling. They depicted him in a volunteer vest, moving items, crouching beside a table teaching children how to paint, braving the rain while delivering books, cradling a child to sleep, and finally, exhausted, resting against a wall. In these images, he was not the focal point, but merely a silhouette among a crowd of volunteers, a representation of many. It was only because of this program that he had attracted attention and recognition. The final image features Shen Qingling, masked, during an interview. The journalist notes that this volunteer has been tirelessly engaged from dawn until dusk, scarcely pausing for rest or even meals, a dedication that has persisted for several days. According to the dean, this volunteer is also a child who emerged from the Jiangcheng orphanage, an inspirational youth who has gained admission to Jiangcheng University, serving as a role model for the children in the orphanage. This post incited a tremendous discussion, with unexpected twists leaving many astonished. What? You mean Gu Qingling is not indulging in leisure, but is instead dedicating himself to charity work at the orphanage? What a jaw-dropping reversal. Here comes my favorite segment. He has been silently achieving great things. So that's the reason for his early departures and late returns? Exhausted to the point of sleeping against the wall. How could he have the energy to deal with Gu Yijin? It's amusing to think about those expressing sympathy for Gu Yijin on Weibo tonight. While Gu Qingling is simply worn out from his charitable efforts at the orphanage, your brother has been waiting for him to eat to the point of fainting. Isn't it remarkable that no one has noticed how striking Gu Qingling's eyes are? They are even more captivating than those of celebrities. Previously, he flashed by at the Gu residence, and I never got a proper look, but now I'm utterly dazzled. Could it be that Gu Qingling is not only handsome, but also kind-hearted? This is rather outrageous. He has suffered too much criticism for far too long. Let us show some compassion. Don't you find it peculiar? Pay attention to the part where it mentions he is a child from the orphanage. Could it be that Gu Qingling was adopted by the Gu family? That's impossible. If he were adopted, how could Mrs. Gu be so invested in him? Why does Gu Yijin persistently seek his attention despite being brushed off? It feels like there is something amiss. I sense a juicy revelation approaching. Dawn needs to break quickly. I'm eager to witness the ensuing drama. This is the most thrilling aspect of the show. Chapter 65. Shen Qingling suspected to be an illegitimate child. This post was published late at night, on a Friday, when many were on holiday and indulging in gossip. Midnight revelations are always more exhilarating and engaging. Unsurprisingly, this post went viral, alongside trending searches. It remains unclear whether this surge was orchestrated by the production team or simply a reaction to its immense popularity. Numerous marketing accounts shared the post on Weibo, and discussions about Shen Qingling erupted within the show's fan community, even overwhelming Gu Yijin's Weibo comments. The top trending topic was Gu Qingling orphanage. Comment sections began to see supporters of Shen Qingling emerging. Could it be that Gu Qingling has faced so much criticism for days only to be revealed as a charitable figure? Will Gu Yijin's fans apologize? I can't imagine how vexing it must be for Gu Qingling to return home after a long day and still have to deal with Gu Yijin. After a long day, Gu Qingling opens his phone only to find it filled with insults. Hilariously, Gu Yijin has become the victim in this absurd world. Oh, the fans would argue that Gu Qingling is an illegitimate child of the Gu family, someone who can't be publicly acknowledged, and thus not deserving of an apology from her brother. What exactly is Gu Qingling's status within the Gu family? Why does the public account claim to be a child from an orphanage? Is it related to the feuds of the affluent? Speaking candidly, I find Gu Yijin rather pretentious. Gu Qingling is evidently a person of few words. His repeated appearances before the camera seemed designed to incite criticism against Gu Qingling. What have we, the introverted individuals, done to deserve this? Will the production team offer an explanation? Why is there an avoidance of discussing Gu Qingling's identity? As a member of the Gu family, why does he refrain from participating in the program? The term IE refers to the fans of Gu Yijin, who were unable to compete with the regular audience this time. Comments advocating for Gu Yijin were pushed down, while 2 posts that garnered attention from fans were met with scorn from viewers and bystanders. Compared to Gu Yijin's fainting incident, the public is far more curious about Shen Qingling's identity and wishes to understand his role within the Gu family. If he is indeed an illegitimate child, why does he receive preferential treatment from Wen Salon? Logically, she should favor her biological son, Gu Yijin, yet the reality contradicts this expectation. As interest in Shen Qingling grows, some individuals have taken it upon themselves to investigate his background, although this was instigated by Gu Yijin's fans, who approached the matter with malice. They attempt to establish Shen Qingling as an outsider, an unworthy member of the Gu family, not comparable to Gu Yijin. In truth, Shen Qingling's identity is not particularly hard to discern. He is quite renowned at Jiang University. Initially, the audience presumed his surname to be Gu, thus failing to make the connection. The people at Jiang University were unaware of Shen Qingling's ties to the Gu family, given that his fame was equally matched by his impoverished circumstances. Now, Gu Yijin's fans are fervently seeking a resolution and, after inquiries at Jiang University, have identified Shen Qingling. Upon discovering that Shen Qingling's surname is Shen rather than Gu, they were elated, as if this revelation could validate that he is not a member of the Gu family. Gu Yijin's fans have overtaken the program's forums and fan groups, solely to circulate that post. Gu Qingling's surname is Shen, not Gu. He is not a true member of the Gu family. This post surfaced evidence from Jiang University's academic records and a list of exemplary individuals from a particular year at the Jiang City Orphanage. Both images bore the name Shen Qingling, confirming that they are indeed the same person. As the two locations align with Lin Qingdai's mention of him being a student at Jiang University, this revelation has captivated many onlookers. Interestingly, the Gu family has never mentioned his surname, always referring to him simply as Qingling. Now, the mystery has been unraveled. His name is Shen Qingling. So, why does he carry the surname Shen? Could it be that Mr. Gu has brought back an illegitimate child from outside? Surely, Mrs. Gu's care and kindness toward him cannot be mere pretenses. Is it conceivable that those from affluent families can act so convincingly? Thus, Gu Yijin is the rightful young master of the Gu family. Is it not absurd to sympathize with an illegitimate child? What is wrong with engaging in charity? If the orphanage raised him, isn't it only proper to give back? Instead of spending time lamenting, shouldn't T1 clarify their own identity? Moreover, has anyone noticed that he topped the entire department's academic standings on that transcript? This is the highest honor at Jiang University, astonishing indeed. An orphan from the orphanage. Achieving admission to Jiang University as the top student is an extraordinary feat, a true testament to changing one's destiny. The original poster appears to be a fan of Gu Yijin. Doesn't this constitute doxing? This is illegal. Would you dare to post Gu Yijin's transcript? Are you taking advantage of Shen Qingling's lack of fans and online presence? Indeed, Shen Qingling hardly frequents the internet, not even having opened a Weibo account. Since being criticized, he has shown no reaction, suggesting a person of remarkable inner strength. In truth, Shen Qingling has done nothing wrong throughout. He hasn't even participated in the program. Yet you are disturbing his life. Fans of Gu Yijin, please refrain from imposing your fandom standards on ordinary individuals. A heated discussion ensued regarding whether Shen Qingling is an illegitimate child and the illegal actions of Gu Yijin's fans. The program's popularity was nearly entirely absorbed by the Gu family, specifically by Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling. Naturally, the majority of the fanbase gravitated towards Gu Yijin, who amassed over 1 million followers in just a few days. The incident of Gu Yijin fainting at night further tugged at the hearts of fans, intensifying their animosity towards Shen Qingling. As Shen Qingling's identity as an orphan and his real surname were revealed, Gu Yijin's fans gradually gained the upper hand. The doubts surrounding his legitimacy left the audience in the dark, yet Gu Yijin's followers adamantly insisted that Shen Qingling was indeed an illegitimate child. The public opinion that initially favored Shen Qingling began to turn against him. However, merely one night later, the situation experienced a dramatic reversal on Saturday morning. What should have been a lethargic morning found the Gu family's living room deserted, as everyone was still asleep. The #1 live stream room in the Gu household is the primary broadcasting space, typically bustling with activity during the afternoon and evening peaks. In the early hours, the number of viewers was modest, with only tens of thousands online, largely engaged in arguments, some concerned for Gu Yijin's health, others disparaging Shen Qingling, mixed with onlookers and those lamenting their work or school obligations. Yet, at approximately 6:40 a.m., something unexpected occurred. The #1 live stream room suddenly flooded with viewers, overwhelming the chat with messages. A miraculous twist. Oh my, the #7 live stream room. Quick, check the #7 camera. Family, rush to the Gu family's #7 live stream room. Everyone, wake up, sisters, come to the #7 live stream room. The Gu family's #7 hidden camera captured that. Hurry, who hasn't seen the #7 live stream yet? #7 live stream, come quickly. The barrage of messages continued to roll, even capturing the attention of other program teams. So what exactly was happening in the number 7 live stream room? The answer is Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling without a mask. Chapter 66. You are Shen Qingling? This Saturday was the day Shen Qingling was to meet Lin Xingmian. But since their appointment was in the afternoon, he still intended to visit the orphanage in the morning. The director, seeing that he had worked hard all week, encouraged him to take a break and not to overexert himself, but he stubbornly refused to listen. This morning, Shen Qingling set out for the orphanage as usual, neglecting to check the weather. Before long, rain began to pour. Soaked to the skin, he had no choice but to return home to change clothes. He deliberately avoided entering through the living room, aware of the surveillance cameras there, wishing to evade their gaze. Instead, he circumnavigated the backyard, attempting to enter through the villa's back door. Unbeknownst to him, cameras had also been installed there by the production team. In haste, Shen Qingling rushed to the back door, unwittingly stepping into the frame of a hidden camera. Meanwhile, viewers who had just awakened to watch the live stream were still groggy as they squeezed onto public transport. Suddenly, an alluring gasp pierced through their earbuds, jolting them awake, their eyes darting to their phones. Oblivious to the stir he had caused, the young man shed his coat, his white shirt clinging to his taut abdomen, drenched by the rain. The faint outline of his 8-pack abs and the barely audible breaths he took ignited the viewers' imaginations. His upper body was fully revealed, glistening with the rain's touch, as he continued to catch his breath after his sprint. Brushing the wet hair from his forehead, he unveiled a smooth, full brow and strikingly sharp features. Without the obstruction of his bangs, his rain-washed eyes were nothing short of beautiful, droplets clinging to his lashes, slowly cascading down. Finally, he removed his mask. The live stream erupted in excitement. A flurry of question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen. Is this real? Wait, are you Shen Qingling? Who's the masked ugly guy then? Heavens, why didn't you tell us Shen Qingling looked like this? Who cares about Gooey Jean now? This has to be scripted. Tell me it's not just someone playing Shen Qingling. I take back every word I said about Shen Qingling. Don't let him see it. I cannot bear to hurt him. Anyone who insults Shen Qingling again, I swear I'll smash my meal prep. Initially, the comments were relatively restrained, astonished by the unexpected twist. However, as more viewers from other streams joined, the comments became increasingly chaotic. I'm here. How can someone from the countryside resist such temptation? Shen Qingling is a top student. His English must be excellent. Let's see his level. Drooling over the data cable, shocked by those abs. I used to claim I despised muscle-bound men. I realize now I was merely pretending. Let's be friends, the kind that knows each other's depths. Are you doing push-ups or am I squatting? Shen Qingling, I would marry you, even if you don't want to. Oblivious to the frenzy unfolding before him, Shen Qingling frowned, feeling uncomfortable as his clothes clung to his body. In a decisive move, he simply removed his shirt, sending the comments into a frenzy once more. The gray pants he wore, now drenched, revealed everything they were meant to conceal. The young woman watching the live stream suddenly let out a shriek, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hesitated to look away, yet found herself stealing another glance. No, I can't look, she thought. But once more, her eyes betrayed her resolve. Some were shy, others were comparing, while a few were fervently taking screenshots. This was the birth of the first wave of devoted fans for Shen Qingling. Saturday witnessed the highest online activity, and Shen Qingling's stunning beauty catapulted her back into trending searches. Videos circulated, showcasing 365-degree angles, even featuring close-ups of her gray sweatpants. What a magnificent visage. By the way, she must be over 25, right? If anyone dared to make Shen Qingling shed a single tear, I wouldn't hesitate to obliterate all of humanity. Are those gray pants truly that impressive? The statistics are simply astonishing. Who would dare measure them? They might perish. If that face were on me, I would have long succumbed to despair, yet she even wears a mask. This is truly inescapable. Her frontal view resembles my husband. Her profile resembles my husband. Every angle looks like my husband. Even her hairline mirrors my husband's. I would rate this photo of Shen Qingling a 96. I could have given a perfect score if there were just a bit more. While brewing herbal medicine, I became so entranced by Shen Qingling's photo that several doses were ruined. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. I apologize for my previous criticism of Shen Qingling. The Gu family dominated trending searches over the past 2 days, and Shen Qingling's visage sent both search engines and fan discussions into a frenzy. The fan group was flooded with posts dedicated solely to her. Even without a Weibo account, fans established a topic thread filled with today's screenshots of Shen Qingling. This is the advantage of a dramatic turn of events. Merely removing her mask to reveal her face garnered all attention in the program. She captured not only the viewer's focus but also that of the directors and production team. This astonishing reversal took everyone by surprise. The crew members were glued to their enormous screens, utterly captivated by Shen Qingling's breathtaking beauty. My goodness, little lowly, quick look. This is Shen Qingling. Old Zhang, hurry, block the back door to prevent Shen Qingling from leaving. Water mist, call the director immediately. We must not miss this opportunity. Engage Shen Qingling in conversation. Ensure she doesn't slip out through the garden again. And remember, do not let her know there are cameras. Pretend it's a coincidence. Understood? Dig up some juicy details. Ask the audience what they wish to know. Ichili, who had been asleep, was awakened by a flurry of phone calls. Upon answering, she sat up immediately, her curiosity piqued by the words on the other end. She opened her phone and was nearly dazzled by the scene that unfolded before her. The reasons were twofold. 1. The unexpected twist of Shen Qingling's stunning appearance. 2. She had discovered the season's highlight. Shen Qingling was bound to become a sensation. Ichili was resting at a hotel near the Gu family residence. The moment Shen Qingling made her entrance, a call was placed to her, which meant that when she arrived, she was still in front of the camera. Ichili aimed to keep her there, hoping to uncover more secrets. As Shen Qingling twisted her clothes dry at the back door, she was preparing to ascend the stairs. Unexpectedly, 2 staff members clad in uniforms appeared. Shen Qingling was taken aback by their sudden arrival and, in a flurry, sought a mask. Failing to find one, she attempted to open the door to ascend, only to discover that it would not budge. Turning to escape through the garden path, she found her way obstructed by one girl, who feigned nonchalance, while the other, with bright eyes, inquired, "Are you Shen Qingling?" This girl, nicknamed Lowly Sister, lived up to her moniker with her adorable appearance. Petite in stature, with large, expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and dainty lips, she radiated charm. The director's team mused that, given her doe-like gaze, Shen Qingling would hardly utter harsh words. Indeed, they had astutely chosen an enchanting girl to approach him. How could Shen Qingling possibly refuse such a delightful presence? Ultimately, however, the crux lay in Shen Qingling's willingness to engage. No matter who stood before him, it would be futile without his consent. Having encountered various beauties, Shen Qingling could be regarded as a sigma male, impervious to the allure of ordinary attractiveness. Now was the moment for him to embrace his role, and as a professional actor, he nodded in acknowledgement. With his cool demeanor, he was not inclined to speak excessively. Lowly Sister feigned a sigh, remarking, "It's still raining outside, and we can't find a place to seek shelter, so we had no choice but to come here." She blinked her innocent eyes at Shen Qingling, filled with anticipation and pleading. Both of them were adorned with droplets of water, having genuinely braved the rain for this moment. Who would have imagined they would deliberately get soaked to prolong Shen Qingling's time on camera? Shen Qingling remained silent, quietly stepping further inside to make room for the other girl. They exchanged glances, relieved that he had not sent them away. Their bonuses were now secure. This indicated that Shen Qingling was not the aloof figure the audience presumed him to be. As they beheld his face up close, an involuntary tension arose. The impact of his striking features was magnified in proximity. Such a handsome visage could rival any model. As members of the production team, they had encountered many attractive men in the entertainment industry, yet none had matched Shen Qingling's exceptional appeal. His looks alone were more than sufficient to thrive in this realm, overshadowing many of the current stars. It was a pity that for so long he had been labeled an unattractive man while wearing a mask. One wondered if the viewers would feel embarrassed upon realizing the truth. Not only was his face extraordinary, but his physique was equally impressive. Those 8-pack abs, that chiseled V-line. The 2 girls glanced down, catching sight of his rather large gray trousers. One had to admit, Shen Qingling was remarkably fair-skinned, his complexion almost ethereal. How could a man possess such astonishing facial and bodily attributes, especially at the tender age of 18? The scene was undeniably amusing, as 2 young women appeared quite unexpectedly. Initially, Shen Qingling forgot to don his attire, and at that moment, realizing the peculiar gaze of the 2 girls, he hurriedly dressed. I couldn't help but laugh. It's not that Shen Qingling is cold towards Gu Yijin. He exhibits this demeanor towards everyone, exuding a certain cold yet endearing charm. Although he may appear aloof, he quietly yields his space to the staff, revealing an inherently good nature, albeit one that struggles with verbal expression. I find myself wishing to embody that delightful young lady and press Shen Qingling against the wall for a kiss. How charmingly innocent he is, his ears flushed, it's truly amusing. A handsome man who blushes? Is such a creature still in existence? I might just transform into a devoted fan. Frankly, his outfit does little to enhance his allure. The subtle hints of his physique are far more enticing. Am I the only one curious about how he developed those abs? Even as a man, I feel a flush of embarrassment. Shen Qingling is undoubtedly a dream for many, and he must remember that while some may lend a hand, others may have ulterior motives. The bizarre comments flooding the screen are not solely from female viewers. A considerable number originate from men as well. Shen Qingling's visage captivates both genders, and even men cannot deny his striking handsomeness. A tall girl with glasses named Shui Wu smiled at Shen Qingling and asked, "What brings you up so early? It seems the Gu family hasn't even risen yet." "I have matters to attend to," he replied, prompting a soft laugh from the petite girl beside him. Shen Qingling is just as he appears on the show. Whenever questioned, he simply states he has matters to deal with. She could see that his demeanor was not one of impatience, but rather a reflection of his reserved nature. Yet, he blushes at her gaze, creating a delightful contrast. Which woman could possibly resist such a Shen Qingling? With newfound courage, she inquired, "Are you involved in charity work at an orphanage?" A flicker of surprise crossed his youthful face, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "How did you know?" "I read about it in a news article from Jiangxing. I had no idea you spent your days and nights working on this. Given the criticism you face from so many viewers, why don't you offer an explanation?" "Why should I explain?" he replied. "If I were to delve into it, it could lead to online harassment, adversely affecting my life. Some viewers lack rationality. It is they who lack reason, and it is they who hurl insults. I am merely pursuing my own path. Why should I alter myself for them?" Both the petite girl and Shui Wu were momentarily taken aback, their gazes towards Shen Qingling transformed. "You are indifferent to others' opinions of you. They are merely strangers. Why should their views matter?" "Shen Qingling, you possess a remarkable inner strength. However, you may not be aware that I must remind you, someone has uncovered details about your school and major, even your transcripts." To their astonishment, Shen Qingling smiled. The two young women were momentarily mesmerized by this captivating smile, lost in a daze. The comments on the screen erupted in a frenzy of excitement and exclamations. "What are you smiling about?" the petite girl asked, swallowing hard. With a half-smile, Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow and replied, "What? Do they wish to see my top grades for the entire department?" Both women were utterly enchanted by this version of Shen Qingling. "Oh my, Shen Qingling, do refrain from being so handsome. Your charming demeanor has left me utterly befuddled." The person beneath me inquires how it is possible to be out in the rain. My pregnancy test, with merely a sweep through the air where Shen Qingling has passed, reveals 2 lines. I suggest that male stars in the entertainment industry ought to learn from Shen Qingling's expressive eyebrow raise. It is simply mesmerizing. This is the very essence of a melting ice mountain smile. Those young idols cannot even grasp a fraction of his essence. I wholeheartedly support Shen Qingling's entry into the entertainment realm to save the viewer's eyes. When he spoke those words, he exuded confidence and charm. Oh, how the intellectual admirers are utterly captivated. I can hardly fathom how striking Shen Qingling would look wearing glasses. Does Shen Qingling require a water truck? One that splashes while calling out, perhaps? After regaining her composure, Shui Wu coughed and remarked, "What we mean is that they have exposed every aspect of your life online, which has a detrimental effect and is not good for you." Shen Qingling replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "I have nothing to hide, but I appreciate your concern." With a clear conscience, Shen Qingling indeed has nothing to be ashamed of. His persona is built upon a foundation that can withstand scrutiny. The deeper one delves, the more one discovers his treasures. Shen Qingling will never falter. He will not bear his weaknesses. Sister Loli tentatively probed, "But they claim you are an orphan from an orphanage, a love child of the Gu family. Would you like to clarify?" She felt a twinge of reluctance when uttering this, fearing it might hurt Shen Qingling. He sighed, "I am not a love child. Their imagination is simply too vivid." Shen Qingling is acutely aware of the gossip circulating online, yet he desires precisely this effect. These turbulent storms will serve as his wings, propelling him to great heights. Upon hearing that Shen Qingling is not a love child, Sister Loli and Shui Wu both breathed a sigh of relief. How wonderful! Shen Qingling will not be subjected to criticism. Sister Loli, with her wide, curious eyes, inquired, "May I ask why you choose not to participate in shows?" Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, eliciting a sense of sympathy. Despite his calm tone, he admitted, "Even without participating, I have attracted so much attention. Imagine the chaos if I did join. I dislike being the center of such scrutiny." With a face like yours, it's nearly impossible not to draw attention. You would thrive in the entertainment industry. Hence, I wear a mask. At this point, Shen Qingling glanced outside. The rain was gradually letting up, and he resolved to depart. The performance had been sufficient. Any more would be excessive. His goal today was merely to make a striking appearance, and lingering too long in front of the camera would only diminish the audience's anticipation. As the rain lightened, he declared, "I shall take my leave." "Wait, do you not have matters to attend to? Aren't you going to change? You might catch a cold." The mask slipped, making it rather inconvenient. He implied that he preferred to remain out of the spotlight. Shen Qingling was steadfast in maintaining his persona. Sister Loli and Shui Wu exchanged glances, unaware that Shen Qingling had already been in front of the camera for quite some time. Sister Loli retrieved a pink mask from her pocket and offered it to him. "I have a pink one. Would you like it?" "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." With that, Shen Qingling took his leave. Loli and Shui Wu hurriedly departed from Camera 7. On their way back to the directing team, they engaged in conversation. "Do you think Shen Qingling will blame us for knowing there were cameras?" "Alas, I really do not know. I feel rather embarrassed. It's my first time feeling guilty about something like this." "Same here. In the past, when we were digging for sensational stories with Heechili, we only felt excitement. However, in the presence of someone as pure and innocent as Shen Qingling, a rare sense of guilt surfaced. After all, Shen Qingling is not like those others. He possesses no scandal worthy of investigation. His integrity stands in stark contrast to the world of the wealthy. I can see that he is not a cold-hearted individual. Yet, the camera can be misleading, and coupled with Gu Yijin's overly zealous fans, it creates quite a tumult. They simply adore the glamorous illusion crafted by Gu Yijin, immersing themselves in the identity of a wealthy matron, which, to put it bluntly, is merely a manifestation of their fantasies. I wonder if those who heard Shen Qingling deny being an illegitimate child can truly comprehend his words, lest they continue to stir up trouble. The director likely revels in the chaos, relishing the sight of the audience in disarray. Who could have anticipated that the Gu family's entrance would be so lively this time? Chapter 68. For heaven's sake, that s Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling had trended on social media throughout the morning, and public opinion had begun to sway in his favor. However, curiosity about his identity lingered among the audience. Until the Gu family fully clarified or revealed his identity, Shen Qingling would remain shrouded in mystery. Regardless, the ultimate outcome would be advantageous for him. So the current doubts held little impact. Presently, the audience seemed less concerned about Shen Qingling's identity and more enamored with his visage. Undoubtedly, his appearance had ignited fervor among viewers, who clamored for the directing team to include him in variety shows. Director He, do you realize what a tremendous loss it would be not to feature Shen Qingling in a variety show? That face is worth gold. Are you truly willing to forego such an opportunity? I suspect Director He may not even be aware of just how striking Shen Qingling is. Otherwise, how could he let such a gem slip away? Initially, I thought Gu Yijin was quite handsome, but after seeing Shen Qingling, I found him rather dull. Are you really going to dismiss such a visual delight? Has the director made too much money in recent years to turn down something this lucrative? I have a bit of money. Director, just tell me how much it would take to secure Shen Qingling's participation in a variety show. I need Shen Qingling. Without him, I will be barren, incapable of producing hormones. The subsequent decline in marriage and birth rates will be the program's fault. Shen Qingling has cured my long-standing strabismus. My eyes are now straight. A benefactor like him must be included in the show. Shen Qingling has resolved my years of infertility, and suddenly, I find myself yearning for marriage. Thank you, Shen Qingling. I support his participation in the program. Aside from Weibo and the trending topics, the directing team's Weibo backend was inundated with messages. Some were from Gu Yijin's fans, who were vehemently opposed to Shen Qingling's inclusion, hurling harsh insults. However, the majority clamored for Shen Qingling to join the show. Upon witnessing this, Heechili couldn't help but chuckle. Loli's sister inquired, should we discuss the matter of participating in the program with Shen Qingling? Heechili replied, of course we must. How could we possibly overlook such a prominent figure? Shen Qingling currently stands as the most significant guarantee of the show's popularity. This young man, even without participating in variety shows, consistently stirs up a storm. Even during his period as the masked ugly man, he managed to capture the attention of the masses, albeit partly thanks to Gu Yijin's subtle encouragement. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Shen Qingling is far more complex than he appears. His ability to generate topics, his contrasting persona, and even the audience's sentiments seem to be firmly within his grasp. Am I overthinking this? I can't help but feel I've encountered an extraordinary individual, Shui Wu remarked, but he seems quite reluctant to participate in the program. He appears indifferent to the discussions surrounding him, whether they are praises or criticisms. He seems utterly unfazed. I truly admire such a mindset. He chilly narrowed her eyes and said, I understand that he is unwilling to join the variety show. Thus approaching him directly would be futile. We require someone who can exert decisive influence. Who would that be? Mrs. Gu. If we can win her over, there will be no problem. She cannot tolerate her son being disparaged online. After all, he is a child she endured many hardships to reclaim. He chilly knew that when Sulan harbored a profound sense of guilt towards Shen Qingling, which is why she appeared to favor him during the show. This is only natural. A mother wishes to compensate for her child's suffering. Shui Wu suddenly realized. Indeed, Shen Qingling seems to exhibit gentleness only towards Mrs. Gu, while remaining aloof with others. He chilly discerned the essence of the situation. Within the Gu family, only when Sulan could influence Shen Qingling. Thus, she needed to contemplate how to persuade when Sulan effectively. Gu Yijin awoke feeling as though the world had collapsed around him. He grasped his phone tightly, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn! Why did the production team place a camera at the back entrance? And of all times, why was it when Shen Qingling encountered the rain? Shen Qingling's face, which already drove women wild, was further enhanced by the rain. Gu Yijin's expression darkened as he gazed at the high-definition handsome photos of Shen Qingling circulating on Weibo. Yet, he understood that Shen Qingling was not at fault. He was completely unaware of the camera's presence. It was all the fault of that rain. After rising, Gu Yijin had no appetite for breakfast and instead scrolled through posts related to Shen Qingling online. Discussions and introductions concerning Shen Qingling proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with numerous contributions from students of Jiang University. Opening the dedicated forum revealed an overwhelming number of threads centered around Shen Qingling. Please, that is Shen Qingling. How dare you question his appearance? Some people are simply envious. I suspect many of the detractors are goblins jealous of our male god. If you want to learn more about Shen Qingling, just download Encounter. It has an abundance of his handsome photos and posts. Students of Jiang University are nearly infuriated by your slander against Shen Qingling. He is our campus heartthrob. My heart aches for him. I won't be angry if you call Shen Qingling ugly. I'll just laugh. Those who enjoy Gu Yijin's insults towards Shen Qingling are bursting with laughter. Shen Qingling is renowned at Jiang University for his cool demeanor and academic prowess, excelling in every facet. His name recently surged to the top of the trending searches, drawing a wave of new users to the platform. However, this has become a common occurrence. Shen Qingling is no stranger to the limelight. With a fan club dedicated to his admirers, his photographs have been circulated from the platform to Weibo and specialized groups, each image worthy of being a screensaver. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao were engrossed in the unfolding drama. Ruan Mingyi exclaimed in indignation, "Are these people out of their minds, attacking Shen Qingling for Gu Yijin?" She was furious, especially at the audacity of questioning Shen Qingling's looks. She wished to retort to the critics with a popular phrase circulating online. For heaven's sake, that is Shen Qingling. How dare they? Moreover, she found Gu Yijin's demeanor rather effeminate and insipid, hardly comparable to Shen Qingling, and wondered how anyone could harbor romantic notions about him. Yi Qiao teasingly remarked, "Why are you so concerned with Shen Qingling? Didn't you sever ties with him?" Ruan Mingyi stubbornly replied, "It's hard not to notice him when he and Gu Yijin are trending every day. And those who call Shen Qingling ugly are essentially saying my past judgments were flawed." Yi Qiao nodded emphatically. "Indeed, you're merely a spectator, not someone yearning to see Shen Qingling." Ruan Mingyi sighed heavily, closing her phone in frustration. Yi Qiao shook her head, suggesting, "If you can't let go, why not reach out to him? A simple apology could mend things." Ruan Mingyi countered, "He and I inhabit entirely different worlds. He takes emotions too seriously, while I do not." The memory of his earnest, youthful expression stirred her emotions once more. Surely, any woman fortunate enough to win Shen Qingling's affection would find immense happiness. Who in this world could claim his unwavering love and tenderness? Just the thought ignited a pang of jealousy within her. Yi Qiao observed, "Have you not noticed your seriousness regarding Shen Qingling?" She was the one who understood Ruan Mingyi best. She had never been so apprehensive about anyone before. And after meeting Shen Qingling, her focus had remained solely on him. Despite her assertions of wanting to part ways with him, she had never ceased to monitor his updates. Ruan Mingyi was resolute in her words, yet she had scrolled through Shen Qingling's posts hundreds of times. She opened his WeChat moments several times a day, fearful that he might remove her from his contacts. Daily, She would hover over their conversation, composing messages only to delete them repeatedly, a cycle of yearning and despair. Is this indifference? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingyi shook her head. Perhaps it's just a fleeting phase. I won't truly fall in love with any man. Yi Qiao snatched Wang Mingyi's phone, prompting her curiosity. What are you doing? Yi Qiao casually replied, I'm deleting Shen Qingling. Wang Mingyi, alarmed, quickly seized her phone back, verifying that Yi Qiao had not removed Shen Qingling. She glared at Yi Qiao in frustration. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to delete him? Yi Qiao chuckled. What's the matter? Are you so anxious over just a WeChat message? You did promise Shen Qingling that you would never see him again. Wang Mingyi fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, she stubbornly declared, I do not harbor any affection for him. It's merely his handsome appearance that lingers in my mind. Yi Qiao rolled her eyes. You're hopeless. Why be so obstinate? Ignoring her, Wang Mingyi ascended the stairs to drink alone. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling observed his points steadily increasing, soaring from 0 to 170,000 in just a single morning. He felt that the million-point mark was now within reach. Earlier that day at the orphanage, he sensed someone was photographing him. He pretended to be oblivious and continued with his tasks. After lunch at the orphanage, Shen Qingling purchased a mask and returned home, where he took a shower and donned fresh attire before heading to meet Lin Xingyan. On his way, he couldn't help but ponder who had come to his aid. It was within his expectations that the Jiangxing orphanage would take pictures and post them on WeChat. He was aware that someone would disseminate this information. Even if no one stepped forward, he would have done so himself. The outcome would remain unchanged. However, the unexpected element was Jiangxing News. How could they report on this? The situation unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated, as if someone were assisting him from the shadows. In her office, a woman leisurely sipped her coffee, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, revealing her delightful mood. Has the money been transferred? She inquired. Yes, President Sheng, came the reply. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. Understood. Sheng Mo glanced at the trending topics on her phone, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she noted the complete reversal of public opinion. She pondered whether he should compensate her for her assistance. Just as she contemplated how to invite Shen Qingling, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. She headed to the Qingshan Villa area to meet a woman. The smile vanished from Sheng Mo's face entirely. Update the app. Censored. I can't watch anymore. Sob sob sob. Chapter 69. A disobedient puppy needs to be disciplined. Sheng Mo received several photographs. In them, Shen Qingling smiled tenderly at another girl. She had never witnessed him display such a smile before, not ever. He even held flowers. How romantic. A storm brewed in her eyes. For how could her dog wag his tail for someone else? A disobedient puppy certainly required some discipline. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingling, the tempest loomed on the horizon. On that sun-drenched afternoon, he met the little angel, Lin Xingyan. She had been eagerly waiting at the door for quite some time before his arrival. Dressed in an exquisite white gown with a soft sweater draped over it, her hair cascaded down, making her appear ethereal beneath the sunlight. It had been a long time since she had adorned herself so meticulously. This outfit was a gift from her sister, and she had anticipated this day for an entire week, counting down each moment. For her, each second spent awaiting Shen Qingling felt like a prelude to happiness. The anticipation ignited within her a renewed hope for life. At the moment Shen Qingling appeared, her eyes shimmered with light. Approaching him felt akin to stepping closer to happiness. She restrained her exuberance, her face flushed under the sun, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Lin Xingyan lowered her head and greeted, Good afternoon, Teacher Shen. The delicate lashes of the young girl fluttered like butterflies poised to take flight, reminding Shen Qingling of that afternoon when she had kissed a butterfly. He smiled gently and bent down to stroke Lin Xingyan's head, saying, Good afternoon, Mianyan. A magnificent bouquet of flowers caught her eye, and Lin Xingyan looked up in surprise. Did Teacher Shen bring me flowers again? They were different from the last time, exquisitely beautiful. Yet, she would cherish anything that came from Shen Qingling. Not for the gift itself, but for the precious sentiment of the giver. Noticing her dazed expression, Shen Qingling chuckled. I passed by a flower shop and thought your balcony could use these colors. They would look splendid alongside your sunflowers. Lin Xingyan's heart raced. She did not focus on the flowers, but rather gazed deeply into Shen Qingling's eyes. In that moment, his gaze eclipsed all the stars in the sky. His beautiful, profound eyes reflected her image as if they were filled entirely with her, only her. The young girl could not articulate this sensation nor comprehend its significance. All she knew was that her face began to burn, and her heart blossomed with countless tiny flowers. Upon receiving the bouquet, her little finger trembled slightly. She bit her lip, afraid that her smile might appear too peculiar and raise teacher Shen's suspicions. Suddenly, her spirits soared. Even the sunlight felt warmer. In a soft voice, she asked, "Teacher Shen, where are we going today?" She recalled his promise to take her out, and now she felt less resistant to the idea. For the first time, the girl who had once been apprehensive about the outside world looked forward to stepping out. In a world with Shen Qingling, there was no fear or trepidation. His world was filled with sunshine and rainbows. Shen Qingling playfully teased, "It's a secret for now, just follow me." Such words brought Lin Xingyan an overwhelming sense of security. As long as she was with teacher Shen, she felt at ease, and she couldn't help but smile with her eyes crinkling in delight. Suddenly, she remembered something and, with a shy smile, looked up at him. "Teacher Shen, I have a gift I want to give you." It took all her courage to utter those words. After speaking, she hurriedly turned and entered the door, glancing back to see if Shen Qingling was following. She was immensely nervous, too timid to look at his expression. Shen Qingling noticed her anxiety but said nothing, silently following her up the stairs. Lin Xingyan led him to the art studio, where a black cloth concealed a painting. Standing beside it, she resembled a child awaiting praise from her teacher, her large eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation that she could not hide. Shen Qingling approached and lifted the black cloth, revealing a painting of a small mushroom and an umbrella, the significance of which was abundantly clear. In an instant, Shen Qingling's heart was stirred. He had become an immensely significant presence in another's life. With eyes brimming with anticipation, she inquired, "Teacher Shen, do you like it?" Despite the girl's earnest efforts to conceal her eagerness, her joy was unmistakable. She was a pure-hearted maiden, as innocent as a blank canvas. With every thought laid bare before Shen Qingling, he smiled gently and replied, "I do, Mian, your painting is splendid." Lin Xingyan blushed anew, lowering her gaze to her toes, yet could not suppress a quiet smile. Her two dimples sparkled sweetly, much like her current elation. She had received praise from her teacher, and it filled her with joy. Shen Qingling carefully covered the canvas again, stating, "I will leave this painting here for now. I shall take it with me after our sketching session." "All right. I have another painting I would like you to see." Intrigued, Shen Qingling followed the girl to her room. On her desk lay the painting he had gifted her, titled Sail in the Sea of Clouds. Unlike before, the solitary sailboat was now accompanied by two figures, themselves. A butterfly rested upon the girl's palm, and a cloud floated above their heads. The butterfly represented her grandmother, while the cloud symbolized her sister, Ji Yunyao. She wished for them to be together forever. It was her beautiful aspiration. In the girl's eyes, Shen Qingling held a significance akin to that of her family, yet imbued with a unique meaning that set him apart. Shen Qingling gazed into her innocent, clear eyes and reached out to gently stroke her head. "Mian, this painting is truly exquisite, like a dream." "Teacher Shen, I hope this is not a dream." "No, it is not a dream. It will become a reality. It already is, for you are here, Teacher Shen." Her words were simple, yet profoundly moving. Perhaps it was the complexity of one's emotions that made them more susceptible to the charms of such a girl. Shen Qingling found solace in her presence, as being with Lin Xingyan always brought a sense of ease. There was no need for ulterior motives. Sincerity alone was enough to touch her heart. Shen Qingling noticed several jars on her desk filled with pink stars. "Are you folding stars again, Mian?" "I love folding stars. Grandmother said it is a way to express longing. When I think of you, I can fold stars too." Each star represented her yearning. Unlike the stars she folded for her grandmother, folding stars for teacher Shen brought her immense happiness, often accompanied by an unconscious smile. At times, a memory of his words or expressions would suddenly surface, causing her to blush. She had never felt this peculiar before. Unbeknownst to her, this was the awakening of her first love. After admiring the painting, the two prepared to step outside. Just before departing, Shen Qingling asked, "Do you have a hat, Mian?" Lin Xingyan shook her head. "Then we shall buy one shortly." The girl was so fair-skinned that she felt even a hint of sunlight could scorch her delicate skin. She thought to herself how considerate teacher Shen was. Together, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan left the house, making their way to hail a cab outside the villa area. They remained oblivious to the watchful gaze lurking in the shadows. Shen Qingling recalled the items the girl desired, and initially took Lin Xingyan to the pet shop. The animals within the store were undeniably adorable. Standing before a striking cat, Lin Xingyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity and affection. As she turned to face Shen Qingling, her eyes shone with the same exquisite roundness as the beautiful kitten, clear and luminous like crystal. Both she and the kitten gazed at Shen Qingling with wide eyes, softening his heart. This cat bore a remarkable resemblance to Mian Mian. Does Mian Mian really like it? What if we bring her home? However, her mood suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. She feared she would not be able to care for the kitten properly. She worried the little creature might end up as neglected as she had been. A kitten without care was a pitiable sight, given her own ailments. How could she tend to another? If it was merely to provide food and water, the kitten could thrive in the pet store without the need to accompany her to that cold, unwelcoming house. At least here, it would be surrounded by many visitors who would adore it. Noticing her distress, Shen Qingling approached and gently lifted the kitten, placing it in her arms. Lin Xingmian felt nervous and helpless, barely daring to breathe as she focused intently on the kitten in her embrace, appearing somewhat dazed. The kitten mewed softly, and her gaze softened once more. So adorable, yet I cannot take you home. She nuzzled her face against the kitten, which nestled its head against her, closing its eyes to sleep. The shopkeeper smiled and remarked, "She seems quite fond of you. Have you considered taking her home?" Lin Xingmian regretfully shook her head. "I fear I might not care for her properly." Shen Qingling encouraged her, "Why not give it a try? I believe Mian Mian can take good care of her. You are so responsible and would never allow her to become a pitiful little cat, would you?" Lin Xingmian felt torn, her emotional scars infiltrating every aspect of her life, constantly projecting her past wounds onto her present. "Does the kitten truly like me? Look, she is sleeping in your arms. She must like you," he reassured her. Gently, Lin Xingyan petted the kitten's head, and noticing her wavering resolve, Shen Qingling addressed the shopkeeper directly. "We shall purchase this kitten. I will take care of the payment." Chapter 70. She embraced the entire spring. Teacher Shun, "You shouldn't bear the expense. You came to teach me. How can I let you spend money? Mian Mian gifted me a painting today. It is only fair to reciprocate. This kitten is a gift for today's lesson." Before Lin Xingyan could voice another thought, Shen Qingling proceeded to pay. Sweetness blossomed within her heart as she glanced at the kitten in her arms, smiling brightly. "You are so kind, so adorable," she mused, uncertain whether she was referring to the kitten or something else entirely. After purchasing the cat, Shen Qingling assured her they would return that evening to collect it. Lin Xingyan softly suggested, "Could we wait a couple of days? I would like to buy supplies for the kitten and study how to care for her." Shen Qingling smiled in response. "Mian Mian truly is a responsible owner. This is splendid. When you are home alone, the kitten will keep you company. What name should I give the kitten? Let's call it Mian Mian. How about Lingling?" After saying this, she cautiously glanced at Shen Qingling. "Which one? Wang Lingling? I thought it was referring to my character, as it sounds similar." Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, she bit her lip shyly, turned, and exited without offering any explanation. Shen Qingling chuckled as he watched the girl flee in a flurry. He then noticed a bicycle parked outside the shop. "Hello, is the bicycle outside yours?" "Yes. I would like to rent your bike." Shen Qingling paid to rent the shopkeeper's bicycle. Riding a motorcycle last time was exhilarating, allowing one to experience the rush of the wind and a sense of freedom. This time, he chose to ride a bicycle to savor the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. "Mian Mian, hop on." "Indeed, that shop isn't far from here. We can ride there. The weather is splendid today, and enjoying the scenery would be a wonderful way to appreciate this spring." Lin Xingyan felt as though she was in a romantic drama. Teacher Shen was even more handsome than the male lead on television as he turned to look at her while seated on the bicycle. "Get on." Lin Xingyan's eyes sparkled as she climbed onto the back seat. How could she avoid falling? She resolved to hold onto Teacher Shen's waist. Although gripping his shirt would also suffice, embracing his waist felt more secure, preventing any tumbles. She convinced herself to wrap her arms around his waist, her fingertips trembling with nervousness. "Are you holding on tightly?" Shen Qingling asked with a smile. "If you are, I shall set off." "I'm holding on tight, Teacher Shen." "All right, we're off." As Shen Qingling pedaled, Lin Xingyan gently rested her head against his back. She could hear nothing, as if the world had quieted to leave only the two of them. It was a wondrous sensation. Shen Qingling carried the girl through a tree-lined avenue. Lin Xingyan basked in the sunlight and felt the breeze, as if she were embracing the entire spring. Previously, her world had known no seasons, but this year, she welcomed her very own spring. Lin Xingyan retrieved her phone from her bag and opened the camera, capturing a photograph of their silhouettes. Shen Qingling, noticing her slightly turned profile, appeared extraordinarily handsome with his delicate, sharp features. The corners of his lips curled into a smile, seemingly in response to her. In this dreamlike world of falling blossoms, she leaned against Teacher Shen's back and quietly posed for a picture, revealing a youthful, blissful smile. Utterly entranced in this dream, she wished never to awaken from. Upon arriving at the candy shop, the air was filled with the sweet scent of confections, and the myriad of colorful candies dazzled the eyes. Shen Qingling purchased an assortment of sweets, beautifully packaged in a box for Lin Xingyan. While he selected candies, Lin Xingyan discreetly captured his silhouette with her phone. Every moment spent with Teacher Shen was a memory worth preserving. As Shen Qingling turned around, she hastily put her phone away. He handed her the neatly packed box of candies. Whenever Mian feels down, she can indulge in some sweets. However, Lin Xingyan thought to herself, whenever I miss Teacher Shen, I can enjoy some candy. She took out 2 candies, and they each popped one into their mouths as they resumed their journey. She sat in the back seat, savoring her candy, a radiant smile never leaving her face. The sweets gifted by Teacher Shen were delightful, filling her heart with sweetness as well. It was astonishing to realize that one could experience such happiness. Teacher Shen always honored his promises, fulfilling each and every commitment made to Lin Xingyan, and for her, that was already a form of bliss. The bicycle glided across the street, halting before a flower shop. Upon entering, Lin Xingyan's gaze was immediately drawn to the ice blue roses, reminiscent of the feelings Teacher Shen evoked in her. She wished to purchase the flowers as a gift for him, believing that receiving flowers would bring joy. Teacher Shen, yes? Do you think this is beautiful? Does Min like this? I would like to give it to Teacher Shen, if I may. Her gentle smile outshone all the blossoms in the shop. Shen Qingling paused for a moment, then responded with a warm smile, of course. It was difficult to resist those enchanting eyes. Teacher Shen, could you wait outside for me? After Shen Qingling stepped out, Lin Xingyan requested a card and pen from the shop owner. She contemplated seriously before inscribing a heartfelt message on the card. In my desolate world, you are the only blooming rose. After writing it down, she felt it might be a touch too intimate. Yet, that was how she genuinely felt. After some thought, she tucked the card back into her bag. Unable to place it among the flowers, her unexpressed sentiments remained her secret. The young girl exited the flower shop, cradling the blossoms. Mian, I'm here. The gentle, laughter-laden call reached her ears. Turning around, she found Teacher Shen waiting for her against the light. Everything felt so beautifully surreal that it brought tears to her eyes. The tears fell upon the roses, and she tangibly sensed her happiness. The 3 folded stars symbolized her wishes, each one realized. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of emotion surged within her. After the joy came anxiety and fear. She longed for Teacher Shen to remain by her side. If she were to lose him, her world would revert to its former desolation, and she would wither away. As Shen Qingling approached, she hurriedly wiped her tears and carefully extended the flowers towards him. Teacher, this is for you. The earnest and nervous demeanor of the girl resembled a confession. Even without words, Shen Qingling understood her unspoken thoughts. Her blush surpassed that of any lengthy declaration of love. Shen Qingling accepted the flowers with a smile. Thank you, Mian. Teacher Shen, shall we take the flowers and go sketching? Certainly. Lin Xingyan had never drawn people before, but this time, she wished to portray Teacher Shen. Even without looking at him, his image was indelibly etched in her heart. The two made their way to a nearby botanical garden to sketch. Although it was ostensibly for drawing, it felt more like a date. They wandered into the cherry blossom garden, where the blooms were particularly stunning at this time of year. Many couples were taking photos and enjoying the scenery, and naturally, Lin Xingyan and Shen Qingling were perceived as a couple as well. Nearby, a vendor selling matching couple bracelets called out to them, eager to entice them into a purchase. Hey there, why not buy matching bracelets to wear with your girlfriend? No, thank you. Teacher Shen, I'd like to take a look. Shen Qingling initially intended to decline, yet Lin Xingyan, upon seeing the exquisite jewelry, felt compelled to purchase it. Shen Qingling paused, waiting for Lin Xingyan to acquire 2 delicate bracelets. Lin Xingyan chose a star-themed bracelet for Shen Qingling, while she opted for a cherry blossom design for herself. Teacher Shen, I think this one is beautiful, she expressed, suggesting her desire to gift it to Shen Qingling. Receiving her goodwill, Shen Qingling adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Lin Xingyan, too, attempted to wear her bracelet, but struggled with fastening it. Let me help you, Shen Qingling offered, taking the bracelet and carefully securing it around Lin Xingyan's wrist. A wave of happiness made Lin Xingyan feel almost dizzy. Teacher Shen, she ventured, will you always be my teacher? That depends on whether Mian will send me away. I hope you'll always be by my side. Shen Qingling paused, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Xingyan's. What if you marry in the future? Lin Xingyan shook her head. I want tea. That's a foolish thought. Being alone is too lonely. With teacher Shen, I am never lonely. Shen Qingling smiled softly. The two then strolled beneath the cherry blossom tree, retrieving sketch paper and pencils to sit down and draw. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Lin Xingyan could not help but inquire, Teacher Shen, do you have someone you like? Are you getting married? No. Lin Xingyan pondered. If Shen Qingling were to find love and marry, what would she do? The thought made her heart heavy. What's wrong, Mian Mian? Teacher, if you get married, will I still be able to see you? Hearing the slightly jealous yet naive question, Shen Qingling chuckled. Why are you laughing, Teacher Shen? I find you adorable. Lin Xingyan tilted her head, puzzled by Shen Qingling's mirth. That question is far off. Many things depend on fate. It's not far off, Lin Xingyan insisted, for she had envisioned a lifetime. If Shen Qingling were to disappear, her own life would reach its conclusion. Perhaps she would still breathe, yet her heart would have perished, and her spirit would dissipate alongside Shen Qingling's departure. As she sketched, Shen Qingling remarked, life is long. You will encounter many people. Perhaps one day, that special someone will appear, rendering my existence insignificant. But Teacher Shen is different. In what way? Teacher Shen is the only umbrella. Any subsequent umbrellas would hold no significance. It was Shen Qingling's presence that had rescued her during her most desperate moments, making anyone who came after inconsequential. I understand. Shen Qingling's acknowledgement brought a smile to Lin Xingyan's face, her eyes curving with delight. The two sat quietly under the cherry blossom tree, sketching in serene harmony. Their scene reminiscent of a dreamy romance. Yet, this idyllic moment was perceived quite differently by another woman. She observed Shen Qingling taking Lin Xingyan to a pet store to buy a cat, riding bicycles along the tree-lined avenue, visiting candy and flower shops, accepting the flowers Lin Xingyan had gifted her, and fastening the bracelet on her wrist. Now, the two sat beneath the cherry blossom tree like a pair of young lovers, a sight that was undeniably irksome. Xing Moyu's tone was cold, her gaze betraying an unsettling dampness. The woman, who is obsessed with wealth, was not seated in the office of the Sheng group poring over reports. Instead, she was nearby, fixated on Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan. From the moment they stepped out, she had been shadowing them. Merely viewing photographs was unbearable, let alone witnessing Shen Qingling's tender demeanor towards another woman in person. This was a side of Shen Qingling she had never encountered before. No woman could resist falling for him in such a manner. Regrettably, this tenderness was not directed at her. Did this young girl possess some unique quality? Within this brief interval, Sheng Yemo had already thoroughly investigated Lin Xingyan. Sheng Yemo did not believe that Shen Qingling had fallen in love with Lin Xingyan, yet he felt a twinge of pity. Otherwise, given his current standing, why would he need to work as an art teacher? The modest sum he received from Wen Sulan was merely a manifestation of his overflowing compassion. How absurd! To think he could rescue a girl lost in darkness? Why not extend that kindness towards her? She, too, was in need of salvation. The more Sheng Yemo observed, the more dissatisfied he became, prompting him to make a phone call. He was willing to pay any amount necessary. There was no need for justification. If the task was not completed within an hour, she could resign immediately. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling was engrossed in his painting, unaware that the botanical garden staff had declared an emergency closure, demanding that everyone vacate the premises. Shen Qingling inquired with the staff, but received no satisfactory explanation. Sheng Yemo, without hesitation, spent lavishly to secure the situation, a sum that would be unfathomable to an average person, yet for Sheng Yemo, it was but a trifling expense. Upon exiting the botanical garden, Shen Qingling found his bicycle had been dismantled, reduced to mere parts. Shen Qingling, what on earth? Is someone brazenly stealing bicycle parts at a time like this? What are the security personnel doing? The irony is that these parts aren't even worth much. Is this some kind of societal vendetta? Lin Xingyan was taken aback by such malevolence, unable to fathom that even a bicycle would not be spared. She consoled him. It's all right, Teacher Shen, we can take a taxi home. Shen Qingling nodded. All right, I'll take you home first. After escorting Lin Xingyan back, he negotiated with the pet shop staff and compensated her. Shen Qingling could only lament his misfortune for encountering such an incident today. He truly did not dwell on it. Considering the prevalence of abnormal individuals in society, many were prone to vandalizing electric bike seats. Who knew if someone was envious of his good looks? Even if one were to entertain conspiracy theories, what harm did dismantling a bicycle pose to him? The act itself bore no significant consequence for Shen Qingling. However, Sheng Yemo found the bicycle to be exceedingly bothersome, and its removal did nothing to uplift his mood. After resolving the bicycle issue, Shen Qingling prepared to hail a taxi back to the Gu family. Once inside, he succumbed to slumber, not due to fatigue, but rather because of the sedative in the vehicle, with the masked driver causing no alarm. When Shen Qingling awakened, he was enveloped in darkness. His entire body was bound, and a blindfold obscured his eyes. Had he been kidnapped? Beneath his feet lay something remarkably soft, akin to a carpet. The air was devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead infused with a delightful fragrance reminiscent of a woman's boudoir or perhaps the luxurious scent of a high-end hotel. As Shen Qingling attempted to move his body, he was met with the clinking sound of chains. Soon after, he heard the sound of a door opening and the approach of high heels, followed by the unmistakable sound of a chair being pulled out. "You are awake," came a woman's voice, unfamiliar yet altered as if through a voice modulator. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is why you have been bound. Naturally, it is to punish you." Chapter 72. Sheng Mo is truly mad. The woman's voice carried an ominous undertone. A palpable mockery and amusement danced across Sheng Mo's features. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, questioning the implications of her words. Had he inadvertently crossed someone within her circle? He had no inclination toward such intrigue. Suddenly, he felt the cold hardness of a stiletto pressing against his chin. It was the woman's high heel. Sheng Mo lounged in her chair, crossing her legs. The heel of her shoe propped against his jaw. With a gentle tug of her foot, she elevated his chin. The chains binding his wrists and the blindfold shrouding his eyes rendered Shen Qingling a figure of disarray. Witnessing his condition, Sheng Mo seemed to draw exhilaration from it, her excitement palpable. He was compelled to raise his chin, his brow deeply furrowed. "Have I offended you?" "Not at all." "Then why bind me?" "Because you are disobedient." "What?" Shen Qingling found her reasoning utterly absurd. Surely, she must be deranged. What did she mean by his disobedience, and who was she truly? As he grappled with his thoughts, Sheng Mo's gaze fixated on the pronounced Adam's apple of the youth. Her fingertips delicately grazed his throat, causing him to instinctively flinch, his expression shifting to one of suppressed indignation. Her mere gesture seemed to ignite something within him. He sensed a disturbance in his body. Frowning deeply, he spoke with a hint of humiliation-laced anger. "You have drugged me. This time, it's different from the last herbal concoction. Previously, I had unwittingly fallen into your trap, but I knew an antidote was forthcoming, so the torment was brief. This time, however, you are entirely at my mercy." It was evident that this woman had no intention of releasing him easily. With a raised brow, Sheng Mo remarked, "I am right here. You shall plead for my assistance." Her condescending tone shifted Shen Qingling's initial expression of tense endurance to one of deepening gloom. "I have no interest in such matters," he retorted, his voice growing hoarse yet imbued with an unexpected allure. Sheng Mo narrowed her eyes, her fingers caressing his flushed cheek, warmth radiating from him. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, dampening the strands of hair that fell across his brow. "I feel compelled to caution you. This drug is potent. Not the ordinary kind. Are you certain you wish to endure its effects?" Sheng Mo shook the vial in her hand. "The antidote is in my possession, but you must beseech me for it." Her gaze was shrouded in a twisted affection, her tone laced with a sickly sweetness. "Seeing you in this state tugs at my heartstrings. All you need to do is admit your wrongdoing, and I shall grant you forgiveness." Little did Shen Qingling realize that he remained utterly unresponsive, or rather, he was enduring in silence. He turned his face aside, remaining mute, refusing to utter a single word despite the physical discomfort he felt. Sheng Mo's frustration was akin to striking a fist against cotton. Rising, she cast the medicine aside, the vial rolling across the floor until it came to rest just out of Shen Qingling's reach. "No words?" Suddenly, the heel of her stiletto pressed forcefully against Shen Qingling's throat, inflicting pain yet stifling any sound. Sheng Mo and Shen Qingling embodied two extremes at that moment. Sheng Mo was impeccably attired, while Shen Qingling struggled alone in the abyss of desire. Sheng Mo observed this scene with keen interest. Regardless of whether she desired him or not, he would inevitably suffer. From their first intimate encounter, Sheng Mo discerned Shen Qingling's profound sense of pride. Forcing him to surrender his dignity in front of a stranger was undoubtedly a memorable punishment. Shen Qingling, tormented, felt beads of sweat dampening his eyelashes. His face flushed with desire. Suddenly, the oppressive weight on his neck vanished, replaced by a soft sensation on his lips. This woman was kissing him. Shen Qingling's eyes widened slightly. The familiarity of the sensation was unmistakable. He could distinctly feel their breaths intertwining. and he could even vaguely hear his own heartbeat. Shen Qingling recalled their first kiss, a moment that softened her demeanor. The cool touch alleviated the heat within him, and Shen Qingling couldn't help but succumb to the allure. The woman chuckled lightly, her laughter laced with a hint of seduction. Aren't you rather tough? Yet here you are, softening for a kiss. Shen Qingling forcibly extricated himself from the depths of desire, quickly turning his face away, averting his gaze in resistance. Sheng Mo's demeanor stiffened, her smile evaporating. She grasped his head, pressing it against the wall as she initiated another kiss. Her forceful actions caused the chains to rattle. This kiss was unlike the previous comforting one. It bore the intensity of a wildfire, threatening to consume him. Rather than a kiss, it felt more like a devouring. Pain coursed through Shen Qingling's lips as Shen Qingling bit down, drawing blood. She glanced down at him, an intoxicating wave of desire washing over her. The boy's lips bled, his chest heaving with fervor, his neck exquisitely sculpted, broad shoulders glistening with just the right amount of sweat, and his expression a mix of restraint and vulnerability, utterly captivating. She took out her camera to capture this moment. After securing a satisfactory photograph, Shen Qingling crouched beside him. Using her fingertip to wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, her tone shifting to one of warning, "Stay away from those women." As she looked down again, she noticed the bracelet on Shen Qingling's wrist. Shen Mo's expression darkened, her ire flaring as if she could incinerate the cherry blossoms in the botanical garden. She removed the bracelet from his wrist, then stood above him, declaring, "Just endure today. Remember this sensation well, it is your punishment." The sound of her heels gradually faded away. It seemed he would not be leaving this place today. Shen Qingling remained uncertain if there were surveillance cameras present and dared not move. Damn, Shen Qingling was truly unhinged. Shen Qingling discerned the woman's identity. At the moment their lips met, a familiar sensation aroused her suspicion. Coupled with a series of previous coincidences, she could not help but question Sheng Mo's intentions. How could a mere 20 points of affection incite such fervor? What might occur if that affection reached its zenith? Yet, it appeared that she harbored no malicious intent towards him. Perhaps his recent association with Lin Xingyan merely provoked her. It was no wonder that the botanical garden abruptly closed, and bicycle rentals were dismantled. Sheng Mo was indeed the embodiment of jealousy. No, she was a quintessential Yandere, and not just any ordinary one. Shen Qingling realized that confronting her directly would be futile, particularly since he aimed to win her over. One must admit that Shen Qingling was resolute. Despite being tormented by a bitter remedy, he remained focused on his pursuit. 077. The system shop offers an antidote, which the host may exchange for points. Shen Qingling, I refuse. How could he squander the hard-earned points on such trivial matters? He would endure, if only to persevere. Shen Qingling repeatedly chanted 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 points. After Sheng Mo departed, he cast a cold smile upon the star-themed bracelet in his hand before discarding it into the trash. As for the flowers gifted by Lin Xingyan, they had been incinerated, leaving not a trace of ash. Tomorrow, she would not have the chance to see Shen Qingling. Chapter 73. Gu Yijin's misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyan sent a message to Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan, has teacher Shen returned home? Yet, her message went unanswered. As evening fell, she sent another. Lin Xingyan, is teacher Shen busy? Still, there was no response. She assumed Shen Qingling was merely preoccupied or in a foul mood. Staring at her phone with disappointment. Before retiring for the night, she sent one final message. Lin Xingyan, teacher Shen, see you tomorrow. Regrettably, she went to bed without receiving any reply. The Gu family was increasingly frantic. Shen Qingling had vanished without a trace. When Sulan was the most anxious among them, they had all anticipated his return around 10 o'clock, as he had done in recent days. However, by 11, there was still no sign of him. When Sulan's messages and calls had all fallen on deaf ears. Unable to remain passive, she searched the school and the orphanage, yet Shen Qingling's whereabouts remained a mystery. When she suggested contacting the police, Gu Qinhuang restrained her. To evade surveillance, the family convened on the second floor. Gu Qinhuang dismissed when Sulan's proposal. What need is there to report to the authorities before 24 hours have passed? If we escalate this, it will create a public uproar. And do not forget, we are still recording a program. When Sulan, her face etched with worry, countered, but he hasn't returned home, and I cannot reach him by phone. I am truly concerned for his safety. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she glanced at Gu Yijin. She feared he might have orchestrated something sinister against Qingling, suspecting that previous incidents were not without his involvement. If anyone in the family desired Shen Qingling's disappearance, it would undoubtedly be Gu Yijin. Gu Qingling also cast a glance at Gu Yijin, inquiring, "Do you know where Qingling has gone?" Gu Yijin, feeling the weight of their gazes, found himself utterly bewildered. No. Shen Qingling's disappearance has nothing to do with him. He is utterly speechless. Although he previously harbored malevolent intentions, none of them came to fruition. Gu Yijin suppressed the anger boiling within him and declared, "I have no idea. I don't even possess his phone number. So how could I possibly know where he has gone?" Lin Qingdai chimed in, "Aren't you usually quite concerned about Brother Qingling's whereabouts?" Gu Yijin retorted, "What do you mean by that? I genuinely do not know." Gu Qingling, furrowing his brow, inquired, "What were you doing today?" His tone unmistakably reeked of suspicion. Like when Salon, he believed that with Shen Qingling's disappearance, the beneficiaries would either be Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin. Gu Yutong was not so ruthless, but Gu Yijin was another matter altogether. Gu Yijin could only explain, "I was ill and spent the entire day in bed, aside from getting up to eat and drink. I went nowhere. If you don't believe me, ask the household staff. Moreover, the cameras from the production team were monitoring me. What could I have done? Let me see your phone. You can't look? It's not that I can't, but I have my own privacy. I won't pry into what shouldn't be seen." Reluctantly, Gu Yijin produced his phone under the oppressive gaze of Gu Qingling. Gu Qingling scrutinized who Gu Yijin had called and messaged, even perusing his Weibo searches. Upon opening his Weibo, the search bar was filled with the names Gu Qingling and Shen Qingling, revealing that he had searched them over 100 times. The screen was inundated with references to Qingling. He had even followed Shen Qingling's fan club with a secondary account. Everyone regarded Gu Yijin with incredulity. He felt as though he had been stripped bare. Why do you search for so many names associated with Qingling instead of your own? When Qingling was criticized previously, "I was merely monitoring public sentiment, so I searched for him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qingling. I even mentioned it to him, but he didn't take it to heart." When Sulan was unconvinced that Gu Yijin could possess such goodwill, and even if there was no incriminating evidence on his phone, it did not imply he had not harmed Shen Qingling. After all, such records could easily be deleted. With a disapproving gaze, when Sulan stated, "If Qingling does not return safely tomorrow, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover the malicious individual behind this. We might as well all perish together." Her eyes seemed to be directed at Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin felt as though he might faint from indignation. "Why are you looking at me? Go find him." He never expected to be the one wronged. Gu Qingling interjected, "Enough with the life and death proclamations. I will send someone to search for him. Do not fret. Qingling is no fool. I believe he will return safely." In the live broadcast, viewers also noted Shen Qingling's absence and began to speculate. Why hasn't Shen Qingling returned today? Is he too frightened by the comments to show his face? Isn't it because you all said too many vicious words? Tone it down. If he doesn't appear, what will I watch? Where else can I find such a handsome man of this caliber? I can't even sleep. Haven't you noticed that the Gu family's expressions are all rather grim? Especially Mrs. Gu, appearing quite anxious, has been incessantly making phone calls. Could it be that she is trying to reach Shen Qingling? Where has Shen Qingling gone? Is something amiss? Perhaps Shen Qingling is avoiding returning to dinner with Gu Yijin, fearing the unwanted attention of certain individuals, which would be more terrifying than an encounter with filth. Are you speaking nonsense? Yijin is still resting in bed. He has been ill all day, looking pale. Stop dragging innocent people into this, someone interjects. Is the rivalry among the wealthy heirs surfacing? Does Gu Yijin fear that Shen Qingling may usurp the family fortune, prompting him to eliminate him? Have you been watching too much television, brother? Gu Yijin is a kind-hearted person. How could he possibly wish harm upon others? What if it is Shen Qingling who has encountered some misfortune? Do not involve your father in this matter. What a thrilling spectacle. This is precisely the kind of family drama I yearn to witness. Will Shen Qingling make an appearance tonight? Let us await the unfolding events. This night is destined to be tumultuous. Gu Qingling has mobilized numerous individuals to search for Shen Qingling, when Sulan is also leveraging her connections to inquire about his whereabouts. Gu Yutong and Lin Qingdai have ventured out to look for him. Meanwhile, Gu Yijin remains at home, not idle. He is hidden away in his room, urgently dialing Zhang Jing. With a worried expression, he exclaims, "Shen Qingling is in trouble. You must go and find him." On the other end of the line, Zhang Jing responds with surprise, "What? You want me to locate Shen Qingling? Haven't you always sought to rid yourself of him? Do not ask too many questions. He cannot be in peril today. Everyone suspects I am behind this. Not you? But who else in Jiangxing would wish him harm? How should I know? I am just as bewildered. The priority now is to clear my name. If anything happens to Shen Qingling, when Sulan will stop at nothing to pursue me." If he wishes to perish, he should not drag me down with him. All right, do not panic. I will go look for him right away. After hanging up the phone, Guijin curses under his breath. Damn it, Shen Qingling, I truly owe you. Chapter 74. The poem of a lovesick soul. It is true. Guijin indeed owes Shen Qingling. With a complex expression, he gazes out the window, the overcast sky mirroring his current mood. Shen Qingling may perish, but not at the hands of another. They are true adversaries, and their fates must intertwine through their own hands. Shen Qingling must descend into the abyss, transforming into someone akin to him, and then muster the strength to confront him. To die at the hands of another would be utterly absurd. Now that Shen Qingling is missing, the person who longs for his return the most is Guijin. This night, anxiety ripples through Jiangcheng, and even the Gu family's discreet search has stirred up a storm of gossip throughout the city. Shen Yimou is leisurely watching the surveillance footage at home. Shen Qingling has not eaten. After the effects of the medicine wore off, he fell asleep from exhaustion. Observing him sleep so peacefully brings both pain and joy to Shen Yimou. Just then, Sheng Xia suddenly knocks on her door, without even turning off the surveillance. Shen Yimou calls out, "Come in." Thinking Shen Yimou is reviewing reports, Sheng Xia does not notice what is displayed on her computer. With a grave expression, she furrows her brows and states, "There has been an incident." Shen Yimou, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies, "What has happened?" Seated in the chair opposite her, Sheng Xia, still frowning, announces Shen Qingling is missing. Antwen is currently searching everywhere. Shen Yimou displayed a look of astonishment. Missing? How could this happen? Sheng Xia began to analyze the situation earnestly. I find it perplexing as well. How could Shen Qingling, a living person, simply vanish? By all accounts, our Jiangxing has a relatively good public safety record, or perhaps he has offended someone. Alternatively, could it be that he simply does not wish to return? Did he have a quarrel with the Gu family? Beyond that, I am at a loss. Should we not assist in the search? After all, we share a long-standing relationship. Very well, I shall enlist others to help in the search, she concluded. A sigh escaped Sheng Xia's lips. I hope he is safe. If anything were to happen to Shen Qingling, Shen Yimou fixed her with a gaze. If anything were to happen, it would have no bearing on you. How can it be unrelated? After all, it concerns a human life. Have you suddenly grown compassionate? Or are you simply unwilling to let go? I am not. Let me be clear, regardless of whether Shen Qingling is alive or dead, it has nothing to do with you. Sheng Xia pouted, turned, and closed the door behind her. Sheng Yimou sneered. Even if Shen Qingling were truly dead, his ashes would remain with her, and none would dare touch a single fragment. Outside, chaos reigned as people searched for Shen Qingling, while he slept soundly until the following morning. Upon awakening, Shen Qingling found the sun still shining brightly outside. The chains binding his hands had been removed, and the blindfold was nowhere to be seen. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a luxurious hotel, resting in the presidential suite. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, he resolved that he could not simply endure Sheng Mo's treatment. His phone lay on the table in the room. Upon checking, he found the battery dead and the device unresponsive. Shen Qingling took the phone and stepped out to the front desk to charge it. Once powered on, he was greeted by over 100 missed calls and several hundred messages, all inquiring about his whereabouts. Among the numerous texts searching for him, one stood out with a peculiar opening. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow as he read aloud. I wish to carve open your heart. This was a love letter from Sheng Yimou. I wish to carve open your heart, to see whether I reside within. I yearn to shackle you with chains, imprisoning you in a basement, ensuring that all you know is love for me. I wish to dismember you, encasing your fragments in a doll. I desire to sever your limbs, rendering you unable to flee. I will pour molten wax down your throat, silencing your screams. I long to pin you to the wall, making you my private masterpiece. I shall inscribe my name upon your bones with a sharp blade, using a heated branding iron to etch love eternally into your heart. I could sever your head, embracing it as I witnessed the beautiful sunrise. I could snap every sinew, holding you as we dance in a moonlit rose garden. I could bind our bodies together with steel, seated by the seaside gazing at the stars above. I hold you close, enveloping both your grave and your funeral within my embrace. The greatest love I can offer you is to consume you, through my mouth, into my stomach, and through my heart. We shall merge as one. Wherever I am, so too shall you be. Slice your flesh piece by piece, air dry it, and weave it into everlasting flowers of silver threads. The pale skin, devoid of color, resembles lifeless leaves, while the dark hair is tied into tassels that adorn deep brown irises. I gaze upon it, akin to the way I behold your tender eyes. yearning to pierce through your gaze, wishing to carve open your eyes that look upon others. From this moment forth, your eyes shall reflect only me. Shen Qingling. My soul quarry, surrender completely to me. Hush, turn around. I am right behind you. Shen Qingling's eyelids fluttered, and he turned to find nothing but emptiness. He sighed in relief, muttering, madman. Shen Qingling hastily returned a call to Wen Sulan. Having spent an entire night in torment, when she heard that Shen Qingling was safe, tears streamed down her face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Where are you, my child? Mother is coming to fetch you. Shen Qingling provided the name of the hotel, and Wen Sulan immediately drove there. He attempted to review the hotel surveillance footage and inquire about the name under which the room was booked. But the front desk informed him they could not disclose such information. Unless it was the police, they could not breach the guest's privacy. Shen Qingling surmised that Sheng Mo had indeed left a back door, and thus this matter would likely yield no resolution. Yet, he had at least uncovered the identity of that individual, Sheng Mo, exposing a wolf lurking in the shadows, which was not entirely fruitless. Shen Qingling entered the restroom and doused himself with cold water. He needed to recover from his illness. After enduring such a grave loss, he must attain Sheng Mo's affections. That cursed Yandere, a little heartache would serve him right. Next time, he would think twice before treating Shen Qingling in such a manner. Yanderes often spoke of killing and causing death, yet if something truly befell Shen Qingling, it would drive Sheng Mo to despair. When Wen Sulan arrived, she found Shen Qingling standing pale at the door, exposed to the cold wind, as if he might collapse at any moment. Her heart ached for him, and though she wished to inquire, Shen Qingling remained silent. A glance downward revealed the marks on his wrist from the chains, nearly causing Wen Sulan to faint. Clearly, she misunderstood. She believed Shen Qingling had been subjected to inhumane treatment, and seeing him in such a state only intensified her desire to ask, yet she hesitated. He weakly lowered his gaze and said, I'm fine. Let us go home. As Wen Sulan drove, tears streamed down her face, her heart seething with rage against the person who had bullied her son. Upon returning to the Gu family estate, Shen Qingling collapsed at the doorstep. The Gu family was thrown into chaos, and the trending news erupted. At the moment Sheng Mo heard the news, he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. What? Shen Qingling has fainted? Chapter 75. The hand that moved against Qingling shall be severed. After Shen Qingling fainted, Wen Sulan could no longer concern herself with the program. She cried out for help, and the crew set aside their tasks to assist. A tall, robust man carried Shen Qingling upstairs to the bedroom. The Gu family, alerted by the commotion, came out to assess the situation. Gu Yijin was the first to rush forward, only to find Shen Qingling's room crowded with people. He struggled to push through and beheld Shen Qingling lying on the bed, pale and barely alive. In his memory, Shen Qingling had always been detached and composed, or rather, formidable. No matter the lengths he goes to, he cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Yet, such a resolute figure as Shen Qingling surprisingly has his moments of fragility. Gu Yijin was momentarily taken aback. When Sulan had ushered the production team out, awaiting the arrival of the family doctor, Gu Qingwang looked at Wen Sulan and inquired, what has happened? When Sulan, leaning by Shen Qingling's bedside, began to weep. I do not know. This child remains silent, refusing to speak. It is my fault. I have not protected him properly. It is my failure. The image of Shen Qingling collapsing like a gust of wind before her shattered her heart. She was already filled with guilt towards Shen Qingling, and upon returning home, instead of mending things, she inadvertently caused him further injury. Whether it was being scorned online or falling ill in reality, Wen Sulan was consumed by self-reproach. For reasons unknown, Gu Yijin found Wen Sulan's words to sound peculiar. His gaze fell upon the scars on Shen Qingling's wrist, causing his pupils to constrict momentarily. His wrist. Everyone turned their attention to Shen Qingling's wrist. The Gu family, seasoned and worldly, recognized that such injuries were not merely the result of an accident. They resembled those inflicted by chains. Coupled with Wen Sulan's mention of Shen Qingling's silence, Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth, followed swiftly by a surge of anger. Who could commit such an inhumane act? Although Gu Yutong had initially harbored disdain for Shen Qingling, he was still of Gu blood, and it was inconceivable for an outsider to harm or insult him in such a manner. Gu Yutong could no longer contain her fury. Gu Qingwang moved closer to Shen Qingling for a closer inspection, his brow furrowing deeply. There are also injuries on his lips, as if he were bitten. In that moment, the family's rage reached a fever pitch. In Jiangqing's elite circles, many were known to indulge in the company of handsome young men. with some men particularly keen on such pursuits. They favored youthful and striking boys, and someone as untouchable as Shen Qingling was a rare gem. Just the previous day, Shen Qingling had accidentally appeared on trending searches, only to go missing that night. They could not help but speculate whether his stunning appearance had drawn the attention of some perverse individuals in Jiangcheng, leading to him being subjected to unspeakable acts. The Gu family believed Shen Qingling had endured inhumane treatment, unaware of the escalating chaos. Gu Qingwang seethed. How dare they perpetrate such acts against my son? If they are not imprisoned, then I am not worthy of being called a man. Call the police. We must report this. After the initial anger, Gu Yutong regained her composure and shook her head. Father, we cannot involve the police. If this escalates, how will he ever face the scrutiny and gossip that follows? Our family is still in the midst of filming a show. If this were to leak, he would carry that label for life, which would be far too cruel. Even though Shen Qingling is a man, once entangled in such matters, it would cast a long shadow over him. Wouldn't it be more damaging if others viewed him through tainted lenses? Lin Qingdai, having taken the day off from classes, was reminded of her own experiences and dreams as she looked upon Shen Qingling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wept softly, suggesting they should wait for her brother Qingling to awaken before discussing anything further. The immediate concern was to alleviate his distress and prevent any lasting psychological scars. Even Gu Yijin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Shen Qingling. Who could be so cruel, even at his worst? He never contemplated subjecting Shen Qingling to such indignities. He only ever thought of him being with women. The world is indeed full of inhumanity. What if Shen Qingling succumbed to despair? Wouldn't that render him utterly worthless? What would they be fighting and competing for then? Gu Yijin exclaimed in anger. Such a person is nothing but scum. If we don't find him, what if he targets Qingling again? Who knows if there will be a next time? Gu Qingwang nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we can investigate this matter privately, keeping it under wraps. We need not rely solely on the police connections. He can dig into this as well. The only complication is if this was orchestrated by a powerful figure in Jiangcheng. The chances of achieving results could be slim. They have likely committed such acts before, knowing we wouldn't be able to uncover the truth, which emboldens them to act with impunity. A wise person leaves no trace or risk behind. Currently, the only lead lies with Shen Qingling. Gu Qingwang surveyed the room, addressing everyone with a warning tone. You all must keep your mouths shut about today's events. If even a whisper escapes, I shall show no mercy. To the outside world, say that Qingling was at a friend's house last night. His phone died, and he fainted this morning due to the rain yesterday. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, someone knocked at the door. It was the family doctor of the Gu household. As the doctor entered, Gu Qingwang specifically instructed him. Check to see if there are any injuries on his back. The doctor's pupils widened in shock. Then he bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Qingwang maintained a stern expression, awaiting the results. He never anticipated someone would dare to harm a member of the Gu family. The individual behind this must either possess a status that surpasses the Gu family or be a true madman, unconcerned with the consequences. Others stood outside, anxiously awaiting the doctor's report. When Sulan stared blankly at the door, as if she could see the ailing child through it. She hoped to hear the doctor declare Shen Qingling was unharmed, yet feared the outcome might be contrary to her wishes. Gu Yutong, noticing her state, offered some comfort. Aunt 1, he will be fine. But when Sulan remained unresponsive, lost in a trance, it was all her fault for being weak and ineffectual. Having such a powerless mother was a tragedy for the child. She berated herself internally, her thoughts growing increasingly extreme. Slowly, a fierce determination began to emerge in her eyes. She would no longer be a mere decorative flower. With someone to protect, she must become strong. At the very least, as a mother, she must safeguard her child from harm. A series of unfortunate events had catalyzed a transformation in Wen Sulan. No mother could bear to witness her child suffer such harm. She would become resolute. For Shen Qingling, she would become a protective shield against the storm. Locking her gaze on Gu Qingwang's eyes, she declared, We must find that person. Whichever hand harmed Qingling shall be severed. If they have committed even worse acts, let them be castrated, and their body fed to wild dogs. Gu Qingwang lowered his gaze to observe his inherently timid wife, a look of astonishment crossing his face. When Sulan noticed his silence and pressed on, Why are you not speaking? That is your son. Have you not always valued your dignity above all else? Gu Qingwang perceived the frenzied fury in her eyes, a culmination of years of suppressed anger and resentment, mingled with guilt towards Shen Qingling. At a loss for how to console her, he simply patted her back and said, Calm yourself first. We will inquire about the situation once Qingling awakens. With eyes reddened, when Sulan pushed him away, gritting her teeth, you are perpetually so rational and composed, always prioritizing the interests and so-called glory of the Gu family. Do you not see your child? He bears your blood. We have not nurtured him for a single day. We are inept parents. If he does not return, perhaps he would not have suffered such fates. We cannot even protect him. Thus we are unworthy of the title of parents. We failed to safeguard him in his youth, and now that he has returned, it is the same. Gu Yijuan has endured no harm in the Gu household for all these years, yet Qingling returns to face scorn and injury. In what way have we justified ourselves to him? Gu Qingwang, you once traversed this path too. As a father, can you not spare a fragment of love from your cold, unfeeling world for him? Consider it a form of recompense and solace for your younger self. When Sulan bit her lip until it bled, no longer wishing to maintain the facade of tranquility, the peace of their household was upheld solely by the sacrifices and forbearance of some. Her feelings towards Gu Yijuan could never return to what they once were. She harbored hatred for him, resenting him for enjoying all that should have belonged to Qingling, for robbing her of the joyful moments meant for her and Qingling. If only he did not exist, she thought more than once. She wished fervently for Gu Yijuan to vanish from this world. Gu Qingwang, observing when Sulan, felt compelled to say something but found himself at a loss for words. As the patriarch of the Gu family, it seemed every father bore such a countenance, silent, solemn, and immovable. To speak more harshly, they were perhaps the most selfish individuals within the family. He, too, had once been like Shen Qingling. With a father who prioritized the family's glory, treating him more as a successor to be molded than as a beloved son. The affection between father and son was scant, and even his marriage was not a choice of his own. He had no love or concern for Gu Yijuan. He was merely cultivating a successor, not a son. He had once vowed to himself not to become like his father, yet ultimately, he had transformed into the very figure he had wished to avoid. He had employed the same methods to raise Gu Yijuan, resulting in a flawed outcome. Would Shen Qingling also be doomed to such a fate? Gu Qingwang did not desire for Shen Qingling to become a second Gu Yijuan, nor did he wish for him to mirror his own existence. Perhaps his child could still attain happiness. When Sulan fixed her gaze on him, resolute in her demand for an answer, her words regarding offering a measure of recompense and solace to his younger self struck a chord in Gu Qingwang's heart. With a countenance fraught with complexity, he replied, I understand. Gu Yijuan sensed an ominous shift when Sulan's reaction to Shen Qingling's situation was decidedly unsettling. And it appeared Gu Qingwang's attitude towards Shen Qingling was beginning to undergo a transformation. The matters that have remained unchanged for so many years have been effortlessly accomplished by Shen Qingling in just a few days. What then can be said of the efforts he has exerted over the years? At that moment, the doctor emerged, and all eyes were fixed upon him. Shen Qingling had caught a chill and was running a fever, his physical strength depleted. Fortunately, apart from his wrist and lips, there were no other injuries. Has he awakened? Not yet. He is still feverish. I have administered antipyretics and recommended he rest for a while. I shall check on him every 2 hours. Chapter 76. Jealousy to the point of madness. The tumultuous affairs of the Gu family have already made headlines. The cameras on the road and in the living room captured Shen Qingling's fainting spell in vivid detail. The topic of his collapse surged to the forefront of trending discussions. The phrases Shen Qingling missing, Shen Qingling fainted, and the turmoil of the aristocracy swiftly ascended to the top 3 trending spots. Viewers were left speculating about the events of the previous night. Did Shen Qingling truly go missing overnight? How did he suddenly return only to faint again? I am beginning to entertain conspiracy theories. If Gu Yijuan and Shen Qingling are both children of the Gu family, could this involve a struggle for inheritance? Let us not forget about Gu Yutong. Just because she is a woman does not mean she lacks the right to inherit. What if she harbors ambitions to eliminate her 2 brothers to ascend? Gu Yutong has already entered the entertainment industry, which does not seem to indicate a path toward inheriting the family fortune. Perhaps she seeks merely to exact revenge on her brothers. One might as well speculate about Gu Yijuan. The relationship between Gu Yijuan and Shen Qingling remains an enigma. It is unclear who among them is the illegitimate child, but it is certain that at least one of them is not a legitimate offspring. How can we ascertain that one of them is not a legitimate child? The Gu family has remained silent. Let us refrain from conspiracy theories. For Yijuan could never be that sort of person. The disparity in their appearances is too great. How could Shen Qingling and Gu Yijuan be biological brothers when their looks differ so markedly? The Gu family's affairs have stirred a considerable uproar. propelling the program's popularity beyond any previous season. The production team convened an emergency meeting, eager not to miss this surge in attention while simultaneously wishing to avoid offending the Gu family or incurring the wrath of the audience for exploiting sensationalism. Some topics of discussion come with their own costs. He chilly furrowed her brow in contemplation. I initially intended for the Gu family to reveal Shen Qingling's identity, but they declined. Others expressed confusion. Why would they refuse? The rumors surrounding the illegitimacy do not benefit the Gu family either. This is Shen Qingling's wish. I do not understand why he would rather endure criticism than disclose his identity, as doing so would clear all allegations against him. It is quite peculiar. Could it be for Gu Yijin's sake? If Shen Qingling were to step forward and explain, all the glory and accolades that Gu Yijin has garnered would be entirely overshadowed. I recall that the Gu family initially participated in the variety show to elevate Gu Yijin's status. Indeed, Gu Yutong took on the show with that very purpose in mind. Considering this, the Gu family seems excessively biased, with Shen Qingling bearing the brunt of the criticism while Gu Yijin reaps the rewards. Shen Qingling had never received anything from the Gu family in the past, and upon his return, he was met only with scorn. My heart aches for him. Presently, most of the staff are aware that the individual to be elevated by this program is Gu Yijin, while Gu Yutong merely serves to pave the way for him. Prior to this, Shen Qingling was likely nothing more than a mere pawn. Not only has Shen Qingling garnered the audience's concern and sympathy, but he has also captured the attention of the production team. One should not underestimate the influence of the production staff. Many seek to inquire about so-called insider information, which only becomes more credible the more it circulates. Shen Qingling's reputation within the production team has already eclipsed that of Gu Yijin. The Gu family had not anticipated that Shen Qingling, an individual who did not participate in the program, would seize all the attention, leaving others in the dust. This is precisely why Shen Qingling chose not to disclose his identity from the outset. The more enigmatic he remained, the more curious the audience became, fostering an ever-growing discourse around him. The eventual twist would be all the more thrilling. He chilly believed that Shen Qingling's fainting incident would incite even more unfounded speculation. If it could be leveraged to clear the cloud of illegitimacy surrounding him before he rejoined the program, it would be ideal. He chilly secured the opportunity to persuade the Gu family to convince Shen Qingling to participate in the program by trading the production team's statement. Due to the incident trending on social media, the focus was immense, and everyone was questioning what Shen Qingling had truly endured. Thus, the Gu family hoped to utilize the production team's influence to address the situation, with a direct statement being the most effective solution. Regardless of whether the audience believed it at first, once the fervor subsided, the statement would prove useful. After reaching an agreement with the Gu family, he chilly released a statement via the program's official Weibo account, echoing Gu Qingwang's narrative that Shen Qingling had merely visited a classmate's home. However, the audience is astute, and no subtle clues can deceive them. Conspiracy theories proliferated, and many began to doubt Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin, sitting idly at home, found himself embroiled in scandal. The deluge of conspiracy theories online infuriated him beyond measure. If he intended to deal with Shen Qingling, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. This group of netizens possessed an astonishingly vivid imagination. Should he discover the individual orchestrating this behind the scenes, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. To this day, no explanation has fully convinced the audience. The production team has done all that it could. In this era of entertainment, the director seeks only popularity and profit, and they would not go beyond that. The uproar surrounding Shen Qingling's fainting was immense, yet one person remained oblivious. Lin Xingyan seldom ventured online. Apart from checking Shen Qingling's WeChat, she paid little attention to anything else. By the afternoon, when Shen Qingling had yet to arrive for class, she sensed something amiss. She never doubted Shen Qingling's previous words as deceitful. Rather, her intuition told her that Mr. Shen must have a valid reason for his absence. She believed that Mr. Shen would not be one to break his word. Given that Shen Qingling had not responded to her messages the previous day, Lin Xingyan could not help but reach out to Ji Yunmiao. Ji Yunmiao took a moment from her busy experimental class to glance at her phone, learning of Shen Qingling's fainting incident, and promptly informed Lin Xingyan. Upon hearing about Shen Qingling's collapse, Lin Xingyan was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. She yearned to visit Shen Qingling, but felt a wave of anxiety due to her prolonged absence from social interactions. Older sister, I wish to visit Teacher Shen, but I am frightened, Lin Xingyan confessed. Shall I accompany you? Ji Yunmiao suggested. Teacher Shen cares for you greatly. It is only right that we pay our respects during his illness. When shall we go? I wish to see teacher Shen as soon as possible, Lin Xingyan replied eagerly. Do not fret, I shall come to fetch you right away, Ji Yunyao reassured her. As Ji Yunyao made her way to pick up Lin Xingyan, she pondered how they might gain access to the enigmatic Shen Qingling. His current status was shrouded in mystery, yet it was certain that the Gu family was not easily approached. Ji Yunyao decided to call Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan had always preferred messaging him. Fearing the prospect of a phone call, Ji Yunyao believed that they would need Shen Qingling's consent to enter the Gu residence. A woman answered the call, whom Ji Yunyao surmised was Shen Qingling's mother. This was the 5th call that Wen Sulan had received. The first was from Sheng Mo, who, along with Sheng Xia, intended to visit Shen Qingling. The second was from Ruan Mingyi, who also wished to see him. The third was from a stranger inquiring about Shen Qingling's condition. The fourth was from Song Jining, expressing her desire to visit. And now, the 5th was Ji Yunyao. Wen Sulan felt a sense of gratitude for the numerous individuals concerned for Shen Qingling, a testament to his endearing nature. She resolved to inform him of their interest upon his awakening, suggesting that if he was willing, he could invite these young ladies over to uplift his spirits and help him forget his troubles. When Shen Qingling finally regained consciousness, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the Gu family had gathered around him with concern. Shen Qingling felt bewildered. He had merely wished to instill guilt in Sheng Mo. Yet the expressions on his family members' faces were laden with sympathy, as if they wished to comfort him but were at a loss for words. Why do you all look at me like that? Shen Qingling inquired, confusion etched on his face. Good boy, Wen Sulan replied gently. If you feel like crying now that you're home, do so, we shall not speak of it. No matter what happens, your mother will always stand by you. Who is that person? I will ensure he pays dearly. Qingling, Gu Yutong added, I know this is hard to accept, but I hope you can find closure and forget this incident. It is not your fault. Brother Qingling, Lin Qi Dai chimed in, you are wonderful. It is those wicked individuals who are at fault. You are simply too good, too perfect, which is why they targeted you. Regardless of what happens, you will always be that perfect brother Qingling. Just be yourself. Everyone is right, Gu Chengwang affirmed. We will face any challenges together. I have already arranged for a psychologist. If you do not wish to speak with us, you may confide in the doctor. The only one who remained silent was Gu Yijin. Witnessing the comforting gestures towards Shen Qingling, any traces of sympathy he had felt dissipated, leaving only a twisted sense of jealousy and resentment in his heart. He had never received such affection before, never. In just a few days since Shen Qingling's return, he had obtained a love he had never known. Gu Yijin darkly contemplated that if Shen Qingling were to succumb to darkness, it would be intriguing to see if he could maintain his innate goodness amid such trials. You extend kindness to the world, yet it reciprocates with cruelty. Shen Qingling, will you change this time? Shen Qingling felt utterly perplexed. Wen Sulan, noticing his troubled expression, said, All right, let us allow Qingling some time to ponder. Let us not discuss it further. After sending others away, she refrained from mentioning the matter again, fearing it might distress Shen Qingling. Instead, she shifted the conversation to several girls who had called him. Qingling, your friends are quite concerned about you. Would you like to meet them? Sure. Have mother respond to them and invite them over in a couple of days. Shen Qingling lowered his head, a smile playing on his lips. Sheng Xia, Sheng Mo, Ruan Mingyi, Song Jining, Ji Yunyao, Lin Xingyan. When these women gathered, it would surely create a riveting scene. Sheng Mo, if you dare treat me this way, then experience the bitterness of neglect. I intend to make you so envious that you dare not approach him again. Chapter 77. Blood flowers blooming in darkness. Sheng Mo received a return call from Wen Sulan and learned about Shen Qingling's condition. He has a fever? He'll be at the Gu residence in 3 days? Very well, aunt. After hanging up, Sheng Mo stood in a daze. How could this be? Shen Qingling had fainted and developed a high fever. He would need several days of rest for recovery. It sounded serious. The woman's brow furrowed in concern. She wished to see Shen Qingling, but Wen Sulan had mentioned no visitors for the next couple of days, Sheng Mo suddenly felt a wave of agitation, not directed at others, but at herself. Had she known better, she would not have acted so impulsively. Regret washed over her. After all, Shen Qingling had grown up in an orphanage. His health was likely frail. She had drugged him, and he had endured, pushing his body to the limit after a night without food or water. Sheng Mo recognized that she had gone too far this time. Yet, she could not help herself. She loathed seeing him smile at other women, despising every woman in his vicinity. Especially the sight of Shen Qingling displaying a tenderness towards that girl she had never witnessed before ignited a jealousy that consumed her. She was maddened by envy. The memory of that day, when Shen Qingling was with Lin Xingmian, was etched painfully in her mind, still vivid as ever. She resented her inability to control her jealous heart and her powerlessness to possess Shen Qingling. Suddenly, the room darkened. A storm was brewing. Xing Mo approached the window, gazing at the overcast sky that mirrored her current emotions. The last time she and Shen Qingling had kissed was right here. She traced her lips with her fingers, her eyes lowered as if enduring some inner turmoil. After a moment of silence with her eyes closed, unable to regain her composure, she walked to the desk. From the drawer, she retrieved a small knife. The blade reflected the fierce contours of a woman's brow and eyes. She lifted her skirt, methodically carving wounds into her thigh with the knife, blood gushing forth in an instant. The pristine skin was continuously stained crimson, transforming the black dress into a vivid red, akin to blood blossoms blooming in darkness, breathtaking yet harrowing. Sheng Mo's face turned pale from the pain, her lips pressed tightly as her body trembled. Perhaps this was her way of empathizing with Shen Qingling. She had hurt Shen Qingling. Now it was her turn to inflict punishment upon herself. She could never restrain her impulses, and if this continued, she would plunge into an abyss of despair. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Sheng Mo recognized it was Shang Xia. With an impassive expression, she uttered, "Come in." Upon entering, Shang Xia's pupils dilated at the sight before her. Yet she quickly masked her shock. Approaching, she snatched the small knife from Sheng Mo's hand, muttering, "Why are you unwell again? Haven't you taken the medication prescribed by the doctor?" Sheng Mo lowered her gaze, letting out a cold laugh. If taking medicine could resolve everything, there wouldn't be so many neurotics in this world. Shang Xia retrieved a first aid kit to staunch the bleeding, wrapping bandages as she inquired, "Who provoked you this time?" Clearly, this was not her first encounter with such self-harm. She had become proficient in it. Sheng Mo remained silent, merely gazing out at the overcast sky. "It's raining. You wouldn't still consider going to the office, would you?" "No, I lack the motivation." "Did you have a quarrel with that man you kissed?" "You talk too much." "Oh, then let me mention something else. I heard from Gu Yijin that Shen Qingling is quite ill. It went through quite a tantrum today. I wonder what truly transpired." "But it surely isn't just a simple cold." Sheng Mo's complexion darkened further. "Shut your mouth. Can't even discuss that?" "Fine, I want to say another word. Speaking to you is futile. You simply do not care about others' lives." Sheng Mo's gaze flickered, locking onto Sheng Xia as she asked, "Do you think anyone in this world could love me?" Sheng Xia raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "What do you think?" "I don't know. None." "Why?" "Because you cannot learn to love someone normally. Others will not offer you love in return. You speak as though you are capable of loving others normally. You treat Gu Yijin like an obedient dog. Would you still love him if he lost all his luster?" Such words laid bare the truth, rendering both parties uncomfortable. The Sheng family was devoid of warmth. As Sheng Xia tidied the first aid kit, she declared, "I'm leaving. If you spiral again, it's your own affair. Find a doctor yourself. Go to the Gu family in 3 days." "Understood." Once Sheng Xia exited the room, she couldn't help but sigh. She pondered the debts between her and Sheng Mo, realizing that none in their family were truly normal. Sheng Mo succumbed to waiting. She had never felt 3 days stretch so interminably. Day after day, she tortured herself, questioning the significance of it all, but the pain kept her lucid. Meanwhile, lying in her room, Shen Qingling observed the data panel indicating that Sheng Mo's progress had risen from 20 to 30. This meant that Sheng Mo's affection value had increased by 10 points. For other targets, such a rise might seem trivial. Yet earning those 10 points from Sheng Mo was no simple feat. It seems that this woman still feels a pang of heartache, not entirely indifferent, leaving room for hope. Furthermore, Ruan Mingyi's emotional investment has increased. In her heart, she has never truly given up on Shen Qingling and cannot help but keep a watchful eye on him. Yet, out of a misguided sense of dignity, she insists on claiming that she does not care for Shen Qingling. When Shen Qingling fainted and made headlines, Ruan Mingyi felt utterly lost. She initially intended to refrain from contacting him, but found herself yearning for information. After much hesitation in the WeChat dialog box, she finally sent a simple message, "Are you all right?" However, she received no response from Shen Qingling. Anxious, Ruan Mingyi could no longer resist the urge to call him. Upon hearing a woman's voice at first, she felt a twinge of jealousy, but once she recognized it as Wen Sulan's voice, she felt reassured. Yi Qiao, seeing her in a daze, advised, "Why not find a time to visit Shen Qingling?" Ruan Mingyi awkwardly replied, "What right do I have to go? I doubt he would want to see me. Just thinking about him coldly telling me to leave breaks my heart." She both longs to see him again and fears his indifference, more so the possibility of him telling her to go away. The memory of her last breakdown in the CAF still lingers, far too embarrassing. She is terrified that in a moment of fervor, she might kneel before Shen Qingling to beg for forgiveness. Yi Xiao could tell that she both wished to go and feared the lack of an excuse. Ruan Mingyi merely needed a step to take. If Shen Qingling were willing to provide even the slightest opening, she would eagerly climb the ladder. Unfortunately, Shen Qingling's character would never offer her that ladder. He desires to see Ruan Mingyi humbled before him. Only when she truly lowers her head will she genuinely begin to care for Shen Qingling. The Ruan family and the Gu family are not entirely strangers, if necessary. She could visit him under the Ruan family's name, which could serve as an excuse. I understand, but Mrs. Gu mentioned he needs to recuperate and will not be seeing anyone for 3 days, Ruan Mingyi mused, now anticipating their meeting 3 days hence. Akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. In any case, whether she stretches her neck out or withdraws, it all leads to death. Might as well face it head on. Rather than suffer at home, she would prefer to be frozen by Shen Qingling's icy demeanor, allowing her to let go completely. Alone at home, Ruan Mingyi indulged in her imagination, envisioning countless scenarios and dialogues upon meeting Shen Qingling, which only heightened her emotional investment. Besides Ruan Mingyi, Lin Xingyan's emotional investment also grew, and even Sheng Xia and Chu Jiao experienced an increase in their feelings and regrets. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling lay leisurely in bed, contemplating that his illness had not been in vain. He finally deduced the identity of the unknown caller. It was Chu Jiao. She felt both regretful and ashamed at the thought of facing Shen Qingling. On the day she moved out of the dormitory, memories of Shen Qingling flooded back. At that moment, she was utterly alone, her roommates despising her and wishing for her swift departure. There was no longer a place for her there, and she felt like a rat scurrying through the streets, loathed by all. The men around her were unreliable, and she could not expect those wealthy heirs to help her move. In their eyes, what was she? Perhaps nothing at all. The individual who truly cherished her has already been wounded by her. She contemplated seeking assistance. Yet the mere thought of relinquishing her dreams of grandeur compelled her to abandon the idea, to uphold her image. It was unthinkable for her to allow those men to witness her transition into a dilapidated rental. In moments of despair, she found herself reminiscing about the days when Shen Qingling was still present. Had their relationship not fractured, Shen Qingling would undoubtedly have come to her aid. Alas, one must bear the consequences of their choices. On the very day she moved into the rental, Shen Qingling trended on social media. It was then that she discovered Shen Qingling's connection to the Gu family, and the unsettling possibility that he might even be the son of the Gu family. Overwhelmed with despair, Chu Jiao shattered a cup, furrowing her brow as she nearly fainted. What had once been a mere step away from her dreams, she had now obliterated with her own hands. Darkness enveloped her vision, and her feelings of regret reached their zenith. In the ensuing days of torment, thoughts of Shen Qingling haunted her, and her yearning for him only intensified. She mused that perhaps humans are inherently foolish, realizing their regrets only after loss. Memories of Shen Qingling's kindness flooded her mind, recalling their carefree days together, along with the phrase, Jiao stands before my future. Yet, she was also stubborn and resolute. Acutely aware that there was no hope for reconciliation, she had no desire to approach Shen Qingling again, unwilling to resemble a fallen dog begging for pity. Now, Shen Qingling had ascended to the lofty status of a young master of the Gu family, while she was merely a disgraced childhood friend who had harmed him for a mere 100,000. The chasm between them had grown insurmountable. Upon learning of Shen Qingling's illness and fainting, she could not resist the urge to call and express her concern, albeit from a number she dared not reveal. When she found out he had awakened, a wave of relief washed over her, yet she ultimately refrained from intruding further. She resolved to let things be. He was an eagle soaring high, while she remained a frog at the bottom of a well, allowing him to reside entirely in her memories until the day she realized her dreams, when she would no longer wish to see him. Chapter 78. Your innocence and kindness will be your downfall. Chu Jiao's inner turmoil and suffering were unbeknownst to Shen Qingling, nor did he wish to know. Such a woman as Chu Jiao, encountering even the slightest setback in life, would invariably be reminded of Shen Qingling. Her feelings of regret and longing would continue to escalate. Shen Qingling need not exert much effort to win her over. Time would elucidate everything. Currently, he had little time to ponder her thoughts. His immediate concern lay with Gu Yijin, who, for reasons unknown, had come to visit him late at night, feigning concern while exhibiting signs of madness. Qingling, are you feeling any better? Gu Yijin's gaze bore a semblance of sympathy, though it was clearly feigned, as he observed Shen Qingling surrounded by family, all showing genuine concern. His initial pangs of sympathy were swiftly supplanted by jealousy. What enchantment did Shen Qingling possess? How was he able to effortlessly transform the Gu family's eccentricities? In comparison to himself, Shen Qingling's demeanor towards the Gu family was far from affectionate, nor had he ever truly invested in them. His respect and filial piety towards Gu Qingwang were lackluster, and he exhibited no warmth towards Gu Yutong, while Lin Qingdai had not received any assistance from Shen Qingling either. Yet the members of this household appeared to be ensnared, utterly captivated by Shen Qingling. Even he found himself feeling a sense of sympathy for Shen Qingling, which felt like an act of betrayal against his own convictions. Gu Yijin engaged in earnest self-reflection, rekindling his disdain for Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling, oblivious to the reasons behind Gu Yijin's nocturnal visit, had already devised his own strategies to deal with him. With a downcast gaze, he remarked, "It is nothing serious. Merely a cold." Gu Yijin continued to regard him with sympathy, saying, "Alas, do not feign strength. It is just the two of us now, why not confide in me?" Gu Yijin's intention was to remind the victim, Shen Qingling, of the inhumane treatment he had endured, deepening his anguish and hastening his descent into darkness. Suffer. Embrace the darkness. Shen Qingling, I have nothing to confide. What do you want from me? Shen Qingling responded with an unusual calmness, even less agitated than Gu Yijin, the outsider. Observing Shen Qingling's indifference, Gu Yijin grew anxious. Qingling, do you understand why you are subjected to this? It is because you are too kind. Your innocence and goodness will lead to your ruin. A large question mark seemed to loom over Shen Qingling's forehead. Gu Yijin leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon Shen Qingling's beautiful, clear eyes, whispering like a demon. Qingling, let me enlighten you. The higher the social standing, the filthier the individuals. They are the most despicable and shameless beings in this world. You must recognize this truth. Your kindness will only accelerate your demise. You must learn to adapt to the rules of this circle in order to survive. Now it dawned on Shen Qingling that Gu Yijin was attempting to brainwash him. Noticing Shen Qingling's unresponsiveness, Gu Yijin grasped his shoulders. Look into my eyes. Do not evade the truth. Evading will not resolve your issues. The reason you were harmed this time is that you are too alluring yet lack the means for self-protection. Surely, you did not guard against others, did you? Do not place too much trust in those around you. Anyone could betray you, even your own parents. Gu Yijin believed himself to be a nefarious figure, leading a kind-hearted individual into the abyss, transforming Shen Qingling's pristine canvas into his desired image. Shen Qingling found Gu Yijin's fervor somewhat amusing, and a playful thought crossed his mind. He turned to Gu Yijin and inquired, "And what about you? Can I trust you?" Gu Yijin was momentarily taken aback. What was this naive fool rambling about? Hadn't he just declared that no one could be trusted? Why look at him with such an innocent expression? With a knowing smile, Gu Yijin replied, "Of course, you can trust me. After all, you said we are friends. When you have completely placed your trust in me, I will strike you from behind, allowing you to truly understand the treachery of society and the darkness of human hearts. Allow me to share a truth with you. I am not as fragile as you might think. This is not a grave matter. Not a grave matter. You cannot possibly be taking this lightly." Gu Yijin found herself curious to pry open Shen Qingling's mind to understand how he remained so indifferent to such matters. Shen Qingling nodded, stating that he had merely encountered a somewhat deranged woman. He had often been followed by girls in the past, but this particular instance had crossed a line. What? A woman? Not a man. No, it was a woman. At last, Gu Yijin comprehended Shen Qingling's calm demeanor. After Shen Qingling briefly recounted the events, Gu Yijin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. He had merely been tied up by a woman for one night. Nothing had transpired. She had hoped that such an experience might provoke a darker transformation in Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin's aspirations were dashed, and the plan for Shen Qingling's descent into darkness had failed. That woman was utterly inept, having captured Shen Qingling. She had simply restrained him for a night without even so much as toying with his body. How could she possibly earn the title of perverse? Utterly useless. Gu Yijin managed to muster a smile. "Ah, so that's how it is. Everyone misunderstood. It's a relief that you're unharmed." Though the situation was not as they had imagined, it was not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, Shen Qingling had chosen to confide the truth to him, which indicated a level of trust. Gu Yijin had gleaned a glimpse into Shen Qingling's heart, He did not harbor any animosity toward her. Afterward, Gu Yijin relayed the events to her family, hoping they would not extend excessive sympathy towards Shen Qingling, as the reality was far from their assumptions. Upon hearing the news, the Gu family collectively exhaled in relief. However, this incident served as a cautionary signal. It was evident that someone should be assigned to protect Shen Qingling. When Sulan inquired, "How did Qingling come to share this with you? Did you bring it up intentionally? Why would he discuss such matters?" When Sulan suspected Gu Yijin's intentions were not entirely benevolent, Gu Yijin clarified, "I was concerned that he might be bottling up his feelings, which could lead to psychological issues. I merely engaged him in conversation, and this topic emerged unintentionally." Gu Yijin felt no trepidation about Shen Qingling exposing him. Shen Qingling was far too kind-hearted to do so. They were now good friends, and Shen Qingling had shown forgiveness even towards someone who had once been his adversary. How much more so now? Reflecting on Shen Qingling's ordeal, Gu Yijin suddenly perceived that being extraordinarily handsome might not always be advantageous. It was evident that Shen Qingling had faced considerable harassment from deranged individuals, and discussing it had become second nature to him. One cannot deny that, in certain respects, Shen Qingling exhibited remarkable resilience. When Sulan, however, did not take the matter lightly simply because the perpetrator was a woman or the crime was less severe than they had feared. When Sulan declared, "Regardless of whether the individual is a man or a woman, they must not be spared. An investigation must proceed. The fact that Qingling was injured and fainted is undeniable, and I will not let that person escape justice." When Sulan's demeanor shifted to one of uncharacteristic firmness, leaving the others speechless, Gu Qinhuang observed this change in Wen Sulan. Perhaps he should feel gratified? Yet, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to his wife's sudden transformation. Nevertheless, compared to her former submissive self, the current Wen Sulan appeared more agreeable, resembling the tenacity of the Wen family. In the days that followed, Wen Sulan busied herself with investigating the woman behind the incident, while Shen Qingling recuperated at home. Wen Sulan was utterly devoted to him, preparing fruit meticulously to feed him, and occasionally inviting a psychologist for counseling. In Wen Sulan's eyes, Shen Qingling resembled a wounded infant. Gu Yijin could only crawl in the shadows of the corner. He had also heard about the Gu family's recent decision to refrain from receiving guests, all to prevent others from seeing Shen Qingling's injuries and sparking negative gossip. Indeed, they were attending to Shen Qingling with great care. The wounds on his hands could be concealed with long sleeves, and the injury on his lip required 2 to 3 days for the marks to fade. By the third day, the wound on Shen Qingling's lip had healed, leaving no trace, though his complexion remained pallid. Naturally, this was intentional. He had scarcely taken the medication prescribed by the doctor, deliberately prolonging his suffering until a few women arrived to witness his plight, particularly for Sheng Mo's benefit. Shen Qingling held a grudge. He had not forgotten how Sheng Mo had tormented him. In recent days, Sheng Mo had attempted to reach out, but Shen Qingling chose to ignore her completely, replying to none of her messages. He wanted her to suffer, to feel restless. Did she want to remember the taste of punishment? Then let her truly savor the discomfort of anxiety. Once she arrived at the Gu residence, other experiences awaited her. After enduring 3 days of torment, Sheng Mo finally awaited her day at the Gu family home. The gathering was arranged in the back garden of the Gu residence. Consequently, the family requested the production team to remove the cameras, to which the team reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing their lack of authority to intervene in matters of privacy. Although the director was unwilling to forego this opportunity, he had no choice but to relent under Wen Sulan's firm stance. While the garden gathering could not be filmed, the moment Sheng Mo and the others arrived, they were to meet in the villa's living room, and the cameras captured the attendees. Without exception, they were all stunningly beautiful women, each capable of debuting in the entertainment industry effortlessly. Sheng Mo and Sheng Xia were among the first to arrive. Today, Sheng Mo was dressed with a gentle elegance, eschewing professional suits or the imposing attire of a formidable CEO, instead donning a delicate white satin mermaid gown that exuded femininity. Sheng Xia, as usual, was impeccably dressed, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family, enchanting and lovely. Upon entering, she linked arms with Wen Sulan, sweetly greeting her, "Aunt Wen." "Good afternoon." Sheng Mo offered a faint smile, "Aunt Wen." After exchanging pleasantries, another woman arrived, Wan Mingyi. Sheng Xia frowned, and Sheng Mo's expression grew colder. They both thought simultaneously, what is she doing here? Not long after, Song Jining appeared. Sheng Mo tightened her grip on the teacup. Finally, there came Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingyan. The cup in Sheng Mo's hand shattered. Chapter 79. The overlooked Sheng Mo. A group of stunning women filled the frame, causing the comments to explode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My wives have arrived. Ah, excited. Just asking. Is this beauty pageant being held in the Gu family's living room? It feels like this villa has become fragrant. Let me become Mrs. One, please. Whoa. Many beautiful women. My heavens. Is this the allure of Shen Qingling? I can hardly fathom the happiness I would experience if I were she at this moment. 5 women, each radiating unique beauty. Is Shen Qingling truly that remarkable? Isn't she the heiress of the Sheng family group, trending on social media? How did she manage to shatter her cup? Suddenly, the cup in Sheng Mo's hand shattered, capturing everyone's attention. When Sulan expressed her concern, to which Sheng Mo responded with a calm smile, apologizing for having momentarily lost her focus. When Sulan frowned and suggested, Sheng Mo, let me call a doctor to tend to your hand. Lin Xingyan noticed the cut on Sheng Mo's hand from the glass shards and retrieved a tissue from her bag to offer it to her. However, her demeanor appeared timid. She bit her lip, unsure of what to say. As Sheng Mo lowered her head, a delicate white hand appeared before her, prompting her to pause and raise her gaze. It was indeed her. Gratefully, Sheng Mo accepted the tissue, her eyes cast downward as she murmured, "Thank you." Lin Xingyan cautiously retreated to stand beside Ji Yunmiao. Resembling a well-behaved child, Ji Yunmiao affectionately ruffled her hair in encouragement. Since Shen Qingling's arrival, Mian Mian had undergone a significant transformation, though still somewhat shy in interactions with strangers. She had made remarkable progress from her previous silence, a change Ji Yunmiao sincerely appreciated. Unbeknownst to Lin Xingyan, she was surrounded by notable individuals. Though she paid little mind to them, her sole concern was Shun Laosher's well-being. Yet, speaking to Madame Gu was beyond her courage, so she occasionally glanced outside, wondering when Shen Laosher would appear. A woman approached her unexpectedly, startling Lin Xingyan. "Little sister, what is your relationship with Shen Qingling?" asked Wan Mingyi. She recognized nearly everyone present, apart from Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingmin. The sisters bore a striking resemblance, yet their temperaments were entirely distinct. Ji Yunmiao exuded an aura of intelligence and aloof beauty, while Lin Xingyan resembled an exquisitely delicate fairy. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting clarity, evoking no ill feelings. Understanding that Ji Yunmiao might not engage with her, Wan Mingyi opted to converse with the seemingly innocent Lin Xingyan. Although nervous, Lin Xingyan endeavored to respond. "Shen Laosher is my tutor. Thus, it was revealed that you are indeed a student of Shen Qingling." "Ah, I see. I can hardly imagine someone like him choosing to be a tutor," Wan Mingyi remarked, genuinely astonished at the thought of Shen Qingling teaching students. Was he cold and serious in demeanor as well? Just then, Shen Qingling descended from the second floor. Wan Mingyi had already witnessed Shen Qingling's demeanor as a teacher. "Mian Mian is here." The youth appeared pale, indicating he had yet to fully recover, yet he smiled at Lin Xingyan with such warmth. It was a side of him that they had never seen before, pale, fragile, and gentle. The online comments erupted in frenzy. "Oh my goodness, who is this pale, melancholic handsome man? I find myself quite taken with Shen Qingling." The first time I witnessed Shen Qingling's gentle side, I thought to myself, if only he would look at me with such eyes, I would be compelled to change my trousers immediately. "Shen Qingling, would you dare to smile like that at the camera? Please, glance my way just once, and I would feel instantly rejuvenated." I cannot fathom the joy of being Shen Qingling's student. Does he still offer tutoring? I wouldn't even blink at the prospect of 100,000 per hour. As a child, I was terrified of riding toy cars, but now, I have no desire to disembark from Shen Qingling's ride. "Shen Qingling, how about you indulge me in a bit of romance? I'll be wild, you take it slow." "Shen Qingling, my canine teeth are a tad sharp. Please bear with me. I recently purchased some cream puffs, but forgot the cream. Could you possibly share some with me?" "Shen Qingling, can you truly handle this?" I mean truly. He actually called her Mian Mian. How sweet and tender. "Shen Qingling, call me too. I'm XIN. The fervor of the comments was unparalleled, even more intense than during Shen Qingling's rain-drenched moment. This time, the contrast of Shen Qingling was overwhelming. They had uncovered a side of him that few had seen, akin to discovering a hidden treasure that brought immense delight. It is impossible not to be moved by such a Shen Qingling. The normally aloof and indifferent individual had reserved his sole tenderness for you. Simply contemplating this is enough to render one speechless. The number of women enamored with Shen Qingling had reached a staggering level. The system's points had accumulated to 370,000. Lin Xingmian never anticipated that teacher Shen would be the first to speak to her. She fluttered her eyelashes and revealed a youthful smile. "Hello, teacher Shen. My sister and I have come to visit you." Her voice was soft, yet audible to Shen Qingling. Ji Yunmiao also offered a gentle smile. "Qingling, are you feeling any better?" The other women were astonished to hear her address him so intimately. Shen Qingling nodded. "Much better. Thank you for coming to see me." At that moment, he turned to see Ruan Mingyi beside Lin Xingyan. You're here." It seemed her arrival caught him off guard. His tone conveyed surprise. Yet he refrained from putting her in an awkward position out of courtesy. Ruan Mingyi felt quite embarrassed, having previously declared she would no longer serve him, only to find herself anxious like a restless ant upon witnessing Shen Qingling faint, wishing to rush to his side immediately. "Ahem, I came to check on you. After all, we are friends," Ruan Mingyi explained, lowering her head, unsure how to face Shen Qingling. In truth, even she was puzzled by her feelings towards him. Seeing his pale complexion caused her heart to ache. She could no longer convince herself that she did not care for Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling nodded and then turned his gaze to Song Jining. The young girl, as always, looked at him with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. "How are you doing, my idol? This is something my parents brought back from abroad. I hope it helps with your illness. It's nothing serious. I appreciate your parents' concern." Shen Qingling exchanged pleasantries before finally noticing the two sisters from the Sheng family. "Miss Sheng." Sheng Imo understood that this remark was not directed at her, but rather at Sheng Xia. In the sweltering summer, Sheng Xia's eyes brightened as she approached, saying, "Shen Qingling, you appear quite pallid. Have you not recovered after 3 days?" Shen Qingling shook her head. "I do not know why. This illness is lingering." As she spoke, she furrowed her brow and coughed. Sheng Xia felt a pang of sympathy. It was difficult for anyone to remain indifferent when someone like Shen Qingling revealed even a hint of vulnerability. She quickly took hold of Shen Qingling's hand. "Do you need to rest a bit longer?" Sheng Mo's gaze was fixed intently on the contact between Sheng Xia and Shen Qingling. Her palm bore marks from his grip. From the moment Shen Qingling appeared, his attention had not wavered in her direction, not for an instant. His tenderness was not directed towards her, nor was his fragility. At last, Shen Qingling turned to her, uttering simply, "Shang Zong." 2 words, concise, distant, and polite. No more. Not even a single additional word. It was less intimate than Sheng Xia's Miss Sheng, and even Ruan Mingyi, whose relationship had already fractured, had received 4 words. A string within Sheng Mo snapped. Chapter 80. The unhinged illness. When Sulan smiled and suggested, "Let us sit in the garden. The sun is just perfect for Qingling to bask in." Thus, the group made their way to the garden with great enthusiasm. The online commentary was rife with regret, eager to witness what Shen Qingling would discuss with this assembly of beauties. Speculations about the identities of these women and their connections to Shen Qingling abounded. However, that was a matter for later. At present, Shen Qingling was relishing the sunlight and the splendid scenery, alongside the joy of provoking Sheng Mo. When Sulan had arranged the backyard like a small banquet, complete with tables, tablecloths, delectable food, and fine wine, sitting in the garden, soaking up the sun and sipping wine was indeed delightful. This enjoyment was reserved for those who had received Shen Qingling's pleasant demeanor, such as the 2 sisters from the Ji family, Song Jining and Sheng Xia. Only 2 individuals remained untouched by his goodwill. Ruan Mingyi sat dejectedly to the side, nursing her drink. Suddenly, a call from Yi Qiao interrupted her thoughts. "Hello? Where else would I be? I'm at home, sleeping." On the other end, Yi Qiao teased. "Sleeping? Have you fallen asleep at Shen Qingling's house? Or perhaps you dream of him, unable to detach yourself even in slumber? Don't deceive me. I saw you on that variety show. You should admit that you can't let go of Shen Qingling, make amends, and reconcile. What good does stubbornness do?" Ruan Mingyi lowered her gaze in despair. "But he is surrounded by so many people. It seems he doesn't need me at all. It's all too late." Shen Qingling was no longer the same. The women around him were increasingly exceptional, while she felt utterly insignificant. What is this defeatist attitude? Where is your tenacity? Are you truly content to give up so easily? Of course I am not content, but I genuinely do not know how to salvage this. He has grown so cold towards me. Xiao Xiao, I feel so miserable, truly miserable. His attitude towards Sheng Xia is warmer than towards me. I am losing my mind. What should I do? At that moment, Ruan Mingyi was hardly better off than Sheng Mo. She was on the verge of collapse. She pretended to be indifferent. Yet it was she who suffered, while Shen Qingling remained unaffected. She has nearly reached the limits of her self-deception, seemingly compelled to acknowledge that she has indeed fallen for Shen Qingling. Yet, it remains a love that is humble and unreciprocated. The woman who once scoffed at love and regarded men as mere playthings has unexpectedly transformed into a figure of pure affection. She finds herself on the verge of casting aside her dignity in a plea for Shen Qingling's forgiveness. Ruan Mingyi feels as though she has betrayed her former beliefs. The most despairing thought is that this person may never come to love her. Is this her punishment for toying with her emotions? Sheng Yemo appears calm on the surface. Yet he is on the brink of madness. It has been an hour since arriving at the Gu residence, and Shen Qingling has only uttered 2 words to her. Who could remain sane under such circumstances? Witnessing Shen Qingling surrounded by several other women, her resentment becomes nearly uncontainable. Sheng Yemo can only remind herself that Shen Qingling is unwell, and that his ailment is a consequence of her actions. She must not hurt him any further. Yet, the pain is unbearable. She cannot endure even the thought of Shen Qingling's gaze lingering on another. Her possessiveness over him has not waned. Rather, it deepens, forcing her to suppress her desires while struggling in solitude. The youth remains blissfully unaware of her torment, immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Shen Qingling is encircled by 4 women, and when Sulan's gaze towards them resembles that of a mother scrutinizing potential daughters-in-law. Song Jining is vivacious and cheerful, frequently referring to him as a male god, and is undeniably charming. You have no idea how hard I've worked to defend you. I've even become the president of your fan club. If anyone dares to slander you, I will be the first to charge into battle. The Ling family army will not yield an inch. We shall ensure those detractors return defeated. Attack. Song Jining strikes a heroic pose reminiscent of a valiant warrior, eliciting an involuntary laugh from Shen Qingling. With a delighted tilt of her head, Song Jining exclaims, "You smiled. Finally, you smiled. It pains me to see you frowning and downcast. To love someone is to bring them joy." And Shen Qingling's tribulations during this period have weighed heavily on her heart. To alter this situation, she has diligently taken on the role of fan club president, finally contributing in a way that feels meaningful. She recalls Shen Qingling's words about aspiring to become a figure of public admiration. Thus, she stands behind him, witnessing his gradual ascent to that status. When he succeeds, a part of her effort and sacrifice will be acknowledged, and she will take joy in it. For she has exerted herself for the one she cherishes, leaving no room for regret. She desires the world to recognize how exceptional he is. Shen Qingling is worthy of everyone's love. Lin Xingmian and Sheng Xia are captivated by Shen Qingling's smile once more. Lin Xingmian tugs at his sleeve and says, "Teacher Shen, what is it, Mian Mian? Tomorrow, I will bring the kitten home." "Great. It seems Mian Mian is all set." Lin Xingmian's eyes sparkle. "Yes, next week. Teacher Shen will get to meet the kitten." The girl's gaze shines brightly, as if she has discovered a beacon of hope. She firmly believes that Teacher Shen is a gift bestowed upon her by fate. From that moment on, each day of her life holds something to anticipate and await with eager delight. Once, she was utterly engrossed in the past, unable to perceive the present or envision the future. Yet now, a future brimming with hope and brilliance has unfolded before her. That individual stands within her future, illuminated by light. Apologies for not responding earlier due to illness, dear Mian Mian. There is no need for you to apologize, Teacher Shen. I understand that your silence was unintentional. You are not that kind of person. She held unwavering trust in him, never doubting for a moment. Lin Xingmian retrieved the candy that Shen Qingling had bought that day from her bag. "Teacher Shen, this candy is truly sweet. It will surely lift your spirits," she said, placing the confection in Shen Qingling's palm. The multicolored candy shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a beauty akin to that of her eyes. Shen Qingling tasted a piece. Feeling warmth spread through her heart. Indeed, little angels are the best. Lin Xingmian distributed the candy to everyone present. Her childlike gesture endeared her to Wen Sulan, who felt a pang of fondness, having no daughter of her own, a regret that lingered. Gu Yutong was not particularly close to her, but seeing Lin Xingmian softened her heart. After accepting the candy, Wen Sulan smiled and inquired, "Mian Mian, what subject does Qingling teach you?" "Teacher Shen is an exquisite artist. He teaches me how to draw. He always smiles at you, which is rare since he is usually quite serious. Teacher Shen is very gentle." Indeed, who could remain serious in the presence of such a delightful young lady? Lin Xingmian felt her cheeks flush. Mrs. Gu is so gentle, so unlike her own mother. She found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards Teacher Shen. "Mrs. Gu, you are truly wonderful." The young girl blurted out in admiration, to which Wen Sulan chuckled. "What makes you say that? You've only just met me. How could you know?" Lin Xingyan blinked and replied, "You care deeply for teacher Shen. That makes you a great mother." When Sulan was momentarily taken aback, the compliment struck a chord within her. A radiant smile spread across her face. Others, witnessing Lin Xingyan's ability to elicit such joy from Wen Sulan, were intrigued. Sheng Xia observed the scene and remarked, "This little girl is remarkable. She has managed to make Aunt Wen so happy." Shen Qingling's lips curled into a slight smile. No one could possibly dislike Mianmin, except for Sheng Yimou, of course. Sheng Mo's flawless facade was beginning to crumble. She could no longer bear to witness Shen Qingling laughing and conversing with those women. Taking a deep breath, she rose and walked to the fountain, attempting to remind herself to remain composed, closing her eyes to conceal her shadowy gaze. She feared that her jealousy and bitterness would spill forth uncontrollably. She picked up a sharp stone scattered by the fountain, clenching it tightly in her hand. Wincing at the pain, though it hurt, it paled in comparison to the suffocating anger and resentment boiling within her. Shen Qingling, how can you ignore me? How can you smile so gently at other women? How can you not love me? Why? The stone dug deeper into her palm, and with her eyes shut, blood dripped down her hand. This was her first moment of such loss of control in public. Yet this was merely the beginning. Greater provocations were on the horizon. A familiar voice echoed in her ears, the voice she longed to hear. President Sheng. Chapter 81. I will kill you upon hearing that familiar voice. Sheng Yimou turned back in astonishment. Indeed, it was him. Sheng Yimou quickly shielded her hand behind her. How could she face him if Shen Qingling discovered her true identity? No one would love the authentic her, no one. Even though she hastily concealed her hand, Shen Qingling still noticed. With a slight frown, he remarked, President Sheng. It seems your hand is bleeding. President Sheng? How ironic. The moment Sheng Yimou heard this address, a wave of anger surged within her. Previously, he had affectionately called her sister. Why had everything changed overnight? Was it because there were now more significant women in his life, rendering her expendable? Did he still remember that kiss? Or was she the only one who lingered on the past? Was she merely being overly sentimental? Sheng Yimou lowered her gaze and replied, It's nothing. Just a cut from a broken cup. Is it truly nothing? Yes, really. Seeing Shen Qingling approach her and take notice, the tumult of anger within Sheng Yimou subsided slightly. Though only a fraction. I intended to inquire about your health, but it seems you were quite busy. This statement carried an undertone of jealousy, which Shen Qingling detected, yet feigned ignorance about, for he was intentional in his provocation. Sheng Yimou had previously tormented him emotionally. Today, he would reciprocate. With a hint of indifference, he said, There are quite a few people here today. I didn't notice President Sheng. My apologies. It's fine. Did this imply she was now the inconsequential one? What, then, was the purpose of seeking her out? Did you come to see me for something specific? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Sheng Yimou. Might he have other words to share? Was Shen Qingling concerned about her injury or merely checking in since she was alone? In the next moment, he stated, My mother wishes to speak with you regarding an alliance. It was when Sulan seeking her out, not him. Sheng Yimou felt a pang of disappointment. Her eyelids fluttered, and she cast her gaze downward. The small mole on her eyelid seemed more captivating than ever, perhaps due to her revealing a vulnerability she seldom displayed. The more powerful and assertive a person, the more enchanting their moments of fragility. This truth resonated with both Shen Qingling and Sheng Yimou. Shen Qingling found Sheng Yimou strangely alluring in that moment. The disappointment on Sheng Mo's face was nearly palpable, impossible to conceal. Was it truly about Gui Jin and Sheng Xia? All right, I will come at once, she responded, nodding as she departed. His back was devoid of any lingering sentiment, not a word of pleasantry exchanged. The previous hints of intimacy now felt like mere illusions on her part. Sheng Yimou bit her lip and took a deep breath. Never mind, she would endure this. There would be future opportunities. She made a concerted effort to suppress her resentment and regained her composure before approaching Wen Sulan. At that moment, several individuals were already gathered around Wen Sulan, Gui Jin, Sheng Xia, and Shen Qingling. Only Sheng Yimou was missing. Aunt Wen, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Since you are free today, I thought it a good time to discuss the marriage between our families. Very well. Sheng Yimou picked up the nearby water, seeking a moment of calm. When Sulan spoke up, what I mean is for Qingling and Xia to enter into a marriage. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Sheng Yimou lowered her head to gather the fragments. It's all right. Please continue, she urged. Xia has changed her mind and is willing to be with Qingling. Which brings me great joy. Sheng Yimou paused, lifting her head to inquire, what about him? Is he willing to? Her gaze turned towards Shen Qingling. Just as Shen Qingling was about to speak, Shen Xia interlaced her arm with his, beaming as she tilted her head and said, Qingling said he would consider it, right? As long as I perform well during this time. The way Shen Xia looked at Shen Qingling was as if she were enchanted, her heart racing uncontrollably. Shen Qingling glanced at Wen Sulan, seemingly reluctant to refuse her, and did not push Shen Xia away. Instead, he merely pressed his lips together and nodded, indicating he would consider the matter. Even though Shen Qingling merely stated he would think about it, Sheng Mo was utterly beside herself. She disregarded the shards of glass and pulled Sheng Xia aside in front of the onlookers, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Sheng Mo led Sheng Xia to a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around before halting. Angrily shaking off Sheng Mo's grip, Sheng Xia exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you causing a scene at the Gu family? The shadows in Sheng Mo's eyes could no longer be concealed as she gritted her teeth and said, Who permitted you to marry Shen Qingling? What did you say before? Have you forgotten? Sheng Xia nonchalantly tossed her hair and replied, The past is the past. The present is the present. How can Gu Yijin compare to Shen Qingling? Why shouldn't I marry someone more exceptional like him? She found it strange that Sheng Mo would desire her to wed someone like Gu Yijin, who had already been abandoned by the Gu family. Doubts began to creep into Sheng Xia's mind, though she did not pinpoint the source. Are you afraid that I will marry Shen Qingling and seize your inheritance? Sheng Mo's expression darkened as she declared, Regardless, I will never agree to this. Sheng Xia scoffed. You think saying you won't agree makes it so? As long as Shen Qingling is willing, I will marry him. Your word holds no weight. Sheng Mo struck Sheng Xia across the face. A storm brewed in her eyes, ready to erupt. Undaunted, Sheng Xia met her gaze, teeth clenched, and replied coldly, Sheng Mo, hitting me won't change anything. I simply like Shen Qingling. Even when he inherits the Gu family, I won't covet your fortune. What are you truly afraid of? Sheng Mo reiterated. I will not consent to your marriage with Shen Qingling. In the next moment, her eyes bore into Sheng Xia's with the venom of a serpent as she warned. If you dare to do so, I will kill you. Sheng Xia truly saw the murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. She realized Sheng Mo might indeed kill her. Fearfully, Sheng Xia stepped back, only to find herself against a wall with no escape. Trembling, she asked, Have you lost your mind? I am your sister. Is the inheritance truly that important? Sheng Xia failed to understand that what Sheng Mo coveted was not the family fortune, but rather Shen Qingling. Sheng Mo grasped her neck, tightening her grip. I will ask you once more, are you determined to marry Shen Qingling? The stubborn spirit of midsummer has arrived. And she obstinately responded, I want it this way. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Do you think I am afraid? Sheng Mo tightened her grip around Sheng Xia's neck and whispered in her ear, I assure you, I possess 1,000 ways to make you vanish from this world. You lunatic, you should have died back then. Sheng Xia retorted, Do not test my patience repeatedly. If you dare to marry Shen Qingling, I wouldn't mind sending you both to your demise. Sheng Mo had completely lost her sanity. Chapter 82. You should drink some traditional medicine, sister. Sheng Xia's desperate cry momentarily halted Sheng Mo, loosening her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Xia pushed her away and fled, gasping for breath. Since that incident, she had never called Sheng Mo sister again. Today, it was a desperate plea for survival. Sheng Mo gazed at her trembling hands, and then turned to watch Sheng Xia's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with malice once more. Indeed, she should never have shown weakness to Sheng Xia. After escaping from Sheng Mo, Sheng Xia collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. Once she confirmed that Sheng Mo was not in pursuit, she took a few deep breaths and attempted to tidy her hair and clothes, uncertain whether her neck bore any marks. Given Sheng Mo's fierce grip, it was likely that red marks would be present, lingering long after. What to do? At that moment, a pair of hands appeared before her. She looked up to find Shen Qingling standing there. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her neck. She must have looked utterly disheveled. The youth's cool, melodious voice broke the silence. I will not pry into your personal matters. Sheng Xia froze. Had he seen? Anxiously, she asked. What did you see? Shen Qingling replied, I saw nothing. I merely found you here alone and felt a bit concerned, so I came to inquire. Sheng Xia's breath caught in her throat. Did he not realize that such words were nearly impossible to resist? She bit her lip, hesitating before resting her hand on Shen Qingling's. The young man gently pulled her up, and by instinct, she found herself leaning into his embrace. His presence carried a delightful fragrance that captivated her senses. As she rested against his chest, she felt a rapid heartbeat. Was it hers or his? Had she fallen asleep? Shen Qingling's teasing remark jolted Sheng Xia back to reality. She stepped back, distancing herself from his warmth, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Wait for me here," he instructed before departing. Confused about his intentions, Sheng Xia stood obediently in place, awaiting his return. Moments later, Shen Qingling returned, holding a beautifully packaged box. Sheng Xia blinked in surprise and asked, "What is this?" He placed the box in her hands, saying, "You'll find out when you open it." As she unveiled the contents, a lovely silk scarf lay peacefully within. She stood there, stunned. He had noticed the injury on her neck, and, rather than questioning her, had gone out of his way to procure a scarf to preserve her dignity. "Do you need help putting it on?" In the sweltering summer, a fleeting sensation of dizziness enveloped Sheng Xia. Is this the treatment of being the fiancée of Shen Qingling? Oh heavens! If she were truly to become Shen Qingling's betrothed, she would willingly reside in a villa and drive luxury cars. All right, please assist me with this." Sheng Xia's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not felt such a lack of breath even when Sheng Mo had pinched her moments ago. Shen Qingling, with a serious demeanor, carefully tied the scarf around her neck, lowering his gaze. Gazing at his face from such proximity, Sheng Xia felt herself on the verge of fainting. She murmured, "Shen Qingling, could you perhaps step back a tad? Why? I feel a bit lightheaded." "What do you mean?" "I mean, you are exceedingly handsome." Shen Qingling paused, lifting his eyes to meet hers. "Quick, hide that expression. I can't take it." Taking a step back, he turned away, saying, "Then tie it yourself." "I shall not look." Flustered, Sheng Xia hastily secured the scarf. Approaching Shen Qingling, she gently poked his shoulder. "Thank you. Will you truly consider me as your fiancée?" she asked, shyly bowing her head and swaying slightly, resembling a delicate bird. Nearby, Gu Yijin and Zhang Jing observed this scene. Zhang Jing remarked with a sharp gaze, "Shen Qingling is quite remarkable, managing to captivate so many women." Gu Yijin replied, "Being too handsome is not necessarily a blessing. Having too many admirers can also be a burden." "What do you mean?" Zhang Jing inquired. "You wouldn't understand." Upon learning that Shen Qingling had been harassed by numerous deranged individuals, Gu Yijin no longer envied his striking looks. "Look at how those two are glued to each other. It seems this lad is indeed trying to encroach upon your territory." Gu Yijin shook his head resolutely. "He wouldn't." Zhang Jing, exasperated, retorted, "They are practically embracing, and you still say he wouldn't?" Sheng Xia is not foolishly in love. Do you think she would remain loyal to a broken engagement? Impossible. I'm not speaking of Sheng Xia. I am referring to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling has already embraced Sheng Xia, did you not see? Gu Yijin scoffed. It's clearly a ruse devised by Sheng Xia. Shen Qingling harbors no genuine interest in her. Zhang Jing's eyes widened. What has happened to you, Yijin? Are you under Shen Qingling's spell? Gu Yijin sighed. You don't understand him. When Sulan suggested a union between Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia, he anticipated Shen Qingling would decline. His demeanor upon leaving the Sheng family was indicative of this. He knows Shen Qingling too well. With Shen Qingling's pure and kind nature, he would never steal away his fiancée. Zhang Jing felt that Gu Yijin had lost his senses. I think you need to take some herbal medicine. Why herbal medicine? To restore balance. Yijin, I believe Shen Qingling is far more complex than he appears. You must exercise caution. You are overthinking it. Shen Qingling is profoundly naive, hopelessly virtuous. He even considers me, his enemy, a friend. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? How do you know he isn't merely acting? If he possessed such acting skills, he could easily become an Oscar-winning actor. Zhang Jing was left speechless. Gu Yijin, with a playful arch of her brow, suggested, "Why don't we make a wager?" She and Zhang Jing stealthily approached Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia from behind. Sheng Xia was still awaiting Shen Qingling's response to her inquiry. Will you truly consider making me your fiancée? Absolutely not, came the reply, causing Sheng Xia's smile to falter. With a glimmer of hope, she pressed, why not? Is it because I previously spoke thoughtlessly? I apologize, it was unintentional. That is not the reason. I am not so petty, Shen Qingling responded. Then what is it? Am I not beautiful enough? Not intelligent enough? Neither is the case. At last, Shen Qingling turned to face her. It is simply because you are Gu Yijin's fiancée. Sheng Xia's eyes widened slightly. But that was in the past. Shen Qingling frowned. He cares for you deeply. The implication being that, out of kindness, she would never pursue someone beloved by Gu Yijin. Chapter 83. Please, stop fighting. Sheng Xia grasped Shen Qingling's hand. His feelings for me are his concern. I no longer harbor affection for him. Shen Qingling shook her head. That cannot be. My previous statement about considering it was merely to avoid embarrassing my mother and to spare you discomfort. Disheartened, Shang Xia pressed her lips together, looking forlorn. Could you not reconsider? I will clarify things with Gui Jin. In truth, he does not care for me that much. He was previously involved with another woman behind my back. Feigning ignorance, Shen Qingling displayed a look of astonishment. Really? Is he truly that kind of person? Suddenly, Gui Jin emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, Shang Xia?" At this moment, Shang Xia felt an inexplicable anger towards him. Had it not been for Gui Jin, Shen Qingling would surely have agreed to the union. All blame lay squarely on Gui Jin. With a huff, Shang Xia retorted, "Am I not speaking the truth? I witnessed it firsthand. How dare you deny it?" Gui Jin cast a glance at Shen Qingling, who regarded him with a peculiar expression, seemingly torn between belief and skepticism regarding Shang Xia's assertions. Furious, Gui Jin exclaimed, "Shang Xia, cease your slander. I was drugged." In Shen Qingling's eyes, he should appear as a commendable brother. Having finally earned her trust, he could not allow Shang Xia to ruin his plans against Shen Qingling. Gui Jin was determined that Shang Xia would not thwart his ambitions. He turned to Shen Qingling, pleading, "Let me explain." Zhang Jing observed this scene in disbelief. Had Gui Jin and Shang Xia, this engaged couple, truly turned against each other over Shen Qingling? It was a bewildering turn of events. Gui Jin forcefully pushed Shang Xia towards Shen Qingling. "I was genuinely drugged that day. You must explain, Shang Xia?" He was frantic. Shen Qingling toyed with both of them as if they were mere playthings. She feigned a frown, asking, "Is that truly the case, Shang Xia?" Now, in her desire to sever ties with Gui Jin completely, Shang Xia found herself unrestrained in her words. "No, Shen Qingling, do not listen to his deceit. He simply toys with women. Fang Qingran can attest to this. She witnessed it." Upon recalling Fang Qingran, Shang Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes. I shall call Fang Qingran. Let us see if he can clarify this and expose your deceit." As Shang Xia fished out her phone to contact Fang Qingran, Gui Jin's expression shifted, and she rushed forward to snatch the device from Shang Xia's grasp. The two engaged in a scuffle upon the grass. Shen Qingling, observing from the sidelines, shouted, "Please, stop fighting." Zhang Jing stood there, mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. Madness had taken hold of them all. The farce concluded when, in their tussle for the phone, Gui Jin inadvertently pushed Shen Qingling to the ground. Already unwell, Shen Qingling appeared even paler, and he couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. Gui Jin struck Shang Xia down with a harsh slap, exclaiming, "Look what you've done. You've knocked Qingling over." This marked the second slap Shang Xia had received that day. While she could tolerate Sheng Mo's actions, how dare Gui Jin, a mere subordinate, lay a hand on her? She retaliated with a slap of her own, her voice sharp as she declared, "Gui Jin, you were once but a sycophant at my side, and now you presume to strike me? Furthermore, it was you who pushed Qingling. If you weren't feeling guilty, why attempt to take my phone? Afraid that Fang Qingran would reveal your true nature?" Gui Jin, unable to justify herself, resorted to mutual accusations. "And you, Shang Xia, are no saint. You once swore before me that you would never alter the engagement. You claimed you would never marry Qingling, that you would only wed Gui Jin in this lifetime. Even more disgraceful, you called Qingling a worthless orphan. Those were your own words." Shang Xia's expression shifted dramatically as she glanced at Shen Qingling. He appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for such revelations, his eyes reflecting disappointment. Shang Xia's heart shattered. Desperately, she glared at Gui Jin and insisted, "You're lying." Gui Jin retorted, "You know in your heart whether I speak the truth." Shen Qingling, as though drained of all strength, cast his gaze downward and murmured, "Enough, you two discussed this properly. It is unnecessary for you to explain anything to me. I merely wish for any misunderstandings to be resolved." With that, he departed, his youthful silhouette imbued with a profound sense of solitude and sorrow. Both Gui Jin and Shang Xia stood momentarily stunned. It seemed that Shen Qingling was indeed hurt. They glared at each other, each holding the other accountable for Shen Qingling's distress. After Shen Qingling had walked some distance, he turned back to glance at the trio. Gui Jin and Shang Xia were still entangled in their quarrel, while Zhang Jing attempted to mediate, only to be struck down by Shang Xia's fist. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow, a wry smile gracing his lips. What a pitiful lot they were, all puppets in his hands. Even Sheng Mo was no exception. Approaching the scene, Sheng Mo observed Gui Jin and Shang Xia embroiled in their argument. Shang Xia, feeling somewhat intimidated by Sheng Mo's presence, paused her altercation with Gu Yijin. Preparing to leave, Sheng Mo's cold voice rang out from behind. Stop right there. Sheng Xia swallowed hard and turned to face her, inquiring, What do you want? Sheng Imo stepped between the two and asked, What is it that you are quarreling about? Gu Yijin coldly remarked, Mr. Sheng. Your sister Sheng Xia has directed her ire towards me simply because Shen Qingling declined her proposal of marriage. It would be prudent for you to manage your sister's behavior. Just look at how she has gripped my face. Sheng Mo's gaze shifted slightly. Oh? Shen Qingling has rejected Sheng Xia's proposal? Indeed. Qingling does not wish to usurp my fiancée, hence his refusal. Then why did he previously express consideration for this matter? It was merely to uphold my mother's dignity. Sheng Imo raised an eyebrow at the disheveled Sheng Xia, feeling a significant portion of her irritation dissipate. She had always suspected that Shen Qingling would never take an interest in Sheng Xia. In a buoyant mood, she approached Sheng Xia and whispered, Do you see? He has no desire for you. You are only deserving of someone like Gu Yijin. I will clarify everything to Shen Qingling. He merely holds a misunderstanding towards me. After proclaiming this, Sheng Xia fixed Gu Yijin with a venomous glare and shouted, Only a dog would marry Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin retaliated without hesitation. Only a dog would wed you, Sheng Xia. The animosity between Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia had reached a breaking point. Sheng Imo, indifferent to their relationship, turned to Gu Yijin and said, The Sheng family actually prefers a union with you. My sentiments have never wavered. It's always been you. Gu Yijin was taken aback, utterly astonished. Could it be that Sheng Imo held such high regard for him? However, with the rift between him and Sheng Xia now fully exposed, how could a union ever be feasible? He cast a dismal glance at Sheng Xia and remarked, The situation has escalated to this extent. How could we possibly unite? Chapter 84. Let me marry Shen Qingling. Sheng Imo spoke without an ounce of sentiment. It's merely a union. Love is not a prerequisite. Contemplate this carefully. I will communicate my intentions to Aunt One. Having delivered her statement, Sheng Imo departed with an air of nonchalance. Gu Yijin felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed that Sheng Imo possessed considerable insight. She was indeed correct. A union did not necessitate affection. After all, his previous endeavors to appease Sheng Xia were solely for mutual benefit with the Sheng family. He had never truly harbored affection for this capricious and thoughtless young lady. With Sheng Mo's endorsement, he found little to fear. As long as the true authority of the Sheng family acknowledged him, Sheng Xia's aspirations became inconsequential. Gu Yijin stepped forward and seized Sheng Xia's wrist, stating fiercely, You shall not marry Qingling. Mr. Sheng has declared that his preferred candidate for union is me. And you are destined to be entangled with me for eternity. With that, Gu Yijin forcefully pushed Sheng Xia away, releasing years of pent-up frustration. From this day forth, he would no longer endure. Sheng Xia could only remain in place, screaming in madness. The dramatic performance had concluded. Sheng Xia's regret reached its peak. While her affection score hit 83, Sheng Mo's emotions, having experienced tumultuous highs and lows, increased by 10 points, finally reaching 40. Shen Qingling sighed. Acknowledging the difficulty of the situation, he had intentionally provoked Sheng Imo, perpetually testing her, driving her to the brink of irrationality. Then, just as she teetered on the edge of despair, he offered a glimmer of hope. It was akin to playing with a dog, albeit one that was slightly more challenging to tame. Taming a fierce dog could be quite entertaining. Shen Qingling was a master of manipulating hearts, far surpassing Sheng Imo. Shen Qingling appeared to have done nothing, yet she had calculated the emotions of everyone around her. When she returned to Wen Sulan's side, her demeanor seemed dejected. Drawing the attention of all, concerned inquiries arose, and she forced a faint smile, declaring, I'm fine. Yet, it was evident to all that she was in low spirits. She sat alone in silence, while others wished to offer comfort but were at a loss for words, unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Lin Xingmian approached cautiously, asking, Teacher Shen, are you feeling unwell? Shen Qingling seemed uncertain on how to explain, and with a complex expression, she sighed, I'm fine. Just didn't he expect that I'm not liked at all? Lin Xingmian's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher Shen is the best person. How could anyone dislike you? Who is so cruel as to say such hurtful things to you? It's simply outrageous. Lin Xingmian felt a pang of sympathy. With a gentle tug at Shen Qingling's fingers, she reassured, Teacher Shen, please don't be sad. In my heart, you are truly wonderful, really. You are an angel. A gift from above. Teacher Shen is good, and those others are wrong. Shen Qingling managed a smile. So, Mian Mian, you're different from them. Lin Xingmian, with a naive expression, replied, No matter what others say, in my heart, Teacher Shen is the best. She pondered how she could uplift Teacher Shen's spirits, and her gaze fell upon the nearby flower house. Her eyes lit up. Teacher Shen, may I teach you how to weave flower crowns? Her grandmother had once taught her this craft, and she found that engaging in such activities could dispel negative emotions. Flower crowns? Those flowers look beautiful. May I pick some? Teacher Shen? Of course, let us go. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Previously, it was Shen Qingling who dispelled her gloom. Now, she wished to do something, however small, to bring joy to her teacher. Upon arriving at the flower house, they were greeted by an abundance of flowers, far exceeding those found in a shop. Meticulously arranged, a testament to the care of a skilled gardener. Lin Xingmian, with an illuminated expression, reached out to caress the blossoms. So beautiful. Stunning flowers for my beautiful teacher Shen. Shen Qingling chuckled at her words. Beautiful? Am I truly so? Lin Xingmian, blushing, nodded affirmatively. Yes, very beautiful. Your eyes are beautiful. Your nose is beautiful. Your lips are beautiful. Your spirit is even more beautiful. To Lin Xingmian. Shen Qingling seemed to radiate with the glow of 20 layers of soft light. Everything about her was lovely. They selected various flowers together. And as Lin Xingmian sat down to weave a flower crown, Shen Qingling watched her, enveloped in a serene moment. The transparent flower house basked in sunlight, illuminating the serious expression on the girl's face as she crafted the crown. The sunlight created a halo around her, making even the fine hairs on her face appear endearing. In that moment, Shen Qingling felt that Lin Xingmian truly resembled an angel. When Sheng Yimou, Sheng Xia, and Gu Yijin returned, they noticed Shen Qingling was missing and began to inquire. Sheng Xia asked, "Where has Qingling gone?" Gu Yijin retorted, "How can you even ask? She left because of you." As the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Sheng Yimou furrowed her brow and said, "Silence." Song Jining and Ji Yun Miao were seated together, engaged in conversation. With a hint of sorrow, Song Jining remarked, "He seems rather unwell. His mood appears quite dismal. Mian has gone to the flower house with him." Sheng Yimou cast a glance in the direction of the flower house. Following the prior incident regarding Sheng Xia's impending union with Shen Qingling, she now found Lin Xingmian rather endearing. Remarkably, Sheng Yimou did not succumb to anger. Instead, she sat down with a calm demeanor. Her tolerance had evidently increased, no longer prone to explosive outbursts. Sheng Xia and Gu Yijin exchanged cold snorts, positioning themselves at opposite ends of the table, one at the far left, the other at the far right. When Su Lan noticed the tension between the two but was unaware of the cause, so she inquired of Sheng Yimou, "What is the matter with them? They seem off." Sheng Yimou replied with a faint expression, "You may not be aware, but they just had a dispute over Sheng Xia's betrothal to Qingling." When Su Lan widened her eyes in disbelief, "What? They fought? No injuries, I hope? Could it be that Gu Yijin opposes Sheng Xia's union with Qingling, leading to their heated argument? It was merely a minor altercation, yet it appears that a marriage between Sheng Xia and Qingling may not be suitable after all. Sheng Xia has a volatile temperament, while Shen Qingling seems reticent and lacks the disposition to console. Gu Yijin appears to be a more appropriate match. Wouldn't you agree?" When Su Lan frowned, hesitating as she replied, but Sheng Yimou gently interrupted, "I understand your concerns. From now on, the Xing family will consistently support Shen Qingling, of that you can be assured." At this juncture, Sheng Mo's gaze dimmed. She lowered her eyes and continued, "If you still harbor worries, there is indeed a more prudent solution." When Su Lan, intrigued, asked, "What is this solution?" Sheng Yimou unexpectedly dropped a bombshell. "Let me marry Shen Qingling." Chapter 85. She is not a silent C, although Sheng Yimou appeared composed. She had been teetering on the brink of madness for some time. Otherwise, she would not have suddenly proposed a union with Shen Qingling. When Su Lan could scarcely believe she was serious. Frankly, she had thought Sheng Yimou would never marry, as she had no need for a husband, nor for a matrimonial alliance. Prior to this moment, Sheng Yimou had always been perceived as cold and uncaring, prioritizing interests above all else. Her gaze was perpetually calm, rational, and undisturbed, like a meticulously programmed machine, untouched by the currents of emotion. This included her own demeanor, calculating every gain, exquisitely self-serving, devoid of affection. When Su Lan vividly recalled the first time she encountered Sheng Yimou. At that time, Sheng Yimou was merely an underage girl, her stunning beauty capturing immediate attention, particularly the striking allure of her eyes. Yet, those beautiful eyes were devoid of warmth. They could not harbor any love for anyone. She loved no one. Unbeknownst to Wen Sulan, those unfeeling eyes sparkled with emotion when they fell upon Shen Qingling Sheng who was heartless to others, reserved all her fervent and frenzied love for that singular individual. She was a seemingly unfeeling person, yet paradoxically, the most passionate of all, emotionless towards others, yet passionate towards Shen Qingling. To put it in a somewhat cliché manner, she is not a silent sea, merely unruffled by your presence. The arrival of Shen Qingling has stirred tumultuous waves in her world. Regrettably, she cannot allow anyone to discover this, for her fervent love could incinerate everything. In Wen Sulan's perspective, Sheng harbors little affection for his parents and sister, let alone for a prospective union. Wen Sulan hopes that the alliance between Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia is rooted in the genuine ardor that Sheng Xia displays when he loves someone. Previously, Sheng Xia left Wen Sulan with the impression of being infatuated, representing a stark contrast to Sheng Mo. Though he possesses a slight temper, he is vibrant and full of life, unlike Sheng Mo's cold demeanor. When in love, Sheng Xia is always by the beloved's side, seemingly willing to offer everything and sacrifice anything for them. Yet, all of this is but an illusion, unbeknownst to Wen Sulan. Gu Qingwang is adamant about uniting the Sheng and Gu families. If a union must be chosen, she certainly hopes it will be with Shen Qingling rather than Gu Yijing. The Sheng and Gu families are deeply intertwined in their collaboration, and a marriage symbolizes who can ascend aboard the well-prepared vessel. Wen Sulan is reluctant to grant this opportunity to Gu Yijing. Should Gu Yijing receive the support of the Sheng family, it would bode ill for Shen Qingling. Moreover, she cannot fathom why Gu Qingwang insists on retaining Gu Yijing. In matters of affection, there is hardly any to speak of. A man like Gu Qingwang would yield little paternal love. Despite the many events that have transpired lately, Gu Qingwang remains an observer. When Sulan struggles to decipher his thoughts, she can only strive to secure more for Shen Qingling. After a moment of silence, Sheng Mo continued, "Aunt, you must understand that, compared to Sheng Xia, I am the superior choice. With my assistance, he will surely ascend to the position of heir to the Gu family, unassailable. Together, the two families will dominate Jiangcheng. From a standpoint of self-interest, Sheng Mo possesses power, wealth, and cunning. A union with Shen Qingling is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. However, from the perspective of happiness, Wen Sulan believes that Shen Qingling would not find joy in such a union, for she possesses everything but love. Furthermore, Wen Sulan cannot comprehend his true intentions. Surely, a union with Sheng Xia would suffice. Why then does he propose a marriage with Shen Qingling? Wen Sulan has never entertained the notion of Sheng Mo having feelings for Shen Qingling. Instead, she contemplates whether there is some ulterior motive behind this. Whether Sheng Mo intends to gain something from the marriage, and so forth. Sheng Mo's prior reputation is deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, leading no one to believe that a woman of her caliber would enter marriage for love. The conversation between Wen Sulan and Sheng Mo was hushed, and the two individuals seated at opposite ends of the table remained unaware. Wen Sulan first glanced at Sheng Xia before turning to Sheng Mo and saying, "But I see that Xia is quite fond of Qingling now. Won't this hurt her feelings?" After all, Sheng Xia and Shen Qingling's union did not seem to distress Gu Yijing overly much. The affections of youth are fleeting, arriving swiftly only to depart just as quickly. In my opinion, Shen Qingling would never consent to a union with Sheng Xia. A person of his character could not bear to take away Gu Yijing's fiancée. Moreover, you may not be aware that Shen Qingling once visited the Sheng family by chance, during which Sheng Xia was oblivious to his true identity. She boldly declared at the table that she would rather die than marry that worthless individual who had returned from the orphanage. Just now, Gu Yijing shared with Shen Qingling all that Sheng Xia had privately said to him, and it was evident that hearing those words saddened Shen Qingling. "Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with the betrothal between Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia?" Sheng Mo's words caused Wen Sulan to hesitate. There was no need for Sheng Mo to deceive her. A simple inquiry with Qingling would reveal the truth. If this were the case, then indeed, a union with Sheng Xia would be unwarranted. However, this does not imply that she would be amenable to a marriage between Shen Qingling and Sheng Mo. Sheng Mo's overt proposal must surely have ulterior motives. She would not invest her efforts without the promise of gain. Sheng Mo is a person of profound thought. Even if she were to ask, an answer would remain elusive. "Aunt, please deliberate on this matter. I shall present my sincerity." At that moment, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmin returned, interrupting their conversation. Shen Qingling approached Wen Sulan, gently placing a floral crown upon her head. Wen Sulan looked up at him and smiled. "Did you make this crown, Qingling? It is truly beautiful." Shen Qingling replied with a faint smile. I lack such skill. It was crafted by Mian, who holds you dear. Lin Xingyan offered when Sulan a shy, demure smile. When Sulan mused that if one were to disregard all else, having a girl like Lin Xingyan as her daughter-in-law would be a blessing. Alas, being part of the Gu family, Shen Qingling lacked such freedom. A girl as innocent as her would find no happiness within the Gu household. When Sulan took Lin Xingyan's hand and stood, you two continue your conversation. I shall take Mian to fetch something. Lin Xingyan instinctively glanced at Shen Qingling, feeling a twinge of nervousness as her eyes blinked rapidly. Shen Qingling smiled reassuringly. It is all right, Mian. I will wait for you here. When Sulan led Lin Xingyan away, Sheng Yimou also noticed how fond when Sulan was of Lin Xingyan. How delightful. Everyone is drawn to an angelic girl. Lin Xingyan and she were two contrasting existences. Is this perception reflected in Shen Qingling's heart as well? She turned to Shen Qingling and inquired, would it be convenient for us to speak privately? Chapter 86. The advantage lies with me. Shen Qingling and Sheng Yimou arrived by the fountain. I wonder what brings you to seek my company, Miss Sheng. Did you not call me sister last time? Why the formal address today? Surely you are not fixated on this title. Shen Qingling chose not to directly address her question, allowing her to dwell on her own thoughts. Sheng Yimou did not dwell on the formality. Instead, she broached the topic of their potential union. I just had a conversation with your mother, and it seems that a marriage between Sheng Xia and you is rather unsuitable. Yes, I understand. Thus, I propose that I enter into a union with you. After uttering this statement, Sheng Yimou fixed her gaze upon Shen Qingling's eyes, eager to discern whether his reaction would be one of surprise or disdain. Shen Qingling occupied a middle ground. He was indeed taken aback. Shen Qingling feigned surprise, her eyes subtly shifting before she furrowed her brow and remarked, how can this be acceptable? Sheng Yimou gazed deeply into her eyes and replied, why not? She narrowed her eyes, fixated on the youth, her gaze imbued with an air of intimidation. What can Shen Xia offer you? Can a brainless fool like her ever provide you with any benefit? I have already inherited the Sheng family estate. Whatever you desire, I can help you acquire. Be it the position of heir to the Gu family or the Gu corporation itself. Our union would be a formidable alliance, a win-win situation, so why not embrace it? Sheng Yimou pondered that, since she could not immediately possess Shen Qingling nor employ coercive tactics against him, a marriage alliance would suffice. Loving after marriage was not an impossibility. As long as she secured him firmly by her side, persistence would eventually yield results. Once Shen Qingling consented to their union, she would be entitled to dismiss any women in his vicinity, ensuring that no other woman could approach him. Given Shen Qingling's character, she was confident that once he agreed to the marriage, he would instinctively distance himself from others. She had even devised a strategy to persuade Gu Qinhuang, willing to relinquish substantial benefits for Shen Qingling's sake. She believed that Gu Qinhuang would not forsake such immense advantages simply to ally with that fool, Sheng Xia. The reason the two families had initially settled on Sheng Xia was that Sheng Yimou had been unwilling to enter a marriage alliance, as she held Gu Yijin in low regard. Now that she was open to the notion, Gu Qinhuang would have no grounds to refuse. Once he made his decision, Wen Sulan would be unable to contest it, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. In the end, it was a matter of choosing between two options. Without Sheng Xia, it would inevitably be her. Wen Sulan would be powerless in that scenario. As for Shen Qingling, with Sheng Xia having uttered so many offensive remarks and being the fiancée of Gu Yijin, he would surely reject the idea of marrying Sheng Xia. The advantages she could offer him would far exceed those of Sheng Xia. In essence, their alliance with Shen Xia was predicated on her support and assistance. As long as Shen Qingling was not foolish, he would not decline. Sheng Yimou felt triumphant, convinced that the advantage lay with her. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had failed to anticipate Shen Qingling's response. Ms. Sheng, you are indeed remarkable, capable, and exceptional. These are undeniable truths. However, Ms. Sheng, marriage is not akin to securing a job. No matter how flawless your some may be, it is of no consequence. I seek marriage for love, not for gain. Shen Qingling's words left Sheng Yimou momentarily speechless. With an incredulous gaze, she exclaimed, what are you saying? For love? She laughed, as if mocking Shen Qingling's naivety. Shen Qingling, have you not yet recognized reality? Being part of the Gu family, you are destined to be devoid of love. No, you are mistaken. No matter where I am, as long as I desire it, it will be mine. It is merely a matter of choice. Sheng Yimou felt a surge of indignation. Was Shen Qingling implying that he would rather forsake the Gu family inheritance in pursuit of his so-called love? Suppressing her fury, she inquired, "Whose love are you pursuing? Ruan Mingyi or Lin Xingyan?" Sheng Mo was easily provoked by Shen Qingling, her composure rendered insignificant in the face of his words. In the next moment, the boy's words extinguished her anger. Though she had yet to arrive, I was willing to wait for her. The hostility in Sheng Mo's eyes gradually dissipated. It is not merely about falling in love with a woman. Shen Qingling took Sheng Mo on another exhilarating ride, allowing her heart to plummet into despair before offering a glimmer of hope. As a result, Sheng Mo's infatuation increased by 5 points. Shen Qingling had mastered the key to Sheng Mo's heart. He now toyed with her as one would with a pet. In this relationship, Sheng Mo was never the dominant one. She merely appeared to be in control. In matters of love, it is not the position, madness, or initiative that defines dominance. Throughout the course of their relationship, Shen Qingling was the one wielding the power. With a gentle allure, he had driven her to madness. Now it was she who needed to respond, who took the initiative, who yearned for what remained just out of reach. She found herself compelled to decipher his feelings, to pursue his shadow, her every thought consumed by him. Should she fail to receive a response from Shen Qingling, she would lose control, descending into madness. A mere title could haunt her. How could she claim mastery over him? The true authority in this relationship had always been Shen Qingling. With the guise of innocence, superior tactics, and the most obscure intentions, he maintained his position of power. It is often said that a hunter always appears as prey. Sheng Mo believed herself the hunter, unwittingly stepping into the trap meticulously crafted by Shen Qingling. In truth, from the moment Shen Qingling learned of Sheng Mo's identity, he had intended to bind himself to her in matrimony. The Gu and Sheng families were resolute in their desire for this union. He would choose Sheng Mo over Sheng Xia any day. However, he had not anticipated that she would turn out to be a delicate yet unhinged soul. Though Sheng Mo was erratic, with proper guidance, she could become his greatest ally. Shen Qingling was no true saint, nor was he a selfless figure. His return to the Gu family was driven by ambition, no less fervent than anyone else's. His union with Sheng Mo was merely a step in his grand scheme. Yet, he understood that they could never truly reach the altar together. His aim was to use the pretext of marriage to gain everything he desired. Moreover, the opportunity for this union could not be initiated by him. It must be proposed by Sheng Mo herself. A person like her would only trust in the authenticity of what she painstakingly acquired. Otherwise, skepticism towards Shen Qingling was inevitable. For Sheng Mo, she could endure anything. But if she were to discover that this was a meticulously orchestrated deception from the very beginning, she might truly consume Shen Qingling whole. Thus, he could allow her to appear to hold the upper hand. In the end, when Shen Qingling attained everything, no one would question his intentions. To the world, he would remain an unwilling participant, innocent and untainted, a pure lotus unblemished by competition. In terms of ruthlessness and cunning, Shen Qingling surpassed them all. He was unparalleled. No matter the type of woman, she would be molded into his desired form in his hands. Yet, within Lin Xingyan's eyes, the seemingly benevolent teacher Shun had a heart that was entirely shrouded in darkness. Chapter 87. Lin Xingyan faints Shen Qingling. You ought to perceive reality. Regardless of who that woman may be, she cannot surpass the value I bring to you. However, marriage is not merely an equitable exchange. A union calculated by self-interest seldom brings happiness. How can you presume that being with me would not bring you joy? What if I could offer you both prosperity and happiness? Sheng Mo's words seemed to render the young man speechless, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Stepping closer, Sheng Mo inquired, "Do you find me detestable?" "Not at all." "Then why not consider agreeing to my proposal? Why presume in advance that we would be unhappy together?" "Speak your mind. I promise I won't be angered." Shen Qingling replied, "What if I said it was because you were a Yandera? Wouldn't that provoke you?" After some internal conflict, he continued, "Truthfully, I simply do not understand why you wish to marry me. Perhaps it is a common thought for many. Why would Sheng Mo personally engage in this marriage when she has Sheng Xia as her pawn? She needn't involve herself directly, rendering her actions seemingly superfluous." Sheng Mo's voice softened, carrying an almost imperceptible hint of mirth. "What if I confess that I like you?" Her eyes curved gently, filled with tenderness as she gazed upon the youth. In that moment, she shed all her hostility and sharpness, appearing merely as a woman yearning for the affection of her beloved. "That is impossible. You cannot jest in such a manner." The youth's immediate reaction was disbelief. and Shen Qingling recognized that he would indeed find it hard to accept. In this age, she had spoken a rare truth, yet none would believe her. She uttered her truths cloaked in jest, only to resort to falsehoods to conceal her genuine feelings. Lowering her gaze to hide the disappointment in her eyes, she said, "Then let us abandon the jest. The truth is, I seek to gain benefits. I do not wish for you to be with Shengxia. In the past, Gu Yijin was a fool. Their union posed no real threat. But Shen Qingling, you are different. You surpass Gu Yijin, and I fear your association with Shengxia. Is this reason sufficient? Should she claim it was for love, no one would believe her. Yet, if she asserted it was for self-interest, everyone would choose to accept it. But I truly do not wish for a marriage, neither with you nor with Shengxia. That is not your decision to make." Sheng Mo's gaze was as cold as a still pond. Regardless of Shen Qingling's agreement, she would employ every means necessary to compel his consent. Whatever Shen Qingling desired, she would attain. From a young age, she had learned one crucial lesson in the Sheng family. One must strive to seize what they desire. To relinquish it is a choice only the inept would make. Shen Qingling was someone she was determined to have. "Ms. Sheng, I have no intention of inheriting the Gu family fortune, so any threats regarding the position of heir are futile." Shen Qingling spoke these lies effortlessly, maintaining an air of conviction. Shen Qingling smiled slyly, raising an eyebrow. "I am not threatening you. The heir position may indeed be inconsequential to you, but it certainly is not for your mother." Shen Qingling was acutely aware that Shen Qingling had returned to the Gu family for Wen Sulan. This was his sole vulnerability within the Gu family. She pressed forward, inching closer to him. "Shen Qingling, surely you do not wish to witness the fruit of Aunt Wen's lifelong endeavors go to waste? She has devoted countless years of effort to the Gu family. Regardless of whether Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin inherits the Gu family legacy, both you and your mother face dire consequences. Gu Yijin is not the benevolent brother you perceive him to be. He covets the position of heir with a predatory gaze. Gu Yutong harbors deep-seated animosity towards your mother, a sentiment not easily dispelled. In this precarious situation, should you choose not to contend, it will only push your mother towards a path of despair." Sheng Mo's words caused a palpable change in Shen Qingling's expression. The youth, aware of the validity of her assertions, stubbornly averted his gaze and replied, "They are not the kind of people you imagine." Shen Qingling leaned closer, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. The woman's eyes and tone exuded an unmistakable air of danger. "Let me be clear. If you relinquish your claim to the Gu family, I shall extend my assistance to others, and you will find yourself with nothing." Shen Qingling met her gaze, noting the thrill and determination reflected within. "I will consider your words." She resumed her fishing for responses, withholding the reaction she desired while ensuring she did not plunge Shen Qingling into utter despair. Nevertheless, her answer was within the realm of Sheng Mo's acceptance. Sheng Mo's expression softened. "Very well, I shall grant you time to ponder." Sheng Mo's affection meter surged by 2 points. The initial resistance transformed into contemplation, leaving her both disappointed and hopeful. This was Shen Qingling's strategy for winning Sheng Mo's affections. "I have one more request." "What is it?" "Do not refer to me as President Sheng any longer." "Sister." Shen Qingling's ears flushed crimson once again. Sheng Mo's lips curved into a smile, exhilarated by the title. She stifled her excitement, striving to maintain a composed tone as she replied, "All right. Then I shall continue to call you Qingling, just as before." After a brief conversation by the fountain, they returned. Upon Shen Qingling's arrival, Wen Sulan and Lin Xingyan were already back in the garden. Indeed, Wen Sulan had taken a liking to Lin Xingyan, gifting her a set of exquisite jewelry. Lin Xingyan, unfamiliar with such opulence, declined several times but ultimately accepted it, feeling anxious and uncertain about how to proceed, deciding to wait until she could speak with Teacher Shen. As soon as Shen Qingling returned, Lin Xingyan approached him, tugging at his sleeve. The young girl stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "Teacher Shen, the lady gifted me jewelry." Shen Qingling smiled. "That is splendid. It appears my mother holds you in high regard." The girl furrowed her brow, biting her lip in unease. "But it feels rather extravagant." "It is of no consequence. It is her heartfelt gesture. Just accept it, and it will bring her joy." "Is that true?" "Indeed. You presented her with flowers, and this is her token of appreciation." When Sulan valued not the worth of the jewelry, but cherished Lin Xingyan's purity and kindness, traits seldom found amidst the affluent elite. Their rarity rendered them precious. Lin Xingyan nodded, cautiously caressing the box and smiling. It seemed that perhaps there truly was someone who appreciated her. What did Teacher Shen do just now? Discussing matters of arranged marriage. Lin Xingyan's smile gradually faded. Her heart suddenly enveloped by a wave of profound sorrow. Her mind was consumed by the thought that Shen Qingling was about to leave her. The girl's complexion turned as pale as paper, and she lost her balance, collapsing to the ground. The precious jewelry box tumbled down, and Lin Xingyan fainted in Shen Qingling's embrace. Xingyan, wake up. Chapter 88. She fell in love with Shen Qingling when Lin Xingyan awoke. Night had already fallen. Where was she? This was an unfamiliar room. As she turned her head, she spotted Shen Qingling sleeping at the bedside. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, recalling the events leading up to her fainting. Teacher Shen was getting married. Tears welled up in her eyes, and they began to fall silently. Afraid of waking Shen Qingling, she stifled her sobs, curling up in a corner like a wounded little beast. She wrapped her arms around herself, seeking a semblance of safety. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed longingly at Shen Qingling's sleeping face, as crystalline tears rolled down one by one. The tears blurred her vision, making Shen Qingling's figure indistinct. In the future, his image would also become hazy, gradually disappearing from her world. The thought was so painful that it felt suffocating. Those she cared for could not be retained. Her grandmother. And now Teacher Shen. Although Shen Qingling had once told Lin Xingyan that even after marrying, he would still be her teacher, she understood that it would be different. Once married, he would wholly belong to another woman. It was at this moment that she realized her feelings for Shen Qingling transcended mere admiration from a student to a teacher, or gratitude for guiding her out of the shadows. She had fallen in love with Shen Qingling. She could not pinpoint when this transformation occurred. Perhaps it was the moment he emerged from the rain, clutching the painting, or when he expressed his desire to prevent her from facing disappointment. It could have been when he took her outside to witness the rainbow, or when he brought her to see her grandmother, singing for her. Or perhaps it was when she rode behind him on his bicycle, entering the embrace of spring. Countless moments of heart fluttering had rendered Shen Qingling her salvation. Lin Xingyan could no longer deny her love for him. Clarity pierced through her chaotic, pained mind. She sniffled and moved from her corner to Shen Qingling's side. Gazing upon the face she could not forget, she could not help but reach out to touch him. Teacher Shen. No, it should not be Teacher Shen. She tentatively called out the name hidden in her heart. Shen Qingling. The name rolled off her tongue, igniting an uncontrollable affection within her. Her trembling fingertips lingered on Shen Qingling's eyes, her favorite feature. Those eyes, when they looked at her, were so gentle, as if they held countless stars, drawing her in deeper and deeper. Then, Shen Qingling opened his eyes. Their gazes met. The coldness in his eyes softened, and the deep affection in his gaze turned shy. Xingyan, you're awake. Teacher, you're awake. They spoke simultaneously, and laughter erupted between them. Teacher Shen speaks first. I'm listening. Mian is currently at my home. While your sister rests in the adjacent guest room, I allowed her to sleep first. Has Teacher Shen been watching over me all this time? Yes, out of concern that you might awaken and feel frightened upon finding no one there. Shen Qingling's words struck her with a blend of emotion and sorrow. Teacher Shen has been exceedingly kind to her, to the point that she finds herself ensnared in love for him, yet unable to claim him forever. She couldn't help but ponder whether this was a punishment or a gift from the heavens. Teacher Shen's presence was indeed a gift, but its ephemeral nature felt like a punishment. Will Teacher Shen always stay by my side? He will. I do not refer merely to today, but to eternity. Shen Qingling smiled softly, saying, tomorrow he will be here, the day after too, and always. Yet, didn't Teacher Shen mention a marriage alliance previously? That was merely a discussion within the family. I did not acquiesce. The girl's eyes brightened anew. Really? Teacher Shen will not enter into a marriage alliance? Shen Qingling sighed, his gaze complex. I do not know. He simply has not consented for now. Lin Xingyan felt a twinge of disappointment. But at least Teacher Shen had not yet agreed. She resolved to cherish every moment she could spend with him during this fleeting time. Even if their bond was solely that of student and teacher, it still brought her joy. How she wished that Teacher Shen would never marry. She recognized the selfishness of her thoughts, but was at a loss as to how to retain him. The notion of being with Shen Qingling felt like a distant dream, one she dared not entertain. Teacher Shen, you are truly wonderful. With love unexpressed, she could only utter such words. She always regarded him from a place of admiration, much like a person in darkness gazing at the moon, untouchable yet yearning for its light. Once, she did not comprehend the significance of the moonlight, but now she finally understood. Shen Qingling tousled her hair. Mian is wonderful too. Would you like to sleep a little longer? It is still early. Teacher Shen, you should rest as well. Lying there will hurt your neck. Please, go to your room to sleep. I will behave and fall asleep. Shen Qingling chuckled. This is my room. The girl's eyes widened slightly, resembling a charming, naive fawn. She felt a wave of shyness, her fair skin tinged with a delicate blush. So, she was lying on Teacher Shen's bed. Lowering her head and biting her lip, she asked, will Teacher Shen come up to sleep? Her innocent tone evoked no wicked thoughts. I am fine here. You should come up to sleep. There is plenty of space on this large bed. It's all right. I will watch over you as you sleep. But I am scared. I want Teacher Shen to accompany me. Her watery eyes gazed at him, filled with innocence, vulnerability, and hope. Shen Qingling was utterly defeated by her gaze and lay down beside her, fully clothed. The little angel occasionally played tricks. She knew Teacher Shen could never bear to refuse her, feigning fear on purpose. Lin Xingyan chastised herself for being so mischievous, yet felt elated that Shen Qingling would indeed soften and agree to her request. With Teacher Shen lying beside her, she felt both excited and joyful. There was a slight distance between them, yet it felt remarkably close. She seemed to hear Teacher Shen's breath, her heart racing to an almost unbearable rhythm. In her restless state, she found herself unable to sleep, her heart brimming with joy yet plagued by insomnia. Unable to resist, she turned to gaze at him, and met her gaze in return. Under the moonlight, the young girl appeared almost ethereal in her beauty, her innocent and crystalline eyes filled with adoration for him. No man could possibly refuse such a gaze. Are you unable to sleep, Mimian? A little, she replied. Then allow me to tell you a story. All right. Lin Xingyan obediently closed her eyes, anticipating his tale. His voice was melodious, flowing like a gentle stream through her heart, and gradually her breathing became steady. Have you fallen asleep? Lin Xingyan remained silent, leading to speculate that she had indeed drifted off. As sleepiness enveloped him, Tu closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Yet, after a while, the girl who should have been asleep opened her eyes. Cautiously, she reached out to touch the boy beside her. Unresponsive in his sleep, remained still. She carefully propped herself up and leaned closer to him. Lin Xingyan's face flushed, her heart raced, and her breath quickened as she leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his cheek. Her long, soft hair cascaded over him like entwining vines. Good night, Teacher Shen. Chapter 89. The Battle of the Sheng Sisters. While and Lin Xingyan were caught in a sweet romantic drama, the Sheng family was embroiled in a frenzied and thrilling conflict. Earlier that day, Sheng Xia had learned in the car that Sheng Mo intended to arrange a marriage between himself and, leading to a fierce quarrel. Although most of the time it was Sheng Xia who spoke, Sheng Mo seemed disinterested, allowing her to vent her frustrations alone. Upon returning home that evening, Sheng Xia relentlessly demanded an explanation. Frustrated, Sheng Mo refused to see her, retreating into his room and shutting her out. In a fit of rage, Sheng Xia resorted to unconventional means, discovering a hammer to smash against Sheng Mo's door. Standing furiously before Sheng Mo's desk, the two exquisitely beautiful women appeared ready to engage in a battle reminiscent of a historical drama. Sheng Mo, do you think that by closing the door you can prevent me from entering? Here I am. You refuse to agree to my marriage with. Yet it seems you wish to pursue her for yourself. Why would you do this? Weren't you dismissive of the idea of marriage before? The arrangement with the Gu family was made by our parents, and I am the only one who can enter into a union. If you wish to marry, then pursue Guijin. Why compete with me for? You simply cannot stand to see me happy. You have never let go of this over the years, have you? Sheng Xia was driven to madness, her gaze fixed intently upon Sheng Mo. The prospect of her desired engagement turning into a familial bond with her sister was utterly incomprehensible. If it were Haitang, she might have had a chance to confront her, but Sheng Mo was no inept elder sister. Any confrontation was futile. Even at that moment, Sheng Mo remained composed, working diligently at her computer, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. Thus, Sheng Xia's frenzy appeared to be nothing more than her own impotent rage. When Sheng Mo continued to ignore her, Sheng Xia seized the opportunity to grab Sheng Mo's computer and hurled it to the ground. Following that, she swept everything from Sheng Mo's desk, transforming into a veritable master of desk clearing. Sheng Mo, I am speaking to you. Looking into my eyes, answer me. Indeed, even among sisters, cold violence is intolerable. Enough with the trivialities. You. Sheng Xia stormed around the table, confronting Sheng Mo with fury. Tell me, why on earth are you marrying Shen Qingling? Don't you have a clandestine boyfriend? Have you discarded the man you kissed? Sheng Mo calmly retrieved her computer from the ground adjusting her glasses, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes behind the transparent lenses. The man I kissed? Yes. Weren't you just unsettled by him last time? Don't think I'm oblivious. Sheng Yimou raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips. What if I said that man is Shen Qingling? Sheng Xia was momentarily taken aback, then a sarcastic smile emerged. I see you've been struck silly by dollars, conjuring fantasies. Shen Qingling would kiss you? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, with your temperament, he wouldn't dare kiss you on your first meeting. His lips might just vanish that very day. Oh, perhaps not just his lips. Sheng Yimou replied nonchalantly. I'm simply telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, that's beyond my control. So why are you marrying Shen Qingling? Surely you have some ulterior motive? Could it not simply be that I like him? If you, Sheng Yimou, could marry Shen Qingling for love, I, Sheng Xia, would eat dirt. You don't intend to use Shen Qingling to swallow the Gu family business, do you? Am I nothing to you but a means to wealth? Nothing else. Sheng Xia insisted on an answer, and Sheng Yimou had no choice but to say, Shen Qingling is different from Gu Yijing. I don't trust him with you. Indeed, you're just worried about your status and inheritance, ha. Now that I know, get out. I still have things to say. Let me speak. Since you insist on marrying Shen Qingling, why not take me along? Sheng Yimou looked at Sheng Xia as if she were foolish. What did you just say? Take you along? Sheng Xia, this is a society governed by law. Do you know that bigamy is a crime? Sheng Xia replied defiantly. But you and Shen Qingling want tea of love. Rather than letting him be coveted by others, why not give him to me? Sheng Yimou was almost amused to the point of laughter. So, what do you propose? Shen Qingling will be my husband by day, and at night. He'll be your spouse in your room? Sheng Xia, that's not impossible. By day, I can call him brother-in-law, and at night, well, brother-in-law can serve me. Sheng Yimou, unfazed, picked up a desk lamp from the floor and hurled it directly at Sheng Xia's face. The force was such that it could have disfigured her, clearly indicating Sheng Yimou was furious. Fortunately, Sheng Xia reacted quickly to block it, otherwise, her face would have been ruined. However, her hand was bruised by the lamp, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Still shaken, Sheng Xia covered her face, exclaiming, Sheng Yimou, have you lost your mind? If I hadn't dodged quickly, my face would have been destroyed. Sheng Yimou scoffed. So you're aware of your face? I thought you had no shame. Sheng Xia, clutching her injury, muttered, No, but why are you so angry? In the realm of affluent families, where alliances are commonplace, it is perplexing that you refuse to share even your sister, rather than letting someone else benefit from the exquisite Shen Qingling. It would be more fitting for her to indulge in her own pleasures. With a frigid gaze, Sheng Yimou approached her, gripping Sheng Xia's chin and warning. Have you forgotten what I said during the day? Should you dare to covet what is not yours, I shall gouge out your eyes and consign you to the ancestral home to guard their graves for eternity. Sheng Xia's eyes flickered, her brow knitted as she retorted. What does it matter to occupy the latrine without relieving oneself? Sheng Yimou replied, Even if I do not relieve myself, I shall still occupy it. There are plenty of public restrooms outside. Shen Qingling is my private possession, and no one else shall defile it here. Sheng Xia shot back, understood. I shall merely observe you. Only then did Sheng Yimou release her. Get out. It was only after leaving that Sheng Xia dared to mutter a few words in frustration. It would be a miracle if Shen Qingling agreed to such a union. She looks down on a woman like me, let alone your cold, lifeless countenance. Wouldn't you frighten her to death when you throw a fit? I am the only one who can tolerate you. I am quite curious to see if Shen Qingling would still consider a union upon discovering your true nature. Do not assume you are the only one capable of scheming behind the scenes. I, Sheng Xia, am not to be trifled with. I possess both strength and cunning. Sheng Xia's unyielding spirit persisted. Sheng Yimou anticipated her relentless ambition and still intended to arrange a union between Sheng Xia and Gu Yijing. Two sisters married to two brothers. What a perfect match. She is suited for Shen Qingling, while Sheng Xia is meant for Gu Yijing. Intelligent individuals paired with intelligent ones. And fools with fools, such is the essence of a fated match, is it not? Chapter 90. The Woman in the Cheongsam. If Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan represent a sweet idle drama, and the Sheng family embodies a thrilling century-long battle, then Ruan Mingyi is enacting a heart-wrenching tragedy. Water cascaded from above, drenching her lashes. She felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. The distinction between water and tears blurred. Thoughts of Shen Qingling intensified her sorrow. She cried like a child. Throughout the day, Shen Qingling had ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. The pain was excruciating. She felt as if she were seeking out her own misery. The sight of Shen Qingling embracing Lin Xingyan and leaving her behind was particularly agonizing. His urgency and concern for that girl were palpable. He had never exhibited such anxiety for her. Last time it was Sheng Yimou, and now it was Lin Xingyan. Each time, he pierced her heart before her very eyes. It seemed he reserved sympathy and compassion for other women, regarding her, Wan Mingyi, as nothing more than a stray dog by the roadside. She was melancholic. She was in pain. Why had the water ceased? The somber atmosphere was disrupted, and the rain ceased to fall. Yi Qiao's voice came through the door, laced with disbelief. Wan Mingyi, are you dead in there? Have you been showering for 2 hours? Pray tell, are you engaged in some activity with Shen Qingling? This activity could be interpreted in 2 ways. Wan Mingyi wiped her face, wrapped herself in a towel, and stepped out, her countenance pitiful as she sniffled. Shen Qingling has ignored me all day. I haven't even had the opportunity to coax him back. Coax him? I perceive that you are poised to serve him as a mere hound. At this moment, it appears more akin to being a stray dog owned by a master. Wan Mingyi, in a state of despondence, lowered her gaze. Who would desire such a role? He may not even want me now. Indeed, it is lamentable. There exists a multitude of women online vying to be at Shen Qingling's beck and call. You would be hard-pressed to keep pace with the fervor. Today, when Shen Qingling carried Lin Xingyan back to his chamber, the scene was captured on camera. Among the comments, a portion expressed concern for Lin Xingyan, while the majority fervently wished to serve Shen Qingling. Consider this. You were initially the one closest to him, possessing the greatest opportunity, yet here you find yourself. I am tempted to berate you for squandering a splendid hand of cards. I indeed feel like a failure. What recourse do I have to redeem myself? I have no idea. Shen Qingling possesses everything now. What you can offer him is no longer of necessity. Is there no hope, then? It seems so. What if I were to sleep with him, conceive his child, and then make an audacious return with our offspring? Would he perhaps glance my way? You ought to uninstall that tomato novel app from your phone. Otherwise, you might end up with a befuddled mind. Wan Mingyi, with unwavering resolve, declared, No. I shall not relinquish my pursuit easily. If need be, from this day forth, I shall relentlessly pursue him. I wish to be a delicate flower, battered by the storms yet steadfast and unyielding, to touch his heart. In the pouring rain, I will wait for him, under the blazing sun. I shall stand in the light for him. Amidst the snow, I will linger in the flurries. Even in a tornado, I shall cling to him without faltering. He may think you are unwell, with questionable intellect. Regardless, I am determined to commence my pursuit of love. None shall deter me from my quest for Shen Qingling. Not only will she pursue him, but she shall do so with great fervor. Everyone must know that Wan Mingyi has affections for Shen Qingling. Wan Mingyi remains unaware of the impending union between Sheng Yimou and Shen Qingling. Gu Qinhuang learned of this from Wen Sulan. He does not oppose it, as Sheng Yimou is indeed preferable to Sheng Xia. Yet, since Shen Qingling has stated he needs to consider, he refrained from further inquiry. Shen Qingling is still in university. There is no urgency on his part. The only one in a hurry is Sheng Yimou, who is willing to captivate Gu Qinhuang by offering to secure the coveted land in the development area. Currently, all factions are eyeing that parcel of land. Initially, Gu Qinhuang intended to collaborate with the Zhang family to acquire it. However, this would result in a division of profits, and the actual feasibility of their joint venture remains uncertain. Now, Sheng Yimou promises to secure it and offer it all to him, asking for nothing in return but the opportunity for a union. Gu Qinhuang is intrigued. The sole question that lingers is whether Sheng Yimou can indeed secure that land. Even he does not possess absolute certainty. Can Sheng Yimou succeed? He recognizes Sheng Yimou as a formidable figure, yet the competition for that land is not limited to them. To solidify their claim to the territory, Gu Qinhuang proposed that the 3 families enter the fray together. Sheng Yimou requires no benefit. He merely wishes to assist them in securing the land, thereby enhancing their chances of success. This is a battle among the elite. News of Sheng Mo's entry into the contest swiftly spread throughout Jiangqing. The Nan family and the Sheng family. How could they possibly partake in the development area's endeavors? I recall that the Sheng family's enterprises do not even extend into real estate. The youth seated on the sofa exudes an impressive handsomeness, his eyes akin to those of a wild hawk, radiating an innate chill and an untamable ferocity. Nan Yan's expression reflects his displeasure. After all, this was intended to be a 32-year-old gift for his mother. As for the young master, we remain unaware of his intentions. Only that the Sheng family has suddenly begun to make moves. Enough, I understand. You may leave now. Rising, Nan Yan exited the courtyard. The Nan family still resides in the ancestral home, an expansive estate divided into several courtyards. In the heart of Jiang City, where towering skyscrapers have risen. Such an old residence is a rarity. This house, inherited from their forebears, possesses a somewhat eerie aura by night, yet Nan Yin has long grown accustomed to the darkness. He traversed the corridor to the ancestral hall. With the Qingming festival approaching, his mother often comes here to burn incense. Their family lacks gravestones. There is no place to pay homage, and thus they can only worship at the ancestral hall with memorial tablets. Before the tablets stands a woman clad in a black and gold cheongsam. Her hair cascades in waves, her figure enchanting. With a proud bosom tapering down to a slender waist. The cheongsam accentuates her waistline exquisitely, leading to voluptuous hips, her perfect curves undeniably alluring. This garment fits her impeccably. Mother. The woman remains silent, lighting 3 sticks of incense to honor the tablets before placing them in the incense burner. Only then does she turn to face him. Ayin, what is it? There are developments concerning the development zone. There's been a change. Speak. With a graceful sway of her hips, the woman moved towards the door. Extending her hand towards Nan Yin, he deftly retrieved a Lady S cigarette from his pocket and offered her one from the pack. She took the cigarette between her lips. Slightly bending forward. In reverence, Nan Yin produced a lighter to ignite the cigarette for her. The flickering flame illuminated her lips, rendering them a luscious crimson, reminiscent of blood blossoms blooming in the night. The woman is strikingly beautiful. Her delicately arched eyebrows carry the elegance typical of Jiangnan women. She possesses elongated phoenix eyes, their outer corners slightly upturned, akin to a fox. Yet, her gaze harbors a certain wickedness, mirroring the untamed wildness that resides within Nan Yin. Though not her biological son, he was raised by her, and thus there exists an undeniable resemblance in their spirits. Nanzhan inhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes narrowing, resembling a fox even more. Leaning against a pillar, she savored the cigarette, her smoking posture reminiscent of the glamorous women in bygone magazines, each silhouette strikingly captivating. Her voice, when she spoke, was a sultry, mature timbre with a slight upward lilt that brimmed with allure. What changes? The Xing family has entered the fray. For Nanzhan, the arrival of the Sheng family is far from good news. She exhaled a plume of smoke, the faint mist curling around her enticing eyes, her gaze becoming distant yet imbued with a hint of coldness. I recall that the Sheng family's enterprises do not encompass real estate. Indeed. Yet it is peculiar that they suddenly stepped in. It must be for the Gu family. In Jiang City, the relationship between the Gu and Sheng families is well defined. They are deeply intertwined in cooperation, long-standing allies bound by years of friendship. The Sheng family's sudden involvement can only be attributed to the Gu family. Nanzhan, the new heir of the Sheng family, is a woman who only rises early for profit. It seems Gu Chengwang has promised her numerous benefits. Nan Yin, Gu Chengwang initially teamed up with the Zhang family, and now he has the Sheng family joining in. How much can he truly gain from such division? It is utterly uninspiring. Nanzhan paused, his fingers momentarily stilling around his cigarette, his delicate brows furrowing slightly. This does not align with Gu Chengwang's character. Having spent many years in Jiangqing, Nanzhan has dealt with several prominent families. Gu Chengwang is an enigmatic figure, unlikely to concede so much. If that is the case, how could the Sheng family agree to assist him? There must be some ulterior motive at play. Let us investigate to uncover any potential schemes. Nanzhan flicked the cigarette to the ground. Nan Yin, his gaze dark and piercing, remarked, regardless of what lies beneath, if the Sheng family insists on entering the fray, once the 3 families unite, we may stand no chance. Nanzhan, then let her withdraw. The woman lowered her eyes, noticing the still smoldering cigarette on the ground. Her elegant high heels pressed down on it, grinding it until it was completely extinguished. Just like this smoke, let it perish. Yes, mother, I will look into this. Do not worry, I shall secure this land for you. With that, Nan Yin turned and walked into the night. Nanzhan lifted his gaze to the frost-like moonlight, deep in contemplation. The contest for this land had already commenced, yet the Sheng family chose this moment to join the fray. What sudden change had occurred with the Sheng and Gu families? Nanzhan opened his phone and casually searched, quickly uncovering several news articles. Sheng Mo was trending for kissing an unknown man by the window. The alliance between the Sheng and Gu families had taken an unexpected turn, and rumors suggested a rift between Sheng Xia and Gu Yijin. However, the most sensational news involved the Gu family, which had gained a mysterious youth suspected to be an illegitimate son. Nanzhan raised an eyebrow. Shen Qingling. Upon seeing the exquisite face on the trending page, his expression shifted. The undercurrents of Jiacheng lay concealed beneath the cloak of night. The city remained as beautiful as ever after dawn. Shen Qingling was still expected to lead a life of diligent study, alongside participating in a variety show. The production team had previously negotiated with the Gu family for Shen Qingling's involvement. Aware of Shen Qingling's reluctance, they required minimal cooperation, just no mask during appearances, and normal interactions with family during meals and conversations. The demands were so low that Shen Qingling eventually agreed. After all, pretending to avoid the camera every day was exhausting. Gu Yijin was displeased. Since Shen Qingling had appeared on screen, the audience had gone wild. When Shen Qingling was present, the comments flooded with fervor. When he was absent, fans clamored for his return. This incited a surge of frustration in Gu Yijin. Initially, his fans could engage in battles with those admirers, but eventually, some found themselves enamored with Shen Qingling amidst the insults. Gu Yijin felt as though his territory was being invaded. He was furious. Shen Qingling had done nothing noteworthy. So why was he so endearing? His kindness and perfection had never been showcased on camera. Did fans truly fall for him solely based on his looks? If Shen Qingling's kind and beautiful side were to be unveiled before the camera, what chances would he have left? Gu Yijin felt he could no longer remain passive. One morning, as Shen Qingling was preparing for his run, Gu Yijin unexpectedly rose early and called out to him just as he was about to leave. "Qingling, are you going for a run?" What's up? Let me join you. I wish to stay fit as well. I've noticed your physique is quite commendable. I run pretty fast. Can you keep up?" Shen Qingling remarked, and at this point, the comments began to take a peculiar turn. "How fast is fast? Hubby, let me try. I'll wrap my legs around Shen Qingling's waist and let you know how swift it is. Having experienced it, it's incredibly quick. Feels like soaring in an airplane. No questions. This is a matter between my husband and me. It's really fast, in an instant. You're sent to the heavens." Gu Yijin doesn't he seem up to the task? It feels like he'd say, "Baby, I'm not feeling great today. Let us call it an early night." No. Listening to Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling's conversation gives me a strange feeling. Haven't you noticed how Gu Yijin is always particularly attentive to Shen Qingling? I have noticed, whenever Shen Qingling returns, it's as if Gu Yijin refreshes in various places where Shen Qingling is present. Is this ship sailing? Is Gu Yijin possibly harboring a crush on Shen Qingling? By the way, is Gu Yijin even straight? Gu Yijin, you really ought to drink some herbal medicine. The last remark appeared to have been made by Zhang Jing herself. Gu Yijin chuckled and said, "It's all right. I will strive to keep up with you." Shen Qingling nodded in agreement. "Good. Then let us go together." Thus, Gu Yijin followed Shen Qingling out for a run. Shen Qingling was unaware of Gu Yijin's ulterior motives. Regardless of Gu Yijin's intentions, Shen Qingling was determined not to let him succeed. Gu Yijin had secretly equipped himself with the audio recording device provided to each guest by the production team. This meant that while the audience could not see their interactions post-departure, they could certainly hear everything. Gu Yijin believed Shen Qingling was oblivious to this. Feeling a sense of secret delight, he experienced a thrill akin to plotting against Shen Qingling. The enemy was in the open while he remained concealed. This advantage was his. The viewers in the live stream also noted that Gu Yijin seemed to have taken the recording device with him, as they could hear the sound of their labored breaths while running. Did Gu Yijin take the recording device with him? Was it an oversight or a deliberate act? Perhaps he aims to benefit everyone by allowing us to hear Shen Qingling's breath while running. At this moment, Shen Qingling's breath no longer resembles that of running. I shall refrain from elaborating. Why did it have to be morning? If it were evening, I would have acted. It truly resembles something else, don't you think? It's terribly enticing. Is no one concerned about Gu Yijin's well-being? His breath sounds like he is on the verge of collapse. Gu Yijin, a pampered young man accustomed to a life of ease, could not possibly match Shen Qingling's stamina. After merely a few strides, he began to wheeze. "Qingling, shall we take a break? Are you unable to continue?" "Yes. My heart is racing quite rapidly." "All right, then let us rest on this bench for a moment." Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin took a seat together on the bench. Gu Yijin deliberately remarked, "Qingling, what are your thoughts on Shengxia?" In Chapter 92, "You are a wonderful brother," Gu Yijin harbored a grudge. Still remembering the previous altercation where Shengxia and she had turned against each other in a heated exchange, he was the first to hope that Shen Qingling would confront Shengxia. Logically, given Shengxia's numerous transgressions and the hurtful remarks directed at Shen Qingling, such as calling her the detritus from an orphanage, Shen Qingling should harbor little affection for her. Yet, to his surprise, Shen Qingling chuckled softly. She's rather endearing. In a foolish sort of way. Gu Yijin was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you jesting, Shen Qingling? How could Sheng Xia possibly be considered cute? Had Shen Qingling witnessed Sheng Xia effortlessly knocking down Zhang Jing that day, he surely would not have uttered such words. Gu Yijin pursed his lips and said, "It seems you hold her in high regard." "Not at all. Rest assured, she is your fiancée, and I would never consent to a union with her. You two make a splendid pair. I would hate to disrupt your bond." Gu Yijin secretly wished for Shen Qingling to sever their ties. In fact, he was quite eager for Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia to be wed, for he had already learned of Sheng Mo's intentions to marry Shen Qingling. If Sheng Mo were to wed Shen Qingling, what future would he have? Gu Yijin, undeterred by fear, pressed on. "And what do you think of President Sheng?" He remained cautious, refraining from directly addressing Sheng Mo by name. However, upon mentioning Sheng Mo, Shen Qingling fell silent. Meanwhile, Sheng Mo, who was listening to the live broadcast, darkened with displeasure. "Sheng Xia is adorable, yet when it comes to me, silence reigns. What does this silence signify? Why the lack of words? It's just the two of us. You may speak freely. I was merely curious about your perspective on President Sheng. I have no particular opinion." Gu Yijin found it perplexing that Shen Qingling readily discussed Sheng Xia, but avoided any mention of Sheng Mo. No good or bad opinion was forthcoming. Yet, Gu Yijin felt it inappropriate to press further. Thus, he shifted the conversation, saying, "What do you think of me as your brother?" Gu Yijin intentionally employed the term brother, hoping to affirm his identity as a scion of the Gu family. People would likely regard Shen Qingling as an illegitimate child rather than him. It was a fact that Shen Qingling had returned from the orphanage, and his lineage remained undetermined. Regardless of whether people labeled Shen Qingling as an illegitimate child or as a reclaimed son, Gu Yijin was indifferent. He was aware that the Gu family would not allow Shen Qingling to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child indefinitely, once public opinion peaked. They would clarify the truth. Gu Yijin sought to solidify his standing as a legitimate member of the Gu family. Suddenly, Shen Qingling turned to him, and Gu Yijin felt a tremor in his heart as he met his gaze. Here it came again, that innocent, white lotus look. Just seeing that expression made him uneasy. In truth, Shen Qingling had long since noticed the recording device that Gu Yijin had inadvertently exposed. How could someone well-versed in the entertainment industry be so